Chapter 1. The Great Fool System. On the Blue Star in Long Country, in the city of Baisu, within a modest 20-square-meter apartment, a young man in his late 20s was immersed in watching Douyin videos. Yang Fan had graduated several years ago, and as he approached 30, he found himself still accomplishing nothing, a quintessential underachiever. His father had passed away 4 years prior due to a severe illness, and his mother had remarried, establishing a new family. With a deceased father and a mother who had moved on, everyone was left to fend for themselves. After graduating from a mediocre university, he had been living independently. On his phone screen, a beautiful girl with an innocent appearance was energetically dancing to Pure Land of ultimate bliss. Yang Fan watched intently, feeling a pang of envy. I truly admire those big shots on the internet, he thought, fully aware that no matter how charming the female streamer was, she belonged to someone else, and his status as a financially struggling individual made him feel distant from such fantasies. Thus, he had never spent a dime on the platform. He was a long-time freeloader at that moment. The streamer, known as Sasha's sweetheart, concluded her performance and began to interact with the viewers in the chat room. Dear family, Sasha is a dance streamer. If you like her, please give her a follow and join her fan club. This was a newcomer to Yang Fan, as her stream had only a handful of viewers, far below the thousands that many established streamers enjoyed. However, it was evident that she was dedicated, having danced for nearly an hour. Yang Fan casually clicked to follow her, not expecting the immediate response. Thank you, half a lifetime of leisure for the follow. I truly appreciate it. Could you please join my fan club? It's only 10 cents. Support Sasha. Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the streamer call out his username. It was indeed him. Hearing the expectant tone in her voice, he felt compelled to click on the gift section. However, seeing the display show 0, he chuckled helplessly, having never spent money on the platform. He couldn't even afford the 10-cent fan club fee. He typically spent whatever coins he had on other trivial pursuits. If you join the fan club, Sasha will see your messages immediately. All family members who love Sasha, please support her. Sasha continued to plead for fans. After a moment of consideration, Yang Fan decided it wouldn't hurt to join, especially since it was such a small amount. He linked his bank card and added $1 to his account. As he joined the fan club, a notification flashed across his mind. The Great Fool system has been activated. Upon acquiring this system, the host will become a great fool. When engaging in spending behaviors towards individuals with an overall attractiveness rating above 80, the host can receive cashback. The funds for the cashback from the Great Fool system are completely secure, and the host can use it with confidence. What? Yang Fan was stunned, leaning back against his bed as he scanned his surroundings, realizing everything was normal. He fell into a state of confusion. System? What has happened? Is this really something out of a novel? He quickly sat up, excitement bubbling within him. System, are you there? Host calling the system. I am your dear host. Can I get a response? However, no matter how much he called out, there was no reply, leading him to wonder if he had merely imagined it. Suddenly, a transparent data screen appeared before him. Host, Yang Fan. Cashback level, 1. Cashback rate, 1:1. Valid spending, 0.1 yuan. Cashback available, 0 yuan. Cashback requires 100 yuan or more. Seeing this data, he became thoroughly exhilarated and pinched himself hard. This isn't a dream. This isn't a dream. I'm going to be rich now. Thank you, dear system. I appreciate you and your entire family. After a while, he managed to calm down a bit. This wasn't surprising given his perpetual state of financial anxiety. Although he was still unclear about the specifics of the system, as a failed web novelist, he knew that acquiring a system was undeniably a stroke of good fortune. Moreover, he recalled the system stating that the source of funds was entirely secure, allowing for worry-free usage. It was almost certain that he had encountered a wealthy benefactor system. However, despite looking for quite some time, he didn't see any funds appearing. His bank card, WeChat, and Alipay all remained unchanged. After some contemplation, he began to grasp the system's intent. It seemed that any spending on individuals rated above 80 would yield cashback. For now, it was merely a one-time return without any profit yet. This did not diminish his joy. To be able to indulge in the life of a wealthy person without spending a cent was rather delightful. Moreover, he presumed that upgrades might allow for actual profit. In this light, his distinction from true wealthy individuals didn't seem so vast. He envisioned a future filled with carefree days in this era. As a habitual underachiever, he suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of confidence, embodying the spirit of a newly wealthy individual. Yang Fan stood at 175 centimeters, possessing an average appearance which he considered slightly handsome. After graduation, he had worked various jobs, as a security guard, a food delivery driver, and an insurance salesman, and now he was a struggling web novelist. People often said that children of the poor mature quickly, but this adage did not apply to him. Inherently lazy, he found the security job's pay unsatisfactory, delivery work too exhausting, and his lack of confidence hindered his success in insurance sales, leading to a life of barely scraping by. His total assets amounted to a mere 7,000 yuan resting in his bank account. Calming down, he contemplated rewarding the female streamer, hoping for cashback in return. He decided to confirm this by reloading his account with 120 yuan, granting her a virtual sports car worth 1,200 Douyin coins. The moment Sasha, engaged in conversation with her viewers, saw the virtual gift, she was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao, for the sports car. You're so generous." Yang Fan, however, paid her no mind, fixated on the cashback section, which now displayed 120.1 yuan, silently chanting for cashback. China Construction Bank 2305 or 2130 your account, ending in 571, has received an income of 120.10 yuan, balance 7,399.19 yuan. Wow, incredible. Incredible. Upon receiving the bank notification, Yang Fan was convinced he was destined for greatness. His mind began to race with ideas. If he could reward streamers and receive cashback, wouldn't that accelerate his path to wealth? As a great fool, the host cannot employ any means to solicit or borrow money from others. Should such disgraceful actions be attempted, the system will sever ties with the host. After fruitlessly calling out to the system before, it suddenly responded with a warning when he considered using it for profit. How utterly absurd. Since the system had made its position clear, Yang Fan certainly wouldn't dare to execute his plan. He couldn't let the system slip away. Thus, he promptly loaded his Douyin account with 6,000 yuan, ready to embrace the persona of a wealthy individual. What did it matter? He would indulge extravagantly first and worry about the consequences later. Chapter 2. The Female Streamer, Sasha's Sweetheart. Yay! Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao, for the 2 carnivals. This is the first time Sasha has received 2 carnivals in a row. You're so handsome. Love you. I wish I had recorded it. What a pity. But no matter, Sasha will dance for you. What kind of dance do you like, brother? You can choose. The young female streamer, seeing Yang Fan's generous gifts, became ecstatic. She quickly stood up and made heart gestures. She realized she had encountered a big spender and, feeling fortunate, decided to showcase her talents to keep his attention. A big shot has actually entered the live stream. It seems Sasha is about to experience a turnaround. I'm envious. I wish I could gift too, but looking at the instant noodles in front of me, I'm holding back the urge. Streamer, keep dancing. Keep dancing. Continue with the previous song, Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. Although nearly 100 people were present in the live broadcast room, few engaged in conversation, instead silently watching. Yang Fan found a recent performance in the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss quite captivating, but he intended to explore how to upgrade the system. So he remarked, after dancing for an hour, "Let's take a break and engage in some PK." After reading his message, Sha joyfully responded, "I didn't expect Brother Xiaoyao to be such a warm-hearted person. Thank you for your understanding. I'll go connect now? Go ahead. You're bound to win." Yang Fan's words were not mere flattery for a small streamer like Sha. A single rocket was often sufficient to secure victory, especially since he was sending gifts. With his encouragement, Sha connected randomly with a young lady who appeared quite lovely, albeit slightly older than her. This lady, whose username was Little Deer, also happened to be a small streamer. While her follower count and the number of viewers in her live room surpassed Sha's, the difference was minimal. As soon as they connected, Sha greeted, "Hello, miss. I'm a dance streamer." "Ah, hello, streamer. I'm a beauty streamer. Shall we engage in a PK?" "Sure. Just keep the penalties light. I don't have much in terms of resources at home," Little Deer replied timidly, indicating her family's limited means. Sha pondered for a moment before asking, "Brother Xiaoyao, would you like to set the penalty?" "No need. Just have fun," Yang Fan replied, as he had no time to consider penalties at that moment. Upon the connection of the 2 streamers, Yang Fan received a system notification, detected an eligible consumption target. He understood that the eligible consumption target referred to the streamer named Little Deer, indicating that the system recognized her overall attractiveness as exceeding 80 points. It was clear that the system's assessment was made without any beauty filters, confirming that she was indeed a beauty. Since he could receive a cashback for gifting Sha, the same would apply for gifting Little Deer. Sha's words were heard by the opposing streamer, who smiled and said, "So you have a big brother supporting you? Isn't that unfair? I won't join, huh?" Despite her playful remarks, she did not disconnect. Sha understood that it was all in jest. Let's keep the penalty light. If you lose, you'll do 20 squats. And with each squat, shout brother on the other side is amazing. What do you think? Sha aimed to engage Yang Fan, the generous visitor, hoping to make him feel involved. She understood that people spent money to enjoy emotional value, which is why she proposed this penalty. Little Deer found the penalty acceptable and agreed. As the PK commenced, Yang Fan wasted no time and swiftly sent 2 carnival gifts, obliterating the opposing health bar. 60132:453. Thank you, Brother Xiao Yao, for the carnival gifts. Sha exclaimed excitedly. Viewers commented blandly, with little of the sycophantic praise often found in novels, most remarks being quite ordinary. Didn't the streamer say she would stop broadcasting after earning 200 for living expenses? I guess she'll be resting for a long time now. It's rare to see Sha so exhilarated she finally gets to show her skills. He'll send a hot air balloon to celebrate. Sha, don't worry about anything, he'll take care of defending the tower. Wait, do we really need to defend the tower? That's impressive. We'll help defend too, haha. While the conversation flourished, the opposing streamer did not give up, lamenting, "Family, with a big brother on the other side, we're surely going to lose, but at least give me some dignity votes. I can't even see the health bar. It's too tragic." After Yang Fan sent 2 carnival gifts and received cashback, he chose not to send more. The opposing streamer seemed quite amiable, and there was no need to go overboard thus. The PK concluded with Sha winning decisively, and Little Deer began to fulfill her penalty. With each squat, she shouted, "Brother Xiao Yao is amazing." After completing 10 squats, she returned to the screen, momentarily stunned. Then she exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Xiao Yao, for the carnival gifts. You're amazing. Little Deer sends you heart emojis. I've never received such a large medical fee. That's incredible. Brother Xiao Yao, you're welcome to come and play with Little Deer anytime. I sing really well." However, as soon as she finished her sentence, the viewers began to mock. "You sing well? Do you have a misunderstanding about your talents? You sing well? I remember sending 5 hot air balloons just to make you stop talking. Just stick to being a pretty face. Singing isn't for you. If you dare insult my ears again, I'll unfollow. Dare to sing, and I'll unfollow." Little Deer, seeing the slew of threats to unfollow, refrained from bringing up singing again. Yet, she felt troubled. Being an ordinary university student without any remarkable talents made it hard to keep the attention of a big spender. Her only advantage was her beauty, enhanced by filters, which allowed her to attract viewers during her broadcasts. This caused her considerable distress. Nevertheless, she sent a private message to the generous brother who treated the carnival gifts like medical expenses. When Yang Fan returned to Sha's live room, he disconnected from Little Deer under her envious gaze. Before Sha could speak, 2 more carnival gifts floated across the screen. "Thank you, my brother Xiao Yao. Brother Xiao Yao is so generous. Marry 1,000 wives." Yang Fan was rendered speechless by this blessing, knowing full well that the lovely girl was now in a daze. Sha was undeniably thrilled in just a short span of time. Brother Xiao Yao had gifted her 6 carnivals and a sports car, converted to currency that amounted to over 18,000 yuan, leaving her with more than 9,000 after deductions for her guild. Her earnings for the day surpassed her total income for the entire previous month. Most importantly, she felt that Brother Xiao Yao would certainly continue to support her, making her excitement all the more justified. Chapter 3. The considerate little streamer. Although Sasha had only been live streaming for a month, she was acutely aware of the challenges faced by novice streamers. She refrained from haphazardly joining guilds, relying solely on her own efforts. Earning a few thousand yuan in a month was already commendable, especially considering that many others fared far worse. Thus, her aspirations remained modest. She aimed to earn 200 yuan daily for her living expenses. However, she soon realized that this meager goal no longer sufficed, and she resolved to firmly capture the attention of the affluent Xiaoyaoge. Regrettably, her private messages went unnoticed, and she felt reluctant to remind him in her live stream. While engaging in casual conversation with her audience, she was taken aback as two extravagant festival effects appeared on the screen. How extravagant of Xiaoyaoge! Meanwhile, Yang Fan was engrossed in researching how to upgrade his system. Lacking clear guidance on the upgrade process, he surmised that it might correlate with the amount he spent. Consequently, he began to recharge continuously, indulging in festivals and cashback offers. By this point, he had already spent over 80,000 yuan, successfully propelling Sasha onto the hourly leaderboard, thereby attracting a considerable number of viewers to her stream. Observing her live stream reach a milestone of 1,000 viewers, Yang Fan undoubtedly seemed like a tycoon in Sasha's eyes. Curious questions arose among the viewers. Could Xiaoyaoge be a guild account? Are you foolish? Sasha hasn't joined any guild. Which guild would sponsor her? They pondered. Wouldn't it be better to use that money to buy something nice for one's parents? Surely, wealthy individuals aren't lacking in companionship. Yet others countered. How do you know he isn't providing for his parents? Besides, gifting doesn't necessarily imply romantic interest. Look at those who shower millions upon established streamers. Do they do it merely for trivial reasons? Sasha chimed in. Everyone, stop speculating. The streamer hasn't joined any guild, nor has anyone approached her for advertisements. Xiaoyaoge is genuinely a big shot. The viewers encouraged her. Then, why don't you seize this opportunity? With Xiaoyaoge's generosity, you could earn at least 40,000 from his contributions. That income is astonishing. Wow, I had realized being a streamer could be so lucrative. In just one day, I could earn what I make in half a year. As the date of May 20th approached, they mused. Could Xiaoyaoge's generous contributions mean he wishes to spend the day with the streamer? Will a good catch be snatched away by a wealthy suitor? Yang Fan, however, had no such intentions. Sasha, a native of Tianfu province, was not particularly close to him. Subsequently, he encouraged her to engage in a few PK matches, avoiding encounters with major streamers, each victory being sealed with 2 festival effects. However, viewers were perplexed that the opposing streamer in the subsequent PK did not receive any of Xiaoyaoge's generous gifts. They speculated. Could it be that Xiaoyaoge has an interest in that previous beauty, the little deer? It must be acknowledged that she was indeed stunning. Yang Fan, too, wished to lavish gifts as a means of support, but reality proved to be harsh. The subsequent streamers, while appearing decent, did not meet the system's threshold, indicating they lacked the requisite score. Thus, he foolishly continued to spend. By now, his expenditure had surpassed 100,000 yuan, yet there was still no sign of a system upgrade. He resigned himself to the idea of taking his time to investigate further. Hey, Sasha, perform the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss Dance, he requested. Sure, Xiaoyaoge, she replied, placing great importance on his words. Upon hearing his request, she promptly started the music and began to dance, reminding herself to give her utmost performance. Previously, Yang Fan would not have harbored any thoughts about such an exquisite beauty. He was self-aware. However, with the system now at his disposal, he found himself increasingly intrigued by her. As the dance concluded, he stated, I'm leaving. I'll be back tomorrow. Huh? Is Xiaoyaoge really leaving? Take care, and remember to check your private messages. You're welcome to return tomorrow to see Sasha. Sasha felt she could not hold him back, especially since this generous benefactor had showered her with gifts on his very first visit. She could not afford to be greedy. Moreover, he had promised to return, which filled her with joy. Eager to ensure she captured Yang Fan's attention, she unabashedly reminded him to check his private messages. Yang Fan responded with an okay and departed from the stream. Lying in bed, he reflected on his lavish spending that day, having spent over 100,000 just to watch a stream. Yet, the thrill of receiving attention from a beautiful girl was undeniably gratifying. Soon, he remembered the private messages and discovered he had over 30 messages, most from unfamiliar names. He selectively perused the messages from Sasha and the little deer, which contained expressions of gratitude and compliments, along with requests for him to add them on WeChat. Without hesitation, he accepted their requests while ignoring the other strangers. Typically, he did not share much on social media, and his profile had remained blank for a month. After adding Sasha, her verification was approved instantly, and a message promptly arrived. "Ye, thank you immensely for your generous gifts today. I'm at a loss for words. I truly appreciate it." Noticing that she was still live streaming when she sent the message, Yang Fan pondered, "Aren't you supposed to be live? Are you using a messaging service to chat?" After a brief pause, another message arrived. Of course not. Streamers usually have more than 2 devices. I'm streaming while discreetly replying to you. Then focus on your stream. We can chat later," he replied with a smile, recalling tales of individuals who used to chat for streamers. He lay back in bed, contemplating the system. Being a fool for wealth did not seem entirely disadvantageous. As time passed, he unknowingly drifted off to sleep, a smile gracing his lips. The following day, Yang Fan awoke naturally in the morning. Checking his fully charged phone, he noticed several messages and a bank transfer. It was from the previous night, sent by Sasha and the little deer. The first thing that caught his eye was a transfer of 20,000 yuan from Sasha. Surprised, Yang Fan glanced at the message she had sent. Chapter 4. An outing for indulgent Xiaoyao. I've finished my broadcast feeling so happy. Xiaoyao, are you asleep? Then came the transfer at midnight sharp. Wishing you a happy holiday, Xiaoyao. Love you. Although Sha knows you might not care much for these. This is a small blessing from her, and she sincerely hopes you will accept it. Transferring 20,000 required the completion of the recipient's name, and coincidentally, his nickname on V was his real name. He sighed inwardly, realizing that the girl was quite clever and attentive. As for this so-called blessing, he certainly would accept it. It wasn't something he sought, but rather a gesture offered willingly by another, thus not a breach of rules. After transferring the money into his bank account, his funds swelled significantly, exceeding 27,000, which considerably enhanced his fondness for Sha. Just yesterday, he had gifted her over 100,000, yet she generously sent him back 20,000, altering his perception of the broadcasting industry. Perhaps it wasn't all about taking without giving back. The funds he had spent yesterday were from the system, while today as 20,000 was genuinely his own. Thus he not only savored the taste of being a lavish spender, but also made a profit. Though he was acutely aware of Sha-Sha's motives, he remained indifferent, secretly resolving to shower her with even more generosity today. He dared not hint in his reply for her to continue sending him money. He cherished the system too much to risk any misstep. Blessing received. Wu Sha awoke early today, exhilarated after encountering a generous benefactor who had gifted her a substantial sum the previous night. She had awoken several times during the night in a daze, and upon dawn, sleep eluded her. Noticing her phone vibrate, she sprang up, swiftly seizing her device. Indeed, it was a message from the person she had been eagerly anticipating. Though it contained only a few words, a smile graced her face. For Xiaoyao had accepted her transfer. Coming from modest means, she had wrestled with whether to send 5, 200, or 20,000. While 200 would not pinch her too much, it felt somewhat inadequate to present. 20,000, on the other hand, would indeed be a significant sacrifice. To resolve her dilemma, she consulted her best friend, who echoed her thoughts. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the cub. Her friend advised, someone has already gifted you so much in one broadcast. There are plenty of opportunities ahead. You must learn to seize the moment. 20,000 is nothing to such a benefactor. They might not even blink at accepting it. Just pray they take your blessing. Such a wealthy individual would hardly refuse. Would they? Sha found this reasoning compelling and, with a determined heart, sent the transfer. Now, seeing that Yang Fan had indeed accepted the money, she felt an immense sense of joy. Xiaoyao, you're up so early? After sending the message and waiting for what felt like an eternity without a reply, Sha pouted at the screen. Meanwhile, Yang Fan had seen the message but simply chose not to respond. He reflected on his past habit of responding instantly, akin to a sycophant, which had invariably led to unfavorable outcomes. Now, with his status transformed, how could he possibly regress into that role? If anyone were to be fawning, it should be the other way around. After completing his morning routine, he recalled that today was somewhat of a Valentine's Day. Perhaps he could find a female companion to spend the day with. It had been some time since he parted ways with his ex-girlfriend. primarily due to financial struggles. She often compared him unfavorably to her friends' boyfriends, lamenting how well they treated their partners. Yang Fan, unable to tolerate these comparisons, had clashed with her repeatedly, even resulting in arguments. Eventually, after a trip out of state, she returned and ended the relationship, leaving him to suspect he had been cheated on. However, these past grievances no longer held significance for him. His thoughts were solely focused on whom to spend the day with, hoping to enjoy a delightful outing and perhaps indulge in a lavish meal. After pondering, he decided against it. His female acquaintances were scarce, mostly comprising friends' wives or girlfriends. Even if a few were single, their looks left much to be desired. Falling short of any acceptable standard, he certainly wouldn't squander his own funds on a holiday celebration. Then, a light bulb flickered in his mind as he noticed a public account. It was an app he had come across earlier on Douyin, offering companionship services, paying for a female companion to join one for activities like shopping, dining, or watching movies, as well as enjoying drinks, dancing, or karaoke. The service charged by the hour, and once ordered, these companions would act like a girlfriend, albeit without any overly intimate gestures. It was marketed as a pure service. Of course, the definition of pure was subject to interpretation, and Yang Fan had yet to witness the reality. Perhaps, depending on the price, it could turn rather impure. The profiles displayed various snapshots of attractive women, and he became engrossed in his selection process. Eventually, he chose a companion named Rue, finding her initial impression to be the most appealing, and he proceeded to view her additional photos and a video. She was indeed captivating, judging by these visuals. She was undoubtedly a stunning beauty, and as long as reality wasn't too far off, she would exceed an 80-point rating. Her basic information indicated age 19, height 168 centimeters, weight 52 kilograms. Quite satisfactory. Although he was nearly a decade older than her, he felt no aversion. Looking at the price list, aside from online gaming, dining and shopping were the cheapest options at 198 yuan per hour. Activities like drinking and singing escalated to 398 yuan per hour. He selected 1 hour for dining and 1 hour for shopping, totaling 2 hours, and the order was swiftly accepted. Despite it being Valentine's Day, surprisingly few people opted for this service. For one, the app wasn't widely known, and secondly, the city was merely at the tail end of being classified as a second-tier city, characterized by low income and high consumption. Truly affluent individuals were rare. A monthly salary of 10,000 yuan could easily outshine over 80% of the population. Given the pricing of this pure service, how many would actually consider it? Many likely preferred foot massages or other establishments. Thus, the companions were generally available, most being students taking on part-time work, accepting orders when they came and focusing on their studies otherwise. Yang Fan remained vigilant, prepared to cancel his order at any moment. Only when he saw the cashback notification did he breathe a sigh of relief. This indicated that the companion's overall attractiveness met the 80-point threshold. Had there been no cashback, he would have hastily canceled to avoid losing his money. With nothing further ponder, he changed into a complete Adidas outfit and headed out. While he lacked high-end branded clothing, he could certainly afford Adidas and Nike, having gradually acquired a few items. Once prepared, he took a taxi to the agreed meeting point, the entrance of Lixing Boutique. Just as he stepped out of the car, the system's notification chime detected valid consumer. Would you like to view the information? Yang Fan watched as a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in fashion walked past him and then glanced at the man she was linked with, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. Chapter 5. The JK girl Gu Ruijia. The young woman indeed possessed remarkable beauty. It would be rather unfathomable for one to approach her merely to express a desire to lavish gifts upon her. Was it certain that the man beside her would not resort to violence? Nonetheless, the system had graciously provided him with the option to inquire about her details. Out of sheer curiosity, he silently contemplated the possibility of viewing the information. Name, Lina. Age, 27. Height, 161 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 81. Number, 77. Intimacy level, 0. The host does not know her. Rewards can be obtained when intimacy reaches a certain level. A score of 77? Perhaps she was merely at the beginning stages of her career. Yet who knows? She might just have had an abundance of suitors. Regardless, he decided not to dwell on her. What mattered most was the ability to gauge her status, which imbued him with a profound sense of security. As for the rewards associated with heightened intimacy, that seemed intriguing, albeit the nature of the rewards remained a mystery. However, the system was rather relentless. In the heart of the city, near a grand shopping mall, it was unlikely that there would be a shortage of stunning women boasting an attractiveness score exceeding 80. Would it truly notify him every time he encountered one? But, as communication with the system was impossible, he found himself in a state of mild frustration. Yang Fan shook his head and proceeded towards the entrance of the Lixing boutique. From a distance, he spotted a girl perched on the steps beside the entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. It was only natural that he noticed her instantly. Her tall stature and innocent attire were undeniably captivating. As he approached, he observed her lustrous black hair, skin as smooth as jade, enchanting eyes, and a delicate face adorned with light makeup, exuding an indescribable purity. Clad in a JK uniform, she wore a white short-sleeve blouse with a red tie, complemented by a burgundy plaid skirt, brown leather shoes, and black knee-high socks, accentuating her long, fair legs to an alluring degree. Consequently, many passers-by, especially men, pretended to be nonchalant as they turned to steal glances at her, some even standing at a distance, captivated. At that moment, 3 words echoed in Yang Fan's mind. I chose well. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. It was quite worth it. Detected a potential consumer. Do you wish to view information? Yes. Name. Gu Rueda, age, 19, height, 168 centimeters weight, 52 kilograms overall attractiveness, 87 number, 98 intimacy level. 0 Such a fine specimen had already been courted by 2 scoundrels. Those wretched beings. Yet, upon reflection, it could be considered fortunate, Yang Fan thought. I have no qualms. He calmly approached the girl and inquired, Are you Ruegia? The girl noticed him, casting a brief glance in his direction. Gu Ruegia's intimacy, level -10 what? This left Yang Fan utterly bewildered. How could a mere glance result in a 10-point deduction in intimacy? While he may not be conventionally handsome, he was certainly not unattractive. He consoled himself with the notion that it was likely due to his age rather than his looks. The girl, wearing a polite smile, responded, Yes. How would you like me to address you? For the next 2 hours, I will use a nickname of your choosing, though I reserve the right to refuse anything excessive. Quite the pleasant service. Although her intimacy deduction was disheartening, her demeanor remained amiable. The excessive titles she referred to were likely daddy or master. He mused, I am considerably older than you. Call me brother. Upon hearing this, Gu Ruegia visibly relaxed. All right, brother. Shall we head out for a meal now? Yes. There's a fine Western restaurant nearby. Let's go. Western cuisine? Gu Ruegia appeared taken aback. It was known that, according to their agreement, all expenses during their time together were to be borne by the client. How could he possibly take her to dine at an expensive place? Yet, since he had offered, she could hardly refuse. He was the one paying, after all. Thus, she followed Yang Fan. Onlookers observed the scene with a mix of confusion and self-reflection, pondering where they had gone wrong. Some even believed they had unearthed the secret. One must boldly approach beautiful women. Throughout their time together, Gu Ruegia maintained a polite smile and engaged in conversation with Yang Fan, despite her initial reservations stemming from her work. Soon enough, they entered the Western restaurant. Welcome. Please follow me. The waiter ushered them to their seats. Due to the system's constraints, Yang Fan hesitated to place an order, instead calmly stating, Feel free to order what you desire. Order plenty, and do include my share. After saying this, he pretended to occupy himself with his phone. Surprised by his words, Gu Ruegia initially felt taken aback. Soon, she realized he might simply want to experience the service of a girlfriend helping him choose dishes, and she relaxed. All right, brother, she replied, proceeding to order steak, salad, and dessert, 2 portions of each, all at mid-range prices, before informing Yang Fan that she had finished ordering. Yang Fan quickly interjected, That's not enough. Order more. Have the waiter introduce you to foie gras and caviar. What a joke. He was here to enjoy a lavish meal. And this was all she chose? While he understood her intentions to save him money, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of appreciation for her thoughtfulness. Whether it stemmed from a sense of professionalism or genuine kindness. Guru Weijia gazed at him with her innocent, wide eyes, appearing somewhat surprised. Yang Fan smiled and reassured her. I understand you wish to save me money, but I can afford a little extra. Please order freely. He had little doubt that without ordering alcohol, their total could hardly exceed 27,000. Anything above that would be trivial. Guru Weijia mused to herself. Could it be that he is trying to impress me? Though this was not her first encounter with clients, all her previous suitors had showered her with flattery, most of which were mere empty words. Yet, none had exhibited such generosity. She was acutely aware that most who could afford their services were either too stingy to spend on companionship or wealthy enough not to need to hire someone like her. Thus, it was rare to encounter someone who could genuinely afford the luxury of hiring her company. Despite her reservations, Yang Fan's attitude piqued her curiosity. Was he merely putting on a fade to impress her? This thought invigorated her, prompting her to smile even more sweetly. Very well, brother. Shall I order a few more items? Please do. Guru Weijia began selecting more expensive options, adjusting her previous choices until she was satisfied and nodded with approval. Brother, I have finished ordering. What do you think? Chapter 6, a lavish shopping excursion. Yang Fan shook his head. No need to look, just bring it as it is. He instructed the waiter. The waiter complied and inquired, would you two like to order some wine? We have several exquisite red wines available. Noticing the gentleman at the table exuded an air of extravagance, she hoped to entice him with the wine selection, thus securing a commission for herself. Before Yang Fan could respond, Guru Weijia turned to him and said, Brother, I don't drink. If you'd like to have some, I can help you order a bottle. That won't be necessary, he replied. The waiter then retreated, and the two engaged in casual conversation as dishes began to arrive in succession. Yang Fan simply remarked, no need to be polite, before indulging in the meal. Guru Weijia, of course, would not hold back. This was her first time experiencing such a grand feast, and it was not the moment to feign restraint. Half an hour later, most of the food had been consumed, and Yang Fan stood up to settle the bill. The total is 8,266. Guru Weijia followed behind, contemplating whether she had perhaps been too extravagant. However, she watched in astonishment as he swiped his card without a flicker of hesitation. The manner in which he paid was somewhat dashing. After settling the bill, Yang Fan was taken aback. Had he inadvertently restored the affection that had previously waned? He chuckled inwardly, recognizing her materialistic tendencies, which he found quite agreeable. Adopting a nonchalant demeanor, he turned to Guru Weijia and declared, let us go shopping. As they walked, they attracted quite a bit of attention, which, although not directly related to him, nonetheless satisfied his vanity. Before long, they arrived at the Li Xing boutique mall. Upon spotting the LV boutique, Yang Fan suggested, let us go in and take a look. Guru Weijia stuck out her tongue, but refrained from voicing any objections, obediently following him inside. Welcome to Louis Vuitton. How may I assist you today? I would be delighted to make some recommendations. The sales associate greeted them with a warm smile. Such establishments typically maintain rigorous training protocols, making it virtually impossible for staff to look down upon or belittle customers. In this setting, Yang Fan dared not exhibit too much extravagance, knowing the balance on his card was limited. Let us just browse the bags for now, he said. Of course, right this way, the associate responded. As he perused the prices, he felt relieved to find them ranging from 6,000 to 30,000, most of which were affordable. These seemed to be the standard models, with the more luxurious items not within this price range. At that moment, he noticed Guru Weijia fixated on a particular bag, her eyes sparkling with excitement. He understood this reaction all too well. Glancing at the price tag, which read 23,000, he approached her from behind and softly inquired, do you like it? She turned to him, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. This bag is beautiful, but it's too expensive. Without hesitation, Yang Fan addressed the sales associate. We'll take this bag. Please ring it up. Both Guru Weijia and the associate were momentarily taken aback. He was purchasing without even having held it first. The associate, however, quickly regained her composure and beamed, very well, sir. Guru Weijia, puzzled by Yang Fan's swift decision after her expression of admiration, wondered if he intended to gift it to her, though she dismissed the idea, reminding herself that she was merely a companion for the day. Brother, are you buying this bag as a gift for someone? she asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. I'm buying it for you. You said you liked it, didn't you? Yang Fan replied with a gentle smile. Wait, what? You're really giving it to me? At that moment, he had already proceeded to pay, fully aware that without a purchase, he would lack the funds for anything else. As he returned with the bag, he presented it to her. Now it belongs to you. The young woman, still in a state of disbelief, accepted the bag, her mind racing. Did he truly just give this to her? Surely, he must have some ulterior motive. However, his willingness to spend such money was undeniably impressive, and as he swiped his card, he indeed appeared quite affluent. Perhaps he could be worthy of her attention, after all? No. What was she thinking? They hadn't even begun to establish anything substantial. For now, she would accept it and keep him as a potential catch. Given her striking physique and beauty, Guruwaja had no shortage of admirers, yet no one had ever spent on her quite like this, making it impossible for her to outright refuse. After processing her thoughts, she feigned a sense of discomfort, saying, Brother, how could I possibly accept something this valuable? You should take it back. She even pushed the bag slightly back towards him. Yang Fan rolled his eyes internally, recognizing her feigned modesty. Had he not seen the affection meter rise by 10 points, he might have believed her. I don't believe in taking back gifts. If you don't want it, feel free to discard it. I want to be retrieving it, lest the system refuses to refund. Guruwaja was taken aback by his boldness. How could he suggest discarding something worth over 20,000? At that moment, Yang Fan called the associate over and pointed to another bag, also priced above 20,000. I think this one is nice too. You could alternate between the two. What do you think? Upon hearing his tone, she realized he intended to buy her yet another. Of course, she adored the idea, but could she admit it? Brother, one is more than enough. You really don't need to spend so much. Yang Fan waved off her concerns. It's not much money. We came here to shop, and it's a festive occasion. Don't dampen the mood. He paused, glancing at the associate. Please ring it up. The sales associate was taken aback, thinking to herself how unusual it was for someone to insist on purchasing when the other party had declined. She couldn't help but envy Guruwaja, wishing for a similarly generous boyfriend. Guruwaja outwardly protested, yet her affection meter remained honest, and inwardly she pondered, even if it was a shopping trip, why was he solely spending on her? She recognized it was indeed a holiday, and perhaps they could make the most of it, given that this was the 520 festival. Although her affection had only increased by 5 points this time, Yang Fan was unbothered. Any increase was welcome, as small gains accumulate over time. He then led Guruwaja through various other stores, purchasing clothing and cosmetics. He had intended to buy jewelry, but Guruwaja firmly refused to accompany him. She admitted to being somewhat overwhelmed. They had already spent over 100,000, and she felt it was inappropriate to accept more. Were it not for Yang Fan's otherwise normal demeanor, she might have suspected he was unwell. Throughout their brief 2-hour interaction, Guruwaja's attitude underwent a significant transformation, achieving an affection level of 33 with Yang Fan. He, in turn, recognized that the affection was rising slowly and appeared to be reaching a plateau. Although she was materialistic, she still had her principles. Thus, he decided it was time to conclude their shopping escapade. All right then, let us stop here. Chapter 7. I am not an ordinary person. Guruwaja beamed upon realizing that Yang Fan had agreed not to go shopping. Brother, let me drop my things off at home first, and then I'll treat you to a meal, shall I? Yang Fan had only signed up for a 2-hour companionship service, and that time had long since elapsed, yet the young woman made no mention of it. Noticing the cumbersome bags they were carrying, he consented to her request. While waiting for their ride, Guruwaja curiously inquired, Brother, did you not drive here? She had completely convinced herself that Yang Fan was indeed a genuine wealthy individual. If he owned a luxury car, it would not surprise her in the least. Yet, here they were, waiting for a ride-hailing service. Yang Fan shrugged. I don't have a driver's license yet. I'll consider buying a car later. He added a car? Why would I spend over 20,000 on a minivan? It would be such a waste of status. I refused to purchase one. Guruwaja then understood. They soon arrived at a modest apartment complex near the financial university. After disembarking, Guruwaja shyly stated, Brother, my rented apartment is right here. It's quite cluttered. Could you help me out? Of course, Yang Fan replied, taking the bags and moving forward. The two-bedroom apartment appeared quite pleasant, particularly Gu Ruijia's room, which was warm and tidy, evidencing her fastidious nature. This was expected. Had her room been disorganized, she would likely have felt embarrassed to invite him inside. After arranging her belongings, Gu Ruijia's mood soared, and she cheerfully said, "Brother, please take a moment to rest while I fetch you a glass of water." Moments later, sitting on the bed with a cup in hand, Yang Fan asked, "Are you studying at the nearby financial university?" Sitting closely beside him, Gu Ruijia replied, "Yes, I'm a freshman here. I chose to rent this place with my best friend instead of staying in the dorms." "Are university students really that free? You even have time for a part-time job?" Yang Fen remarqued. "University is quite liberating. Not only do I work part-time as a companion, but I also model on the side." Yang Fan scrutinized her figure. It was indeed well suited for modeling. Gu Ruijia noticed the slightly invasive gaze from Yang Fan, but felt no shame. Rather, she relished the attention. "Thank you for the compliment. Brother, what type of modeling do you do?" "I accept all sorts of gigs, but typically we are only sought after for KTV and bar openings or various events. Very few part-time models are hired for car shows." "Sounds competitive," Yang Fen remarqued. "Indeed, sometimes I might go a month or two without any work, but that's all right. It's just a part-time gig for me. I only aim to earn a little pocket money. Nothing too demanding." Yang Fan nodded in understanding. After all, as a student, making money was not her primary concern. "What about you, brother? What do you do?" Gu Ruijia was curious about Yang Fan's profession, especially since he seemed unperturbed, spending lavishly on someone he had just met. "Me? I work in investment," he replied, concealing the truth of being a struggling online author. "Your investments must be quite substantial," Gu Ruijia exclaimed. "Not particularly. The money is endless, and it only seems to multiply," he said nonchalantly. Gu Ruijia gasped at his tone, thinking to herself how audacious he was. She believed he was wealthy, but the idea of money being inexhaustible seemed exaggerated. However, considering that he was likely just putting on a fade, she decided to play along with a look of admiration. Yang Fan noticed the sparkle in her eyes and felt a pang of frustration when he heard the intimacy level decrease. Little did she know he was indeed telling the truth, albeit in a convoluted manner, despite having only 20,000 to his name. The return system ensured that he could spend indefinitely. "I understand you might not believe me, but it matters little," he said with a faint smile. Quickly, Gu Ruijia shook her head. "I absolutely believe you, brother. I just think you're incredible." Though she spoke those words, her thoughts were entirely different. She believed that her own finances were manageable as long as she planned her expenditures wisely. Yet, she did not wish to leave a poor impression on Yang Fan. So she resolved to play along. "Shall we head out for dinner now?" "Absolutely, brother. There's a hot pot place nearby that is quite delightful. Shall I take you there? On a festive occasion, why would we settle for hot pot? Let's indulge in a grand feast instead." Upon seeing her conflicted expression, he quickly understood the situation. "Come on. I insist. Do you really expect me to let you foot the bill?" While he recognized that it would be wise to allow her to contribute, he was not looking for a romantic partner. He preferred a straightforward approach. Why bother with games when he could simply spend lavishly? After a lavish seafood dinner costing them several thousand, they strolled leisurely down the street. At this point, Gu Ruijia had taken the initiative to hold Yang Fan's hand, resembling a couple and offering him a small token of affection. If not for the intimacy level being only 39, he might have believed she was genuinely enamored with him. "Brother, where are we headed now?" she asked softly. Yang Fen smirked blithely. "I'm feeling a bit tired. Let us head to a hotel." Gu Ruijia shivered slightly at his implication, fully aware of what that meant. She was not naive. It was quite evident what a man and a woman would do in a hotel. However, she felt a slight resistance, not towards Yang Fan, but rather because their relationship was progressing too swiftly. She feared that if things escalated, he might not appreciate her. It was prudent to keep him intrigued. After all, what was unattainable was often the most desirable. Until now, her intention had merely been to keep Yang Fan, a prize catch, close without considering any deeper commitments. Thus, she halted her steps, pouting playfully and feigning discontent. "Brother, do you see me as such a frivolous person? Is that how you perceive me?" Surprised by her words, Yang Fan turned to face her, momentarily taken aback. The intimacy level remained unchanged, leaving him uncertain whether she was genuinely rebuffing him or merely teasing. Should I seek casual encounters? I could easily find young models at a club, he remarked, and even Guru Wajia had to concede that he had a point. With over 10,000, one could indeed find numerous young models. Chapter 8. The little fairy who wants to raise fish. Although Yang Fan's words increased Guru Wajia's intimacy, she had firmly resolved not to let him have his way easily. Puffing up her cheeks, she retorted, "Then brother shouldn't take me to the hotel. After all, we just met today. I am not mentally prepared. And besides, shouldn't you be pursuing me first? I long for a sweet romance as well. Chasing after you is a waste of time. Why not just throw money at the problem?" Yang Fan inwardly scoffed, yet he recognized her genuine desire to refuse. It was clear that today, S plans would not materialize. Her attitude suggested she intended to keep him hanging. Having undergone a shift in mindset after becoming a fool, he decided not to indulge her whims any longer. "All right, I'll take you to your car." Guru Wajia was taken aback by his response. She scrutinized his expression but found it rather neutral. Hesitantly, she asked, "Brother, are you angry?" "Used." Yang Fan shook his head, interrupting her. "It's nothing. Let's just get a ride home." Seeing that he genuinely planned to send her back, Guru Wajia realized he was indeed upset, albeit unwilling to admit it. However, she was unconcerned, believing that once he calmed down, everything would be fine again. After all, they had exchanged WeChat contacts. After dropping Guru Wajia off, Yang Fan hailed a cab to return home. His phone rang while he was en route. "Brother, I'm home now." Yang Fan set his messages to do not disturb, feeling it necessary to maintain a certain attitude to prevent her from becoming overly confident. Upon arriving home, Guru Wajia joyfully laid out her newly acquired luxury items on her bed, her smile unwavering. After trying on a couple of outfits, she noticed her phone had been silent. Taking it out, she discovered Yang Fan had not replied, prompting her to send another message. "Brother, why aren't you responding? Please don't be angry, okay?" After waiting a considerable time without a response, she pondered he must not have noticed his phone. She didn't believe Yang Fan would truly ignore her. His little fairy, especially after she had given him a chance. Surely he would cherish it. Resolving to ignore her phone, she resumed admiring her luxuries. Nearly an hour later, she checked her phone again, only to find no reply, her heart sinking. Could it be that he hasn't looked at his phone for so long? Is he deliberately ignoring me? Guru Wajia's intimacy -1. At that moment, a voice echoed from the doorway. What is little Ruerue up to? It was her best friend and roommate, a stunning girl with a single ponytail. Guru Wajia turned to her, but before she could speak, her friend let out a shriek. An LV bag, a Chanel set, and so many cosmetics. Did you rob a store, little Ruerue? Her friend dashed in, rummaging through the luxury items on the bed. Seeing her friend's astonishment, Guru Wajia couldn't help but chuckle. "Shanshan, why are you back so early? It's a holiday today. Did your boyfriend really let you come back? Don't change the subject. Tell me honestly, what did you do today to acquire all these luxury items?" "Why should I tell you? How dare you talk back, little Ruerue? Just wait until I tickle you." Shanshan lunged at Guru Wajia and began to tickle her. Stop. I'll tell you, just stop." Guru Wajia finally relented and recounted her encounter with Yang Fan to her friend. Shanshan listened, wide-eyed, her first response being incredulity. "Are you sure he has a sound mind?" "Absolutely. That's quite unbelievable, by the way. Can you introduce me to this wonderful uncle?" At this, Guru Wajia's eyes glinted with a dangerous light as she glared at her friend. "You wish. You already have a boyfriend." Shanshan shrugged off her concern. "How can he compare to an uncle with deep pockets? Since you don't want him, why not let me have him? Good fortune should not go to waste." "Who said I didn't want him? Are you still trying to keep him hanging? Do you think he has like those boys you know? With his wealth, would he lack for women? Why would he spend money on you?" Faced with her friend barrage of questions, Guru Wajia fell into silence. Could it be that I was truly mistaken? Surely a little fairy would not be wrong? Seeing her friend lost in contemplation, Shanshan decided not to press further. "Think it over well. If you really don't want him, I'll be here waiting." She left the room afterward. After arriving home, Yang Fan took a moment to rest before opening Douyin, discovering that Shanshan and Xiaolu were both live streaming. He entered Shanshan's room, greeted enthusiastically Welcome, my carefree brother. Thank you for coming to see Shan Shan. As soon as he entered, Shan Shan, who had been chatting with her audience, spotted him and erupted with joy. This girl certainly knew how to appreciate his presence. Today, she had styled her hair in twin ponytails and donned a short-sleeved t-shirt adorned with cat patterns, paired with pink ultra-short shorts and her signature mismatched white stockings. Innocent yet alluring. Yang Fan chuckled and decided to recharge 27,000, immediately sending out 9 festive gifts. Thank you to my carefree brother for the 9 festive gifts. Come on, everyone, let us give him a round of applause. The viewers began to chatter. It's still our carefree brother. He enters without hesitation, showering Shan Shan with gifts. Another day of envying the wealthy. Half a lifetime of carefree. Aren't you supposed to be celebrating? Isn't he here to celebrate with Shan Shan? What better gift for Valentine's Day than countless festive gifts? As the audience continued their discussions, another 9 festive gifts appeared on the screen, instantly catapulting Shan Shan to the top of the hourly rankings. Yang Fan had come specifically to gift her today, both as a gesture of gratitude and to investigate why his level hadn't increased yet. He had always believed the reason lay in insufficient spending. After recharging successfully, Yang Fan prepared to send more gifts when Shan Shan asked, "Carefree brother, a streamer wants to connect with me. Should I accept?" "Go ahead." With a flash, the screen displayed a stunningly attractive female streamer. Her eyes, accented with eyeliner, appeared captivating, complemented by a beauty mark. She wore an off-shoulder top, revealing black straps, and a sheer, light garment that was somewhat transparent, accentuating her ample figure. Wow, what a beautiful lady. Yang Fengre, hello, Miss. The streamer, named Ollie, replied, "Hello. You're quite beautiful yourself, especially your eyes. They're truly captivating." "Thank you for the compliment. I noticed your big brother is quite impressive, so I thought I'd come over to get to know him. Shall we play a game together?" "Of course. Should we set up a penalty?" Chapter 9. The enchanting Ollie. The penalties for the 2 individuals were quite lenient, suggesting that they were indeed there for entertainment, perhaps to exchange greetings. As they simultaneously closed their microphones to solicit votes, it was time for Yang Fan's performance. He had noticed that the opposing streamer was slightly older, boasting significantly more fans and viewers than Shasha. Half a lifetime of carefree, sent out Carnival 2. Half a lifetime of carefree, sent out Carnival 9. Shasha's livestream was suddenly enveloped in the dazzling effects of the carnival. During Yang Fan's recharge period, the opposing livestream also saw a flurry of gifts, but there remained a considerable gap from the scores he had achieved. Thus, he chose to bide his time, waiting for his opponent to catch up. However, after several minutes of anticipation, he grew perplexed. The other party had initiated the connection, indicating they possessed some degree of skill. Why was their score not increasing? It wasn't until the PK was nearing its conclusion that he noticed the opposing health bar surging dramatically, and he realized their intention was to steal the tower. With a decisive flick, he unleashed 9 carnivals, achieving complete domination. Nevertheless, he quickly recited the withdrawal mantra, hastening his recharge operation. Upon completion, he discovered that the adversary had still not caught up. This round of votes went uncast as time elapsed 5, 4, 2, 1, 3, 2. 3, 8, 1, 2, 4, 7, although he emerged victorious in the PK. Yang Fan recognized his shortcomings, the inability to sustain a continuous barrage, if faced with a formidable opponent intent on stealing the tower. His capacity to deliver merely 27,000 in a single round would undoubtedly fall short. Fortunately, he had no intentions of competing fiercely. His purpose on Douyin was to level up the system and engage with attractive streamers. "Oh no, your big brother is too formidable. We cannot win." The opposing streamer, upon opening her microphone, playfully lamented before dutifully commencing her penalty. At that moment, Yang Fan noticed she wore a dark red mini-skirt that accentuated her long, elegant legs, undeniably alluring. Why are long legs so prevalent? This inquiry was quite pertinent. Douyin features a leg enhancement effect, ensuring that regardless of the actual length, female streamers appeared to possess legs of extraordinary length. Here, it was indeed a rarity to encounter a streamer with short legs. When Ollie returned to the screen, poised to exchange pleasantries with Shasha, she was suddenly captivated by the carnival effects. Half a lifetime of carefree, sent out Carnival 2. Half a lifetime of carefree, sent out Carnival 9. Young fan, undeterred. After witnessing the conclusion of the penalty, promptly jumped into the opposing live stream to dispatch 9 carnivals. Ollie was momentarily stunned before her excitement surged. Thank you, Brother Carefree. For the 9 carnivals. Could this possibly be for medical expenses? I've never encountered such exorbitant medical fees. Once again, thank you, Brother Carefree. I warmly invite you to join my live stream whenever you're free. I'm also a dance streamer. In the face of her continuous gratitude and invitations, Young Fan felt a wave of satisfaction. Primarily, this streamer exceeded an 80-point score, allowing him to reward her without incurring personal costs, an entirely pressure-free endeavor. As for whether this was indeed for medical expenses, did it truly matter? Upon noticing her big brother's generosity in gifting 9 carnivals to another streamer, Shasha felt a twinge of jealousy, primarily due to the undeniable allure of the other streamer, which inadvertently sparked some insecurity within her. Yet, she understood that her brother's choice of whom to reward was his prerogative. Attempting to bind him would be futile and could even lead to displeasure, a scenario best avoided. After all, her brother spent money to procure joy. Thus, even if she felt envious, she dared not show it, choosing instead to devote herself to maintaining her brother's favor. As for the prospect of meeting him offline, she had not entertained such thoughts. She feared he might turn out to be a portly middle-aged man or a decrepit elder. In that case, she might find her affection for wealth waning in any case. Her brother had never broached the subject, so she would let it lie for now. Shortly after Yang Fan returned to Shasha's livestream, he again swiftly dispatched 9 carnivals. This display of generosity eased Shasha's concerns. It appeared that Brother Carefree's favored streamer remained herself. Given the pace of rewards today, her audio wave count would undoubtedly surpass that of the previous day. This confirmed that her little festive strategy had gained her brother's approval, igniting a surge of excitement within her. After completing this round, Yang Fan wished to observe the dual ponytailed legal lowly dance. Thus he typed, "Dance for me." With her big brother's request, Shasha readily complied. "All right, Brother Carefree, what dance would you like to see? Just dance freely." Subsequently, Shasha played music and began to sway. Her movements, albeit casual, were still tantalizing. Wow, Shasha's ponytail dance is simply captivating. As a connoisseur of Lolas, I can't help but be astounded. I typed fervently to clarify my innocence. I've concluded my enjoyment. Brothers, carry on. This is almost too much to bear. Not only the viewers, but even Yang Fan, who had momentarily succumbed to a flurry of exuberance, found it hard to look away. The rate at which he sent gifts was unrelenting, consistently dispatching 9 carnivals at intervals. Fortunately, everyone had disabled the special effects, for nothing could compare to the allure of a beautiful dancer. Time slipped away swiftly. Yang Fan had already contributed over 100,000, while Shasha remained on the hourly leaderboard, attracting numerous new visitors. Yet, his status as a confounded patron had not seen any elevation. What could be the root of this issue? Was it due to insufficient expenditure, or perhaps the need to enhance his favor with multiple female streamers? Preparing to investigate further, he informed Shasha, "Keep streaming well. I'm off to explore a bit." "All right, Brother Carefree, take your time, and do come back often." Shasha understood his intent to visit other streams. However, she felt no pangs of jealousy. After all, her brother had already lavished over 100,000 on her, leaving her utterly elated. She thought, as long as my brother enjoys himself, I am content. Upon exiting Shasha's livestream, Yang Fan noticed that many streamers he had followed were online, including the recently judged to be eligible for Cashback, the charming Xiao Lu, and the captivating Ollie. He decided to first visit the streams of these 2 lovely ladies at that moment. Ollie was engaged in a PK with a rather attractive, unfamiliar female streamer, who appeared to be her equal in beauty, making it a close contest. Ollie excitedly shouted, "My darlings, let us rally together. The gap is narrowing. With just 1 carnival, we can pull ahead." Which generous big brother has some left to assist Ollie? Surely, you don't want to see Ollie drenched from the soda spills, do you? Let us see those small gifts fly. Is there a kind-hearted big brother passing by to lend a hand? I implore you. Just then, Yang Fan, having observed for a while, entered the live stream Chapter 10, Dance streamer. Train shake. As Yang Fan entered, Ollie was oblivious, continuing her lively shouts. Time was running out, and Ollie desperately pleaded, truly wishing to avoid the embarrassment of a soda shower, which would undoubtedly earn her a warning, or worse, a ban. She called out for any passing saviors to lend her a hand. Just as she finished her plea, she froze, then let out a piercing scream. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao, for the carnival. Ha ha ha. Brother Xiaoyao has descended, and Ollie instantly felt rejuvenated. She was elated to see the carnival effects floating across the screen, and upon recognizing the ID, she couldn't help but scream in excitement. Yang Fan had initially intended to support the opposing streamer while enjoying the sight of Ollie getting wet, but unfortunately, the other female streamer had not met the mark. Ollie never expected a big brother from another streamer's fanbase to come to her rescue. After all, her invitation to Brother Xiaoyao was merely a polite gesture. To her astonishment, he actually showed up, even helping her secure an early victory in the competition. Previously, he had sent her 9 carnivals, and now he had come back with another 9. If she couldn't see that Brother Xiaoyao was interested in her, it would be a waste of her months of streaming. Her spirits lifted, she thought to herself. Victory was assured. Brother Xiaoyao was truly Ollie's savior. I love you, Ollie. Heart. She also expressed gratitude to the other supporters. Thank you, beloved fans. The current vote count stood at 353, 691 to 92, 587, with little time remaining, sealing her victory. The viewers in the live stream began to joke around. Look at Ollie. She went out and brought the big brother from the other side to vote for her. How impressive. Wasn't that precisely what she had just done by calling out to passing saviors? There was no denying it. Ollie's charm was indeed exceptional. Isn't that the incredibly impressive big brother we encountered earlier? I used all my resources in that last PK, leaving me with nothing for these 2 rounds. Who could argue otherwise? Primarily because I couldn't steal the tower successfully. Half-world Xiaoyao. Welcome, Brother Xiaoyao. Let me tell you, Ollie dances with such vigor. I guarantee you won't want to leave once you arrive. Half-world Xiaoyao replied. Is that so? Then I must witness it. At that moment, the opposing female streamer, having accepted her defeat, opened a bottle of soda to showcase. Ollie was overjoyed. This was meant to be her punishment. Afterward, the opposing streamer went to change clothes, but Ollie remained connected. After waiting a while, she noticed that Brother Xiaoyao seemed uninterested in sending any medical fees to the other side. Rather, he was engaging with her viewers about her dancing. Of course, she wouldn't bring up the topic of medical fees with him. She wasn't foolish. Moreover, she sensed that Brother Xiaoyao wasn't one for lavish medical expenses, but preferred to support those he found appealing. This realization filled her with joy. Despite her earlier loss, she had received a total of 9 carnivals. Perhaps this indicated her uniqueness? She resolved to cherish Brother Xiaoyao and hoped to draw him in as her guardian big brother. What she didn't know was that it wasn't that Yang Fan didn't want to send medical fees. It was simply that the system wouldn't allow it. Despite the opposing streamer's appearance seeming comparable to Ollie's, it was merely an illusion. In reality, once the beauty filters were removed, she hardly reached a score of 80, raising suspicions of deceit. It was uncertain how the opposing big brother would react upon seeing her true self. Ollie ended the connection, glancing at the lively chat, and inquired, Does Brother Xiaoyao want to see me dance? Without hesitation, Yang Fan sent out 9 carnivals and simply typed one word, dance. Ollie gasped in surprise. This big brother was indeed generous and captivating. Thank you for the 9 carnivals. Brother Xiaoyao, since you want to see me dance, I wonder what style you prefer? As soon as Ollie finished speaking, the chat began to flood with messages. Train shake. Train shake. It must be train shake. Woo. I came here to see Ollie do the train shake. I'm all set. Tissues are ready. Waiting for Ollie's train shake. Train shake 1. Train shake 1008. Yang Fan initially considered requesting a different dance. But upon seeing the viewers unanimously call for the train shake, he too became intrigued. To follow the popular sentiment, let us go with the train shake. Upon seeing Yang Fan's message, Ollie thought to herself, alright, another influence. Though this dance is somewhat risky, I have no aversion to it. It is one of my specialties. With hopes of captivating the big brother, she decided, fine, since everyone wants to see the train shake. Please wait a moment while I change outfits. Yang Fan, impressed by her professionalism, marveled at her dedication to having different outfits for various dances. After a moment filled with anticipation, when Ollie reappeared, she did not disappoint. She wore a strikingly sexy outfit that perfectly highlighted her figure. Wow, Ollie is quite impressive. Her natural beauty was already captivating, but in this outfit, Yang Fan felt an unusual stirring within him. As Ollie started the music, she stepped back to give the viewers a full view. Moments later, she flashed a seductive smile, her body swaying rhythmically to the music. Throughout, she struck alluring poses, complementing her enchanting expressions. Yang Fan felt entranced. The allure was undeniably potent. It was no wonder everyone wanted to see the train shake. It was indeed exhilarating. It was understandable. After all, he had only been in the system for 2 days and hadn't fully transitioned from his previous mindset. Before long, the performance concluded, and Yang Fan began showering her with carnivals, sending them flying into the chat. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao. It seems you are quite pleased with Ollie's dance. If you enjoyed it, feel free to come back often. Ollie has many more dances to showcase. You danced wonderfully. Let us see another one of your specialties. Yang Fan added, sending more carnivals. Seeing this, Ollie felt an overwhelming joy. This was a true big spender, showering her with carnivals at the slightest provocation. Chapter 11. The Adorable Little Deer. Subsequently, Ollie performed several dances before taking a break. Yang Fan watched with great interest and casually rewarded the carnival with a few tokens upon leaving. Although both Ollie and Sasha were dance streamers, they differed significantly. Sasha embodied a pure, alluring style, excelling in the realm of two-dimensional dances. In contrast, Ollie exuded sensuality, with her best performances being girl group dances and energetic routines. Each had their unique flair, and in Yang Fan's words, he simply enjoyed both. He even contemplated the possibility of facilitating an exchange between the two, allowing them to learn from one another's strengths, which he believed would be quite exhilarating. Having spent a considerable amount of time there and having spent around 100,000 tokens, Yang Fan announced, "I'm going out for a stroll." When Ollie saw this message in the chat, she was about to respond but noticed that he had already left the live stream. After a moment of speechlessness, she continued her broadcast. Upon exiting, Yang Fan discovered that Sasha had finished her stream, but the little deer was still live. He pondered for a moment and found the girl quite attractive, so he clicked in. The little deer was engaging with her viewers when she noticed Yang Fan's entry, her face lighting up with joy. "Welcome, Brother Xiaoyao, to the little deer's live stream." In response, he showered her with tokens. Half a lifetime of leisure sent 2 carnival tokens. Half a lifetime of leisure sent 9 carnival tokens. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao, for the carnival tokens. You're amazing. The little deer expressed her excitement, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Initially planning to end her stream, she suddenly felt invigorated. Though she relied solely on her looks to sustain her streaming career, her efforts had yet to yield significant results. She envied Sasha and even Ollie. Yang Fan's generous tipping had caught her attention, and she was aware that these 2 female streamers had been alternating on the hour leaderboard. Thus she knew of Ollie. She had been thrilled when Brother Xiaoyao added her on WeChat the previous day, but her messages went unanswered, leaving her feeling quite disheartened. She speculated that perhaps he had added her out of mere politeness, as she had not managed to captivate his interest. Despite her self-assuredness regarding her looks, having been a beauty since childhood, she lamented her lack of artistic talent. At times, she even felt disdain for beauty filters, believing that if everyone refrained from using them, she would be a formidable competitor. However, now that everyone appeared beautiful with filters, the competition shifted to talent, which felt unfair to her. To her surprise, Brother Xiaoyao unexpectedly graced her stream with such generous tokens, which made her exceedingly thrilled. The little deer, with her animated eyes and somewhat sculpted features, certainly possessed beauty, yet her conservative attire left much to be desired in terms of allure. Yang Fan noted her beauty, but found it somewhat perplexing that she chose to dress so modestly, especially when other talent streamers flaunted their shoulders, legs, and midriffs. He wondered how she could attract viewers with such attire, especially those affluent viewers. Yet, despite his internal critiques, he refrained from advising the little deer. After all, her unique style was a refreshing change, and it was likely she was aware of the prevailing trends but chose not to conform. with about 100 viewers present. It was inevitable that some would raise such issues. Yang Fan shook his head and sent a few more carnival tokens, watching as the little deer bowed once more. All right, enough thanks. Continue your stream. He typed. The bow revealed that her figure was indeed commendable. The little deer, momentarily taken aback by his words, thought to herself, what kind of wolfish statement is this? She chuckled. Has Brother Xiaoyao found me lacking? She then continued, let us return to the previous question. What if a recently divorced middle-aged man came to light up your exhibition every week? Would you want such a boyfriend? Look, Brother Xiaoyao has just showered you with over 10 carnival tokens. ISNT, that far more appealing than lighting up an exhibition? Indeed, little dear, the kind of boyfriend you seek seems to have just appeared. Feeling slightly embarrassed by the viewer's relentless teasing, the little deer exclaimed, I warn you all not to speak carelessly. If you scare away Brother Xiaoyao, you'll regret it. I'm serious about taking action. My Taekwondo skills are quite formidable. Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the viewer comments before inquiring, what is going on? Half a lifetime of leisure, Brother Xiaoyao, before you arrived? We were asking little deer about her ideal boyfriend, and she mentioned wanting someone who lights up her exhibition weekly. Why not fulfill little deer's wish? It seems she genuinely wants to find love. Exactly, apart from her slightly off-key singing, little deer is truly beautiful. The little deer noticed her viewers growing increasingly animated and felt a bit flustered. Enough already. I can tolerate the teasing, but please don't poke fun at Brother Xiaoyao. It's not easy for me to have someone like him in my stream. Ugh, this group of fans is truly challenging to manage. Little deer, you dare to disdain me? I'll unfollow. How dare little deer confront us? If she unfollows, she'll soon realize our strength. Unfollow, unfollow. This time I must unfollow. Little deer has hurt my feelings. We were merely trying to help you, and you despise us? No more to say. I'm unfollowing. Seeing the flood of comments threatening to unfollow, the little deer instantly felt defeated and quickly responded with a smile. Please, everyone, don't act impulsively. Let us talk things over. We're family. There is no need to unfollow, really. As the little deer continuously reassured her viewers, they reluctantly decided to forgive her this once. Once the crisis passed, she slumped back in her chair, appearing utterly defeated. Yang Fan found the live stream quite entertaining, which explained why the little deer had garnered a loyal following. He then sent a couple more carnival tokens. Just as the little deer was wallowing in her despondency, she suddenly jolted upright from her chair, her gratitude interrupted by Yang Fan's message. No more thanks. If you keep thanking me, I'll unfollow. The little deer froze in her tracks, staring wide-eyed at the screen, astonished. This did not sound like Brother Xiaoyao at all. Had he quickly succumbed to the whims of the viewers? After confirming that it was indeed a message from him, the little deer slumped back into her chair, not in despair this time, but questioning her entire existence. Subsequently, Yang Fan lingered in the live stream for quite some time before finally leaving, having gifted the little deer over 100,000 tokens, much to her delight. The most thrilling part was that he forbade her from expressing her gratitude, leaving her to hold it all in. Once he departed, the little deer burst forth in jubilant energy, ecstatic beyond measure. Chapter 12. Morning delights. After emerging from the live stream of little deer, Yang Fan glanced at Ali's private message and promptly added her on V. The reply came almost instantly, suggesting that Ali, having just concluded her broadcast, was perusing her phone. Finally, you've added Ali, Brother Xiaoyao. How touching. I just saw it. Today, Brother Xiaoyao has been quite generous. I wonder how Ali can be of service to you? Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback by her words, pondering, is this beauty so easy to please? Anything at all? He replied, punctuating his message with a suggestive emoji. Upon seeing this, Ali immediately recognized the implication and felt a twinge of annoyance. Was she truly that easy? However, not wanting to offend Yang Fan, she decided to be straightforward. You naughty man. Ali was actually inquiring if you're a merchant, perhaps seeking me to promote products or advertisements. Realization dawned on Yang Fan. He understood her intention now. It made sense, given that Ali boasted over 1 million fans and her live streams attracted considerable attention, distinguishing her from lesser-known streamers like Shasha and Little Deer. Thus, it was only natural for her to consider him in the context of commercial opportunities. Having grasped the situation, Yang Fan replied, "I'm not selling anything." Ali's heart leapt with joy at this response. Not being a merchant implied a genuine connection, and she felt she had encountered a true benefactor. Primarily, Brother Xiaoyao. Your lavish generosity has left Ali somewhat flustered, so please don't hold it against me. It's nothing, just a small expense, no need for concern. Ali's spirits soared. Her previous fatigue from dancing dissipated, and she eagerly prepared to engage Yang Fan further. Yet, after sending 2 more messages, she received no reply, leaving her with a sense of emptiness. Reluctantly, she sent one final message. Has Brother Xiaoyao already retired for the night? Then Ali shall also take her leave. Good night. In truth, Yang Fan was not asleep. He was engrossed in a game and had no habit of replying mid-session, especially for casual chats. The following 2 days, he remained at home, diligently typing away. He was still seeking methods to upgrade his system, and thus spent his evenings exploring the enchanting live streams of beautiful women on Douyin, generously showering them with gifts. Gradually, he garnered a reputation on the platform. He often propelled the 3 ladies into the Hour-S leaderboard, leading many streamers and viewers to recognize the presence of such a generous benefactor. Contrary to assumptions, Yang Fan's daily expenditures, amounting to hundreds of thousands, placed him among the elite spenders on Douyin. Most who spent more were either longtime users or merchants, many of whom operated under the guise of counterfeit goods. Few could claim to be genuine benefactors like him, making his notoriety quite expected. His motivation for writing stemmed from the inability to discern how to upgrade, as he believed maintaining a steady income from writing was essential. Although his earnings amounted to only a few thousand a month, it would bolster his cash return capabilities. Unfortunately, after merely 2 days, he realized he had overestimated his ability. His mindset had shifted so dramatically that he found it nearly impossible to concentrate. The writings he produced were chaotic and unpalatable even to himself. Reluctantly, he abandoned that endeavor. On the 3rd day, upon waking, he picked up his phone and noticed unread messages. He casually opened one from Little Deer, the most communicative of the trio, despite being the least active in terms of gifting. Even when he did not respond, she would share snippets of her life, embodying a sense of indifference to a lack of reciprocation. Image. JPG image. JPG Brother Xiaoyao. This is my homemade breakfast. Doesn't it look delicious? I told you my culinary skills are impressive, yet you didn't believe me. Yang Fan observed the food in the pictures. It did indeed look appetizing, stirring a hint of hunger within him. However, he chose to tease her instead, entering his usual playful banter. What is so fascinating about breakfast photos? If you had sent a private one, I'm sure it would be even more delectable. Huh, you rogue. Just as he was about to get dressed, his phone rang. It was a video call from Little Deer, which puzzled him. He promptly ended the call and inquired, "What is going on? Are you out of your mind?" "No private photos, but a private Little Deer is available. Care to take a look?" This left Yang Fan momentarily speechless, though he felt a flicker of curiosity about what this girl was up to. Yet, having just risen, he was wary of his appearance, so he replied, "Wait a moment." After freshening up and checking himself in the mirror, he noted that his hair remained presentable from the previous day. Satisfied, he tidied up a bit and redialed the video call. Soon, a beautiful girl appeared on his screen. To his surprise, Little Deer, adorned with light makeup, looked almost identical to her on-stream persona. Did this girl not use any beauty filters during her broadcasts? Indeed, while one might doubt the system's integrity, its judgment regarding appearances remained reliable. Her beauty was undoubtedly on par with Guru Weijia, whom he had encountered previously. Not only was Yang Fan astonished, but Little Deer was equally taken aback. So this is what Brother Xiaoyao looks like. He appears rather youthful. A bead of sweat trickled down Yang Fan's forehead as he examined Little Deer, dressed in a white t-shirt, and teased, "Where's the private Little Deer? Bring her out. Haha, is she not right before you? I trusted you, and you actually tricked me?" At this, Little Deer halted her laughter, feigning shyness as she replied, "No, I'm only wearing a t-shirt. ISNT that's still considered private?" Yang Fan's eyes widened in realization. Her words clearly implied she was not wearing anything below. This girl certainly knew how to play, chuckling to himself. Then, Why don't you hold your phone further away? I want tea. All right. You've seen the private little dear. I'm hanging up now. You dare. With that, she indeed ended the call, leaving Yang Fan feeling a mix of frustration and amusement. Truthfully, when little dear initiated the video call, he had suspected she might be attempting to pull a prank on him, and upon connecting, he confirmed his suspicions. She was likely curious about his appearance. He understood her intentions. It seemed this girl was contemplating a face-to-face meeting. He did not propose a meeting himself. Since she had taken the initiative, he had no reason to decline. Besides, he had nothing to be ashamed of regarding his looks, so why hesitate to engage in a video call? Thus, he unwittingly stepped into her playful trap. Chapter 13. Serendipity at the bus stop on the other side. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Lu felt rather content. Although Brother Xiao Yao had an ordinary appearance, he was far superior to the typical middle-aged man with a protruding belly, an old codger, or a receding hairline. While every girl may dream of the tall, rich, and handsome archetype, such individuals are quite scarce and in high demand. At least Brother Xiao Yao possessed the most crucial attribute, wealth. As Principal Wang once remarked, "Do I need to be handsome? Do I?" In Xiao Lu's perspective, Principal Wang belonged to the category of those who exude an inherent charm. As long as one is not unattractive, they tend to appear increasingly appealing over time. Coincidentally, Brother Xiao Yao was also of this type, and upon reflecting on his visage, adding a filter in her mind, she found him more than a match for herself, and she realized that a romantic encounter was not a necessity. Yang Fan was not mistaken. Xiao Lu indeed harbored intentions of meeting him offline. Her thoughts were straightforward. Although Brother Xiao Yao had been showering her with gifts in the livestream, he was not exclusively directing his generosity towards her. There were at least 3 others receiving similar attention. Moreover, she was among those receiving the least. She was acutely aware that, compared to the other 2, her standing online was considerably inferior. Her most competitive advantage lay in the offline realm, for she was undeniably a beauty. It would be unwise to pit her shortcomings against the strengths of others. Hence, she resolved to meet offline, showcasing her beauty to compensate for her lack of talent. She acknowledged that after receiving Brother Xiao Yao's generous gifts over the past few days, her mindset had shifted. She was no longer merely the Xiao Lu who sought to earn a little pocket money daily. Consequently, she feared Brother Xiao Yao might lose interest. Thus, she aimed to solidify their connection. Her journey of self-discovery was quite commendable. Yang Fan smiled upon receiving Xiao Lu's message. "Brother Xiao Yao, I do like to go out for a breath of fresh air. Do you have any good suggestions?" The implication was unmistakable. Yang Fan would certainly not select any location far away, as he would have to cover the round-trip airfare himself. With his current finances, that would be unwise. However, he refrained from stating this outright. "How would I know what you want to do?" "Well, summer has arrived, and it's quite hot. I remember you're from a cooler city, right?" "Indeed. Are you thinking of visiting me?" "It would be a splendid travel destination. If I come over, being unfamiliar with the area, will you show me around?" "Of course." "Wonderful. With Brother Xiao Yao as my living map, I won't even need to plan anything. I'll come over this weekend." Thus, they silently agreed upon a date for their offline meeting. Yang Fan had not anticipated that the first female streamer to take the initiative would be Xiao Lu. He had assumed that Xia was more likely. However, as of now, the other 2 streamers were still holding back, proving that being a streamer was not as easily navigable as one might think. Nevertheless, he was in no rush, as showering gifts did not cost him anything. At least one had been successfully lured in by his monetary offerings. With thoughts of Xiao Lu's charming demeanor, he found himself quite looking forward to their meeting. After realizing he was in no mood to write, he opted for a seemingly attractive offline companion, placing an order for 2 hours. However, after waiting for a while without receiving any cashback, he promptly canceled the order. Clearly, he had encountered a case of false advertising. He began to search anew, only to find that the second choice was also a mismatch, leaving him somewhat speechless. Fortunately, on his 3rd attempt, he successfully received cashback. In truth, while the 3rd candidate was indeed appealing, she appeared slightly less attractive than the previous 2 based solely on her photos, which was rather absurd. It seemed that even at this price point, there are not many companions who could achieve a score above 80. Having secured a delightful meal companion to alleviate his boredom, Yang Fan stepped outside. Just as he reached the roadside to hail a taxi, a melodious voice caught his attention. "What are you doing?" The voice sounded somewhat anxious, prompting him to turn and glance in that direction. The voice belonged to a young woman standing at the nearby bus stop, appearing to be in her 20s. Dressed in black trousers and a white shirt, complemented by high heels, clearly a professional outfit. Her face was etched with fear as she hugged herself and cautiously stepped back a couple of paces. In front of her stood a disheveled, short middle-aged man whose hair was slightly unkempt. The man remained silent, but fixated on the young woman, following her every movement with his gaze, which terrified her. The bus stop was nearly deserted, save for a young man who appeared conflicted, wanting to intervene, yet hesitant to do so. Observing the middle-aged man's diminutive stature and lack of physical prowess, Yang Fan quickly concluded that even in the event of a confrontation, the man would not pose a threat. He approached the scene, checking for valid consumer targets. "Would you like to view information?" The system's voice momentarily bewildered Yang Fan. "I'm just trying to do a good deed." He dismissed the notification and stepped in front of the young woman, locking his gaze on the middle-aged man. Strangely, the man ignored him entirely, shifting a few steps to change his angle of view towards the young woman. "Is this guy mentally unstable?" Yang Fan thought, refusing to indulge him any further. He barked, "What are you staring at? Can't you see you're scaring her? Move aside." The middle-aged man merely glanced at him without responding, continuing to shuffle towards the young woman with a lecherous gaze and a smile that seemed disturbingly persistent. Yang Fan was convinced that the man had serious psychological issues. His behavior was far from normal. He stepped forward, pointing at the man and shouting, "Get lost! Do you not understand me?" He then turned to the frightened young woman, reassuringly saying, "Don't worry. I'm here. You once he dare to act up. When the bus arrives, you just get on, and I'll block him." The young woman expressed her gratitude with a frightened smile. "Thank you so much. Yes, really scary." "No problem." Yang Fan then turned, keeping a vigilant eye on the middle-aged man, positioning himself firmly in front of him no matter how he moved. "If you don't step aside, I swear I'll hit you." Yet the man remained unfazed. Frustration mounted within Yang Fan. He had no intention of engaging in a physical altercation, so he pulled out his phone and called the police in plain sight of the man. His primary concern was preventing such a person from roaming freely, as it could lead to unforeseen troubles. Surprisingly, the man showed no signs of retreat, even upon hearing Yang Fan call for help. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the bus the young woman had been waiting for arrived. "Thank you so much, kind sir. The bus is here, and I'm running late for work." She quickly dashed onto the bus, while Yang Fan seized the middle-aged man by his clothing, pulling him back and giving him a shove. Chapter 14. Yang Fan's deviousness after the young lady boarded the vehicle. She stood by the window, attentively watching Yang Fan while waving and bidding farewell. The middle-aged man, upon witnessing the bus depart, cast a discontented glance at Yang Fan before preparing to leave. However, Yang Fan had no intention of allowing him to depart so easily. He followed the man closely, during which no extreme actions transpired. When the police arrived, he recounted the events, suggesting that the individual might be suffering from a mental illness and should undergo an evaluation. Subsequently, the middle-aged man was taken away by the police, and the matter was resolved. This incident occurred to the author in real life. Although it was some time ago, the memory remains vivid. The young lady was genuinely beautiful, yet regrettably, she did not leave any contact information. The author intends to continue this narrative within the book. Upon arriving at the designated location, Yang Fan found the companion waiting for him at the entrance of the restaurant. She was a young woman with long hair cascading past her shoulders, donning a white baseball cap, black athletic shorts, and a pink t-shirt, all complemented by stylish white sneakers that radiated a casual vibe. Her legs were elegantly shaped, resembling a wine glass, with a pronounced distinction between her thighs and calves, likely a testament to her athleticism. While placing his order, Yang Fan learned her basic information. Her nickname was 11. She was 21 years old, stood 163 centimeters tall, and weighed 46 kilograms. Detected valid consumer. Would you like to view the information? View. Name. Chun Siu. Age. 21 height. 163 centimeters weight. 46 kilograms. Overall attractiveness. 85. 97. Status. Normal intimacy level. 0 code 3. Although he had already confirmed that she was the person he had arranged to meet, Yang Fan approached her nonetheless. "Are you 11?" he inquired. The girl smiled warmly, nodded, and after sizing him up, asked, "What should I call you?" Just as Yang Fan was about to respond, a system notification interrupted him. "Chun Siu intimacy level -15. What?" His excitement was abruptly dampened, as he felt a sense of discontent with these young ladies' standards of beauty. Observing the girl's increasingly sweet smile, he found himself questioning his existence, a dark line appearing on his forehead. Indeed, as Zhang Wuji's mother wisely stated, the more beautiful a woman, the more deceptive she may be. Her cheerful facade starkly contrasted with the inner turmoil of her thoughts. Never mind, he thought, anger is unnecessary. There is no need for a mere tool to affect his mood. "You could just call me young man. That works well," he replied. "All right then, as long as the young man is happy. Shall we head in for a meal?" "Yes, let us go inside." With that, Yang Fan began walking towards the upscale restaurant nearby. Chun Siu was momentarily taken aback. Though they had agreed to meet at this location, and she had considered that they might dine here, she was still somewhat incredulous. This restaurant was renowned, a Michelin 2-star establishment famous for its exorbitant prices. She had always wanted to try it, but had never ventured in, not due to a lack of funds, but rather her reluctance to spend. Seeing Yang Fan walk inside filled her with surprise and a hint of excitement. Could it be that she had such good fortune? She quickly gathered herself and hurried to catch up with him. After hesitating for a moment, she walked beside him and curiously asked, "Are we dining here?" "Yes." Yang Fan was somewhat surprised by her proximity, but the thought of the negative intimacy level left him speechless. Upon receiving confirmation, the girl beamed. "I've heard this place is fantastic. I've always wanted to try it, but it's just too expensive," she added, playfully sticking out her tongue. "Then let us indulge ourselves. Order lavishly. There's no need to hold back." Yang Fan had arranged for this outing precisely to enjoy a sumptuous meal, so he certainly hoped she would not feel hesitant. Chun Siu felt relieved by his subtle indication that he would cover the bill, coupled with the terms of their agreement, which stated that the client would choose the dining location and be responsible for the expenses. She felt no pressure. However, there was a rule in her line of work against taking advantage of clients, so she was careful not to overindulge in her selections and made sure to consult with Yang Fan regarding each dish. Yang Fan, somewhat dissatisfied, reiterated his request for more expensive items before they finally commenced their meal. Chun Siu privately marveled at the generosity of her client. Yet as she observed him savoring the food without a hint of concern, she quickly joined in. Half an hour later, "Good afternoon, sir and madam. Your total expenditure is 7,368. How would you like to pay?" Yang Fan promptly produced his bank card and handed it to the cashier. "Card, please." Chun Siu intimacy level 15. Upon completing the transaction, the system chimed in again, indicating a 15-point increase in intimacy. Quite satisfactory. Chun Siu had to admit that there was something undeniably charming about a man who pays the bill. Initially, she hadn't thought highly of him, perceiving him as rather ordinary and significantly older than herself. Yet after their meal, she found her opinion shifting, despite their limited conversation. He revealed himself to be a decent person, at least possessing the virtue of generosity. Once outside, Chun Siu inquired, "Young man, I looked at your order details. Are we going shopping next?" "Indeed. Is there anything specific you wish to purchase, or do you prefer to stroll through parks and scenic areas? Can we really explore parks and attractions?" Chun Siu replied with a laugh. "Of course. While the app may not delineate things that finely, the shopping category encompasses all open venues that one can visit." "Ah, I see." With this revelation, the outing began to feel far less monotonous. Yang Fan suddenly recalled something and posed a question. "Do you offer any hidden services that aren't displayed on the app?" Indeed, he had longed for a transaction of a different nature. Chun Siu, upon hearing this, cast a teasing glance his way, feigning ignorance. "What sort of service are you referring to, young man?" I mean services that are less than wholesome." Chun Siu intimacy level -10. Damn it. Although Yang Fan mentally grumbled at the drop in intimacy, he unexpectedly felt a surge of affection for her. After all, her intimacy level was at 3. Even if it was slightly lower than others, she certainly did not appear to be the type to engage in such business. As anticipated, Chun Siyu shook her head with a smile. I cannot speak for others, but as for me, I do not offer such services. I am purely a companion for leisure. With his intimacy level already in the negatives, Yang Fan decided to tease her, allowing her to experience the allure of wealth. He extended 2 fingers and stated, 20,000. Chun Siyu was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, she comprehended his meaning. Her smile faltered, her expression shifting as she earnestly replied, Young man, I fear you may be disappointed. I am not that kind of person. Chun Siyu intimacy level -5, 40,000. If you agree, I will transfer the money immediately. Gasp. Chapter 15. Fragile emotions in the face of money upon hearing the figure. Chun Siyu gasped, her heart filled with astonishment. 40,000. As someone who has always maintained her integrity, she felt a sudden wavering within her. She yearned to immediately refuse the offer and return the payment to the other party. Yet her mind was in turmoil, a voice incessantly reminding her of the enticing amount, 40,000. Are you truly certain you do not desire it? Taking a deep breath, she gazed at Yang Fan with a bitter smile and said, Please, don't jest with me. With 40,000, you could find whatever kind of companion you desire in a nightclub or a club. Yang Fan, with a hint of disdain, replied, I have no interest in such individuals. Nor am I joking. If you agree, I will transfer the money right now. How does 60,000 sound? The price had risen again. Was this man a devil? Was he attempting to lead her to her own demise? He certainly did not appear to be jesting. Chun Siyu reluctantly acknowledged that her shameful heart was stirred. Perhaps she could simply dismiss it as a dream. After all, it was just one night. As long as she remained silent, no one would ever know, right? It never crossed her mind that she could be valued so highly in a man's eyes. In fact, she felt somewhat cherished. Chun Siyu's intimacy level 10. Her thoughts became increasingly chaotic and her breathing quickened. Unsure whether to accept or decline, she hesitated for a moment, biting her lip, and inexplicably uttered, I have a boyfriend. Please don't do this. The words stumbled out clumsily, and upon finishing, she felt as though all her courage had been drained from her. The most terrifying part was that almost immediately after saying it, she felt a wave of regret wash over her, even teetering on the brink of tears. Yang Fan, observing her reaction, internally scoffed. Were it not for the increase in intimacy, one might genuinely believe that this amount of money would not sway her. Suddenly finding her amusing, he continued to tease her. So, I need to raise the price. Chun Siyu was taken aback, quickly shaking her head. No, that's not what I meant. I. Seeing her struggle to articulate her thoughts, Yang Fan casually inquired, Does your boyfriend know you engage in offline companionship? Chun Siyu nodded, somewhat dazed. Is that even permissible? Yang Fan said, Incredulos. It was astonishing that such a beautiful girl had a boyfriend who would allow her to accompany other men. Noting Yang Fan's incredulous gaze, Chun Siyu explained, He trusts me. I only accept offers for dining or shopping, never for bars or KTV. Yang Fan shook his head in disbelief. I believe your boyfriend does not truly love you. A man who cares for you would never permit you to accompany other men, even if it is merely for meals or shopping. You, however, can resist the allure of money for his sake, which is commendable. But the harsh reality is that he does not deserve you. This was not merely Yang Fan's attempt to undermine a relationship. It was a genuine sentiment he harbored. Chun Siyu, upon hearing this, did not retort, her expression tinged with bitterness. If I were to say he instigated me to engage in companionship, would you then deem him even less worthy? Goodness, I suppose he even asks you for money. Doesn't he? Silently, Chun Siyu nodded, her voice lost. Yang Fan was left speechless. Was this not a clear case of scoundrel? This was beyond mere infatuation. She was afflicted with a severe case of love-induced delusion. The girl burst into laughter at his words. Chun Siyu's intimacy level 3. Yang Fan felt exasperated by such a gold digger. They were both impoverished souls. Yet he yearned for a high-value beauty, and here was a man who, after taking advantage, still sought to deceive her for money. Suddenly, a realization struck him. While he understood that increasing the monetary offer would likely sway her, given the undeniable power of financial allure, he decided to switch tactics. I am not interested in purchasing any illicit services. Rather, I intend to spend 60,000 to facilitate your separation from this scoundrel. What do you think? What? Chun Siyu was utterly bewildered, her face a canvas of questions. How? Do you wish to keep such a gold digger? Having just regretted her earlier refusal of the 6,000 transaction, she now felt a surge of unexpected delight. Are you serious? She asked incredulously. Of course. Just add me on WeChat. Once they completed the addition, she noticed a transfer of 20,000 from him. As astonishment mingled with confusion, she contemplated the implications. The bewilderment stemmed from the fact that he had actually sent the money, while her confusion arose from the amount being only 20,000. Seeing her dazed expression, Yang Fan chuckled. What are you waiting for? Accept it. I only have a little over 20,000 left. If you don't accept it, I cannot transfer the second installment. Oh, the girl accepted the money, and soon after, he transferred another 20,000, repeating the process 3 times in total. As she gazed at the numbers, she pondered, is this akin to a confession of feelings? Why not send 52,000? Chun Siyu's intimacy level 10. She then turned to Yang Fan, inquiring, so I merely need to break up with him? Indeed. However, should you accept the money and fail to act, you might want to consider the potential consequences. Chun Siyu was completely baffled by this man's intentions. He was willing to spend 60,000 solely to facilitate her breakup? This seemed utterly absurd. Surely, he must be waiting to pursue her once she was single, right? But aside from his height and looks, what was she even thinking? In truth, her friends and close companions had repeatedly cautioned her against her boyfriend, causing her to harbor doubts. Yet, as someone with a romanticized view of relationships, she cherished her third chance after 2 failed romances, convincing herself to overlook his shortcomings. Now, faced with the temptation of monetary gain to end her relationship, she found clarity. Thus, in front of Yang Fan, she decisively called her boyfriend to announce their breakup, erasing all forms of contact and blocking him entirely. This left her boyfriend utterly bewildered. Indeed, when a woman decides to be ruthless, she can be utterly heartless. Clearly, she had no intention of deceiving Yang Fan. A man willing to part with 60,000 for such a task was not to be trifled with. Having chosen money, she embraced it wholeheartedly. Yang Fan nodded in satisfaction, thinking, whoever claims that emotions are priceless, let me demonstrate their tangible value through cash. Is it not evidently priced? Moreover, for some individuals, it is not even exorbitant. With his mind now clear, Yang Fan felt elated, declaring grandly, let us go. Seeing you heartbroken is quite pitiful. I shall take you shopping, and today's expenses are on me. Chun Siyu rolled her eyes at his words. Whose fault is it that I'm heartbroken? Yet, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, quickening her pace to catch up with Yang Fan. They took a taxi to a high-end shopping district, where they indulged in a shopping spree, spending over 200,000 in total, causing her to exclaim, stop, no more, don't buy anything else. She was astounded by Yang Fan's extravagant shopping style. They spent little time browsing, yet ended up with an abundance of items, all for her. In the end, I was entirely led by the other party to purchase a platinum necklace. The young woman inwardly lamented, goodness, your approach to courting is rather brazen, isn't it? However, one must concede that the act of buying truly surpasses all romantic declarations. Chapter 16. Guru wages inner turmoil as Yang Fan observed the steadily rising intimacy levels with Chun Siyu. He found himself rather pleased. After purchasing a necklace, Chun Siyu exclaimed, Big brother, please stop buying. I truly cannot accept any more. The salesgirl, overhearing her, glanced at the numerous luxury brand bags they carried and remarked with envy, you are truly fortunate to have such a generous boyfriend. Caught off guard, Chun Siyu merely smiled politely, not bothering to refute the comment. Once they departed, Yang Fan felt it was time to lighten the mood, teasingly suggesting, how can we not buy? How else can we alleviate your heartache from your breakup? Chun Siyu, rolling her eyes, retorted, I am not heartbroken. I was the one who ended things, not the other way around. Do I look like I deserve to be heartbroken? Initially, she had anticipated lingering in self-doubt for a while, but after Yang Fan's relentless shopping spree with her, her feelings of sorrow were surprisingly minimal. In fact, she almost forgot she had just experienced a breakup, leading her to ponder, could it be that I possess the potential to be a heartbreaker? Especially when she noticed the envious glances from the sales staff. Her vanity felt immensely satisfied. Yang Fan, with a mischievous glint in his eye, suggested, "We can stop shopping." "But only if what?" she asked, intrigued. "Only if you give me a kiss," she replied, utterly speechless. "What kind of logic is that? I'm trying to help you save money, and you repay my kindness with this?" Yang Fan shrugged nonchalantly. "Do I need your help?" "You insufferable man," a sudden warmth blossomed within her, as she realized she harbored an inexplicable fondness for him. She understood his intentions. Only someone keen on pursuing her would lavish such extravagant gifts, even going so far as to spend lavishly to help her through a breakup. However, the notion of seamlessly transitioning into something more made her uneasy. After all, they had only known each other for a brief moment. For reasons unknown, she softly murmured, "Can you give me some time?" Though her voice was barely a whisper, the sincerity in her tone was evident. Yang Fan, initially intending to tease her, recognized the gravity of her request and decided to relent. "I'm tired from shopping. Let us go. I'll take you home." As they walked, Yang Fan learned that Chun Siu was a local, occasionally residing at school and sometimes returning home. She had no intention of returning to her ex-boyfriend's rented apartment, nor did she plan to retrieve her few belongings left behind. Upon arriving at her parents' home, Yang Fan curiously inquired, "How will you explain bringing all this stuff home? They're all at work during this time. I'll just take them straight to my room. What if they find out? If they do, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it." "I'm not worried. Why should you be?" "Fair point," he conceded, prompting a smile from Chun Siu. "If worst comes to worst, I'll just tell them a foolish man who doesn't value money sent them." Yang Fan rolled his eyes at her response. Chun Siu lived in a modest apartment complex, and upon entering her home, she quickly stowed her belongings before eagerly pulling Yang Fan out of the apartment. Once outside, she boldly asked, "What do you want for dinner? Choose freely. I'll treat you." Yang Fan chuckled at her offer. "What is this? Does having a couple of bills in your pocket make you feel guilty if you don't spend it?" Chun Siu shrugged off his comment. "You've already spent so much today. What is wrong with treating you to a meal? Even if I'm using your money to pay, it's just a small sum. I've already earned it back. Save your money for later when you need to pay when I'm around." In that moment, she felt a strange sense of comfort with this insufferable man by her side. Curiously, she asked, "You said you've earned it back? Along with what you've given me, you must have spent over 200,000 today, right? You made that back?" "Of course. Spending tens of thousands is hardly a joke," he replied, eyes wide. "Let us give you another chance to rephrase that." With a cute sticking out her tongue, she quipped, "Rich brother." After enjoying a lavish meal together, Yang Fan escorted her to her car before hailing a cab for himself to return home. Once there, he couldn't help but reflect on the days he had possessed the system without truly savoring the fruits of his labor. "Oh, well, perhaps my standards have simply risen," he mused. After all, good things come to those who wait. Particularly with the prospect of Xiao Lu descending upon him this weekend, he anticipated a more rewarding experience. Suddenly, a notification indicating an increase in intimacy with Guru Weijia caught Yang Fan off guard. He hadn't engaged with her in days, having chosen to ignore her, knowing she was likely caught in her own turmoil. Yet, the unexpected notification piqued his interest. In a nearby apartment, Guru Weijia sat on her bed, staring blankly at her phone, displaying Yang Fan's contact. Her mood had been rather dismal lately. Initially, she had hoped for Yang Fan to reach out, planning to voice her grievances about his lack of response. However, after 2 days with no word from him, anxiety began to creep in. Her friend's words echoed in her mind. Wealthy men seldom lack for companionship. After all, who wouldn't he want to spend time with someone like him? The thought of him dining with another woman, gifting her bags and luxurious items, stirred a pang of heartache within her. Determined to take action, she crafted a post for her social media, stating, "I suddenly feel the urge to fall in love," accompanied by a beautiful selfie. The next day, she received a flurry of likes and comments, yet the joy was fleeting. The post had been directed at a specific individual who remained unresponsive. Following that, she posted about feeling unwell and needing care, but once again, there was no reaction from him. Instead, she was inundated with insincere messages from others, which she chose to ignore completely. Chapter 17. My cat can jump hip-hop. Could it be that the other party truly wished to sever ties with her after the previous incident? Gu Ruijia now found herself engulfed in regret, reminiscing about the other's kindness, generosity, and exquisite designer handbags. The thought of losing such a treasure tormented her. She could hardly bear the idea of allowing another woman to claim him. The frustration of potentially letting such a golden opportunity slip through her fingers made her want to chastise herself. Unable to resist any longer, she reached out once more, confessing her yearning for him, yet her overtures were met with silence. She admitted to feeling a tinge of fear that, after Yang Fan, she might never encounter a man so affluent and willing to lavish her with affection. After grappling with her emotions for a considerable time, she resolutely began typing a message on her phone. "Brother, could you please not ignore me? These past few days of silence have caused me great distress, whether in class, during meals, or while sleeping. Your image haunts my thoughts. I fear I may have developed feelings for you." After sending her heartfelt note, Gu Ruijia gazed at her phone with eager anticipation. She believed her message was so candid it was akin to a confession. Surely he would respond? After all, she was exceptionally beautiful. Who could possibly resist such allure? However, reality swiftly delivered a blow. After waiting for a full 30 minutes, the chat window offered no sign of activity. Clenching her teeth, she pressed the video call button. Upon receiving Gu Ruijia's message, Yang Fan realized she had capitulated. Yet he deemed the moment not ripe for a response, choosing instead to prolong her anticipation. The little lady, having exhausted her options, had resorted to confessing her feelings. He was confident that this delightful meal was now inevitable. With no urgency on his part, he felt even less inclined to hurry. Unexpectedly, she called him via video, and after a moment's hesitation, he accepted. The instant the call connected, Gu Ruijia felt a surge of joy and sweetly exclaimed, "Brother." Yet, Yang Fan's expression remained impassive as he replied, "If someone repeatedly ignores your messages, it's clear they wish not to engage. Did you not realize this? Why call me if you wish for me to remove you from my contacts?" Gu Ruijia, initially elated, felt a wave of indignation wash over her at his coldness and hurtful words. However, determined not to let her anger escalate, she quickly reined in her emotions, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "Brother, are you still angry? I didn't mean to reject you. I merely felt things were moving too quickly. Now that I've reflected, could you find it in your heart to forgive me? I wouldn't be upset over a woman's refusal. That would be rather petty. Then why are you ignoring me? Is it not normal to disregard someone who intends to toy with me like a fish?" Boom! This statement left Gu Ruijia utterly astonished. Had he truly seen through her intentions? Yet, admitting such a thing was out of the question. She quickly adjusted her attitude and resumed her pitiful act. "I haven tea. I truly haven tea. Brother, where are you? May I come to explain in person?" Realizing he was beginning to suspect her motives, she knew that words alone would not suffice. She had to pull out her trump card, a personal delivery. Yang Fen chocolate inwardly. How amusing. He was someone who already possessed his own fishing pond. Did she truly think she could dangle him like a bait? Faced with her overt gesture, he felt he had no reason to decline. After all, having been single for quite some time, he would be lying if he claimed he had no needs in that regard. Otherwise, he would not have acted impulsively in seeking a transaction with Chen Siyu. Was this the proverbial case of when one door closes, another opens? Given her proactive approach, he decided to be straightforward, pausing a moment before saying, "Meet me at the entrance of the Kempinski." Kempinski was a 5-star hotel, and his words were laden with implication. Upon hearing this, Gu Ruijia felt a surge of delight. Did he truly believe he could resist the charm of this fairy? Indeed, men were rather predictable. She now wondered if she had yielded too soon, feeling a hint of regret for not maintaining her composure. But with matters having progressed this far, she still managed to feign shyness. "All right, I can leave right now." "Go ahead. I'll be there in half an hour." After hanging up the video call, Yang Fan hummed a tune as he set out once more. Half an hour later, he arrived at their rendezvous. Spotting Gu Ruijia, who stood elegantly to the side, he noted her attire, a JK uniform, yet distinct from the last time. She wore a dark red checkered shirt with a small tie, a short skirt paired with knee-high black socks, and brown leather shoes, complemented by an LV handbag. Standing there with grace, she undeniably captured attention. Though this girl harbored many thoughts, it was undeniable that she was a natural beauty, and her ensemble made her stand out remarkably. Chapter 18. A chance encounter with Gu Ruijia. However, Yang Fan did not rush forward, for before Gu Ruijia stood a tall, handsome young man, dressed in a sunny, fashionable manner, engaged in conversation with her. As he drew closer, it became apparent that he was attempting to flirt. "Excuse me, miss. I mean no harm. I've been watching you from over there for quite some time, and I think you're truly beautiful." Mustering my courage, I approached you to get acquainted. Gu Ruijia merely shook her head, politely declining. "I'm sorry, but I don't add people on WeChat." In the past, she might have been interested in meeting such a young man, but now, feeling herself to be of a different caliber, she found little allure in those who were merely handsome, especially when surrounded by admirers who possessed both charm and wealth. She thought to herself, a pretty face holds no value in the presence of affluence. After meeting Yang Fan, she had developed a certain disdain for those who were superficially appealing but woefully impoverished. The young man before her, though stylish, was clearly adorned in cheap knockoffs from online marketplaces. Did he really think he could enter her circle? It was a mere fantasy. Moreover, she had come here with a specific purpose in mind, preoccupied with important matters. She had no time to entertain this persistent suitor. Indeed, it seemed that wealth attracted the fairer sex more effectively. Yet the young man was evidently unwilling to concede. "I assure you, I'm not a bad person. I reside nearby. How about this? There's a delightful milk tea shop over there, and I'd love to treat you to a drink." Gu Ruijia rolled her eyes internally, thinking, who would want a mediocre milk tea? Although she felt a growing impatience, she maintained her polite demeanor. Really, there's no need. After speaking, she prepared to sidestep him and distance herself from this bothersome distraction. But as she turned, she was startled to see Yang Fan, smiling warmly, not far away. She felt a wave of relief wash over her, thinking, thank goodness. What if I had impulsively given my WeChat to that fellow? Yang Fan approached directly, saying, "Hey there, my cat could do hip-hop. Would you like to come see?" Gu Ruijia paused, momentarily taken aback, but then a sweet smile spread across her face. "Really? That sounds amazing. I must see it." With that, Yang Fan moved ahead, and Gu Ruijia eagerly wrapped her arms around one of his. The young man, who had just faced rejection, wore a look of incredulous dismay. Do you not understand the concept of first come, first served? Yet in mere moments, he regained his composure, for he saw the pair stroll straight into the hotel. Damn, a cat that can do hip-hop? They must be a couple. But as he recalled the beauty he had just encountered, and now witnessed her entering the hotel with a man so ordinary he could be lost in a crowd, his heart ached with a twinge of jealousy. He found himself questioning, what is wrong with society? Why do beautiful women often pair with older, less attractive men? What does that mean for us young, handsome fellows? Yang Fan, however, paid no mind to the young man's thoughts as he led Gu Ruijia into the lobby of the Kempinski Hotel. After a brief conversation with the front desk, he used her identification to book the presidential suite. With the city just having been elevated to a second-tier status, the price of the suite was quite reasonable, under $10,000. Thus, he indulged extravagantly. The front desk staff were accustomed to couples checking in, but upon hearing they were booking a presidential suite, they couldn't help but glance at the two with curiosity. Soon, they received their room key, and a charming hotel attendant escorted them upstairs. To Yang Fan's surprise, the attendant was exceptionally beautiful, rivaling Gu Ruijia, yet she did not trigger the system as response. Was it a divergence between his taste and the system's? Or was this attendant's makeup so expertly applied that she appeared more stunning than her natural beauty? He suspected the latter, for he would never admit to a flaw in his own aesthetic sensibilities. Glancing at Gu Ruijia's makeup, while he couldn't discern much, he had the impression that her skills were somewhat inexperienced. He pondered that perhaps he could encourage her to hone her makeup skills in her spare time, envisioning a future where she could achieve a beauty score of 90. Upon entering the suite, Gu Ruijia curiously explored her surroundings, her face alight with wonder. Having only heard of presidential suites, this was her first encounter with one. Yang Fan, too, was seeing it for the first time, yet he did not wish to display his naivety like Gu Ruijia. He walked over to the refrigerator, grabbed a bottle of Perrier, and took a sip before sitting on the bed and observing her as she wandered about. What is there to see? Come over here. "Oh," Guruwaji replied, a bit shyly, before moving to sit beside him, her scent enveloping him. This made Yang Fan's heart flutter with unease, while Guruwaji, in contrast, appeared more at ease as she leaned gently against him. Yang Fan buried his face in her hair, entranced by her fragrance, and unintentionally began to play a game with her. As they continued, Guruwaji gradually began to share her innermost thoughts. At that moment, she seemed a bit lost in her own world. Yet soon, she regained her composure. Faced with the boldness of Guruwaji, fate was inevitably entwined in her web, a series of traps one after another. Yang Fan felt a heavy weight in his heart, negative emotions welling up as he held Guruwaji, unconsciously reaching to touch her ear. Guruwaji, sensing his mood, softly murmured reassurances as she nestled closer, not wishing for him to feel burdened. Yet Yang Fan paid her little heed, appearing carefree as he continued to toy with her ear. Chapter 19. The secondary cashback card time swiftly passed, and soon 40 minutes had elapsed. At that moment, Yang Fan leaned against the headboard, engrossed in his phone, while the young woman resting on his shoulder instinctively pouted at the sight. In her heart, she mused, "Got him. It seems I've captured this big fish at last." Yang Fan, enveloping her with a casual embrace, remarked, "I do not care whether your fishing pond holds fish or how many there are. It must be dismantled immediately. I do not wish for my woman to have any entanglements with other men. Understand? Of course, you can refuse." Guruwaji internally rolled her eyes. Only a fool would refuse. The pond was filled with nothing but inferior fish, commonly referred to as impoverished losers. Letting them go was of no consequence. Initially, she had no substantial ties with these fish. They merely served to provide her with the thrill of being pursued, along with occasional gifts and transfers during holidays. Now that she had attached herself to a wealthy man, she had ascended to a different realm and no longer cared for those trivial transfers. Moreover, given her beauty, even if unforeseen circumstances arose with Yang Fan in the future, she could easily establish a new fishing pond. With this clarity, she confidently declared, "Since I have an elder brother now, I shall never be of two minds. I will delete all those who harbor intentions towards me right away." Without hesitation, she commenced the deletions, not sparing a moment to inform anyone, leaving Yang Fan watching in bemusement. Goodness, this girl indeed had quite a few fish. After a considerable time spent deleting, she meticulously checked and, upon confirming the task was complete, turned to Yang Fan, her expression tinged with embarrassment. "They were all mere sycophants. I hardly paid them any mind, and they gained no advantage from me. You must trust me, brother." Yang Fan found her words credible. Despite the multitude of fish in her pond, they were of a notably inferior quality. He nodded in agreement. "I mentioned that I could overlook your past, as you did not know me then. I understand. You value the present and the future. Thank you for your trust, brother. I will not disappoint you." Affinity 1. Reaching 60 grants as secondary cashback card 1. Usable for secondary cashback 10 times? Huh? Upon hearing the system's voice, Yang Fan paused, realizing the significance of this for accumulating funds. Contemplating that the secondary cashback could only be utilized 10 times, he felt a surge of frustration. Why was his system so miserly? Weren't those protagonists in novels who obtained luxurious systems immediately gifted with lavish cars and mansions, reaching the pinnacle of life? However, he glanced at the enchanting young woman nestled in his arms, and it seemed that life was indeed quite pleasant. Before acquiring the system, even imagining a beauty of her caliber was beyond his wildest dreams, let alone one nearly a decade younger than himself. Thus, perhaps this seemingly foolish system held merit. If so, what more could he desire? He merely needed to devise a way to amass substantial capital, and he could still ascend to the pinnacle of life. He silently intoned, "Use the secondary cashback card. Usage successful. Host, Yang Fan cashback level 2, 10 times, cashback ratio 1:1. Before using up 10 times, the cashback ratio is 1:1 after use. Final settlement occurs." Observing this format, Yang Fan fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that this seemingly foolish system was incapable of upgrading? Was it reliant solely on high-level cashback cards for temporary elevation? While this was a possibility, further study would be necessary to ascertain the truth. Furthermore, The ratio of this secondary cashback card was a meager 1-to-1. 1, specifically noting that settlement would only occur after exhausting 10 uses. Did this mean that the maximum return could only double his principal? Damn, this system was stingy beyond belief. Nevertheless, he consoled himself, realizing that having something was better than nothing. He would take it slow. Now that he understood how to acquire cashback cards, his capital would inevitably grow robust over time. Yet, this system's design clearly aimed to encourage him to become a sea king. This, however, played right into his hands, given the specific conditions allowing for seemingly infinite funds. Failing to capitalize on this opportunity would be a waste of a fortunate encounter. He then considered that since the usage was based on frequency, he should refrain from showering gifts on Douyin, as a single event would likely count as one use. The most prudent approach would be direct transfers. With this in mind, he gazed at the lovely Gu Ruijia, who was lost in thought in his embrace. Wasn't she the perfect candidate? Gu Ruijie, noti ting yang fenes gaze. Looked up and sweetly inquired, "Brother, my beautiful?" Chapter 20. The beginning of generosity. Yang Fan found Gu Ruijia's self-absorbed demeanor rather amusing. "Shall we play a little game?" he proposed. The petite beauty, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "What game?" "If my brother wants to play, I shall accompany him." One must acknowledge that the young girl possessed a certain knack for interacting with him. Her obedient demeanor was enough to elevate his spirits. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yang Fan remarked, "I will present you with a challenge, and should you succeed, a reward will follow." Upon hearing this, Gu Ruijia's eyes sparkled with excitement, though she quickly added with a playful glint, "Actually, my brother need not offer rewards." Yang Fan internally scoffed at her words, recognizing their charm. He chose not to dwell on this matter, as his primary objective was to transfer funds to her 10 consecutive times. While one transaction was manageable, transferring amounts exceeding 20,000 10 times would certainly appear rather peculiar. "I'm merely sending you some pocket money. Do you not desire it?" he teased. "Brother is truly wonderful," she exclaimed. Subsequently, Yang Fan leaned in to whisper something in her ear. Gu Ruijia was momentarily bewildered, but after a resolute nod, she acquiesced. 10 minutes later, Yang Fan transferred 27,000 to her. Gu Ruijia stared in astonishment at the notification of the deposit, her heart swelling with joy. "Brother truly is extravagant. I just earned 27,000 in a mere 10 minutes? What'll be easier than this?" As she continued to receive multiple transfers, her heart brimmed with delight. Her mind solely fixated on the prospect of earning more. She approached each task with utmost seriousness. Thus, the 10-tiered cashback endeavor was successfully completed, culminating in a principal amount exceeding 52,000. The variation in the amounts he offered did not detract from the fact that each task averaged above 25,000. Though the petite beauty felt fatigued, her eyes sparkled with anticipation, her relentless ambition proving to be utterly captivating. Yang Fan smiled with satisfaction. "Well, that will suffice for today." Although Gu Ruijia felt a tinge of regret, she was immensely content with having earned over 200,000 in just over an hour. Having never before acquired such a substantial sum, she felt a profound gratitude towards this man. Her intimacy score had already risen to 66, and subsequent tasks had not further increased it. Yang Fan was aware that as the numbers grew, so too did the difficulty in enhancing them. Glancing at the time, he noted it was still relatively early, and he promptly opened Douyin, observing that 3 female streamers, known for their frequent gift exchanges, were still online. He decisively entered the Little Deer's live stream. "Welcome back, Sir Xiaoyao. I thought you wouldn't watch the stream today." Yang Fan immediately recharged 51,000. Half a lifetime of leisure sent out a carnival 2. Half a lifetime of leisure sent out a carnival 17. With a flurry of notifications, he dispatched 17 carnivals in rapid succession. "Thank you, Sir Xiaoyao, for the carnivals. Sir Xiaoyao V. 587. Much love." Beside him, Gu Ruijia, intrigued by the female voice emanating from his phone, adjusted her position to catch a glimpse. Her eyes widened in shock as she witnessed Yang Fan recharge 51,000 and without hesitation, lavishly bestow gifts in a single breath. The sheer extravagance was enough to shatter her previous perceptions. After witnessing Yang Fan's generous display for the third time, she felt a pang of discontent. I toiled for over an hour, doing whatever was asked, only to earn a little over 200,000. This streamer, without any effort, merely flatteringly praises my brother and receives such lavish rewards? Although she did not engage in streaming herself, she was somewhat familiar with Douyin live broadcasts. She knew a carnival was valued at 3,000 and recognized that Yang Fan's level 52 account indicated he was a significant player. After a moment of hesitation, she inquired, "Brother, do you enjoy watching live streams?" "It's all right. I watch occasionally. What if I were to start streaming? Do you think I could manage it?" Yang Fan looked at her curiously and, after a moment, asked, "What's this? Are you feeling jealous?" Gu Ruijia longed to admit the truth. Seeing him lavish his generosity on the female streamer certainly stung. After all, she considered herself as woman. Yet, she refrained from voicing her feelings, fearing that he might think her childish or unworthy of his affection. Not at all. Brother has already treated others well. Yang Fen Chuklet. The streaming industry is a competitive arena, much like a narrow bridge crowded with countless warriors. For instance, take this streamer I'm currently watching. She is quite attractive. She. Yet, without my support, she would only earn a few thousand to 10,000 a month. Do you believe, as my woman, you need to resort to streaming? Chapter 21. The most affordable place to view national treasures. Upon hearing this, Gu Ruijia broke into a sweet smile. If her brother didn't want her to live stream, then she wouldn't. Today, with the charming young lady by his side, Yang Fan refrained from excessive spending. After all, he had just been with her and didn't wish to overwhelm her. He then ventured into the live stream rooms of Ollie and Sha, making a round of donations before exiting. The following day, when he awoke, the young lady had already risen and was staring at him dreamily. Upon noticing he was awake, she quickly shut her eyes as if caught in the act. He chuckled, "Stop pretending. Are you really shy in front of me?" The girl pouted, "Bad brother." As Yang Fan inhaled the sweet fragrance of the young girl, he found himself stirred, promptly flipping over to engage in some morning exercises. This section omits a lengthy narrative. After rising and having breakfast, he intended to take the girl out for some shopping. However, she expressed a desire to stroll through the park instead. Such a modest request was certainly worth accommodating. Thus, they paid 10 yuan for admission and set off to observe the pandas, along with a variety of other animals. They played until noon, meandering towards the temple within the park, where they intended to partake in vegetarian cuisine. This park, renowned in the summer resort city, was a must-visit destination, especially since one could view the national treasure, the panda, for merely 5 yuan, truly a unique offering in the nation. As they approached the temple, Yang Fan noticed a peculiar man, dressed in tattered clothing with disheveled hair. This middle-aged man knelt before the temple at the foot of a hillside, bowing earnestly. The sincerity of his gestures was evident even to passers-by. After completing his bows, he sat down on the stone steps, seemingly indifferent to the gazes of others. At that moment, Yang Fan overheard a nearby cleaning lady discussing the man. He has been here for several days now, bowing multiple times to the temple each day. He must be a believer, yet he doesn't enter the temple. Quite strange. Another lady chimed in. I saw him yesterday, fighting with monkeys for food. He might be mad. It's best to keep our distance. Mel, should we call the police? What if he harmed someone? He hasn't done anything wrong. Why call the police? They would arrest a beggar anyway. Let us not meddle in others' affairs. After observing the man for a while longer, Yang Fan chose not to heed the women's chatter and led the girl into the temple. They attracted numerous glances. Even the monks passing by couldn't help but steal a few looks at Gu Ruijia. Having such a companion certainly enhanced Yang Fan's stature. After all, it is often said that a man's worth is gauged by the woman at his side. A young, beautiful, and graceful woman indicates a successful man. A man who is 2 to 3 years older than his partner is deemed ordinary. 5 to 6 years older is considered exceptional, while those with partners over 10 years younger stand out as remarkable. A man significantly older than his wife is undoubtedly a person of prominence. Thus, Yang Fan could be regarded as a distinguished individual. Next, attention turns to his vehicle and attire. While they offered incense to the god of wealth, Yang Fan noticed Gu Ruijia with her eyes closed, murmuring something. Once she opened her eyes, he curiously inquired, "What wish did you make just now? You seem so earnest." The young lady shyly glanced at him. "A wish for your investments to prosper, and for you to become wealthy." Yang Fan, taken aback, regarded her with skepticism. "Really?" Gu Ruijia, slightly exasperated, replied, "It's true. If you become wealthy, I'll benefit too. I don't have the ability to wish for my own wealth to come true, right?" Yang Fan was amused by her self-awareness. Seeing his disbelief, she playfully lunged at him, insisting, "Bad brother, am I really that untrustworthy in your eyes?" In response, Yang Fan playfully smacked her rear. All right, I believe you. I believe you. There's so many people here. How could you do that?" As they frolicked, they paid their respects to the remaining deities. Although they may have shown a hint of disrespect, their intentions were sincere. Subsequently, they queued for vegetarian meals, and Yang Fan purchased 3 portions. After preparing the dishes, he turned to the young lady beside him. "Let us eat outside," though puzzled as to why they would eat outside when there were seats available. Gu Ruijia complied obediently. Okay. They exited the temple and headed toward the stone steps where they had seen the beggar. Realizing Yang Fan had bought an extra meal, the girl felt a twinge of anxiety and tugged at his sleeve. "Brother," the cleaning lady said, "he is mad. Isn't it unsafe to approach him?" Yang Fan shot her a look. "Don't speak carelessly. A madman wouldn't bow to Buddha every day." "Oh, since you say so, I'll stick by you, but I still feel a bit scared. After all, no tourist dared to venture close to the steps." Yang Fan had merely overheard snippets about the beggar and sensed there was a story behind him. A madman wouldn't consistently bow to Buddha, and he thought it would be good to lend a hand, as it was merely a box of food. As he drew near, he caught a whiff of an odd odor emanating from the man. It was hard to imagine anyone not smelling in such sweltering heat while wearing thick, dirty clothing. He paid little mind to it, but Gu Ruijia scrunched her nose, visibly disturbed. At that moment, the beggar stared at him with murky eyes, perhaps curious about why he approached. Yang Fan took out a box of vegetarian food from the bag and offered it to him. "This is for you. I just bought it from the temple." The beggar's eyes brightened at the mention of food, yet he remained still, silent, simply gazing at him. Yang Fan, undeterred by the lack of response, placed the food next to the man and then grabbed the other 2 boxes. Handing one to Gu Ruijia, he said, "Let us eat here. The view is quite pleasant," though still a little apprehensive about the beggar. Gu Ruijia felt reassured by Yang Fan's demeanor and settled down to eat. As they enjoyed their meal, they suddenly noticed the beggar had picked up the box of food placed beside him and was devouring it ravenously. Yang Fan and Gu Ruijia hadn't even finished half of theirs when the beggar polished off an entire box, disposing of the empty container in a nearby trash bin. He then walked straight toward them. Chapter 22. The Outlaw. Gu Ruijia was extremely anxious as a homeless man approached them, neglecting her meal and whispering to Yang Fan, "Brother, he is coming, he is coming." Yang Fan turned to glare at her, exasperated. "I'm not blind. Why are you so nervous? I told you he is not mad, and I'm right here, aren't I?" The young lady, upon hearing this, playfully stuck out her tongue, realizing she might have overreacted. Perhaps it was the man's disheveled appearance, filthy and foul-smelling, that led her to hastily judge him as insane. The homeless man walked straight up to Yang Fan, gazing intently at him. Yang Fan Morelis miled nonchalantly. "Have you eaten? If not, there is plenty." A complex expression flickered in the homeless man's eyes before he spoke. "Young man, do you have any enemies? Or perhaps someone who has wronged you?" "What the?" The man's voice was hoarse, and the implication of his words sent shivers down Yang Fan's spine. It sounded as though he were some sort of outlaw. Not the kind like Zhang San, but more akin to old M.O. As a law-abiding citizen, Yang Fan felt a twinge of fear from the homeless man's presence. He quickly waved his hands dismissively. No, really. Everyone has their struggles when they're out in the world. I'm just helping out. Besides, I have no enemies. While he certainly had people who had crossed him, none reached the level of being called an enemy. He felt that if he did have an enemy, they might do something rash, perhaps seeking to repay him with their last shred of dignity. But over just a meal? It seemed excessive. The homeless man pondered for a moment, gently nodding, and was about to return to his previous spot. Yang Fan, curious, asked, "Do you believe in Buddhism?" Seeking peace of mind, Do you have a phone? The homeless man was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head. Young man, do I look like someone who has a phone? I sold it long ago for some liquor. The man's earlier words had imbued Yang Fan with a sense of respect, stirring an inexplicable emotion within him. He had no cash and had intended to send some money to help, but hearing the man had sold his phone for drink left him speechless. Gu Ruijia, who had been listening to their conversation, understood Yang Fan's intentions and quietly said, "Brother, I have cash." Yang Fan shot her an appreciative glance before nodding towards the homeless man. The young lady, being considerate, took out all the cash from her bag. Feeling a bit shy as she said, "I only have 800 yuan. Should I go get more?" Before Yang Fan could respond, the homeless man spoke first. "Young man, you don't need to give me money. There's nothing you need me to do. If I weren't truly starving, I wouldn't. If you ever find yourself in need in the future, you can come back to find me." Yang Fan chuckled. "Since you said so, you should definitely take the money. If you starve to death, how will I find you if I need help later?" It was meant as a joke, but the homeless man did not engage with it, continuing to refuse the young lady's offer and walking back to his previous step. Yang Fan, seeing this, felt it inappropriate to press further. The man clearly had a strong sense of pride. He refrained from inquiring about the man's past and simply finished his meal. Afterwards, he stood up and addressed the homeless man. "I'm leaving now. I hope to see you again next time." With that, he took his leave with the young lady. The homeless man's gaze lingered on Yang Fan's retreating figure, his expression shifting through a complex array of emotions. On the way down the mountain, the young lady asked Yang Fan, "Brother, do you think that homeless man is like those killers in TV dramas?" His words were quite frightening. Yang Fan chuckled at her words. "What killer? Don't be ridiculous. He is merely a man with stories to tell." "Oh, whatever. He is just a passerby. Perhaps we shall never cross paths again." Seeing him dismiss the topic, the young lady nodded and quickly changed the subject, cheerfully saying, "Brother, I want to go watch a movie." Yang Fan, of course, indulged her request. After treating her to a film and a sumptuous dinner, he sent her home, informing her that he would be busy for the next few days and would reach out when he was free. This made the young lady feel a bit reluctant to part, but she understood that such a wealthy man must have pressing matters to attend to. She felt compelled to appear understanding, hoping to win his affection in the process. Thus, she merely urged Yang Fan to remember to contact her once he was done. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Fan's busy days were due to Xiao Lu arriving the following day. Had the young lady known the true reason, she might have had a different reaction. After their separation, he took a taxi home. Just as he stepped out, he heard the system's voice ring in his ears. "Detected a valid consumer target. Would you like to view the information?" He glanced around and noticed a beautiful woman nearby buying fruit. Upon recognizing her, he couldn't help but chuckle. This woman was an acquaintance, his friend's girlfriend. His friend, hailing from a well-off family, was a second-generation demolisher, owning 4 properties and 2 storefronts. He had managed to attract a stunning girlfriend, which had long evoked envy among Yang Fan and their other friends. However, his friend himself didn't have much going for him professionally, merely drifting through life, a quintessential freeloader. As his friend would say, "Well, there's plenty to rely on. Even without a job, the rental income is better than any salary." Name, Zhou Age, 28, overall attractiveness, 80 height, 156 centimeters weight, 45 kilograms, purity, 91 status, menstrual, slight pain, closeness. 33. Yang Fan curiously examined her information, only to find that the girl he had once envied now had an overall attractiveness that barely met the threshold, falling short of his own acquaintances. His mood brightened significantly. Though he had known her for 2 to 3 years, their interactions had been few, and a closeness score of 33 suggested they were merely casual friends. As for her purity rating, that was irrelevant to him, as he maintained a good relationship with her boyfriend. At this moment, she spotted him and greeted him. "Young Fan, where have you been? Come, have some fruit." He smiled as he approached her. "Where's your man? He went drinking with his colleagues. Why didn't you go with him? Such occasions are dreadfully boring. I had no interest in attending. By the way, what about that thing I mentioned last time?" "Huh? The matter of introducing you to a girlfriend. You clearly weren't paying attention. Others have agreed to meet with you." Only then did Yang Fan realize, recalling their previous conversation, she had indeed brought it up before, and he had shown some interest. However, after acquiring the absurd system, he had rather callously forgotten about such matters. Chapter 23. The sorrow of a lovesick fool. Young fan inquired half-jokingly, "How do you look?" "Not as good as you. I have no interest." The implication that he couldn't even match the other person's standards rendered him utterly disinterested. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenwen chuckled. "Are you being picky? How many can be as naturally beautiful as I am? My friend is quite nice. She graduated from university not long ago and is currently self-studying for her postgraduate entrance exams. No, thank you. I'm already off the market, so there's no need to worry about me." Gao Wenwen was taken aback. "You stay at home, writing web novels, every day. How do you meet anyone of the opposite sex?" "I do go out occasionally. I just got back from a trip." "Fine. I'll take the opportunity to introduce you to my girlfriend." "Okay." Meanwhile, Gu Ruijia entered her residential community with a cheerful demeanor, lost in thought, a smile inadvertently gracing her face. As she approached her building, a well-groomed young man with stylish blonde hair emerged from the flower bed and blocked her path. "Why did you suddenly delete me on V? And why did you block my calls?" The young beauty paused, momentarily taken aback before responding coolly, "There's no reason. I just wanted to delete you." The handsome man, initially intending to confront her, was now perplexed. "There must be a reason, right? Just a few days ago, we were fine. What is wrong with you?" The young lady replied impatiently, "Isn't it obvious that deleting all your contact information indicates your presence has affected others?" Feeling her serious demeanor, the boy sensed that she was not merely sulking, but truly meant what she said. Thus, he cautiously asked, "Did I do something wrong? Just tell me, and I'll change." Gu Ruijia, feeling somewhat disdainful of his lack of backbone, sighed and said, "Perhaps the only mistake you made was liking me. Go find someone more suitable. Don't waste your time on me." Upon hearing this, the boy's expression fell, and after a prolonged silence, he prepared to speak. But she interrupted him, "If you don't want me to dislike you, please don't wait for me downstairs anymore." With that, she turned to leave. The boy, taken aback, felt a surge of emotion and questioned loudly, "What did I do wrong?" "When you were sick, I saw your post and immediately took time off work to deliver medicine to you, despite being busy. When you were feeling down, I did everything to cheer you up. You said you needed time, and I never rushed you. On your birthday, I took out a loan to buy you a new phone as a gift, which cost me 2 or 3 months worth of salary, and I survived on instant noodles for nearly a month for that. And now you want to leave my world without explanation? How can you be so heartless? How can you hurt someone who loves you? What did I do wrong?" As he reached the climax of his emotional outburst, Gu Ruijia stopped in her tracks, her face flushed with anger. She turned to him and exclaimed, "Did I ask you to do any of that? Did I ask you to bring me medicine? Do you think I couldn't take care of myself without you? Did I ever ask you to buy me a phone? I told you I didn't want it, yet you insisted. Do you know how absurd it was for me to hold 2 identical phones that day? Why are you yelling at me? You're just moved by your own actions. Why should I bear the burden of your self-indulgence?" The boy felt as if his heart was being torn apart by her harsh words, tears streaming down his face. Gu Ruijia, now somewhat irritated, took a deep breath to regain her composure and continued, "Why is a grown man crying? This only makes me look down on you more. I sold the phone you gifted me and will return the money at the original price. I'll also refund you for the 2 transfers of 200 and one of 520, so please don't bother me again, okay?" With such a finality to her words, one would think the conversation would draw to a close, but the boy was not ready to give up. With tear-filled eyes, he implored, "I truly like you. I can't just let you go. Stop. Keep your melodramatic expressions to yourself. I don't want to hear any more of your self-indulgent sentiments. The more you do this, the more I feel repulsed. Seeing you like this makes me relieved that I made the right choice. Unrequited affection is futile. I do not like you, do you understand? I've said all I need to say, and I don't wish to continue this conversation." Eventually, the boy could no longer endure the relentless emotional blows and chose to leave. Upon returning home, Gu Ruijia was engulfed in a gloomy mood and couldn't help but mutter, "What a stroke of bad luck." At that moment, her roommate approached with a bemused expression. "What's wrong? Did that handsome guy downstairs upset our little Ruijia? I warned you not to casually share our address with others." Gu Ruijia retorted, "Did you see it?" Shan Shan rolled her eyes. "You two were shouting so loudly. I'm not deaf. It would be hard not to hear." Meanwhile, Young Fan, just returning home, was unaware of the drama that had unfolded. He lay on his bed, engrossed in his phone, entering Douyin. Although Xiao Lu was coming over tomorrow, she was still live streaming as usual, joking with her viewers when she noticed a carnival emoji floating across the screen. After a brief moment of surprise, she excitedly exclaimed, "Welcome back, my dear Xiao Yao. Thank you for the carnival combo." Over the past few days, Xiao Lu's income had skyrocketed, elevating her spirits significantly. She was radiating energy during her live streams. This surge in fortune was thanks to Yang Fan, who had helped her escape poverty, making her friends green with envy over her newfound wealth. In just a few days, she earned what many would take years to accumulate, prompting some of her friends to seek her advice on live streaming. After all, who would want to strike it rich overnight? Continue your stream, don't mind me. I'll send you to the top of the hourly leaderboard and then go out for a stroll. Xiao Yao, you're so generous. Love you. Everyone, give a round of applause for Xiao Yao. As for Yang Fan's plan to go out, she didn't even acknowledge it. She was aware that he had two other charming ladies to attend to, and their streaming room had become a must-visit spot whenever he went online. The difference now was that he used to be the last to join her live stream, but now he was the first. She understood precisely why this change had occurred. Confident in her own looks and figure, she believed that tomorrow she would surely captivate him, making him hers effortlessly. Chapter 24. Yang Fan's affection for the pure land of ultimate bliss in another corner. Within Shasha's livestream, her viewers were jesting about her situation. Shasha, Xiao Yao Ge has logged in, but he is currently showering gifts in Xiao Lu's livestream. Looks like you've been cast aside by the big brother. They continued. For the past couple of days, Xiao Yao Ge hasn't even checked in here first. Is it a sign that he is being stolen away? I recall that Xiao Lu only got acquainted with Xiao Yao Ge when she was competing against our Shasha, right? This female streamer possesses a certain charm. One of them mused. I can tell, Xiao Yao Ge suffers from the common male affliction of fickleness. How shallow. A wealthy patron's actions cannot simply be labeled as fickleness. Rather, it is a matter of equitable distribution of affection. Observing her viewers discussing the big brother, Shasha felt a twinge of jealousy, yet she quickly interjected. Xiao Yao Ge has already been generous enough to me. I am content. He is not solely my big brother, and of course, he is free to support whomever he wishes. As long as he enjoys himself, that is what truly matters. I believe Xiao Yao Ge will return home soon. Sure enough, shortly after she spoke, the screen erupted with festive effects, and her excited voice rang out. Thank you, Xiao Yao Ge, for the celebration gifts. Look, everyone, ISNT Xiao Yao Ge back home. Half a lifetime of leisure. Let us embark on the pure land of ultimate bliss. Just as they spoke of him, Xiao Yao Ge did indeed return to express his fondness for Shasha's pure land of ultimate bliss. Observing Shasha's elation, it was clear that Xiao Yao Ge was her true love. Yang Fan felt as though his lavish spending was in vain. Xiao Yao Ge inquired, Can 10 celebration gifts surpass your Poshkar? If not, we shall continue. At that moment, Shasha opened the music and declared, This dance of the pure land of ultimate bliss is dedicated to Xiao Yao Ge. Thank you for your kindness. The petite girl in white stockings and twin ponytails leaped into action, captivating all with her dance. Yang Fan found himself unconsciously applauding in his heart every time he watched her. After spending a considerable time there and sending a few more celebration gifts, he departed. Meanwhile, in Ali's live stream, a big brother named Xiao Hong Chun was generously showering her with gifts. Thank you, Hong Chun Ge, for your celebration gifts, sending hearts your way. This Hong Chun Ge was a newcomer to her stream, and after watching her dance a couple of times, he had already sent several celebration gifts. It was evident he was willing to spend, much to Ali's delight. Xiao Hong Chun typed, I noticed the streamer is from my city. Let us connect on V. How about I take you out for a late-night snack after stream? Upon hearing this, Ali frowned slightly. The intent was unmistakable, dampening her cheerful mood. She had encountered such advances many times. Most men shared the same disposition. However, while others made private invitations, this one was brazenly spoken in the live stream. Was it appropriate to discuss such matters publicly? Was he intentionally making things awkward for her? Suppressing her annoyance, she smiled and said, Let us skip the late-night snack. I'm not in the habit of having one. If Hong Chun Ge doesn't mind, I can treat you to a meal another day. She subtly hinted that connecting on V was acceptable, but the late-night snack was off the table. The proposed meal was merely a polite gesture. She had no idea when that day might come, if ever. It was absurd to think that just because he sent a few celebration gifts, he could pursue her. Yet, she didn't wish to offend him outright, hoping instead to entice him to send more gifts. So she agreed to connect on V. However, Xiao Hongchun was not one to back down easily and continued on the same topic. Not enough. Boom. 2 more celebration gifts sent. Ali felt her patience wearing thin, yet she maintained her gratitude towards him. Just as she was about to clarify her stance, her fans began to voice their displeasure. Xiao Hongchun, TSK. You think a few celebration gifts can win over Ali? Are you treating your money like it's in dollars? Even if it were, it seems insufficient. Xiao Hongchun, send 2 or 3,000 more and see how smug you look. Not to mention, I've sent more than you. Xiao Hongchun, brother, don't flaunt your meager gifts. Do you think Ali is inexperienced? You'd be better off at a club. That's more you're seeing. People loathe such individuals who believe they could win over streamers with a handful of gifts. Even Xiao Yaogu, who had spent hundreds of thousands, didn't he flaunt himself like this? Xiao Hongchun was left seething at the ridicule. He often came to the app to seek local companions and was usually generous with the streamers he fancied, sending thousands just to flirt and arrange meetings. However, he had not anticipated facing such backlash for spending over 20,000 on a dance streamer today. Feeling frustrated, he typed, I've always acted this way. What? You all speak so harshly. You must be wealthy, right? Then why don't you bring me down from the leaderboard? Unlike you all, I don't pretend. If you have no intentions with the streamer, why are you here every day? Just to sit around? If you're so brave, come challenge me. Most of the viewers were indeed just throwing word around. Even the one who claimed to have spent more than Xiao Hongchun was merely accumulating over time. He had supported Ali for quite a while, sending small amounts here and there, which added up to several thousand. However, to attempt to take the top spot now was frustrating, especially since Xiao Hongchun wasn't done sending gifts. He hesitated, wondering if he should head over to Shasha's stream and summon Xiao Yaogu to confront this guy. Ali was observing the chat, aware of her fan-spending capabilities. Seeing the situation escalate was not what she desired. She was preparing to intervene when suddenly she spotted half a lifetime of leisure had arrived. Ali was taken aback as she witnessed the festive effects appear on the screen. Chapter 25. The battle for the top spot between 2 big brothers as the screen lit up with a dazzling display of gifts. Ali momentarily forgot her intentions to extinguish the flames of the live broadcast, instead exclaiming with exuberance, Thank you, my dear Xiao Yao, for the 17 carnivals. The audience, witnessing the spectacle, erupted into laughter, relishing the delightful twist of fate. Xiao Yao, your timing is impeccable. Someone's been bullying our Ali, they chimed in, amused by the unfolding drama. Haha, Xiao Yao has arrived to reclaim the spotlight. You truly are remarkable. Hey, look who has lost the top position. Don't be timid. Fight back. Come on, let us keep the music playing and the dance going. Go, Pikachu. If you manage to outshine Xiao Yao, not only will I apologize, but I'll also honor you as Sir from now on. After casually showering the live stream with gifts, Yang Fan found himself momentarily bewildered by the flood of messages directed at him. What's going on, brothers? He inquired. Gradually, explanations began to unravel the situation before him. After some time, he grasped the essence of the events. While he held no particular disdain for such tactics of using gifts to woo a female streamer, he found it rather commonplace, as he too leaned towards such behavior. Originally, the antics of laughing red dust had little bearing on him, but the moment he sought to charm the streamer he had his eyes set on, it became personal. Thus, he decided to tag the individual in question. Xiao Yao, laughing red dust, please commence your performance. The audience echoed his sentiment, tagging the other user repeatedly, urging, please begin your performance. Don't be shy. Please start your act. In a beautifully decorated duplex apartment in West Lake City, a nearly 30-year-old young man with tousled blonde hair reclined on the sofa, his brow furrowed as he gazed at his phone screen. This was Wang Feng, known as Laughing Red Dust on Douyin. As a quintessential rich second generation, he idolized a prominent figure in the realm of internet celebrities. His preferences mirrored those of his idol, favoring female streamers. Yet his fickle nature led him to rapidly lose interest, favoring fleeting encounters. Today, however, he stumbled upon a captivating female streamer and couldn't resist the urge to pave his way with monetary offerings, only to face unexpected setbacks. To his surprise, an opponent emerged ready to engage him in a gift-offering duel, a twist of fate that left him feeling a mixture of irritation and determination. Reluctant to appear defeated, he thought to himself, "It seems I must part with some cash today," and began to recharge his account. In no time, the live stream was ablaze with carnival effects. Laughing Red Dust sent out 2 carnivals. Laughing Red Dust sent out 15 carnivals. With a swift flourish, he dispatched 15 carnivals, reclaiming the top spot and tagging Yang Fan with a single question mark, leaving everyone to infer his intentions. Ali, while externally gracious, felt a thrill of delight within. This duel between 2 titans was a rare spectacle indeed. She secretly wished for them to escalate their rivalry, though she was acutely aware of Xiao Yao's financial prowess, leaving her skeptical about the newcomer, Laughing Red Dust. Just hold on a little longer, she silently cheered for him, hoping for a prolonged battle, for every bit contributed was an expression of affection. Yang Fan, unperturbed by the competition, responded with a flurry of 17 more carnivals. "Keep the performance going," he urged. Wang Feng, fueled by a newfound fire, countered with 20 more carnivals, while Yang Fan maintained his steady rhythm of gifting. The 2 exchanged blows in a spirited back and forth, each contributing around 200,000 in total. The audience was captivated, and Ali, brimming with joy, turned up the music and began to dance, rallying support for her 2 benefactors. At this moment, the viewers could hardly contain their excitement. Wow! Together, they've nearly reached 500,000, and it doesn't seem like they planned to stop. Such a spectacle of a brotherly showdown was indeed a rare sight. Little do you know, Xiao Yao has been showering Ali with gifts almost daily. Nothing to be surprised about, one remarked. Surprised by Xiao Yao? No. I'm astonished that Laughing Red Dust can keep up with him. Thank goodness I didn't jumping alongside him earlier. He is clearly a formidable player. My goodness. In just a short span, they've spent what took me years to earn. It's disheartening to witness. Ali's radiant smile never faltered. She was thoroughly enjoying this bounty. As both competitors approached the 30,000 mark, Wang Feng paused, staring blankly at his phone screen, his mood visibly dampened. All of his savings had been expended, leaving him unable to continue. Borrowing money or resorting to loans for the sake of impressing a female streamer was a folly he wouldn't entertain. Moreover, could he truly guarantee victory by such means? Especially when he knew nothing of his rival's circumstances? Feeling the weight of potential embarrassment, he saw Yang Fan send out another 17 carnivals and tagged him once more. Half, are you perhaps a guild account? Yang Fan was taken aback by the accusation. Before he could respond, a flurry of viewers came to his defense. Can't win. So you claim the other is a guild account? You're killing me. Xiao Yao isn't just gifting Ali. He supports others like Sha Sha and Xiao Lu, often showering them with tens of thousands daily. Have you ever seen a guild account like that? I initially respected you as a man, but now you're saying anyone who spends is a guild account? Perhaps you should reconsider. I could easily label you as a guild account trying to deceive Xiao Yao. At this point, Ali joined the fray, clarifying both Xiao Yao and Laughing Red Dust are not guild accounts. They are both my esteemed benefactors. I'm immensely grateful to both gentlemen for their generosity. Chapter 26. The two-dimensional streamer Ali did not overtly defend Yang Fan simply because he had contributed more. After all, to the platform, the benefactor held far greater significance than the streamer. Thus, streamers would refrain from offending their benefactors, especially when they had received gifts. Yet, she did not remain entirely passive. She discreetly sent Yang Fan an apologetic message, explaining the circumstances, demonstrating her adeptness in social interactions. At this juncture, Xiao Hongchun felt it was inappropriate to comment further, observing that many viewers were urging him to continue his contributions, which left him feeling quite frustrated. Consequently, he exited the live stream. This fierce competition for the top spot came to an abrupt conclusion, and numerous viewers who had recorded the event began sharing videos, thereby amplifying Yang Fan's reputation as a newly minted affluent supporter. At that moment, A level 60 benefactor named Hoda Zai Wu initiated a carnival event in Ali's livestream, tagging Yang Fan in the process. Bansher Xiao Yao expressed gratitude for Xiao Yao's support towards their beloved Ali. Yang Fan, however, paid little attention and did not respond. It was only when Ali messaged him privately that he learned that Hoda Zai Wu was the leader of the opposing guild. Nevertheless, he held little interest in guild affairs and merely exchanged a few casual remarks before he declared, Bansher Xiao Yao. Ali, let us get the train shaking. Ha ha. As expected, Xiao Yao is here to bring us some perks. Ali had almost developed a bad habit of not performing the train shake when Xiao Yao was absent. This simply wouldn't do, and it needed a change. After holding back for quite a while, was it finally time to shake the train? The tissues were ready, and Ali was eager to jump in. Wow, before Ali even begins to shake, just seeing the words train shake has already left me breathless. Brothers, keep going. What was the train shake exactly? Just then, many viewers, drawn in by the recent competition for the top spot, filled the live stream. Ali sensed it was an opportune moment to captivate her audience. Thus, she sweetly announced, if Xiao Yao wishes to see Ali perform the train shake, then it is certainly no trouble. I'll go change my outfit. Yang Fan spent nearly an hour in Ali's live stream before departing. He initially intended to return to Xiao Lu's stream, but at that moment, he received a message from her. Xiao Yao, I'm logging off now. I'm going to sleep early today. I'm looking forward to meeting you tomorrow. With Sha also absent, he casually browsed through videos. During this time, Douyin thoughtfully recommended several live-streaming female hosts, but regrettably, none triggered any system alerts. Eventually, he stumbled upon a female streamer named Is. Upon seeing her stunning visage, he recognized her as a suddenly popular internet sensation. Her rise to fame was supposedly due to a top-tier, wealthy second-generation individual who had pursued her but failed. This reason was rather peculiar. The female streamer was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Yet Yang Fan suspected she might be a product of deliberate hype orchestrated by that wealthy heir. Thus his interest was not particularly piqued. However, he could not resist the allure of gifting, especially since it cost him nothing, and he decided to sprinkle a bit of cash. The female streamer was currently engaging her audience with a sharp tongue. Where in Hunan are you from? Should I share my ID with you? What do I have? I have breast implants, 368D. What abilities do I possess? I lack abilities. If I had abilities, would I be here streaming? You must have more abilities than I do. Do I have any talents? Playing music isn't a talent? Don't be too picky. Is my hair real? No, it's rented. Am I a woman? No, I'm a transgender. If I die, I'll cry right away. Observing this confident beauty diligently answering her viewers' queries, Yang Fan promptly sent over 17 carnival gifts. The beauty paused momentarily, merely responding with a casual, thank you, Bansher Xiao Yao, before resuming her interaction with the audience, remaining remarkably composed. This was Yang Fan's first encounter with such a female streamer. Perhaps this was the persona she had crafted. It was precisely her demeanor of not bowing to monetary gain that attracted a multitude of fans. Yang Fan remained unfazed, uttering not a word, and continued to shower the live stream with carnival gifts, piquing the curiosity of the viewers. Why does Bansher Xiao Yao keep sending carnival gifts? Could he be Principal Wang's alternate account? Very likely. I've seen him sending carnival gifts to various female streamers recently. Bon Shik Xiao Yo, Principal Wang? Don't just send gifts without chatting. Come on, let us have a chat. Ha ha, Xiao Yao is definitely not Principal Wang. I discovered him a few days ago in a small streamer chat. While the viewers remained oblivious, the female streamer was quite aware, stating, "He-s not. Don't just assume anyone sending carnival gifts is him." In no time, Yang Fan had sent nearly 100,000 before halting. Yet, the female streamer continued to exhibit minimal reaction, simply expressing her gratitude. Feeling a lack of engagement, he eventually exited the live stream. However, upon leaving, he received a private message from her. Upon opening it, he found a string of letters in numbers, likely her V account. It seemed his substantial contribution had stirred some response within her. After connecting on V, she sent a simple thank you. No problem. You are the most composed female streamer I have ever encountered. Composed? Perhaps it's just my shyness. While live streaming, I find it difficult to engage. Their conversation ended almost as swiftly as it began. Nevertheless, from her words, Yang Fan discerned an underlying message. Shyness? Was she hinting that he should come and support her more frequently? As the saying goes, familiarity breeds fondness. Quite the clever tactic. Yang Fan shook his head and continued scrolling through videos, seeking entertainment on Douyin. After a while, he finally heard the system alert again. Valid consumer detected. The livestream was titled Dai Mao Twins, showcasing two girls adorned in vibrant two-dimensional attire, appearing quite youthful. One girl, with an exceptionally pure appearance, donned a maid outfit from Certain Island, her silver-white hair adorned with cat ears and a small tail trailing behind her. With delicate, fair legs clad in white ankle socks, she bounced on a pressure board, her facial expressions shifting with each jump, clearly pained by the pressure board beneath her small feet. This outfit was unmistakably that of a two-dimensional cat-eared girl. The other girl bore a striking resemblance to the cat-eared girl, but was clad in a flowing crimson chiffon hanfu, exposing ample skin on her shoulders, back, and navel. Her long legs were also bare, lending an unorthodox look to the traditional attire. The hanfu beauty, watching the cat-eared girl writhe in discomfort, stifled her laughter. The cat-eared girl, bouncing about, pleaded, "Dear family, please stop sending hearts and send roses instead, so sister can try out the pressure board too. I can't take it anymore." Her pitiful demeanor was utterly heart-wrenching. This was not mere pretense. Anyone who had experienced the pressure board could attest to the sensation of bouncing upon it. Quite an exhilarating ordeal. This streamer was indeed quite relentless with herself. Chapter 27. The dazed twins. To the dismay of the viewers, the pitiable appearance of the girl evoked no sympathy. Instead, a flurry of hearts filled the screen as they commented, "No way, let South first drive the younger sister to madness." Ha ha ha, yes, let us drive the younger sister mad before we turn to the elder. I'm just here to see the dazed one cry. Come on, family. Exactly. The sight of the dazed one crying is the most adorable. You mischievous souls, stop targeting our dazed one. The elder sister is over there, casually munching on sunflower seeds. Wait. She really munching? It seemed the sisters had an unusual relationship. Don't get too cocky. Once we've driven the dazed one to tears, it'll be your turn. Prepare to face the storm. Let us go, let us go. Stop watching the dazed one bounce around. Who's sending in a sports car to take control? Let us have the dazed one dance on the pressure board. Yang Fan observed for a while before grasping the essence of this live stream. It turned out to be a gifting punishment for the host. The elder sister was named Mao Mao, while the younger sister was called Dai Dai. It made sense why their account was dubbed the Dazed Twins. The continuous stream of hearts signified music for the younger sister, compelling her to stand on the pressure board, while other gifts required her to jump in place. The rose signified music for the elder sister, but only under the condition that the hearts ceased or that the number of roses exceeded the hearts during that segment of music. Larger gifts allowed control. For instance, a sports car could command 2 minutes of control, where a designated host would have to dance, squat, jump continuously, or roll over on the pressure board. A carnival gift controlled for half an hour. These sisters seemed to be novice streamers with a modest following, yet astonishingly, the online audience was greater than that of Sha Sha and Xiao Lu combined. It appeared the viewers were quite fond of this format. I must admit, the sisters were adept at streaming. At that moment, Dai Dai, her voice tinged with tears, exclaimed, "Brothers, Dai Dai truly cannot continue. Which kind-hearted brother will save Dai Dai? Half a lifetime of leisure sent 2 carnival gifts. Half a lifetime of leisure sent 17 carnival gifts." Seeing the young girl on the verge of tears, Yang Fan promptly dispatched 17 carnival gifts, abruptly halting the music. Upon hearing the music cease, the surprised Dai Dai halted her bouncing. Before she could comprehend the situation, her elder sister, who had been fixated on her phone screen, let out a shriek. Thank you, brother. Half a lifetime of leisure for the carnival gifts. Brother, you can now control. Upon noticing that Yang Fan had sent 17 carnival gifts, Mao Mao found her words lodged in her throat. Such a rare occurrence of carnival gifts had come all at once. While this was initially good news, the thought of controlling for 8.5 hours sent a chill down her spine. Were they to endure the pressure board for an entire night? Absurd. Mao Mao was drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, Dai Dai, oblivious to the situation, limped off the pressure board to rest her little feet, continuously expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Leisure, for saving Dai Dai. I am immensely grateful. Then, upon seeing the comments from the viewers, her eyes widened in shock. The viewers began to frantically comment. Oh no, a wealthy patron has entered the live stream. These two sisters are surely going to be played to exhaustion. 17 carnival gifts. Controlling for 8.5 hours. Ha. Is this the rhythm for an all-night session on the pressure board? Why do I find this amusing? These sisters' feet are bound to be exhausted. Wealthy patrons truly know how to play, directly controlling for 8 hours before anything else. Having anticipated such a scenario, Yang Fan was amused by how swiftly it had unfolded. He awaited the sisters' reaction, chuckling to himself. Dai, finally comprehending the situation, underwent a myriad of expressions before bursting into tears. Clearly, she was taken aback. Wah, I don't want to play anymore. Dai doesn't want to play anymore. Who can endure 8.5 hours? Wah. Mao, more composed, cautiously inquired Brother Leisure. You've sent too many gifts. We truly cannot endure several hours of punishment. Could we perhaps negotiate? Yang Fan had not intended to be so extreme. He had merely sent a number of gifts in passing. Thus, he casually replied, you need not complete it all. Both of you can perform a 10-minute dance to Pure Land of ultimate bliss on the pressure board. Then Dai can rest while Mao continues to bounce until she cries. And that will conclude the punishment. Phew. Upon seeing his message, the sisters breathed a sigh of relief. Dai ceased her tears and bowed to the screen. Thank you, Brother Leisure. Thank you for your kindness towards Dai. I will dance to Pure Land of ultimate bliss for you now. The viewers erupted in excitement. Such generosity from a wealthy patron. 17 carnival gifts, and yet the punishment is so lenient. Brother Leisure, you're too generous. You could have entrusted me with the punishment. This is far too light. Simply bouncing until we cry? Ha. Now that has confidence. It must be until we cry for it to count as a conclusion. Mao was unconcerned with the punishment set by Yang Fan. It was indeed quite lenient. Since they began this live stream, they had shed tears more than once. This situation served as a wake-up call. What if a wealthy patron demanded they endure several hours of punishment? That would be unbearable. Hence, she resolved to revise the rules after today, incorporating scheduled breaks and rest periods. Initially, she had not anticipated anyone sending such an abundance of gifts. Thank you, Brother Leisure, for your kindness towards us sisters. I shall play the music now. Without a word, Yang Fan sent another 17 carnival gifts, causing the sisters to be elated beyond measure. They understood they had encountered a benevolent patron and knew they had to seize this opportunity. What attracts streamers the most? Indulge, a witty patron. With the support of such a figure, nothing is beyond reach. The most direct way to gain platform support is through various activities. And who better to assist than a wealthy patron? The answer was clear. Subsequently, Yang Fan occasionally sent a couple of carnival gifts to enliven the atmosphere. And Mao eventually succumbed to tears from the pressure board. Dai rushed over to comfort her for quite some time, and once she regained her composure, she sniffled. Brother Leisure, have we completed our punishment? Yang Fan responded, I believe Dai crying is the most adorable. You two should conclude your stream and rest early. I shall return next time to witness Dai in tears. Chapter 28. Encountering Beauties at the airport. Upon seeing his floating screen, the two sisters were filled with delight. This signified that the affluent individual would return, and with his return, there would undoubtedly be ample gifts. After Yang Fan exited, he added the two sisters on WeChat. As time was slipping away, he decided to take a shower and prepare for rest. In a charming little room brimming with youthful essence, just off the broadcast, Mao and Dai wore smiles that lit up their faces. Dai was counting on her fingers, and suddenly she exclaimed with excitement, Mao, we made so much money today. Quick, calculate how much we can get from the generous gifts from Brother Xiaoyao. Mao, clad in traditional Han attire, felt speechless towards her sister. However, she too was exhilarated and took out her phone to do the calculations. Within moments, she arrived at a figure that left her in disbelief. After double-checking, she exclaimed, It seems we might have over 70,000. Dai, upon hearing this, squealed with joy. 70,000? Ha ha! This is amazing. I can buy so many delicious treats and beautiful clothes. The two sisters embraced and leaped around in sheer elation. However, Mao Mao quickly regained her composure. Brother Xiaoyao is a wealthy benefactor. We must maintain a good rapport. Let us see if he has added us on WeChat. Dai Dai also realized the importance and hastily checked her phone. He added us. But what should I say to him? Mao Mao shrugged her shoulders. This is my first encounter with someone like him. I am utterly inexperienced. What should we do? Dai Dai pondered. Maybe I should search online for advice. Mao Mao chuckled at her sister's nervousness. No need for that. First, we should express our gratitude to him. That's essential. Dai Dai nodded, agreeing with her sister's wisdom. Yet, as she began to type on her phone, she found herself deleting and retyping, feeling that her words were inadequate. Meanwhile, Mao Mao had already sent her message. Just after showering, Yang Fan noticed that both sisters had added him and received Mao Mao's message. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao, for your generous gifts today. No problem. I had a great time as well. As long as Brother Xiaoyao is happy, we welcome your frequent visits. Great. Is your sister asleep? Not yet. She's struggling with how to message you. Is she really that shy? Not at all. She's usually a little wild, but when it comes to matters she values, she becomes indecisive. At that moment, Dai Dai's message finally came through. Hello, Brother Xiaoyao. Thank you for your generosity. This is the first time I've received so many gifts, and I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Perhaps you could give me your address so I can send you some delicious food? Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words. So, sending me takeout is your way of showing gratitude? Nevertheless, he felt a pleasant warmth in his heart and decided to tease her a bit. What if I don't like what you order? Huh? Then please tell me what you like to eat. That way, I won't order the wrong thing. That's lacking in sincerity. Can't I just order what I want? After sending that message, he observed the chat box indicating she was typing, yet no new message arrived. He knew she was in her usual state of indecision. 2 minutes later, how about I buy you some rabbit heads and send them to you tomorrow? They're really delicious. Why do you keep thinking about feeding me? Isn't it a wonderful thing to have an abundance of delicious food? Don't you like it, Brother Xiaoyao? Yang Fan couldn't help but smile at his phone. I see you are quite the foodie. Ha ha, my sister says the same thing. No need to trouble yourself. Just focus on your streaming. You'll earn even more money in the future. Really? That's fantastic. Then I could buy anything I want. With endless delicious food and beautiful clothes. I'm truly so happy. Yang Fan was perplexed by her excitement. After all, the money had not yet been earned. All right, I'm off to sleep now. You should rest early too. Okay, good night, Brother Xiaoyao. The next day, after waking up, Yang Fan tidied up a bit and went outside to wash his hair. When he felt the time was right, he hailed a cab to the airport. He waited idly at the airport entrance for a few minutes, not having received a message from Xiao Lu, indicating she had yet to land. While engrossed in his phone, he suddenly heard the system's voice. Valid consumer detected. Would you like to view the information? Curious, he looked up to see two attractive women approaching him. Both wore sunglasses, obscuring their exact features. But his initial impression was clear. Beauties. Name, Gongjing. Age, 26. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 89 score. 87 affinity, 0 wow. A score of 13? What a pity. This was the highest-rated beauty he had encountered since acquiring the system, and she was tantalizingly close to a score of 90. Yet, the number was disappointingly low. Still, he found himself intrigued by this beauty, boasting an impressive attractiveness score of 89, eager to see her without her sunglasses. Having never approached a stranger before, he was momentarily at a loss for how to initiate conversation. However, the confidence that came with the system made him feel emboldened. Without much thought, he devised a way to strike up a conversation. As the beauties began to walk away, he decided to take the leap, thinking that if he were rejected, it'd be no great loss. He jogged a few steps to catch up, calling out, Gongjing. As expected, the two women turned around, and the taller one scrutinized him for a moment before asking, Who are you? Clearly, she was the one indicated by the system. Her hair was styled in a bun, her face petite, and she wore a long black outfit that concealed her pants, leaving Yang Fan captivated by her long legs clad in black stockings adorned with letters. Her legs were even longer than Gu Ruijie's, a true embodiment of elegance. She wore black ankle boots, making her appear taller than he was. After a brief pause, Yang Fan replied nonchalantly, "Let us connect on WeChat." Gong Jing, try to recall who he was, simply responded, "No thanks." "Did you call me for something?" Affinity with Gong Jing -10. What the? Chapter 29. The female host's sudden appearance. Yang Fan was taken aback, despite calling out the woman's name. He was met with an unexpected response. Was she not the slightest bit curious? She outright refused to acknowledge him. Unbeknownst to him, Gong Jing believed her memory to be quite sharp. If he were a man of quality, she would surely not forget him after a mere introduction. The absence of any recollection led her to conclude two possibilities. Either this man had learned her name from somewhere and approached her, or perhaps they had crossed paths before. Yet he was unremarkable enough not to warrant a place in her memory. Given this, what was there to discuss? Moreover, the man's appearance was nondescript. His attire even more so, lacking any distinctive features. She had no interest in such men, thus she declined to engage further. Noticing the diminishing intimacy, Yang Fan nonchalantly remarked, "It's all right," before turning to leave. Gong Jing's intimacy -5. Gong Jing was equally speechless, witnessing her intimacy further decline. As Yang Fan departed, he overheard another woman behind him giggle softly. Our Jing Jing really does have a charm that attracts attention wherever she goes at that moment. Yang Fan's phone buzzed. He checked to find a message from Xiao Lu, who had finally arrived and was making her way out. 5 minutes later, a strikingly beautiful young woman, exuding a youthful aura, emerged from the airport, dragging a small suitcase. She scanned the area and quickly spotted Yang Fan, striding confidently towards him. Detected a valid consumer object. Would you like to view the information? View. Name, Lu Xiao Lu. Age, 22. Height, 164 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 86. 97. Status, normal. Intimacy, 29. Another score of 3. Yang Fan was somewhat satisfied with Xiao Lu's rating, but was taken aback by her low level of intimacy. After all, he had spent several $100,000 on her. Yet her intimacy was only at 29? Xiao Lu approached him with a smile. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Brother Xiao Yao." Yang Fan chuckled and nodded yes. "I've been waiting for over 10 minutes. How will you make it up to me?" "Let us go. I'll treat you to a feast," she replied, linking her arm with his, displaying a natural familiarity, entirely unreserved. Yang Fan, of course, did not shy away from her affectionate gesture. After all, she was a stunning beauty. The pair walked toward the taxi stand outside the airport. A few minutes later, the two women Yang Fan had encountered earlier stood at the parking lot entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. "Jing Jing, look, isn't that the guy who just tried to chat you up?" Gong Jing followed her friends and spotted Yang Fan and Xiao Lu approaching hand in hand, appearing quite intimate. Upon recognizing Xiao Lu's beauty, her friend gasped, "Wow, his girlfriend is so gorgeous, and he still tried to flirt with you? Ugh, what a scoundrel." Speaking of which, has the bar for scoundrels dropped so low nowadays? Gong Jing wholeheartedly agreed with her friend. It was indeed absurd that a man devoid of any appeal could be categorized as such. What surprised her most was that he managed to find a girlfriend who was not much inferior in looks to herself, while his character was of no concern to her. The thought of him having a girlfriend, yet still trying to provoke her, left a sour taste in her mouth. Gong Jing's intimacy -10. Her mind whirred as she contemplated teaching him a lesson. With determination, she lifted her long leg and headed towards Yang Fan and Xiao Lu. "Hey, Jing Jing, where are you going?" Gong Jing merely waved a hand behind her, not stopping or replying, unfazed by the sudden drop in intimacy. Yang Fan was engrossed in conversation with Xiao Lu. However, he noticed the high-scoring beauty approaching him, which puzzled him momentarily. After a moment's thought, he dismissed it as coincidence. She was likely heading in his direction. To his surprise, Gong Jing halted a short distance away, removed her sunglasses, revealing her sparkling eyes, and exclaimed, "Handsome, weren't you just asking for my contact information? Do you still want it?" Gong Jing's intention was straightforward: to publicly confront this scoundrel in front of his girlfriend and see how he would react. To her astonishment, this scoundrel displayed no intent to explain himself. Instead, he merely smiled. After a brief moment of shock at her beauty, Yang Fan casually retrieved his phone and said with a grin, "You can scan me." Gong Jing was taken aback by his response. She glanced at Xiao Lu, who remained composed, merely curiously observing her and the insufferable scoundrel. What is happening? She thought. To her disbelief, she found herself scanning Yang Fan's code, successfully adding him on WeChat. She then glanced back at Xiao Lu, who only slightly furrowed her brows before relaxing, appearing quite unperturbed. Seriously? Your boyfriend is adding another girl's WeChat right in front of you, and you have no reaction at all? At first, Yang Fan was perplexed by the previously aloof Beauty suddenly taking the initiative to share her contact information. However, noticing her occasional glances at Xiao Lu, he speculated on her motives without voicing his thoughts. I'll take my leave now. Let us connect on WeChat. With that, he and Xiao Lu departed, leaving Gong Jing in a state of bewilderment. Her friend, who had observed the entire exchange from a distance, approached after a moment's contemplation. Jing, do you think there is a possibility that the girl ISNT really is girlfriend? Perhaps she is a sister or something, and we misjudged them? Gong Jing pondered this possibility, wondering how else Xiao Lu could remain so composed. Just as she was about to speak, she overheard her friend's sarcastic remark. Even if she were a sister, they're not that closely related. Their looks are too different at her friend's comment. Gong Jing couldn't help but laugh. Why not just ask and find out? With that, she mischievously shook her phone and sent Yang Fan a text. What is your relationship with that girl from earlier? Yang Fan had just settled into the car when he received Gong Jing's message. Surprised, yet feeling no need for concealment, he replied, "We're not related. She is just a host I often watch." Gong Jing was left utterly perplexed by his response. Why would such a stunning host be so friendly with a man of modest means? She had some understanding of the streaming industry, knowing friends who were hosts themselves. Usually, when a female host befriended someone, it was typically a top-tier fan, at the very least a second or third-tier supporter. The notion that they would befriend an ordinary man was beyond her comprehension. Reflecting on it, she realized she might have truly misunderstood the situation. Thankfully, she hadn't deleted his WeChat contact, but had rather chosen to inquire. Chapter 30. The little deer is a bit petulant. The little deer had witnessed all that had transpired, but maintained a clear understanding of her relationship with Brother Xiaoyao, thus refraining from inquiries or displays of jealousy. Upon seeing Yang Fan engrossed in messaging, she teased, "Truly the charming Brother Xiaoyao? That beautiful lady earlier stir my heart as well. Your irresistible charm, TSK. Yang Fan, hearing her words, set aside his phone and embraced the little deer. Laughing, "I believe our little deer is far more beautiful." This was no mere flattery. The two shared a similar aesthetic appeal, yet their purity levels differed significantly. A more innocent beauty tends to captivate men more effectively, provided one is indeed beautiful. The little deer rolled her expressive eyes. "Sweet talk, do you think I believe that? What is there not to believe? Are you lacking in self-confidence?" "Oomph, so I'm right beside you. And you're more focused on chatting with others?" "Didn't I just put my phone down?" An hour later, they arrived at a 5-star hotel, where a presidential suite awaited them. After placing their luggage inside, the little deer inquired, "Brother Xiaoyao, where are you planning to take me today?" With a mischievous grin, Yang Fan whispered in her ear, "Since we woke up so early, how about we rest here for a bit?" His implication was unmistakable, and the little deer was not oblivious to it. "Darn it, you dropped in uninvited, and are you not prepared for this?" The intimacy level was already low. Why let it decrease so easily? She shifted her head away from his shoulder and gazed at him with a playful smile. "Brother Xiaoyao, don't rush. I'm not feeling well these past couple of days." After saying this, she carefully observed Yang Fan's expression. Upon hearing her, he squinted slightly, pondering her meaning. Had he not known from checking information on Gao 11 that women's statuses would reflect such matters, he might have been deceived. However, he didn't confront her directly, but instead released her and asked casually, "If that is the case, why did you choose to come today?" The little deer attempted to embrace him again, but was gently pushed away. Pouting with a feigned sense of grievance, she said, "Brother Xiaoyao, don't be angry. I just couldn't resist wanting to see you. I came to play, and you're only thinking about that trivial matter?" The little deer's primary intention was to use her beauty to entice him, ideally transforming him into a devoted supporter of her streaming career, showering her with gifts. At the core, she was primarily interested in his wealth, and there were no genuine feelings involved. While engaging with him in that manner was not out of the question, it would only be a last resort. She certainly wouldn't be given easily. Thus, in response to Yang Fan's blunt remarks, she initially employed her malaise as a shield, hoping to test whether maintaining a flirtatious dynamic could solidify their relationship. Seeing her reluctance to be straightforward despite his clear intentions, Yang Fan felt a tinge of annoyance. However, he also reflected that she was preferable to two other female streamers who had yet to make any advances. The foolishness lay in the fact that she had already initiated contact with the top-ranking male and still insisted on playing coy. Was it truly necessary? Such behavior, which could have been a strong point, only detracted from her appeal. He had no desire to partake in her games of ambiguity. He was keen to broaden his horizons. Thus, he smiled and said, "Now that you've met the person, let us forget about the playful banter. I have matters to attend to. Since you're here, why not explore on your own for a few days before heading back?" Upon hearing this, the little deer froze, realizing she had overstepped. This fellow was evidently a straightforward man, unwilling to take things slowly. Why rush? She hadn't completely rejected him. Hadn't she just mentioned her discomfort? That excuse was so flimsy she doubted even herself, unaware that Yang Fan could see right through her facade. Consequently, she felt a twinge of grievance. Yet, she was not about to let Yang Fan walk away, especially since he was clearly annoyed. She hurriedly took a few steps to catch up with him. "Brother Xiaoyao, don't go." Yang Fan was halted by her grip and turned to face her. "Do you have something to say?" With a flushed face, she leaned in closely, whispering something softly in his ear. It was evident she recognized her blunder and was seeking a way to rectify it. She truly hadn't anticipated that he would be so willing to leave her, leading her to question her allure. Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly shook his head. No need. He attempted to withdraw from her grasp, but she tightened her hold, adopting a slightly petulant tone. "Considering the time, this will soon come to an end. Can't you endure just a day or two for me?" Her visit primarily aimed to solidify their bond. She didn't want to make a fruitless appearance that would ultimately backfire. Faced with this situation, she had to concede reluctantly. Yang Fan found her plea somewhat reasonable. Unfortunately, her low intimacy level meant that gaining rewards would require gradual effort. As he proposed the next course of action, the little deer sighed internally, recognizing that the moment had arrived for her to confront her fate. However, when she truly faced this tangible destiny, she felt less apprehensive, even casting a flirtatious glance at Yang Fan before teasingly murmuring, "TSK, TSK, TSK." At that moment, fate began to shift unpredictably, as if in a fit of rage. Yang Fan, observing the courageous little deer, tenderly stroked her hair with a hint of affection in his gaze. Yet she remained oblivious, apprehensively confronting her destiny. As time passed, Yang Fan could only sigh deeply, then picked up a wet wipe from the table and handed it to her with a smile, saying, "It would have been better if you had done this earlier." The little deer received it with an expression of dissatisfaction. "Are you satisfied now? I have to start touching up my makeup." Batman. Yang Fan chuckled as he stood up and gently embraced her. "Once you finish your makeup, I'll take you out for a stroll, and we can shop to our heart's content." She shot him a sidelong glance, pridefully declaring, "At least you know how to behave." Half an hour later, they made their way to the mall. This place was a favorite among nearly every girl, especially when accompanied by someone like Yang Fan, who was both affluent and generous. It promised to be a delightful shopping excursion. Thus, the mall had become a regular stop for his romantic endeavors. Once inside, the little deer wasted no time, indulging in a plethora of luxury items. Intimacy with Lu Xiaolu 5. When they reached Chow Tai Fook, Yang Fan paused upon spotting a familiar face, his ex-girlfriend, Li Zhilan, who was currently selecting earrings with a man appearing to be in his 30s at the counter. Chapter 31. Encountering an ex-girlfriend, she noticed Yang Fan approaching. Her eyes first filled with disbelief as they darted towards the petite girl beside him, then sweeping over the bags they carried, revealing a look of astonishment. How could this be possible? Her expression shifted to one of complexity. She never imagined she would meet her ex-boyfriend in such a manner. To her surprise, he was accompanied by a remarkably young and beautiful woman who had purchased so many luxury items. It was utterly perplexing. She cast a sidelong glance at the bespectacled man beside her, feeling as though she had lost something significant. The man noticed her unusual demeanor and inquired curiously, "Dear, what is the matter?" She shook her head. "It's nothing." She then lowered her gaze and continued to shop, pretending not to recognize Yang Fan. Initially, Yang Fan contemplated whether to switch to another store, but ultimately decided against it, reasoning that to act too deliberately would be beneath him. He would maintain his composure, although he masked his emotions well. The observant little deer beside him picked up on the subtle cues. After inspecting Li Jilan for a moment, she turned to Yang Fan with a beaming smile and exclaimed, "Darling, you bought me so many things today. I want to get you a gift too. Let's go pick something out." She deliberately raised her voice to ensure Li Jilan could hear. As expected, her words drew the attention of those around them. Even the bespectacled man was taken aback by her looks and figure. After casting a jealous glance at Yang Fan, he disdainfully pursed his lips, mentally lamenting, "Damn, another flower blooming from a pile of dung." Only Li Jilan cast a casual glance before resuming her pretense of browsing, her heart a tumult of mixed feelings. Just a few months had passed, yet this man had seemingly thrived. She felt as if she had missed out on much. Yang Fan, noticing the little deer's deliberate address of darling and her mention of his purchases for her, realized that she had likely caught on. Sometimes she was quite astute, while at other times rather naive. Since she was so cooperative, he felt no need to elaborate. "All right, but I have a request." "What request?" "You choose, and I'll handle the bill. Keep your money for yourself." The little deer paused momentarily, then smiled brightly. "You're the best, darling." The sales associate, sensing a potential sale, hurried over to assist as the little deer selected a necklace priced over 30,000. Yang Fan was indifferent. This item was unlikely to be liquidated through the system, and he thought it would serve well as an occasional adornment. After completing the transaction, he instructed the sales associate, "Please show her some women's necklaces and bracelets." The associate, thrilled by the substantial sale, eagerly guided them. "Certainly, sir. Miss, please take a look at this." The little deer, feeling confident, began to browse. Meanwhile, Li Jilan, although pretending to choose earrings, was preoccupied with her thoughts. Her mind was in turmoil, repeatedly questioning, "How could this be possible? How could this be?" Others around her finally grasped why Yang Fan, seemingly ordinary, was accompanied by such a stunning companion. It was indeed due to financial prowess. Truly, the notion of true love was but a fanciful tale. After spending over 40,000, Yang Fan lovingly addressed the little deer, "Shall we go look for something else?" She glanced at her items, her face scrunched in dismay. "Darling, we have plenty already. Why don't we call it a day and take these home? We can shop again another time." Yang Fan nodded. "All right, we'll come back another day." With that, he led her out of the Chow Tai Fook store. Li Jilan looked up at their departing figures, her expression a mix of hesitation and resignation, ultimately exhaling a sigh. Once outside the mall, the little deer eagerly inquired, "So, how did I do, my carefree brother? Did I perform well?" Young Fen smiled. "You did splendidly. How did you know?" "Hee. A woman's intuition is quite accurate. I instantly sensed that girl was casting envious glances at you, so I deduced she must be your devoted admirer. Thus, I assisted in shooing away the flies." "Devoted admirer? With that kind of gaze, you dare boast about a woman's intuition?" he thought, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. If she wanted to label it a devoted admirer, so be it. In truth, it was not entirely her fault for the misunderstanding. To her, Yang Fan was a lavish spender. Surely he would not be interested in a woman of mediocre beauty. Thus, she never considered the possibility of her ex-girlfriend being the one in question, merely thinking she was a past love unrequited, now discarded. Upon returning to the hotel, feeling somewhat fatigued from their shopping spree, they decided against dining out and opted to order room service instead. After their meal, they engaged in games until the evening. When the little deer announced, "Carefree brother, I'm going to start a live stream now," Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Go ahead. I'll join your stream shortly." He then reclined on the bed, spending most of his time in the little deer's live stream, showering her with gifts. This was arguably the most he had supported her in a while. The girl felt elated, thinking to herself, "My efforts are indeed yielding returns. And it's a small investment for a grand reward. This is a profitable venture." While engrossed in his phone, Yang Fan suddenly received a message from Gong Jing. What are you up to? Watching a live stream. In a luxurious apartment, Gong Jing lounged lazily on the sofa in revealing attire. Her curvaceous figure was reminiscent of a ripe peach, undeniably enticing, especially in the absence of men, who would surely find it provocative. While messaging friends, she spotted Yang Fan's V and recalled how after they added each other, their conversation had dwindled. She mused that at this hour, he was likely engaged in something intimate with the female streamer. Thus, she impulsively sent a message, surprised when he actually replied. Do you really enjoy watching live streams? It's okay. Quite entertaining. Are you one of those legendary top supporters? I suppose so. This wasn't entirely inaccurate. In the few live streams he frequented, he was indeed a prominent supporter. Upon hearing his admission, Gong Jing's eyes sparkled, thinking, indeed, I almost misjudged him. Gong Jing Intimacy 5. No wonder there are rumors that some wealthy individuals prefer to remain low-key. It certainly appears to be the case. You're quite low-key. Yang Fan internally scoffed. I don't wish to be low-key either. But circumstances dictate otherwise. Just as he prepared to respond, she sent a picture, piquing his curiosity. It depicted a Chanel perfume, limited edition, 200 milliliters, priced at $33.58. He was momentarily taken aback. Just as he sent a question mark, he noticed she retracted the image. Sent it to the wrong person. I intended to share it with my friend for reference. Yang Fan rolled his eyes at the message. Do you think I believe that? He pondered, perplexed by her intentions. Chapter 32. The initial encounter with Gong Jing after much contemplation. Two possibilities emerged in my mind. One, she might be hinting that she desires this, seeking to gauge my reaction. However, given our lack of familiarity, it seems rather premature to employ such tactics as one might with a sycophant, which could imply a lack of discernment on her part. The second possibility is that the message was genuinely sent in error. Yet, at this moment, Gong Jing had shed her aloof demeanor from earlier in the day, initiating conversation with me and responding promptly. Coupled with her relatively low level of purity and the increased intimacy upon learning I was the top contributor, all signs pointed to a strong likelihood of her being a gold digger. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. I was not intimidated by such types, as it was merely a free ride for me. Thus, I decided to test the waters. I transferred $35,000 over to her, accompanied by a simple note. If you like it, buy 10 bottles. Upon seeing the transfer of $35,000, Gong Jing was momentarily taken aback. Her little ploy was intended to subtly suggest her fondness for the perfume, but if I truly sent money her way, she would retract immediately. She aimed to project an image of not being a materialistic woman to win my favor. Returning over $3,000 would not be a significant loss for her, especially if it could earn her some of my goodwill. However, my unexpected gesture of transferring $35,000 for her to buy 10 bottles threw her off balance. Was I really suggesting she buy so many for herself? This left her in a state of dilemma. Nevertheless, she realized that I was a wealthy individual willing to part with such an amount for someone I had just met. Elated by the prospect, she thought it wiser not to accept the money, and promptly returned it, replying, "Why are you sending me money? Oh, you're not accepting it? Just take it. It's merely perfume. If you like it, go ahead. It's not as if we lack the means." Gong Jing found herself speechless. The tone I used made it sound as though I were addressing a girlfriend. But had we truly reached that level of closeness? Don't be ridiculous. If I wanted it, I would buy it myself. It's just perfume. I am capable of that. Forget it. I'll just donate it to a female streamer instead. What? Was I a devil in her eyes? Sending such a message was truly unthinkable. Did I not desire her attention? Admitting that I felt a tinge of irritation, particularly at the thought of my money being gifted to a streamer instead, was understandable. I feel like cursing. I found amusement in her reaction, having anticipated she would dismiss the money so easily. What is wrong? Nothing. I'm going to take a shower. Gong Jing realized she was at a loss for words. Having chosen to curry favor, it would be unwise to retract her steps. However, she was determined to secure my attention, knowing that maintaining a connection with a wealthy individual could yield greater benefits in the future. With this clarity, her earlier frustration evaporated, and she, well aware of the art of teasing, happily proceeded to shower. Upon finishing, she found I had not responded to her at all, nor had I checked whether she was upset. Tori, an oblivious man. Choosing not to engage any further, she decided to let time play its course. Meanwhile, I was engrossed in watching Ollie dance when I noticed Xiao Lu approaching. Done streaming? I inquired. She smiled and nodded. Yes, I ended the stream early today, fearing you might get bored, so I came to keep you company. Keep me company? How can you do that during your special time? I was about to leave. Xiao Lu looked puzzled. Where are you going? Why do you care? It's quite discomforting to have a beauty sleeping beside me without being able to touch her. I'll return tomorrow. Her reaction was immediate. She climbed onto the bed and grabbed my arm. You're not going anywhere. I can be like before she had just received a substantial tip from me and was envisioning a bright future, so she couldn't let her benefactor leave. Observing her alluring demeanor and those adorable cherry lips, I found the scenario rather enticing. It depends on how you perform, Humph. Batman, look at me. Xiao Lu tilted her head in confusion, her expression filled with questions. The following day, I woke to find Xiao Lu already awake, lying beside me engrossed in her phone. Upon noticing me, she playfully remarked, Lazybones, if you don't wake up soon, I might starve. Seeing her cute demeanor stirred something within me. Hungry? If you're hungry, just eat, I teased, reaching out to embrace her, prompting her to squirm. No, I don't want that. I don't want half an hour later. I took her, still pouting and feigning annoyance, out for a lavish meal, which reluctantly earned me her forgiveness. We then explored an ancient town, indulging in local delicacies, and even donning traditional minority attire for some photos. By the time we returned to the hotel in the evening, she whispered to me, Xiao Yao Ge, my special time has ended. I was not surprised. She had never truly been in that phase, spinning a web of lies to justify her earlier claims. However, I was fortunate enough to enjoy certain privileges early on. Unbeknownst to me, her decision stemmed from a desire to avoid further complications. Just as I was about to make a move, she giggled and ran away. Not now. I have to stream, first be good and wait for me. Play by yourself? I could only helplessly scroll through Douyin. After several rounds of generous tipping in her streaming room, the evening concluded with my desires fulfilled. Xiao Lu's concert lasted nearly an hour, leaving her utterly exhausted. Am I now considered a girlfriend? I was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at her intimacy level, which stood at a mere 46, while below 60, I questioned her notion of depth in our relationship. Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. My heart is in tatters. Behave, and perhaps you may earn a small piece. It was a fact that while the law might not restrict the number of women one could have, it mandated that one could only be legally wed to one. With the presence of the grand fool system, marrying anyone seemed an impossibility. Before I could even grasp why my intimacy level had increased, Xiao Lu piped up, I understand. A person like you surely seeks a match of equal status, lest you face family objections. She was envisioning me as some affluent heir. Chapter 33. A reunion with Feng Yuding Fan nonchalantly remarked, I have no intention of getting married. Little dear, somewhat puzzled, burst into laughter. So, you only seek lovers and not a wife? Yang Fan shook his head. One might say I seek a wife, but refrain from the marriage certificate. Bah, what a scoundrel. Little dear playfully chastised, nudging herself closer to him without diminishing their intimacy. As for what occupied her thoughts, he could only speculate. Perhaps due to this conversation, he later took her out to savor a variety of local delicacies and visit several lesser-known attractions. After a day of exploration, her enthusiasm for him remained undiminished. Yet their intimacy stubbornly refused to grow. He had hoped to reach a level of 60 intimacy points to obtain a secondary cashback card. But it appeared this would not be a simple task. After considerable contemplation, he concluded that the root of the matter lay in their earlier exchange. Learning from his experience, he resolved to avoid shattering a girl's dreams of marrying him when their intimacy was insufficient. As for little dear, he could only allow her some time to ponder. If she could come to terms with it, all would be well, and if not, neither would suffer loss. During an evening live stream, little dear noticed that he continued to shower her with gifts worth hundreds of thousands, albeit with a somewhat distracted demeanor. On one hand, she felt that being his mistress could elevate her and her family's standard of living. On the other hand, she resented the notion of being relegated to the role of a mistress when she was so beautiful. Perhaps it was prudent to take a step back and see how things unfolded, What if she met someone more admirable and loving in the future? Yet, she kept her thoughts concealed from Yang Fan, and even after the broadcast ended, her demeanor towards him was warmer than the previous day, becoming notably more proactive. Little Deer remained with him for 2 more days, and their intimacy increased by a mere 2 points, barely surpassing 50. At this juncture, she was preparing to leave, having booked her flight the day before. Embracing Yang Fan, she buried her head in his chest and said, "Xiao Yao Ge, I have to go back now. Let's plan to travel somewhere else next time." Yang Fan stroked her silky long hair. "Sure, but if you wish to be my woman, you mustn't flirt with other boys once you return. Otherwise, this connection may wither." Little Deer's intimacy won. After a brief pause, she softly replied, "I understand." Little Deer departed after spending 4 days with him, during which they had been inseparable. Following a series of lively nights, he decided to take a day to rest, heading straight home from the airport after seeing her off. As his taxi approached his residence, he caught sight of a familiar figure at a bus stop. Oh, it was the girl he had assisted at the bus station. She had just alighted and was walking down the street with a small bag slung over her shoulder. He hesitated momentarily before instructing the driver, "Stop at the intersection ahead." After the driver covered some distance, he gradually came to a halt. Once he paid and stepped out, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. He wondered whether approaching her directly would reveal too much eagerness. Ultimately, he decided to stand at the intersection to create a chance encounter, allowing her to recognize him first since she was bound to pass this way. Thus, he pretended to be engrossed in his phone as he awaited her approach. Detected effective consumption object. Would you like to view information? Yes. He had forgotten to check last time and only remembered after she had left. Name, Feng Yuding, age, 23, height, 165 centimeters, weight, 50 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 99 status, normal intimacy, 25. The numbers were astonishing. A score of 90 for attractiveness? This revelation left him both surprised and intrigued, especially since her intimacy rating toward him had reached 25. He had merely lent her a small favor, yet it was evident that she had been quite frightened by that maniac, which had likely left a lasting impression on her. Feng Yuding had just finished work and was on her way to visit her grandmother. As she walked, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure at the intersection. She pondered as she approached, and only when she drew nearer did she realize who it was, though she hesitated to confirm without seeing his face. Quickly, she hastened her steps, arriving in front of him, exclaiming, "Hey, it's really you?" At that moment, Yang Fan turned to scrutinize her closely. Before him was a delicate, exquisitely featured face adorned with light makeup. Her figure was well-proportioned, her hair styled in a bun, and she wore a light blue sundress complemented by high-heeled sandals that showcased her long, fair legs. If her professional attire had initially impressed him with its elegance and poise, today she radiated pure beauty and innocence. While Yang Fan couldn't discern how her overall appeal surpassed that of Gong Jing and Gu Ruijia, he believed they each possessed their unique charms. Gong Jing's allure lay in her voluptuous figure and sexy black stockings, while Gu Ruijia exuded youthful freshness, enhanced by her alluring JK uniform, creating an irresistible youthful vibe that Yang Fan found difficult to resist. Feng Yuding's attire was relatively simple, relying solely on her natural beauty. Perhaps, had she dressed like the other two, her advantages would have been more apparent. After all, the system's judgment was undoubtedly more discerning than his own. Feng Yuding noticed him staring at her in a daze and teasingly asked, "Can't remember me? Would you like me to give you a hint?" Young Fen smiled. "How could I forget? My memory isn't that poor. It's good to see you again. Indeed, let us formally introduce ourselves. I'm Feng Yuding. Thank you for your help last time. I'm Yang Fan, plain as it gets." He smiled. The last time was merely a small act of kindness. To you, it may have been trivial, but it meant a lot to me. Let us exchange contact details. I'd like to treat you to a meal sometime. There was no reason for him to decline. After all, he had orchestrated this chance encounter for precisely this purpose. They successfully exchanged WeChat information, and the beautiful girl inquired, "Yanga, do you live around here?" "Yes, and you?" "I come here occasionally to visit my grandma." Since their paths aligned for the moment, they strolled along, engaging in light conversation. Yang Fan began to subtly inquire about her background. "That day, you were dressed in professional attire. What do you do for a living? She responded with ease, I sell cosmetics at mall. Are you the owner? Not at all. I'm just an employee. But you could always grow your business and become a boss. What mall do you work at? I'll come by to support your business. After a moment's hesitation, knowing his intentions were genuine and that young people often needed cosmetics, she replied, I work at the Chanel counter in Hunter International. If you need anything, feel free to contact me, and I'll try to give you a discount. Absolutely, as requested by the esteemed individuals. I shall occasionally provide a ranking of the female characters at the end of the chapters. To clarify, this is not a trivial matter. The word count of the main text remains unchanged. 1. The White Silk School Beauty, Wu Sha Sha, Paradise on Earth 2. The Airborne Anchor, Lu Xiaolu, The First Arrival 3. The JK Beauty, Gu Ruijia, Companion Play 1 4. The Train Swayer, Ali Unseen 5. The Shopping Mall Sales Assistant, Feng Yuding, Bus Station Encounter 6. The Love-Struck Brain, Chun Siyu, Companion Play 2 7. The Southern Airlines Flight Attendant, Gong Jing, Airport Encounter 8. The Twins, The Daimao Sisters, Unseen, Chapter 34. Game streamer Pikachu the two had not walked long before they began to part ways, and Yang Fan had no choice but to bid farewell to the beautiful woman. Fortunately, they had exchanged contact information and gathered a good deal of insight. Upon returning home, he took out his phone and noticed messages from Gong Jing and Gu Ruijia. Gu Ruijia, brother, I've missed you. When will you be free? Let us meet the day after tomorrow. Gong Jing, I've arrived in Beijing and will bring you some local specialties. Gong Jing worked as a flight attendant for Southern Airlines, which explained their previous encounter at the airport. A few days ago, while browsing her social media, he noticed her recent posts filled with images of upscale venues and exquisite cuisine, but he hadn't scrolled further down. It was only through their occasional conversations that he learned about her profession. What specialties does Beijing have? Doji? I can't stand that stuff. He then opened Douyin and was greeted by a stranger, a beautiful female streamer currently live. Effective consumer identified. What a coincidence. After spending some time on Douyin, he had come to realize that genuine beauties were scarce on the platform. Even several stunning first-tier internet celebrities had failed to score an 80, relying solely on beauty filters and leg pulling. Fake beauties were simply too common. Thus, encountering a female streamer who received system notifications struck him as remarkably fortuitous. This streamer was named Pikachu, with a sweet appearance and a charming smile, currently engaging in lively conversation with her audience. Did you all see the final match? We took the night card, which means we're paladins. I wouldn't even bother poking at those little wolves aside from Wolf Beauty, no exaggeration. Would you say we won because I poked at Wolf Beauty? Did I lead you all to victory? This is what we call a comeback. Welcome, Brother Half-Life. Yang Fan was astonished to see over 6,000 viewers in her stream. Quite a substantial number. Listening carefully, he realized that she was a werewolf game streamer who had just concluded an offline competition and was now recapping with her fans. Although he wasn't particularly skilled at werewolf games, he had no qualms about showering the beauty with gifts. Half-Life sent a carnival. Upon noticing the carnival effect, the beauty momentarily paused her chatter and said, Thank you, Brother Half-Life, for the carnival. She then made a heart gesture with her hands, preparing to continue her conversation. Half-Life sent another carnival. Thank you, Brother Half-Life, for yet another carnival. Half-Life sent more carnival gifts. Wow. Thank you, Brother Half-Life, for so many carnivals. While she expressed her gratitude, she noticed the stream of carnivals had not ceased. The gifts kept rolling in, and as she gasped in surprise, she covered her mouth and stared wide-eyed. Half-Life sent a total of 17 carnivals. Yang Fan paused after sending 17 gifts. Not only was the streamer ecstatic, but the audience erupted in excitement as well. Awesome. Wow. Incredible. How many is that? 17 carnivals. Here comes the Tycoon. The big shot is amazing. What a powerhouse. ISNT that Half-Life. Today he's gracing us with his presence. Lightning. Hurry up and hug his leg. What Tycoon? Brother Half-Life is a genuine god-level Tycoon. As the audience flooded the chat with praises, many recognized him, affirming his growing fame. Pikachu primarily streamed during offline competitions, so she wasn't fully aware of Yang Fan's status as a new Tycoon, but that didn't dampen her excitement. Realizing she should refer to him as Brother Half-Life rather than Brother Half-Life, she quickly adjusted her address. Thank you, Brother Half-Life, for the support. You're amazing. Let us go for a PK. As this message scrolled across the screen, the audience began typing in unison. Brother Half-Life wants you to go for a PK. The streamer seized the opportunity. All right, I'll go right now. I've been wanting to take on Canon Brother. She soon connected with a male streamer, who smiled and said, Little Lightning, why are you connecting with me? The beautiful girl shook her fist and declared, to take you down. The male streamer laughed brightly. Take me down? Haven't you lost enough already? Let's talk. If you lose, my previous punishment is off, and instead, you must respectfully call me Sister Lightning every time you see me. Do you dare? Oh, looks like you're well off. Many people here say you have a big brother on your side. Are you in or out? And if you lose, you tell me. If you lose, you bring me late-night snacks after every match. Deal. They often competed together offline and had become regular participants, so the penalties wouldn't be too harsh. Yang Fan didn't mind. After they reconnected for the PK, he promptly sent out 17 carnivals, swiftly draining the male streamer's health bar. The male streamer, glancing at his health, widened his eyes and began shouting something, though Yang Fan couldn't hear him due to the muted mic. Sure enough, the opposing health bar began to recover, indicating a surge in votes. Fortunately, Yang Fan's supporters were also pitching in, ensuring a steady advantage. Pikachu called out, Brothers, while we hold the advantage, let's not become complacent. The opponent is fierce. I've never beaten them before. With Brother Half-Life here, let me win this round. Those with votes, lend a hand. Half-Life sent 2 more carnivals. Half-Life sent 17 more carnivals. Just as the beauty finished her plea, she saw Yang Fan sending another 17 carnivals, effortlessly pushing the opposing health bar back to a safe distance. Her excitement bubbled over as she covered her mouth with both hands. Brother Half-Life, you're incredible. Ha ha, we are certain to win. Thank you, Brother Half-Life. Brothers, feel free to do as you wish. This round is ours. No matter how fierce the opponent is, can they be fiercer than Brother Half-Life? I'm not exaggerating. We don't even need to defend the tower. I could lend a few carnivals to the opponent, and they wouldn't catch up. Yet, just as she finished speaking, Half-Life sent 2 more carnivals. Half-Life sent 17 more carnivals. Chapter 35. The exultant little lightning Yang Fan unleashed another round of festivities, exclaiming, Wow, Brother Xiaoyao is incredible. Is he about to utterly dominate that opponent? The excitement was palpable, as the female viewers were so enthralled that they even abandoned calling him Pao Ge, opting instead for Mountain Cannon. The audience was ablaze with admiration, inundating the screen with exclamations of awe and appreciation. Although the PK had yet to conclude, the opposing team's votes remained stagnant. As the match approached its climax, Yang Fan glanced at the score, 783, 964 to 619, 857, and decided to forfeit, realizing he hadn't even touched their score's decimal. He resignedly opened his mic, saying, Little Lightning, you have such a formidable ally. Your strikes are truly relentless. 170,000 votes. Can we still play joyfully? Haha. You don't need to tell me how formidable Brother Xiaoyao is. What is this about calling me Little Lightning? Don't you understand the saying losing means accepting defeat? Sister Lightning. Sister Lightning is amazing. Is that better? Little Mountain Cannon. Be good and remember to call me that in the future. Are you up for another round? Here's your chance for revenge. Forget it. I lack the means today. Seek revenge another day. Go find Ching Ching instead. With that, the two ended the call. Pikachu inquired in the live stream, Is Brother Xiaoyao continuing? Yang Fan nonchalantly replied, Of course. All right. Finally, Sister Lightning can breathe a sigh of relief. She then connected with another female streamer named Ching Ching, who appeared equally charming, though the system did not provide any notification. As soon as Ching Ching joined, she remarked, Little Lightning, have you just finished hammering Pao Ge and now wish to hammer me too? The rapidity with which she grasped the situation took Pikachu by surprise. It seemed that after the previous PK, the audience had rushed to divulge the events in Ching Ching's stream. A smile danced on her lips. What hammering? I merely came to challenge you to a PK. Do you think I believe you? With a brother backing you, you're quite emboldened. Speak up. What is the punishment? Let us agree. If it's too severe, I want to accept. Hey, am I that kind of person? The punishment is the same as Little Mountain Canoness. If you lose, you call me sister, and if I lose, not only will I call you sister, but I'll also bring you late-night snacks during every match. What do you think? Quite a deal? I assenti it? It was evident that this beauty, having witnessed Yang Fan's generosity, was now feeling quite self-assured. All right, I accept. Let us reconnect. Ching Ching, fully aware of her slim chances of winning, yet still eager to proceed, understood their frequent competition and was aware of the generous brother that Pikachu had brought today. She hoped that he would shower her with affection as well, ensuring she would be well fed. It must be said, her heart was in the right place. Many superficial acquaintances would likely succumb to jealousy in such a situation. As the PK commenced, Yang Fan, as usual, unleashed 17 rounds of festivities. The female host played music, excitedly shouting while making heart gestures. Long live Brother Xiao Yao. Incredible, incredible. I adore you. The opposing team's firepower was evidently lacking, significantly inferior to the previous male streamer. This was understandable, as that male streamer had garnered a vast following due to his prowess in games like Werewolf, resulting in an audience far larger than the combined total of these two ladies. As Yang Fan prepared for his second round, he observed the opposition lagging behind, and after a moment of contemplation, chose to temper his assault. Impressive. I'll join in too. Ha! The opponent's health bar isn't budging. I'll launch a rocket as well. Once Brother Xiao Yao made his move, it seemed unnecessary for the rest to contribute votes. A few hard gestures from the audience would suffice. Brother Xiao Yao was astonishingly formidable, consistently delivering 17 rounds of festivities, as if he were a wealthy tycoon. 17 must surely be his lucky number. Yang Fan paused, yet the audience, influenced by his actions, continued to shower gifts, making it impossible for the opponents to catch up. Consequently, the opposing team opened their mics. Ching Ching sighed. Your brother arrives and presents us with an outrageous number. How can I possibly keep up? Pikachu chuckled. Are you conceding? Indeed. My sister Lightning, I concede. Yang Fan, upon hearing the admission of defeat, casually sent another round of festivities. Half a lifetime of leisure sent out 3 carnivals. Half a lifetime of leisure sent out 17 carnivals. The two female streamers were momentarily taken aback. Ching Ching soon regained her composure and, with a pitiful tone, remarked, it seems conceding was wise. Your brother is simply too formidable. Is this considered a posthumous beating? Though Pikachu was equally confused, she explained, how could that be? Brother Xiao Yao only unleashed that because you conceded. He was originally saving up to prevent you from sneaking any towers. Ching Ching was left speechless. Your brother truly holds me in high regard. Keeping 50,000 votes to prevent me from sneaking a tower? Brother Xiao Yao, please stop. I cannot sneak a tower. It's impossible. After they ended the call, Pikachu refrained from mentioning the PK again. She had already had her fill of excitement. Observing Brother Xiao Yao's lavishness, she was convinced he could bestow much more. Yet she understood the importance of moderation to avoid leaving a negative impression on him. As long as she maintained a good rapport with him, there would be ample opportunities for future indulgence. Gradually advancing is the key to success. After spending some time in the live stream, Yang Fan transitioned to Xiao Lu's channel to watch her, ensuring he did not neglect the essential act of gifting. Upon witnessing the barrage of festive messages in her stream, Pikachu pondered if she had acted too hastily, underestimating the scope of wealth some individuals possess. This man was simply extravagant. In another live stream, the dim-witted sisters, engaged in a game of pressure board, often noticed Yang Fan's festive messages during their downtime, filled with envy. Since the last time Yang Fan had graced them with his gifts, he had not returned, and the sisters felt too shy to initiate contact, fearing it might leave a negative impression. Though they've been working hard, their small gifts continued to flow in, yielding decent earnings. The only regret was never having witnessed a carnival. As dim-witted bounced on the pressure board, Mao Mao was busy responding to messages from viewers when she suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, welcome, Brother Xiao Yao." Immediately, the screen erupted with the effects of the carnival. Half a lifetime of leisure sent out 2 carnivals. Half a lifetime of leisure sent out 17 carnivals. This was Yang Fan's customary approach, entering the stream and launching a round of festivities. Just as dim-witted was jumping in pain, she instinctively halted at her sister's call. Chapter 36. The persecuted die. Filled with surprise, asked Mao Mao, "Has Brother Xiaoyao arrived?" Just moments ago, Mao Mao had received 17 carnival gifts, and she appeared quite pleased, nodding her head with a smile. Yes, you can come down now. Brother Xiaoyao is in control." Dai, brimming with excitement, leaped off the pressure board and exclaimed loudly, "Welcome, Brother Xiaoyao. Please save me. They're all bullying me." At that moment, the viewers began to tag Yang Fan repeatedly. "Banshi Xiao, Brother Xiaoyao, let Dai continue. She has been bouncing for quite a while, and surely she will go mad soon. Banshi Xiao, Brother Xiaoyao, let Dai roll endlessly on the pressure board. It would be far more exhilarating than bouncing. Banshi Xiaoyao, Brother Xiaoyao." Just like last time, let the two sisters dance in ecstasy until they cry. It would surely be a delightful spectacle. What's going on? Do you all know this rich fellow? The pressure board? Ecstasy? This could be interesting. He certainly knows how to have fun. Impressive. To walk in and see 17 carnival gifts. How delightful it would be to indulge with young models at a club. Brother Xiaoyao must be confused. At this moment, Yang Fan also began to type. Why are they bullying our Dai again? Play some club hits for Mao Mao to dance to. And let Dai have a rest. Upon seeing his message, Dai jumped up in joy. Yay! Long live Brother Xiaoyao. I knew he cares the most about me. She paused for a moment, then pointed at the pressure board, playfully saying, Mao Mao, hurry up, I'll play some music for you. She felt as though her guardian deity had arrived, and now she feared no one. Mao Mao's little face fell. The last time Brother Xiaoyao was there to protect Dai. And now history seemed to be repeating itself. Today, she was likely to face the consequences. However, the thought of having received so many carnival gifts made her feel a bit giddy. As the rhythmic music began to play, she had no choice but to step onto the pressure board and start dancing. Her mood was a perfect embodiment of the phrase, pain and pleasure coexist. Meanwhile, Dai sat nearby, cracking sunflower seeds and lamenting to Yang Fan, her eyes brimming with innocence. Brother Xiaoyao, you don't know, during the days you were away, they all focused on bullying me. Mao Mao even said that I wouldn't be allowed to rest until I cried. As she spoke, the little girl pouted, ceasing her seed cracking, her expression one of imminent tears, an utterly adorable sight. Banshi Xiaoyao, why didn't you send me a message to come save you? You could have complained to me, and I would have come to help deal with Mao Mao whenever I had the time. Ha, that's wonderful. Sending love. All right, I'll hand over the power to you. Punish Mao Mao as you see fit, and only stop when she cries. Dai expressed her gratitude again, then, with a mischievous smile, turned her gaze to the dancing Mao Mao. I'll let you enjoy for 10 minutes, then you have to roll for 20 minutes. I'll think of the rest later. Mao Mao, spinning with flair, shot Dai a fierce look, gritting her teeth as she said, Dai, we better think this through. While Brother Xiaoyao is here, you're so spirited, but he won tea come every day. Dai's lips formed a pout at this remark. Brother Xiaoyao, she's threatening me. This little girl was quick to learn the art of complaining. Yang Fan found her pitiful expression amusing. Don't worry, I'll come to see you often. If Mao Mao dares to bully you with the viewers again, you can return the favor twofold when I'm around. Instantly, Dai beamed, looking smugly at Mao Mao. Come on, let us harm each other. With Brother Xiaoyao around, why should I fear you? Though Mao Mao's face bore a grimace, she felt an immense joy within. Her previous statement had been a test of Brother Xiaoyao's stance, and the clear response indicated he would be visiting frequently. This was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune, given the generous manner in which the gifts had been bestowed, even if she suffered a bit. It paled in comparison to the abundance of carnival gifts. They had chosen to stream in this manner, and they were well prepared for the trials that came with it. Despite their youth, the sisters understood well the value of hard-earned money. Yang Fan spent considerable time in their streaming room before leaving after sending another 17 carnival gifts. He felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, likely due to the recent exertions. Thus, he set down his phone and retired early for the night. The following day, upon awakening, he discovered several unread messages on his phone, one of which caused him to smile. This message was from the first female streamer he had rewarded after obtaining the system, the charming Sasha. At midnight, Sasha had transferred 61 yuan to him, with a message that read, "Wishing Brother Xiaoyao a happy Children's Day. They say men remain boys until death. I hope everything goes smoothly for you today and that you find joy every day." This thoughtful gesture from the adorable girl pleased him immensely. What he needed most at the moment was capital, and here it was being presented to him. Upon reflection, it was evident that her previous transfer during the 520 festival had yielded unexpected rewards, prompting her to express her sentiments once more on this festive occasion. From her perspective, Yang Fan appreciated her attitude and well wishes, and she could never fathom that he was primarily interested in her relatively small monetary contributions. Thus, any holiday that could align with Yang Fan's interests became her opportunity to showcase her feelings. Even if it didn't match perfectly, she would find a way to make it work. To that end, she had cleverly linked the notion of men remaining boys to Children's Day, demonstrating her thoughtfulness. What more could be said? Only a fool would refuse such a fitting gift in accordance with the system's guidelines. Your sentiment is received. With the funds now boosting his capital to over 110,000 yuan, he was pleased and decided to check the messages from others. Unfortunately, none matched Sasha's level of understanding. Some girls had sent festive greetings, but without any monetary contributions, while Gu Ruijia had directly expressed a desire to celebrate Children's Day with him. Perhaps they subconsciously believed that Yang Fan wouldn't lack for such trivial amounts, thereby avoiding unnecessary embarrassment. Mainly, he couldn't express himself, not even hint at it, for fear that the system would reject him for not being a true fool, leaving him without recourse. After considering his options, he decided that since he was free, it would be better to go out and about, especially since he would need a companion for dining out. He sent a message to Gu Ruijia saying, "Let us go eat." "Okay, brother. I'll put on my makeup right away. Just wait for me a moment. It won't take long. It's already noon, and you're still not ready?" "Hee hee. I didn't know if you were free today, so I didn't plan to go out." "Then hurry up." Chapter 37. The Tier 3 cashback card. Gu Ruijia was elated upon receiving a message from Yang Fan in her rented apartment. She quickly sprang up and sat at her vanity, diligently applying her makeup. At that moment, her best friend and roommate, Shan Shan, approached the door, her curiosity piqued. "Hey, are you aware of today's event?" Gu Ruijia paused, taken aback. "What event? You really don't know? Why are you suddenly putting on makeup?" With a hint of pride, Gu Ruijia replied, "My wealthy brother invited me to dinner, so of course, I must look presentable." You going out? Isn't that obvious?" Shan Shan hesitated for a moment. "Didn't Sister Yuan get a holiday performance gig at a KTV a few days ago? She just called me to say they need 2 people last minute. Can you come back this afternoon?" Gu Ruijia looked at her, speechless. "What I need with that gig? I'm not interested in those trivial matters. Nothing is more important than spending time with my wealthy brother." Shan Shan felt a pang of envy and rolled her eyes. "Xiao Ruer, you're getting a bit carried away. I'll help you decline." She understood that Gu Ruijia had recently become close with a rich man, effortlessly acquiring a plethora of luxury items and a considerable allowance. While she was envious, she also understood Gu Ruijia's choice. If it were her, she wouldn't bother with such trifles either. She might even boldly declare, "Such gigs aren't worth my time." But she lacked the fortunate circumstances of her friend. Working as a model at a KTV could yield several hundred for just one night. She would relish the opportunity to do it daily. Gu Ruijia laughed heartily. "Ha! I too feel a bit lofty." With that, Shan Shan refrained from interrupting her further and returned to her own room to begin her makeup. Meanwhile, Yang Fan waited patiently for Gu Ruijia to prepare to leave. He had booked a ride to the Michelin 2-star restaurant where he had dined with Chun Siyu previously, having found the food delightful. Since Gu Ruijia lived closer, she was already waiting at the entrance when he arrived. Upon seeing him, the young beauty trotted over and embraced him warmly, exclaiming, "Brother, I missed you." Though Yang Fan was unsure of the sincerity behind her words, they were pleasant to hear. He noticed she had donned a different color of her JK uniform today, her long legs clad in white stockings. A slight departure from her usual style. It seemed she had purchased several variations of the outfit to cater to his preferences. He couldn't help but admire her subtle cunning. With a playful smack, Yang Fan gave her a light pat on her pert backside. She immediately protested. "Hey, bad brother, you hit me there." In response, she pinched him lightly, causing a momentary sting. Feigning pain, he exclaimed, "Ouch." That hurts. Did I hurt you? She asked, suddenly anxious. I didn't mean to. Let me massage it. Yang Fan chuckled, capturing her small hand in his. Just teasing, let us go eat. He then led her toward the restaurant entrance. Several passers-by, observing their interaction, wore expressions of envy. A portly man in his 20s, who had been covertly admiring Guru, exclaimed, "Ugh, here I am, quietly enjoying the beauty, and suddenly I'm bombarded with dog food." Not just him, others shared similar sentiments. I was merely passing through, looking for a place to eat, and now I feel like I've had my fill of dog food. Yang Fan and Guru, now seated and ordering their meal, were blissfully unaware of the unintended consequences of their affection. The young beauty, now well aware that her wealthy companion had no qualms about spending, ordered lavishly without hesitation, unconcerned with the prices. After finalizing their orders, she turned to him with a smile. "Brother, it's a festive day. Should we order a bottle of red wine to celebrate?" Yang Fan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Didn't you say you don't drink?" Her cheeks flushed slightly. "Well, I can have a little, but I'm not good with alcohol." She thought to herself, "During our first meeting, you were merely a stranger to me. Why would I drink with you? I certainly didn't want to, so I just made up an excuse, not expecting you to remember." Yang Fan shrugged off such trivial matters. "All right then, let us order a bottle." "Great." Once the dishes arrived, Guru took out her phone, activating the camera. With a playful tone, she teased, "Brother, I accidentally captured you in the photo. Do you mind? If you do, I'll delete it." Yang Fan hesitated, sensing she might wish to announce their relationship on social media. He figured there was no harm in that. He could simply refrain from making a public declaration himself. "It's fine," he replied. Instantly, a smile lit up her face. "Then I'll post it. Post away. I have nothing to hide." Guru's intimacy 1. Guru conquered. Affection level reached 70. Reward. Tier 3 cashback card. 1. Usable for cashback. 5 times. What the heck? Yang Fan was utterly astonished that by simply permitting her to post on social media, Guru's intimacy with him had soared past the 70 mark, earning him a cashback card as a reward. Name: Guru, age 19, height 168 centimeters, weight 50 kilograms, overall attractiveness 87, 97, status normal, intimacy 70, somewhat dependent on you. High probability of confession success. The intimacy gauge left him somewhat speechless. High probability of confession success? Clearly, the system's evaluation was rather formal, not accurately reflecting his relationship with her. That was fine. It seemed quite reasonable. If this were the case, could it be inferred that as long as a girl reached a sufficiently high level of intimacy, she would remain with him even if she were aware he was seeing multiple others? That seemed a plausible conclusion. He had briefly noticed Guru's purity level had dropped a notch and felt a twinge of concern. Fortunately, he quickly recalled it was he who had caused that decline, narrowly avoiding a misunderstanding. Chapter 38. Guru's shift in mindset. Yang Fan had already grasped the utility of the cashback card and deemed it an unwise time to utilize it, as he would undoubtedly incur losses by making a purchase that would only count as one transaction for cashback. Thus, he resolved to hold on to it for the time being. At this moment, Guru was joyfully sharing her experiences on social media. Her post featured delectable food photographs, images of the restaurant's interior, a candid shot of Yang Fan's profile, and a stunning selfie of herself, all artfully combined into a single post. The caption was straightforward: "Thank you, brother, for treating me to a grand feast," heart emoji. Upon seeing this, Yang Fan had to concede that he had misjudged the situation. Such a simplistic caption hardly constituted an official announcement. However, he remained unconcerned, relieved that the young lady had not made a formal declaration that might compel him to reciprocate, which would inevitably require a delicate refusal and potentially diminish their intimacy. This was indeed a favorable outcome. After their meal, the bill totaled over 37,000, prompting a subtle gasp from Guru. Although she had mentally prepared for the expense, she couldn't help but admire her own prowess in selecting dishes. In reality, the bulk of the cost stemmed from a bottle of wine, which alone was priced over 20,000. The young lady, having indulged in some wine, sported a rosy complexion and clung to his arm throughout their journey, growing increasingly affectionate. The soft caress of her hand against his arm stirred some restlessness within him. As they strolled leisurely, feeling the effects of their meal dissipate, Yang Fan inquired about their next destination. Gu Ruijie obediently responded, "As long as I am with you, brother, I am content to go anywhere." Hearing her say this made him smile. Since it is a festive occasion, let's indulge in some shopping. The girl's enthusiasm surged at his suggestion. That sounds wonderful. There is a Hunter International nearby. Shall we explore there? Yang Fen hesitated momentarily. Hunter International? The name evoked thoughts of Feng Yuding, the enchanting girl who was likely selling cosmetics in that very mall. A sudden urge to see her welled up, but he quickly suppressed it, aware that Gu Ruijie was accompanying him. He did not wish for Feng Yuding to witness him perusing the mall with another attractive girl. Thus, he decisively proposed, "Let us go to the China World Trade Center instead. You only possess an LV bag. Let us acquire an Hermes as a holiday gift for you." Upon hearing Yang Fan's intention to purchase an Hermes bag, Gu Ruijie's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she exclaimed, "Oh, brother, I adore you." Without a second thought, she leaped into his embrace and planted a soft kiss on his lips, her eyes fluttering shut as she slightly parted them, inviting him with a delicate allure. Indeed, when it came to shopping, cosmetics, and bags, no girl could feign indifference, even if she was not in need of them. Gu Ruijie's exuberance revealed just how elated she was. This display elicited a variety of reactions from passers-by, many puzzled by the apparent affection, pondering if today was indeed Children's Day rather than Valentine's Day, worrying that it might mislead the younger generation. Older onlookers reflected on their own experiences, lamenting about how they had been chastised for merely holding hands with their wives in the past, reminiscing with a sense of melancholy. Upon arriving at the Hermes boutique in the China World Trade Center, Gu Ruijie meticulously examined various styles, contemplating her choices with diligence. The sales associate enthusiastically provided her with recommendations. However, as she narrowed her selection down to two distinctly different bags, she found herself in a quandary, unable to choose between them. It was evident that her heart was torn, desiring both. At this moment, Yang Fan stepped in to assist her in making a decision. After scrutinizing the prices, he noted that one bag was priced just over 80,000 while the other was slightly over 70,000, a negligible difference. Gently tousling her hair, he remarked, "What is there to deliberate? Why not simply purchase both?" Feeling warmth in her heart at his words, she shook her head, pointing to the 70,000 bag. "Brother, I shall take this one. One is sufficient. I cannot carry too many bags." Yang Fan, fully aware of her desire for both, recognized the absurdity of her reasoning. Would a girl ever truly feel she had too many bags? Even if she didn't carry them, merely having them at home as decorative pieces would bring her joy for ages. This girl was indeed keenly aware of her image, seeking to enhance her appeal in his eyes. However, he chose not to expose a ruse. Instead, he addressed the sales associate, "Please prepare the invoice. I will pay via WeChat." The sales associate, delighted by the successful transaction, beamed brightly. "Certainly, sir, this way please." After he completed the payment at the register and successfully received the cashback, he quietly instructed the sales associate, "I will also take the one priced over 80,000. Please prepare the invoice." The sales associate, momentarily taken aback, soon erupted in joy, glancing at Gu Ruijie before whispering, "Of course, sir, I will attend to it immediately." Following the completion of the second transaction, as the sales associate presented both bags to Gu Ruijie, she seemed momentarily dazed. Only upon hearing the associate's envious remark, "Miss, your boyfriend is truly wonderful. He bought both bags to prevent you from feeling conflicted," did she comprehend the full extent of his generosity. Her heart swelled with sweetness, akin to consuming honey. She realized that she was frequently moved by Yang Fan's gestures. In her heart, she mused, "Brother is genuinely kind to me." Unbeknownst to her, as their intimacy deepened, her genuine feelings towards Yang Fan were gradually shifting, from initially being enamored with his wealth to developing sincere affection for him as a person. After all, she was merely a 19-year-old girl, easily touched by such kindness. At that moment, Yang Fan approached her, wrapping his arm around her and inquiring, "What are you pondering?" Gu Ruijie responded with a sweet smile, "Oh, nothing much, thank you, brother. There is no need for such formality. Let us continue exploring." Yang Fan intended to lead her onward, but she interjected, "Brother, wait a moment." Gently pulling away, she approached the sales associate and whispered something, prompting the associate to nod and depart. Yang Fan, perplexed, inquired, "Is there something else you wish to purchase?" Guru Weijia responded with a smile and an affirmative nod. "Yes, you'll find out shortly." Approximately a minute later, the sales associate returned with an outfit and a pair of trousers, asking, "Miss, is this the set you were referring to?" Guru Weijia confirmed, "Yes, indeed." She turned to Yang Fan, "Brother, I saw this outfit and thought you would look exceptionally elegant in it. I wish to buy it for you as a holiday gift. What is your size? Or would you like to try it on?" She understood that affluent individuals typically did not try on clothes, often simply providing their sizes, hence her inquiry. Chapter 39. Encountering beautiful women. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile. This girl was actually considering buying him clothes? It seemed this was a change that came with an increase in their intimacy. Since he hadn't requested her to buy anything, he was more than willing to accept it. Wearing Hermes would undoubtedly elevate his status far beyond his current Adidas and Nike ensemble. He could always transfer money to her later. After all, using a cashback card was the most economical choice. He affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, assuring her that her taste was indeed commendable. He then provided his size. Initially, he anticipated that Guru Weijia would rush off to pay, but he was mistaken. To his surprise, she gleefully made her way to the men's shoe section and selected a pair of shoes for him, before happily proceeding to the register. The total expenditure amounted to over 50,000 yuan. Now that the payment had been made, he promptly changed into the new attire, discarding the previous Adidas and Nike. The sales clerk mused to herself, wondering if this was what romance looked like for the affluent. As the couple exchanged lavish gifts, even on Children's Day. After appraising him with a smile, Guru Weijia exclaimed, "Brother, you look so handsome." Yang Fan felt a bit speechless, scratching his nose. While it was true that clothing could enhance one's appearance, he knew her compliment was somewhat exaggerated. Nevertheless, it was evident that she was willing to splurge on him. After all, her family wealth was likely only what he had previously gifted her, over 200,000 yuan. For her to spend over 50,000 on his clothing was already quite generous. Although he understood that she was aware he wouldn't be at a loss, he felt quite pleased to have received such luxurious attire without expense. The pair then wandered around for a while. While he waited for her to use the restroom, his phone buzzed. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from his friend, Chun Feng. "Hello. Hey, Fanyi. Come to my place tonight to sing. I'll arrange everything. And there'll be plenty of ladies." Chun Feng enjoyed teasing him, often calling him Fanyi as a playful moniker he had grown accustomed to over the years. Chun Feng worked as a planner at a KTV, responsible for marketing and events, and occasionally invited them to enjoy free outings. In the past, Yang Fan would have jumped at the opportunity to join, especially with the promise of numerous women. After all, to find a partner, one must first meet women, right? Although he had sung and drank with female friends of his companions before, it often ended with either him being uninterested or the women not finding him appealing. Yet, he still relished the opportunity to meet new people, knowing that each encounter could lead to potential connections. However, his interest had waned. He was already in the company of a lovely girl and felt no pressing need. "Never mind, maybe next time." "Huh?" Chun Feng was taken aback, questioning, "Is that really you?" "Of course. Can't you recognize my voice? If it were me, why would I be chatting nonsense with you? It's been ages since we all gathered for drinks. Si Jia is coming too, and the girls are secondary. Today, they're all models, and you guys have no chance." Yang Fan's curiosity was piqued. "Why do you say we have no chance?" "Well, the company is hosting an event today, and all the girls are models. I need to arrange a room for them to rest temporarily, so I figured I'd book a luxurious package and let you all join in. They don't mind mingling. Isn't that a bit of an abuse of power? Hey, it's the only privilege I have. Why not make use of it?" So, it's settled for 8 o'clock tonight. With that, Chun Feng abruptly hung up. "Wait, I haven't even agreed yet." Yang Fan then realized it had indeed been a while since he had seen them. And considering the models he might encounter, he estimated that at least a few would be above an 80 in looks. Meeting more people could be beneficial, especially if he could accumulate cashback cards to build his capital. With this thought in mind, he decided to go after all. As for Guru Weijia, he would not bring her along. After all, How strange would it be to take a girl to meet other girls? Just imagining such a scenario was absurd. After watching a film with Guru Wajia, they left them all. Following their dinner, he informed her, "I have some matters to attend to tonight. You should head back first." The girl paused, slightly taken aback, yet she refrained from pressing further, only asking, "Will you finish your work tonight, brother? Should I wait for you at the hotel?" Whoa, wasn't that a blatant temptation? Looking at Guru Wajia's alluring figure made him almost relent. However, he knew he would likely drink quite a bit tonight, which would hinder his performance later. They had plenty of time ahead of them, so there was no need to rush. "I can't guarantee when I'll be done. Let's plan to meet again in a day or two." "All right, please be safe, brother." Yang Fan leaned in and pressed a kiss to her lips, then replied, "You take care as well." After seeing her off in a cab, he glanced at the time and noted it was already 8 o'clock, the designated hour for his appointment, so he hailed a taxi toward the KTV. Arriving a bit late, and just as he was about to enter, he heard a system notification. "Valid consumer detected. Would you like to view the information?" He glanced around and noticed a well-proportioned young woman at a nearby convenience store, purchasing items. Though her face was obscured, it was evident that she was the only striking figure in the vicinity. View. Name: Lin Xian. Age: 23. Height: 166 centimeters. Weight: 52 kilograms. Overall attractiveness: 83. 91 status: normal. Closeness: 0. All her metrics appeared promising. However, a score of 9 was somewhat high. Just then, the young woman exited the store. Yang Fan finally caught a glimpse of her features. Cascading golden locks that fell gracefully past her shoulders, eyes not particularly large, but radiantly bright. Her makeup was on the heavier side, reminiscent of a smoky eye, and she wore a black crop top paired with a short black skirt and high-heeled sandals. Upon noticing Yang Fan's gaze, she frowned in displeasure and turned away, pulling out her phone to make a call. Lin Xian. Closeness -5. Damn it. Yang Fan had been contemplating whether to approach her, but given his tardiness, he decided against it. Diverting his attention, he entered the store to purchase a few snacks to bring along. Upon exiting, he saw the same young woman standing by the roadside, seemingly waiting for someone. He disregarded her and entered the KTV building, where he began to wait for the elevator. Moments later, he received another system prompt. "Valid consumer detected. Would you like to view the information?" There were indeed a plethora of beauties in this establishment. Another one had appeared. View. Name: Sushan. Age: 19. Height: 171 centimeters. Weight: 53 kilograms. Overall attractiveness: 85. 96 status: normal. Closeness: 0. This girl was quite impressive, her overall rating surpassing that of the previous one, being younger and taller. Chapter 40. The Doll-Faced Beauty. Sushan. Upon finishing his perusal of the girl's information, Yang Fan was suddenly drawn to the sound of two young women conversing nearby. "Why did you arrive later than I did?" one exclaimed. "Traffic, of course. Fortunately, I had my makeup done in advance, so it doesn't really matter," replied the other, turning towards the source of the voices. Yang Fan was pleasantly surprised to see that one of the girls was the blonde he had encountered earlier. The other girl was tall, with a single ponytail cascading down her back, her face adorably cherubic. Dressed similarly to the blonde, her crop top was white, while her bottom consisted of a black sheer skirt paired with high-heeled sandals. Due to her height, her legs were significantly longer than those of the blonde, and this combination of a doll-like face and a striking physique created a captivating contrast, although her figure lacked certain fullness, which might account for her modest score of 85. Overall, she undeniably surpassed the blonde in allure. Yang Fan's mind quickly concluded that this must be the second beauty he had been investigating. However, he was taken aback that they both happened to be waiting for the elevator as well. He pondered whether they were the models Chun Feng had mentioned, and the possibility seemed plausible. Yet, he refrained from inquiring, thinking he would soon discover the truth. The elevator area was sparsely populated, and it was evident that both beauties noticed Yang Fan's gaze upon them. However, they paid him no mind, as such attention was all too common for them. Lin Xian merely regarded him as if he were invisible, casting a fleeting glance before returning her focus elsewhere. Sushan, however, was different. After locking eyes with him, she displayed a confident demeanor, not shying away but rather assessing him openly. A flicker of puzzlement crossed her features. Why does he seem somewhat familiar? And, Are those Hermes shoes? Genuine or replicas? The insignia on his clothing was not apparent, so she could only discern the shoes. At that moment, the elevator arrived, prompting her to withdraw her gaze and step inside with Lin Shiyuan. Inside the elevator, she continued to ponder why the man had sparked a sense of familiarity. Yet she could not place him. Upon reaching the KTV, Yang Fan exited first and addressed the attendant at the entrance. "Excuse me, room number 388. "Certainly, handsome. This way, please." The two beauties paused momentarily at his words, then followed Yang Fan and the attendant in the same direction. Yang Fan, oblivious to their presence, expressed his gratitude to the attendant upon reaching the private room and pushed the door open. Inside, a lively gathering awaited him, 4 men and 4 women. Strangely, the 4 women were seated at the far left, some applying makeup, others engrossed in their phones, while a bottle of wine remained untouched on their table. The 4 men occupied the far right, their table laden with numerous bottles of alcohol, several filled glasses, and a dice cup, clearly already indulging in drinking. As the door swung open, all eyes turned toward him. The women, upon recognizing a stranger, resumed their activities, while Chun Feng among the men raised his hand. Calling out loudly, "Yang Fan, over here!" His friend, Si Jia, immediately stood and approached, but before he could reach Yang Fan, the door opened once more, revealing the 2 stunning beauties who entered one after the other. Si Jia was momentarily awestruck, his gaze transfixed on the women behind Yang Fan. The 2 ladies, however, disregarded the men, smiling as they made their way to their friends at the far side. Si Jia then returned his attention, chuckling. "Yang Fan, long time no see. Cool me. Let us drink." At the mention of Yang Fan's name, Su Shan hesitated briefly, surprise illuminating her face as she turned to glance back. However, Yang Fan was already engaged with his friends, oblivious to her interest. Meanwhile, Si Jia was introducing the other 2 men, both colleagues from his construction site, whom Yang Fan had not met before. Yet, this did not hinder their interaction, as Si Jia implied that both newcomers were well connected through family ties, one being a subcontractor and the other a leader's nephew. His motives for inviting them were quite transparent. As the drinking commenced, Su Shan, still preoccupied, pulled out her phone to scrutinize a photo on her friend Gu Weijia's social media, showcasing their visit to a Michelin-starred restaurant. One image captured a man's profile. She glanced back at Yang Fan, her eyes suddenly brightening. Aside from their differing attire, she was utterly convinced that he was indeed the man from the photo. What a coincidence! She was well aware of who he was, without a doubt. He was the wealthy brother her friend had mentioned, one who lavished gifts and extravagant spending. Su Shan had often envied her friend, pondering why, despite her own beauty, she was not similarly fortunate. Her boyfriend, though slightly handsome, paled in comparison to the allure of this man, highlighting the stark disparities in fortune. She yearned for luxury and generous allowances, questioning why, despite being classmates and sharing similar attributes, luck could be so unevenly distributed. Deep down, she felt a pang of dissatisfaction. To encounter her friend's affluent man, unbeknownst to both, felt almost fateful. Caught in a dilemma, she wrestled with the idea of alluring him while grappling with the ethics of pursuing her friend's partner. She had no doubts about her ability to entice him, believing most men to be prone to infidelity. After much contemplation, she resolved that if she let this opportunity slip away, it might never return. As the saying goes, one must look out for oneself. Perhaps she could discreetly foster a relationship with him, keeping it hidden from her friend. And as for her boyfriend? Nonsense. He was merely a former fling. With this newfound clarity, she felt emboldened. Meanwhile, Yang Fan remained blissfully unaware of the internal turmoil brewing within the woman who had fixated on him. Si Jia's voice broke through the atmosphere, murmuring, "Chun Feng, go invite the models over to join us." Chun Feng chuckled in response. "I've arranged for them to come. The rest is up to you." Si Jia grew anxious. "You can't just leave us hanging. How are we supposed to invite them without an introduction?" Clearly, he was eager to meet the beautiful models, but lacked the courage to approach them directly, hoping his friend would assist him. Chapter 41. Su Shan's thoughts. Chun Feng, however, was not indulgent. He shrugged his shoulders, stating, "I only know their team leader. I am unfamiliar with the others. How can I introduce them?" At that moment, a friend brought by Si Jia spoke up. Come on, isn't it simple to strike up a conversation? Let us first toast with a drink, and then find an opportunity to chat. This young man, named Zhang Jian, appeared a few years younger than them and was the nephew of a supervisor at CJ's construction site. Clearly, he had spent considerable time in bars and nightclubs, which contributed to his bold approach. CJ rolled his eyes at this suggestion. Why don't you set an example for us first? Zhang Jian hesitated, suggesting, let us play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever loses goes. His bravado was somewhat overshadowed by his bashfulness, leading him to propose such a challenge. With no better suggestions at hand, the group unanimously agreed. Suddenly, Yang Fan heard the system's notification. Su Shan's intimacy 20. What was happening? He was perplexed to discover that the cute, doll-faced beauty had suddenly increased her intimacy towards him by 20 points, which was quite significant. He realized that he had done nothing but engage in casual conversation with friends. Curiosity piqued. He turned to observe the girls, noticing Su Shan lost in thought, her mind seemingly elsewhere. This was indeed intriguing. However, to assert that he was not interested in such a beauty would be utterly absurd. After a moment's contemplation, he made a decision. Look at your lack of ambition. I'll go. The other boys gazed at him in confusion as he poured himself a drink and boldly approached the girls. Wow, when did Fan Yi become so impressive? Fan Yi is magnificent. The girls also noticed a man approaching them with a drink. Except for Su Shan, they all felt a twinge of disdain, though they masked it well. Lin Shiyuan's intimacy -2. The boys keenly observed the unfolding situation. Yang Fan stood smiling across the table, addressing the astonished Su Shan. Hello, may I introduce myself? Lin Shiyuan, sitting beside Su Shan, nearly burst into laughter. Familiar with Su Shan, she knew the girl often conversed with others. Despite her youth and innocent doll-like appearance, Su Shan was a quintessential beauty enthusiast and a staunch materialist. It would not be an exaggeration to say she had the keenest eye among the girls present. This ordinary-looking fellow must have been deceived by her alluring visage, mistakenly believing her to be a kind-hearted girl, thus feeling it was easy to approach her. It was quite amusing. How could a mere ordinary guy lack even the most basic self-awareness? Most of the other girls shared this sentiment, internally mocking Yang Fan's actions, viewing him with disdain. Yet, soon they were taken aback. Su Shan was genuinely thrilled that Yang Fan had initiated a conversation with her. It was as if she had stumbled upon a rare fortune, a serendipitous encounter that had unfolded effortlessly. She had been contemplating how to approach him without appearing overly eager, only to find him standing before her. A radiant smile broke across her face. Sure, she exclaimed, preparing to open a beer. Wait, what? The boys were flabbergasted, and even the other girls were taken aback. This was not how they envisioned the scene unfolding. What was happening? Had she taken some strange medicine today? However, Lin Shiyuan quickly intervened. Hey, you can't drink. We have work to do. Su Shan dismissed her concern. Sister Yuan, one drink is fine. Work? Who's foolish enough to worry about that? Besides, with her tolerance, a little alcohol would not hinder her performance. Lin Shiyuan found Su Shan's response perplexing, but refrained from further objection, curious to see where this would lead. After pouring the beer, Su Shan clinked glasses with Yang Fan. Su Shan. What do I call you? Yang Fan. They both downed their drinks. Su Shan then playfully remarked, I heard they all call you Fan Yi. Can I call you that too? They're just joking with me. Let us add each other on WeChat. Sure. Their brief exchange of pleasantries resulted in the successful exchange of contact information, leaving everyone else astounded. The boys were filled with regret, realizing that Su Shan was the most beautiful and alluring among the group, yet she had so easily granted her contact details. They were suddenly restless. Zhang Jian promptly poured himself a drink and approached, clearly attempting to emulate Yang Fan. He had his sights set on the second most attractive girl since the first had been successfully approached. Standing beside Yang Fan, he flashed what he believed to be a charming smile at Lin Shiyuan. Hello, may I get to know you? However, she merely glanced at him. We have work. I can't drink. Zhang Jian's smile faltered, puzzled. And that beauty just shared a drink with that guy? Did she not have work? Yet, he persisted with a smile. Then let us hang out after work. Can I add you on WeChat? No. Dismayed, he thought. This is a stark contrast to how that guy was treated. I must have chosen the wrong target to approach, but but it would be inappropriate to switch targets now. This is a disaster. Yang Fan observed Zhang Jian awkwardly clutching his drink, unsure of how to proceed. He poured himself another drink and clinked glasses with Zhang Jian. Let us drink together. Okay. After they drank, seeing Zhang Jian linger, Yang Fan casually suggested to Su Shan, "How about singing?" Su Shan readily agreed, stepping forward. "Sure. Why don't we choose a duet to sing together? You pick the song. I'll see if I know it." Yang Fan was not a terrible singer. He could hold his own, and though he wasn't exceptional, he was far from unpleasant. Therefore, he felt no trepidation. The others watched in bewilderment as the two prepared to sing a duet. It seemed to be progressing rather rapidly. Was this love at first sight? But the guy wasn't even handsome. What did she see in him? Yang Fan paid no mind to their thoughts as he and Su Shan selected a song and began to sing together. Her voice was melodious, and she sang well. Well, he played a supporting role, but that was inconsequential. Singing was merely a bridge to foster familiarity between them. Chapter 42. Yang Fan in a quandary as the final note faded, scattered applause filled the air. Yang Fan returned to sit with the guys, accompanied by a young lady. When Zhang Jian, feeling emboldened, approached with a drink in hand, he addressed Su Shan, saying, "Beautiful lady, your singing is truly splendid. Allow me to toast to you." A devoted fan. Su Shan, however, was refreshingly candid. "I'm sorry, but I only drink with him." With that, she cast a playful glance at Yang Fan and winked. Yang Fan was taken aback by her response, yet he felt a pleasant warmth in his heart. Zhang Jian, on the other hand, wore an expression akin to a defeated dog. He had assumed this enchanting woman would be more agreeable. He had intended to leverage his connections through his uncle to compete for her attention, but it seemed he had misjudged the situation. He found himself perplexed, pondering where he had faltered. After all, the previous girl had responded similarly, and it was hard to fathom why, despite his superior height and looks, he remained overlooked. Clearly, there was something amiss in these ladies' taste. They simply did not recognize quality. As time passed, the ladies rose from their seats, and Lin Xuan called out, "You stubborn girl, we're leaving." Su Shan understood it was time for work. Leaning closer to Yang Fan, she breathed softly, "I'm going to perform now. Would you like to join?" The fragrance of her presence intoxicated him. From their earlier conversation, he discerned that the ladies would be strutting down the runway and engaging in some interactive games with the patrons. The entire endeavor would conclude in 2 short hours. While he found little appeal in it, he replied, "I'll come down later to take a look." She was unconcerned. "All right, I'll return after my shift to keep you company for a drink." With that, Chen Feng escorted the ladies away, leaving 4 men behind. "Curios, CG inquired. Aren't you going?" Yang Fan replied, "I'll go down later." CG continued, "You've certainly got game. I've been trying to figure out how you managed to charm that model." Truth be told, even Yang Fan was somewhat bewildered. He dismissed the matter, raising his glass. "Let us drink." In the private room, the 4 men engaged in a spirited round of drinks, and before long, over an hour had slipped by. Zhang Jian broke the silence. "They'll be finishing soon. Aren't you going down? The girls will be leaving shortly." Yang Fan was indifferent to whether Su Shan returned home. He merely remembered his promise to descend, saying, "I'll go take a look." "Are you coming?" A disheartened Zhang Jian replied, "Why should we? We might as well stay here and continue drinking." Upon reaching the first floor, Yang Fan found 6 young ladies clad in matching attire atop the stage, accompanied by a microphone-wielding host. A crowd of patrons had gathered below. The host chattered away before the ladies began their graceful catwalk, their movements suggesting they had practiced extensively. Bored, Yang Fan watched for a while, and soon the show concluded. Numerous men approached the models, hoping to strike up conversations, only to be met with polite refusals. Surrounded by admirers, the models maintained their composure, aided by KTV staff who kept order. The rejected patrons departed with expressions of disappointment. As the ladies exited, Lin Xuan spotted Yang Fan nearby and curiously asked Su Shan, "You stubborn girl, aren't you coming with us?" Su Shan nodded, "You all go ahead. I'll stay and have some fun." Lin Xuan, puzzled, pressed on, "What has gotten into you today? Do you know that guy?" "Not at all," Su Shan replied with a laugh. Lin Xuan was left speechless. "Then what is this sudden change of heart about?" Su Shan simply smiled. "I can't tell you now. He is coming over." With that, she eagerly approached Yang Fan, linking her arm with his. Lin Shiyuan watched their intimate exchange, questioning her own perspective on life. When had this girl become so indiscriminate? Just then, another model, her hair elegantly styled, approached Lin Shiyuan. She asked, not being irrational. Did you not notice the shoes that guy is wearing? They're Hermes. Really? Lin Shiyuan responded, taken aback. She hadn't even thought to notice such details. Now, a flicker of understanding dawned on her regarding Su Shan's peculiar behavior. She chuckled inwardly. After all, a pair of Hermes shoes merely cost around 10 to 18,000. Was Su Shan truly so naive? Clearly, it was a mutual attraction. Well then, let us go. Yang Fan returned to the private room with Su Shan, where the remaining men were still drinking. Zhang Jian inquired, where are the others? Yang Fan shrugged. They've all left. Zhang Jian sighed, oh well. Subsequently, Yang Fan and Su Shan chose not to join them, but instead moved to another corner to enjoy their drinks. The others recognized the budding romance and refrained from interrupting. As Yang Fan and Su Shan conversed and drank, their closeness intensified, their bodies nearly touching. Su Shan showed no reluctance in their intimacy, even guiding him with the navigation. Yang Fan glanced at her, remarkably composed despite the unfolding events, yet felt a surge of indignation. Observing the oblivious men around him, he noted their lack of attention. As he turned back to Su Shan's enchanting face, he saw her feigned calmness falter, her sultry gaze betraying her feelings. Soon, she gracefully shifted to straddle his lap, her arms draping around his neck, her form softening against him. Realizing his discontent, Su Shan, perceptive as ever, softly whispered something in his ear. Yang Fen, intriguet, patted her gently and proceeded towards the room's entrance. Su Shan followed quietly, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Upon entering the restroom, Su Shan eagerly melted into Yang Fan's embrace, her lips seeking his with fervor. In this silent yet electrifying atmosphere, Yang Fan instinctively began to play their little game, surprised by her boldness while feeling an undeniable thrill. However, as their lips parted, Su Shan playfully tugged at her skirt and executed a graceful turn, attempting to cast aside her fate. Yet, fate is not so easily discarded. In an instant, it collided with her, eliciting a startled gasp followed by a resigned sigh. Chapter 43. The Generosity of Wealth. 2 hours later, in a hotel room, Yang Fan lay comfortably on the bed, playing games with Wei Ping while conversing with Su Shan, nestled in his embrace. Why? He inquired. The girl, leaning against him, basking in his affection, appeared momentarily perplexed and countered with a question. What do you mean, why? Yang Fan chuckled teasingly. Don't tell me you've fallen for me at first sight. He was acutely aware that Su Shan was not the type to engage in frivolous encounters, considering her past experiences were limited. Yet, the events of the day had left him feeling bewildered. Even if she were to indulge in such whims, would she truly choose him? What could she possibly see in him, his age? This notion struck Yang Fan as utterly incredulous. At that moment, Su Shan feigned innocence and asked, what is this? After indulging, you want to deny it? Yang Fan found her remark amusing. Not all, I'm just a bit puzzled. Su Shan, with a nonchalant flick of her hair, retorted, why overthink it? Just tell me, are you happy today? Quite happy indeed. It would be odd to feel otherwise. Having such a vibrant beauty by his side was something he had never dared to dream of before. She not only allowed him to revel in his youth, but also accompanied him in experiencing exhilarating moments he had never encountered. It even enabled him to unlock the most unexpected uses of a KTV restroom. Reflecting on Su Shan's alluring presence from that time, he felt a renewed vigor. Su Shan, with a playful smile, chimed in, well, I senti that settled. Since you're happy, why contemplate further? Although she understood that her connection to Gu Weijia would be difficult to conceal, she was not yet ready to divulge the truth. Her intention was to captivate Yang Fan, to make him fond of her, and once he became accustomed to her presence, everything else would fall into place. She had no desire to steal Yang Fan away from her friend, as she harbored no objections to sharing him, even if it meant remaining a hidden admirer. Her fear was that once Yang Fan uncovered the truth, he might sever their bond, reluctant to maintain any intimacy with her. This would be a significant blow to her. especially since she had already invested emotionally without reaping any tangible rewards. She certainly did not wish to end up with nothing to show for it. Thus, she decided to tread carefully, taking one step at a time. As Yang Fan lay on the bed, he contemplated that it was time to utilize the Tier 3 cashback card to accumulate his principal, to grow stronger, and to create a new brilliance. Host, Yang Fan cashback level 3, 5 times, cashback ratio 1.14. He began messaging the girls, requesting their bank account numbers, preparing to distribute his newfound wealth. The responses varied. Dai Dai and Mao Mao, having just finished their live stream, were enjoying a late-night snack together. Although they found it strange that Yang Fan requested their account numbers, they did not question it further and promptly sent them. Before long, Dai Dai received a notification. 100,000 yuan had been transferred into her account. What? Mao Mao. Look, Mao Mao. Intrigued by her sister's sudden excitement, leaned in to see. Wow. Upon realizing the amount, she gasped in shock. Soon after, her phone chimed as well. And after a moment of disbelief, she stammered, I received it too. Wait, why would Brother Xiao Yao send us so much money? Let me ask him. She quickly messaged Yang Fan. Brother Xiao Yao, my sister and I have an extra 100,000 in our accounts. Did you send it by mistake? I did not make a mistake. Happy holiday. Brother Xiao Yao, we are no longer children. What does that matter? Just accept it. Go buy something you like. Mao Mao exchanged astonished glance with Dai Dai. Brother Xiao Yao says it's our children's day, red envelope. Dai Dai was equally stunned. This is too generous. Yang Fan requested the girls' account numbers because he anticipated acquiring more high-level cashback cards in the future, making direct transfers to their accounts convenient. This would allow for quick cashback, while making it challenging for them to refuse. Gu Ruijia also received a transfer, having experienced Yang Fan's lavishness before. She reacted with little surprise, merely expressing her gratitude sweetly. However, Xiao Lu did not receive a transfer, as he frequently gifted her during her live streams, making a direct transfer unnecessary. When it was time for the flight attendant Gong Jing, she curiously inquired about the purpose of the request, but ultimately provided her bank details, considering it a trivial matter. Upon receiving the transfer notification, she was completely taken aback. Did you really send money? Happy Children's Day. Gong Jing's intimacy 5. Reading the message, a warm sensation flowed through her, causing her heart to race. He must have requested my account number to avoid a refund. He genuinely wants to give me money. Yet he was such a scoundrel. Are you trying to woo me? Gong Jing, fully aware of his intentions, could not help but ask. Surprisingly, after a long wait, he did not respond. What's going on with him? At this moment, only the girl beside him remained. She was resting against him. Yang Fan nudged her gently. Send me your bank account number. The girl paused, her heart racing with excitement. She immediately surmised he intended to transfer money to her. Why else would he ask for her account number? Was her investment already yielding returns? How delightful. Yet, she feigned confusion and asked, what do you need my account number for? Just send it. Are you afraid I'll take your money? The girl pouted, knowing without the card and password, it was impossible to withdraw anything. She rose from the bed, retrieved her purse, and handed him her bank card. Upon seeing the transfer of 100,000 yuan on her phone, her breath quickened uncontrollably. Yang Fan wrapped his arms around her and whispered in her ear, Happy holiday. Su Shan's intimacy 5. In that moment, the girl felt deeply touched, instantly affirming that her previous efforts were worth it. The following day, upon waking, Yang Fan discovered the bed beside him was empty. The girl had vanished. However, a message remained on his phone. I have class today and won't be able to accompany you. Don't miss me too much. He shook his head, choosing not to respond. His capital had now reached over 300,000, a swift accumulation. After freshening up, he ventured out to seek sustenance. Without the company of a girl, he settled for a casual meal rather than a lavish feast. Chapter 44. An interlude at the mall within the luxurious confines of the Hunter International Mall. The Chanel Cosmetics counter was graced by the presence of the impeccably dressed beauty, Feng Yuding, who diligently recommended products to her patrons. Many passers-by, captivated by her allure, could not help but steal glances. Sir, lipsticks come in a myriad of shades. If you're uncertain of the recipient's preferences, I suggest you purchase a gift set featuring the 3 most popular colors. She advised a middle-aged man who appeared to be nearing his 40s. As he listened intently, his thoughts began to wander. Indeed, that sounds reasonable. In addition, please recommend a makeup set commonly favored by young ladies. Money is no object, he declared with a sense of bravado. Phone Yuding, pleased by his response, eagerly began her recommendations. However, after several suggestions did not meet his approval, she inquired, "May I ask how old the person you intend to gift is?" "She is my younger sister, around 24-25, he replied. "Would it not be wise to consult your sister for her preferences? It would facilitate a more suitable recommendation," she suggested. The man shook his head dismissively. "I wish to surprise her. How could I possibly ask her?" Phone Yuding continued to engage him for quite some time. Yet no sale was made. Suddenly, he proposed, "How about this? Share your contact information with me, and I will send you pictures of the cosmetics she typically uses. It would make it easier for you to recommend something, as I am not well versed in these matters." His intentions became increasingly apparent. He sought to add her on social media. While she had encountered such situations before, she hesitated, contemplating the potential for sale. After a brief, internal struggle, she ultimately decided to share her contact. To her astonishment, mere minutes after his departure, a message arrived. "I will take the most expensive set you just recommended." Phone Yuding was elated. "That is wonderful. When will you come by? I can prepare it for you." "Not so fast. I have not finished speaking," he replied. "Please, go ahead, sir. I want the items, and I will also gift you $2,000 each month as pocket money. Do you understand?" Phone Yuding was taken aback. It was clear he was not there merely to purchase cosmetics. He aimed to win her favor with gifts and money. She rolled her eyes at the thought of his portly figure, realizing she could not accept such an offer, and promptly deleted his contact. Alas, he was undeterred and returned moments later. Despite her desire to ignore him, his persistence was unyielding, and he lingered nearby. Noticing her cold demeanor, he boldly stated, "I truly admire you. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. If you think my offer is insufficient, I can increase it. You can propose any conditions. We can negotiate." Initially hoping to discuss this privately, he was now forced to speak plainly as she had rejected him without hesitation. "Sir, if you're not here to make a purchase, I kindly ask you to leave." She insisted. "Wait, 3,000. I can give you 3,000 each month. Consider how much you earn working here. If you were to be with me, you would not regret it." Phone Yuding's colleagues began to notice the commotion, igniting her frustration while stifling her anger. Just as she contemplated how to dismiss him, a male voice interrupted. "TSK, TSK, TSK. You think $3,000 is enough to maintain beauty? Old man, if you get such a deal, don't forget to share it with me. I want 10. Turning towards the source of the voice, Phone Yuding's face lit up with surprise. "Brother Young, what brings you here?" "I happened to pass by and thought I'd check on you," replied Young Fan, who had just finished lunch. He had decided to visit, unaware he would stumble upon the previous scene. In disbelief, he observed the middle-aged man's audacity. $3,000? You must be joking, he scoffed. The man, incensed by the disrespect, retorted, "Who are you calling old? Looking for trouble?" Yang Fan regarded him with disdain. "With that belly and receding hairline, you must be in your 40s. I call you old out of politeness. Do you wish to engage in a physical confrontation? I wouldn't hesitate to remind you that your age does not guarantee you strength." The man, angered, pointed a finger at him but hesitated to act. "You, young man, be cautious. You may find yourself in trouble." Yang Fan stepped forward tauntingly. "Go on, keep pointing. If you dare touch me, I assure you that I will claim self-defense and have you hospitalized for months. Do you believe me?" The man, now intimidated, lowered his hand, realizing the potential consequences of provoking a younger individual. As the scene drew the attention of many onlookers, Phone Yuding's manager approached, inquiring, "I am the store manager. What is happening here?" Yang Fan, relishing the crowd's interest, raised his voice. "This old lecher is harassing my friend, insisting he wants to maintain her. He thinks he is impressive just because he has a bit of money." The crowd murmured in disapproval, voicing their disdain for such conduct. "What an outrageous man! If he desires women, he should seek them elsewhere. This is a mall. Look at his age. He is practically the same age as these young ladies' parents. He should be ashamed. Someone should expose him. Let his family know about his disgraceful behavior." At that moment, the middle-aged man, panicking, exclaimed, "I didn't do anything. Don't listen to this kid. No filming. I will sue you for invasion of privacy." The manager interjected, "Our store has cameras. Everything that transpires here is recorded. Young Fen Smirket, could you provide me with a copy of the footage? I'd love to infringe upon his privacy. Let him take legal action against me." "Absolutely not." The man protested, realizing he had underestimated the situation. He never expected a simple solicitation would escalate to such proportions, with threats of exposure looming over him. He feared the wrath of his wife, whose temper was notorious, and he owed his current business success to the support of his uncle. The thought of facing her in anger was more daunting than any public scandal. Chapter 45. The astonishing Feng Yuding. It was precisely due to the fact that the man's wife was both portly and unattractive and often treated him with fierce disdain, that he contemplated keeping a mistress to soothe his wounded spirit. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Feng Yuding, he became irresistibly enamored, which led to the current predicament. Hearing that others intended to record him and upload the footage online was utterly intolerable. "Do you even understand the law? You cannot do this without my permission. No filming. Absolutely no filming." He bellowed furiously at Yang Fan. "If you dare to post me online, I will sue you into oblivion. Just wait for the court summons." He then pointed at the onlookers. "And you lot as well. Whoever infringes upon my portrait rights shall face legal action. Let us see how much you have to compensate." He was acutely aware that nowadays, people eagerly shared any incident on social media, and if a video went viral, it could ruin him. Thus, he resorted to threatening Yang Fan and the bystanders. Yang Fan simply rubbed his ears. "I'm waiting for you. How dare you flaunt your bravado here? You must have a lot of nerve. If I were you, I will make a swift exit. Damn it. If running away would do any good, I would have bolted already. No need for your advice." He glanced around at the ever-growing crowd, many of whom were inquiring about the unfolding drama. Realizing that lingering here held no advantages, he shielded his face with his hand and hurriedly departed. As he left, he harbored a deep resentment towards Yang Fan, but dared not utter a single harsh word, fearing it would be recorded as well. Yang Fan expressed his gratitude to the surrounding crowd, who, seeing that the excitement had dissipated, began to disperse. He then turned to Feng Yuding behind him and asked with a smile, "Are you all right?" Feng Yuding Intimacy 5. She shook her head. "You've helped me once again. It was merely shooing away some flies, nothing of great significance. I would gladly assist again if such a situation arises." At that moment, the store manager, relieved that the matter had been resolved, sighed with relief. "Ting Ting, please attend to your friends. Don't let work be delayed with that." She prepared to leave, as several onlookers had taken the opportunity to browse the store, and she needed to attend to them. Feng Yuding immediately brightened. "Brother Yang, I still have work to do. How about you? Planning to wander around? I have no intention of delaying your work. Come, recommend some cosmetics for me, swiftly." Surprised, she asked, "You want to buy something? Am I not allowed to?" "No, just a bit unexpected. Are you buying it for your girlfriend?" "No, it's for a friend." She then displayed an understanding expression, but refrained from probing further, thinking to herself, "It must be for a girl he likes." She earnestly began to make recommendations. However, Yang Fan was unsatisfied with her suggestions and interjected, No, these are far too cheap. I can't present these." The girl was taken aback. "But these are Chanel cosmetics. You find them cheap?" Although she had recommended items with high cost-performance ratios, they were still several thousand each. "Brother Yang, what price range do you have in mind? Recommend the best without considering the cost. I know you want to help me save money, but it's truly unnecessary." "All right, fine. Let me put together a set for you. Yes, include a variety of products, and I want all the shades of lipstick. Choose the finest." Unbeknownst to him, he had once again revealed his naive nature. The girl was left speechless, but meticulously selected items to present to him. Yang Fan waved his hands. "No need for introductions. Just assemble the best based on your judgment. I trust you." Ultimately, she compiled a complete and luxurious set of cosmetics for him. Upon calculating the price, $63,800. "Is it really this affordable? Did you genuinely select the best?" The girl silently gasped. She considered this a bargain. "If you hadn't insisted on the best, I would never have reached this price." She firmly nodded. "This is undoubtedly the best. The recipient will be overjoyed. Trust me. Can we add more?" Adding duplicates is unnecessary. All right then, swipe the card and package everything. Good. Finally relieved, the girl led Yang Fan to the counter to process the payment. Afterward, she gained a clearer understanding of his spending capabilities. With the items in hand, she cheerfully dashed back to her workstation to prepare the gift boxes. The store manager approached, astonished, and whispered, "Are these all recommendations you made for your friend? You really have quite the knack for sales." The items were so desirable that even she would only purchase one or two when her salary arrived, often opting for higher cost performance alternatives instead. Yet, this girl had taken the liberty to recommend everything, and what was more astonishing was that he had agreed to purchase them. What impressive salesmanship. Feng Yuding, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied he insisted on these. I suggested cheaper options, but he refused. No need to explain. I understand. The girl sensed the manager's knowing look and felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. After the cosmetics were packed into 2 large boxes, she brought Yang Fan over to inspect them. "Brother Yang, does this gift box look all right?" "There are no larger boxes available." Yang Fan nodded. "It's fine. If you like it, that's what matters. But my preference is irrelevant. It's the recipient who must be pleased." At that moment, Yang Fan chuckled. "It's actually for you. Package it however you wish." "What?" The girl was momentarily flabbergasted, her eyes widening in disbelief. "For me? Of course. I mentioned it was for a friend, right? Are you not my friend?" Chapter 46. The girl codenamed Zero at this moment. The girl began to trust that Yang Fan was not merely teasing her, but genuinely intended to gift her these cosmetics. Though tempted, she resolutely shook her head. "No, these are too precious. I cannot accept them." Just a moment ago, who had claimed that receiving such gifts would bring her immense joy. Had she been deceived? Feng Yuding found herself at a loss for words. True, she had uttered those sentiments, yet she could never have anticipated that these gifts were meant for her. Seeing her hesitance, Yang Fan shrugged and continued. "Well, the money has already been spent. If you refuse to accept them, I'll simply have to return them." Feng Yuding was speechless. So after she had painstakingly helped him select these items, he expected her to return them? The crux of the matter was that he did not intend to play tricks on her. He merely insisted that if she did not accept them, he would return them instead. She sought to make one last effort. Yang, you could always give them to someone else." Yang Fan shook his head. "How could I give something meant for you to someone else? Besides, there is no one else to give them to." Feng Yuding's intimacy level 2. Yang Fan felt a surge of delight upon witnessing her increased affection. After a moment's inner turmoil, Feng Yuding declared, "I truly cannot accept them. If you don't take them back, I will have no choice but to initiate a refund." "Are you certain that your store manager won't be furious with you for doing this?" Yang Fan chuckled and gestured towards her manager's direction. Feng Yuding glanced over and, indeed, spotted her manager staring at her in disbelief. "But fine. Enough of this indecision. This small sum is merely a drop in the bucket for me. As my friend, you should feel free to accept it." Feng Yuding hesitated. These cosmetics had been meticulously chosen by her, tailored to her aspirations. How could she not appreciate them? Yet, as the saying goes, one should not accept rewards without merit. Deep down, she sensed that Yang Fan might have developed feelings for her, and it would be foolish not to see that. As for his talk of friendship, it felt insincere. She believed not a single punctuation mark of it. However, her dilemma lay in the fact that she had no romantic inclinations towards him. She genuinely regarded him as a friend. It was awkward to inquire further, for if he were to confess his feelings, she wouldn't know how to respond, leading to an uncomfortable situation for both. Yang Fan, noticing her fondness for the cosmetics yet her reluctance to accept them, found himself caught in a quandary. Yet, he was not easily deterred and quickly devised a solution, simply to leave. "I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Goodbye." With that, he departed without hesitation. "Wait, Yang, hold on." Feng Yuding called out, but upon hearing his footsteps quicken, she realized he was already disappearing around the corner. Fuming, she stamped her foot and then gazed vacantly at the cosmetics before her. At that moment, her manager approached and, observing her expression, offered counsel. "Silly girl, he is clearly determined to gift these to you. You should simply accept them. You neither asked for them nor made any promises. It would not leave a negative impression." Feng Yuding shot her manager a bemused look. Naya, I am not worried about leaving a bad impression. You see, we have only known each other for a few days. This is merely our third encounter. How could I accept something so valuable from him? Naya, you must not realize how beautiful you are. Even if it were only a first meeting, it would be no surprise if he were smitten with you. To be frank, he seems quite generous, but I don't have those feelings for him. Najia replied cryptically, trust me, you will. Relationships require nurturing. And as for the gifts, they are non-refundable. As someone who had been through this before, she understood the potent allure of monetary gifts, wielded as a weapon. They were undeniably effective. It was not just young girls who succumbed. Even married women like herself found it hard to resist. Upon hearing that the gifts were non-refundable, Feng Yuding rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. After leaving them all, Yang Fan wandered outside, feeling quite pleased. He had already received his cash back, and even if the cosmetics were returned, he would not incur any loss. Yet, as of now, the store had not processed a refund. While meandering near an office building, contemplating which acquaintance to invite for dinner, the system's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Detected a valid consumer target. Would you like to view the information? Indeed, the streets were bustling with beauties. He glanced around and noticed a stunning woman emerging from a nearby office building. Her long hair glistened a wine red under the sun. Her large eyes framed a delicate face, and her fair skin seemed impervious to the sun's rays. Dressed in a revealing orange crop top and black shorts, her right leg adorned with short orange towel socks, and her left with knee-high black and white striped socks, complemented by a pair of white sneakers. She exuded an undeniable charm. This must be the girl. View. Name, Li Wei. Age, 21. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 86. 100 status. Normal intimacy level, 0. What? 100? So this beauty S score is 0. Yang Fan was momentarily struck dumb. There was nothing particularly exceptional about her compared to his acquaintances. But she was an original, a first for him. The allure was undeniable. At this age of 21, still a beauty, it was hard to believe. He understood that the system would not deceive him. It would be abnormal not to be tempted by such a rare find. Thus, he approached her, seizing the opportunity to strike up a conversation. Hello, miss, do you know where I might find a flower shop nearby? I wish to buy a bouquet for you. The beauty appeared momentarily stunned. Li Wei's intimacy level -50. How could it decrease by so much? Was my pickup line truly that pitiful? He had come to expect a drop in intimacy levels during initial encounters with beautiful women, but he never anticipated such a significant decline. Had he committed some egregious faux pas? Having reached this point, he harbored no expectations and was about to turn away when the beauty spoke up. Add me on WeChat for 500. What was this? So blunt and straightforward. Yet, this posed no challenge for him. He nodded in response. All right, I'll add you. Surprisingly, the beauty seemed taken aback. Chapter 47. The second-hand luxury boutique Li Wei had successfully dissuaded numerous strangers from approaching her with this method. This was the first time someone was genuinely prepared to transfer money. At this moment, curiosity piqued. She indeed sent her WeChat ID to the other party. Without hesitation, Yang Fan transferred 500 to her, annotating it as a voluntary gift, and then cheerfully inquired, shall we grab a drink or have a meal together? How much do I need to transfer? 5,000. The attractive woman casually stated a rather high figure. She was determined to see if this would intimidate him. To her surprise, Yang Fan readily agreed. All right, tell me your name. You know, if I'm transferring 5,000, I need to know your name. The beauty scrutinized him from head to toe, internally critiquing, is this guy out of his mind? Is he really going to transfer it? Nevertheless, she revealed her name. Li Bei. Yang Fan promptly transferred 5,000, still annotating it as a voluntary gift. Let us go. We can have a cup of coffee up ahead. He was well aware that this lady was not one to engage in monetary exchanges, as her purity was evident. This was becoming quite intriguing. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been labeled as a naive, affluent individual in her eyes. Since the money had been accepted, Li Wei did not decline, but accompanied him to the CAF. They sat across from one another, and Yang Fan initiated the conversation. I just saw you coming out of that building. Do you work there? Li Wei did not ignore him. No, I'm studying dance inside. No wonder she exuded a blend of sensuality and casual athleticism. It turned out she was a dancer. It made sense why her figure was so remarkable. What style do you study? Mainly street dance. Ah, that's impressive. Street dance requires a high degree of flexibility, and you must be able to master many difficult moves with ease. His mind wandered off, conjuring images of blissful moments. Li Wei's intimacy -2. Li Wei noticed Yang Fan suddenly sporting a somewhat lascivious grin and frowned. Is there something wrong with studying street dance? Not at all. I'm just a bit surprised. In my impression, street dance is quite challenging. This girl seemed to diminish intimacy rather easily. Not too bad. Yang Fan then sought other topics to discuss, but her responses were half-hearted, revealing her lack of enthusiasm. After nearly an hour in the CAF, not only had her intimacy not increased, but it had also decreased by 2 points, which was quite disheartening. Let us find a place to eat. Li Wei did not respond directly, instead saying, I'm not hungry yet. How about we go for a stroll first? Yang Fan, sensing her intentions, did not mind at all. Sure, where would you like to go? Upon hearing his agreement, her demeanor shifted entirely from disinterest to a bright smile. There's a store I really like. They have some great items. Come with me. He said nothing further and hailed a cab with Li Wei. After a 10-minute ride, they arrived at a relatively large store, well decorated, with shelves brimming with various luxury brands, predominantly handbags. Indeed, handbags seemed to be a woman's greatest passion. A beautiful saleswoman approached them as they entered. Welcome to Fashion Hub. May I assist you in finding a cherished item to take home? Li Wei, brimming with anticipation, replied, Please show me your handbags. Brand doesn't matter. Certainly. We have just received 2 new models for this year. The orange one is particularly lovely. Ladies, please take a look. Li Wei expressed her interest to Yang Fan. Let us go check it out. After hearing the saleswoman's words, Yang Fan quickly realized they were in a second-hand luxury shop. No wonder there was such a variety of brands. He kept his thoughts to himself. Before long, the young woman held up the 2 handbags recommended by the saleswoman and asked Yang Fan, I think both of these bags are beautiful and quite suitable for me. This one is very versatile and goes with anything. And this one would match my black dress perfectly. What do you think? I think, if it weren't for the cashback on spending money, I do think you were just trying to get me to buy it for you. However, as a willing fool, he nodded with a smile, yes. They suit you well. Then I'll take both. Over 70,000. The price is reasonable. It would be nearly 100,000 at a boutique. Oh, and this one is so cute too. As she spoke, she noticed a tiny handbag nearby. Yang Fan observed that the bag was only slightly larger than his fist. What could possibly fit in that? At that moment, she quickly picked it up and asked him, This one is just over 10,000. It's adorable. Let us buy it too. Sounds good, she said with satisfaction. So I'll take these 3. Thank you. Thank you for what? Yang Fan genuinely wondered, thinking if it weren't for the willing fool system, who would actually buy these for you? Is your thank you really that valuable? He decided to tease her, feigning innocence. What are you thanking me for? Surely you're not expecting me to foot the bill? To his surprise, she was completely unfazed and boldly replied, Aren't you trying to pursue me? What? Are you intimidated by a few thousand? Internally, she mused, oh. Are we done pretending? Yang Fan responded nonchalantly, It's just a few thousand. That amount doesn't faze me, but you must give me a reason to purchase. The girl had quite the audacity, speaking as if she were above a mere few thousand. If you buy it for me, I'd certainly consider being your girlfriend. Her statement was essentially meaningless. Did that imply I would be spending thousands for nothing? Yang Fan rubbed his nose, feeling exasperated. I don't recall expressing a desire for you to be my girlfriend. Li Wei smiled at his remark. Perhaps I misunderstood. Initially, I thought you were a decent person and wanted to give you a chance, but I didn't expect. She paused, turning to the saleswoman. Excuse me, could you please return these? Give me a break. Your negative intimacy of -52 ISNT, exactly indicative of a chance. Wait, I never said I wouldn't buy them. I just wanted you to provide a reason. This threw Li Wei off guard, and she asked, What reason do you need? How about 1 kiss per bag? That doesn't seem unreasonable, does it? Li Wei was taken aback by his unexpected proposition. Was his request excessive? Not really. After all, merely a kiss in exchange for bags worth thousands seemed like quite the bargain. Chapter 48. The peculiar Li Wei. Although Li Wei harbored a significant aversion towards Yang Fan, The prospect of acquiring a luxurious handbag in exchange for a mere kiss was not entirely unpalatable. Deep down, she doubted his sincerity in actually purchasing the bag, as his earlier feigned ignorance clearly indicated his reluctance to part with his money. His current proposition seemed merely a bid to salvage his pride. Thus, she readily acquiesced, saying, "All right, as long as you pay, I shall promptly deliver 3 kisses." Internally, she scoffed. "Let's see you play the fool now. Without a way out, will you dare to leap down?" For Yang Fan, this was an opportunity to obtain 3 kisses at no cost. Thus, hesitation was unwarranted. He promptly presented his card to the cashier, exclaiming, "Charge it." Li Wei was momentarily struck dumb, incredulous. Is he serious? Even the cashier was taken aback by his audacity. Earlier, the cashier had perceived Yang Fan as relatively composed. What had prompted this sudden lapse into folly? A kiss for a handbag? Such a fortunate exchange had eluded her until now. Could I truly kiss him in a bankruptcy? If not, I would kiss him until the end of time. Let alone kisses. If he wished to engage in other endeavors, I would comply unconditionally. Perhaps he might even consider me. Though such thoughts crossed her mind, she dared not voice them and hurried to process the transaction. After the card was swiped, the cashier discreetly suggested, "Sir, would you like to apply for a membership card? Just a phone number will suffice. The points from your purchase are quite substantial and can be redeemed for future products." Yang Fan suspected that the cashier sought his number under the pretense of legitimate reasons. Yet despite her decent appearance, she barely reached an 80 in his eyes. He had no interest and gestured towards Li Wei. "Let her handle it. I seldom visit this place." At that moment, Li Wei, burdened with 3 handbags, felt a wave of confusion. Initially certain he would not buy them, she now pondered, could it be that her kisses were indeed so valuable? She had not anticipated encountering someone willing to spend tens of thousands on handbags so soon after their introduction. It was absurd. Little did she know that she had merely intended to frighten him away and secure 5,500 for herself. Now, inadvertently, she had secured nearly 100,000. Had this not transpired directly in her life, she would never have believed it. As she was lost in contemplation, Yang Fan's voice broke through. "What are you thinking? Let us go." All right." With her mind heavy with thoughts, she followed him outside, unable to resist asking, "Are you truly giving me these handbags, just like that?" Yang Fan, seemingly indifferent, replied, "Are they not already in your hands?" "What do you mean by just like that?" "You exchanged them for 3 kisses. By the way, did you not say you would deliver them immediately?" Upon saying this, he cast a mischievous glance at her and reached for her hand. To his surprise, she recoiled sharply, startled, stepping back 2 paces with a wary expression. "What are you doing?" Her exclamation drew the attention of passers-by, who regarded Yang Fan with evident disapproval. He felt a surge of frustration. Why such a strong reaction? If someone mistakes me for a lecher and decides to beat me up, you'll be responsible, right? Are you trying to back out? Realizing the onlookers, she felt embarrassed and stuck out her tongue. "Serves you right. Who told you to act so suddenly?" Then, recalling her earlier commitment, she sighed. "So, you really can't part with the handbags, can you?" She muttered softly, "This is the street." Yang Fan shot her a glare. "You were the one who insisted on immediate fulfillment, without specifying a location. It's not suitable here. We need to find a more private place." 20 minutes later, the two arrived at a private room in a restaurant. After placing their orders and waiting for the staff to leave, Yang Fan locked the door. "Is this acceptable now?" Li Wei, her face flushed, underwent a series of emotional transformations before standing up and closing her eyes. "Make it quick." She appeared to be making a significant sacrifice. Li Wei's intimacy -1. Li Wei's intimacy -1. Li Wei's intimacy -1. What on earth is happening? Yang Fan exclaimed, bewildered, as the intimacy decreased before he had even kissed her. A minute later, "You jerk!" As soon as he released her, she raised her tiny fist in anger, striking him. "Bang! Bang! Are you insane?" Yang Fan swiftly embraced her again, yet she showed no signs of halting her assault. In a moment of frustration, she bit down on his shoulder. "Ouch!" He winced in pain. "Are you a dog?" Li Wei's intimacy 5. What? This sudden increase in intimacy left Yang Fan utterly perplexed. He paused, staring at her in confusion. There she was, biting her lower lip, her expression a mixture of anger and shyness, which somehow appeared enticing. Seeing him gaze at her, she coldly commanded, "Let go." Then, she returned to her seat. Li Wei's intimacy won. What is going on? Yang Fan found the situation increasingly strange. Since the first moment he laid eyes on her, her intimacy level had never increased, even after spending thousands on her bags. And now, it had suddenly risen? Chapter 49, No Way. Yang Fan opened the door to the private room. All right, let's eat. The girl visibly relaxed upon seeing this and returned to her seat without uttering a word. After the meal, Li Wei clearly did not wish to continue her time with Yang Fan. Resolutely, she left without a word and hopped into a taxi. Inside the car, her anger subsided somewhat as she glanced at the 3 bags in her hands. Watching the car drive away, Yang Fan mused, "This girl is quite peculiar. I shall observe her further." After all, with an endless supply of money, he was confident he could win her over. After all, she was a rare original beauty, and he found himself intrigued. Why should he let someone else have her? Apologies, but he wasn't that generous. Though he didn't harbor strong desires in that regard, it was merely due to the current societal norms that set his standards lower. However, now that he had encountered a pure and captivating beauty, it would be foolish to let such an opportunity slip away. In his heart, Li Wei was far more appealing than those who had already been with others. Subsequently, Yang Fan checked the intimacy levels of his acquaintances, finding that Gu Weijie had the highest score. Although this girl was quite obedient, her intimacy level had plateaued at 70. He understood that as the number increased, it became increasingly difficult to raise it further. Thus, he shifted his focus to Chen Siyu. This girl was a local from Shushui City, somewhat naive and infatuated with love. Her intimacy level was nearing 60, and he aimed to secure a secondary cashback card from her first. He then proceeded to initiate a video call. Chen Siyu had been feeling quite down lately. Ever since Yang Fan tempted her to break up with her boyfriend, he had been persistently pursuing her, often waiting outside the school gate to plead for reconciliation. Although she had not completely forgotten him, thoughts of Yang Fan kept her resolve intact. She wanted to see Yang Fan but felt unprepared, fearing he might misunderstand her intentions, leaving her in a state of inner turmoil. It was only last night when she unexpectedly received a 10,000 yuan transfer from him along with a greeting for the Children's Day that she realized he had not forgotten her. Feeling somewhat touched, she subtly suggested they meet for a meal. However, to her disappointment, he merely responded with a good and then fell silent, leaving her feeling a bit dissatisfied. She had made the first move, yet he remained aloof. What else with the attitude? If you ignore me, I won't bother with you either. Oomph. At that moment, while jogging outdoors, she received a video call request from Yang Fan, which brightened her mood. Initially, she contemplated leaving him hanging as a form of punishment, but as the music rang incessantly, her hand instinctively pressed the answer button. Oomph. What do you want? Yang Fan, observing the young woman wiping sweat with a towel, inquired with curiosity. What else with the explosive mood? Who upset our little love-struck girl? Chen Siyu retorted with visible displeasure. Huh, you are the love-struck one. Your entire family is love-struck. If you have something to say, say it. If not, I'm hanging up. Yang Fen chuklet inwardly, Amu said. Oh, it seems you're angry with me? What did I do to deserve this? Not at all. You look beautiful. But why are you sweating so much? Mind your own business. Can you speak nicely? Not a chance. Want to go out and have some fun? Sure. Chen Siyu's intimacy level 1. The abrupt change in her demeanor nearly caught him off guard, leaving him questioning whether he had misheard her. Chen Siyu, noticing his bewildered expression, burst into laughter. What are you waiting for? Name the place. Do you drink? How about a bar? Chen Siyu hesitated. She typically avoided such venues, but considering it was Yang Fan's first invitation, she didn't want to decline. All right, I'll come pick you up. No need. Just tell me the location. I'll go home to shower and change. They agreed to meet at a nearby lounge bar an hour later before hanging up. After finishing his meal and taking a stroll, Yang Fan hailed a taxi. Upon arriving at the bar, he found Chen Siyu already waiting. She wore an Argentina national football team jersey paired with sneakers, exuding an aura of youthful vitality. Yang Fan was momentarily perplexed. Didn't we agree to go to a bar? Why this attire? Never mind, as long as she looked good. He approached her, and she immediately noticed him, pouting in displeasure. Why are you slower than me? ISNT this near home? Should you have arrived first? Oomph. Excuses. Let's go inside. Clearly, she didn't hold his tardiness against him. It was merely a slight expression of her dissatisfaction. In reality, he could have easily offered any excuse. Once inside the bar, Yang Fan finally understood why she chose to wear a football jersey. Her presence was undeniably eye-catching. Not only the men, but even the women couldn't help but glance at her as they passed. Since it was still early, the bar wasn't overly crowded, and they followed the staff to a booth. As they passed a raised platform, suddenly, detected valid consumption target. Would you like to view information? Yang Fan turned to see a man surrounded by 3 women, all gazing at Chen Xiu. It was likely one of the 3 women. Out of curiosity, he chose to check. Name, Lu Jia, age, 26, height, 158 centimeters, weight, 46 kilograms, comprehensive attractiveness, 81, 66, status, 2 non-contagious gynecological diseases, intimacy level 0, 34, time to leave. Yang Fan instantly lost all interest. Women who frequented bars were rarely uncomplicated. The new book has just begun, surely not enough for the readers. For those facing a reading drought, feel free to explore the author's previous work. Old Lu's Luck, Even Gods Fear It. Lastly, I humbly ask for some love and flowers from the readers. Greatly appreciated. If you find the book enjoyable, could you kindly leave a 5-star review? If it doesn't suit your taste, please simply ignore this book. Thank you. Chapter 50. The Virtuous Beauty. After the two settled into their seats, they realized that the booth had a minimum consumption requirement, and merely ordering beer would not suffice. Handing the drink menu to the young lady, he remarked, "You may choose." However, she hesitated, a hint of shyness in her voice as she replied, "You order, please. I seldom visit places like this, and am not sure what to choose." "Not a problem. Feel free to order something expensive," he encouraged. Seeing her reluctance, he chuckled softly, realizing he might need to assist her. At that moment, an idea struck him. What if he ordered something extravagant to see if it would yield a cashback? With a reasonable amount of funds at his disposal, he decided to take a risk. Pointing to a champagne priced over 3,000, he said, "Let us go with this. Champagne is a better choice for you. It has a lower alcohol content. Also, let us add half a dozen beers." "All right," she acquiesced. Soon, the order was placed, and the drink menu was handed to the staff member who had escorted them. After he swiped his card for payment, he frowned shortly thereafter. While the champagne had qualified for cashback, the beer did not. He had envisioned a scenario where he would sip beer while she enjoyed the champagne. It appeared that in cases of shared expenses, he could freely order items, but if the intention was to treat her, then cashback was applicable. The system was quite stringent in this regard, offering him no concessions. Nevertheless, it was a learning experience for him. As the drinks arrived, the two began to play games and indulge in their beverages. The bar gradually filled with more patrons, the DJ took to the stage, and the bass reverberated through the space. Amidst the vibrant atmosphere, many young individuals began to dance, tipsy from their libations. Valid consumer detected. Would you like to view information? Curious at the system's prompt while enjoying a drink with Chun Siu, Yang Fan turned his attention to the front of their booth. To his surprise, several attractive young women had appeared, energetically dancing, likely part of the venue's entertainment team. The trigger for the system notification must have been one among them. Name, Zhou Xiaolan, age, 26, height, 162 centimeters, weight, 45 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 80, 58, status, infertile affinity. 0. The data presented was unremarkable, yet the number was notably high at 42. The indication of infertility spoke volumes. A standard beauty who might settle down with a decent man after having had her fun. Yet, with her physique and looks, she would undoubtedly attract many suitors, oblivious to her past. Name, Shun Shui, age, 24, height, 163 centimeters, weight, 51 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 83, 98, status, normal affinity, 0. There are indeed 2. No wonder it is said that such vibrant places are teeming with beautiful women. Wait, the number here is just 2. How could this young lady have such a low figure? She seems out of place here. It was unexpected to find such innocence in a girl who frequents bars, especially at her age. He felt a fondness for her virtues, but with Chun Siu beside him, he refrained from any flirtation. His intention with the girl was to increase their affinity. Shaking his head, he leaned closer to Chun Siyu and whispered, "Shall we dance for a while?" The alcohol had flushed her cheeks, yet she shook her head in refusal. "I don't know how." "Oh, what is there to know? Just follow the rhythm and have fun. Look at them. They're all just dancing wildly." Upon hearing this, she chuckled softly, glancing at the girls in front of their booth, who indeed seemed to be dancing without a care. "I feel a bit embarrassed. Who knows you here? There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Come with me." After saying this, Yang Fan took her hand and led her outside. Reluctantly, she followed, only to find Yang Fan behaving like a fool, pulling her hand as he danced in front of the booth, exclaiming, "Just like this, give it a try. Let us get wild." Whether it was embarrassment or the infectious atmosphere, aided by the effects of alcohol, she finally mustered the courage to join him in the wild dance. During the revelry, Yang Fan released her hand and began performing various flamboyant moves, eliciting laughter from her. Gradually, she relaxed, her innate love for movement making her dance with ease. With her graceful movements, coupled with her appealing physique and beauty, she attracted the attention of many onlookers. After some time, while Yang Fan held her from behind and swayed gently, the system's voice finally chimed in. "Chun Siyu Affinity 3. Perhaps it was due to her rare experience in such an environment. It was evident that the tipsy girl was genuinely enjoying herself. At that moment, a short-haired woman approached them, dancing provocatively. Yang Fan paid her little mind, as such encounters were commonplace in this setting. This woman was quite beautiful, her makeup heavily applied, to the point where her skin seemed to reflect light. It felt excessive. A so-called nightlife beauty? She was likely one of the alluring women previously mentioned by the system. With her presence, more men and women began to gather around them, not wishing for Chun Siyu to be taken advantage of amidst the growing crowd. Yang Fan guided her back to their seats. As soon as they sat down, he leaned in and asked, "Are you having fun?" She nodded with a smile. "This is the wildest I've ever been." Chun Siyu Affinity 1. Having shared a moment of intimacy during their dance, Yang Fan felt emboldened, engaging Chun Siyu in conversation. He noticed she did not exhibit any signs of disapproval. This was a promising start. It seemed that bringing her out for drinks was indeed a wise decision. Suddenly, Chun Shui Affinity -40. What just happened? The system's unexpected deduction of affinity left him baffled. What had he done? With a confused expression, he glanced toward the front of the booth. There stood the short-haired beauty, dancing at the edge of the crowd, staring intently at them. Was that virtuous girl actually her? Chapter 51. A beautiful misunderstanding, even if you are indeed that Chun Shui. There is no justification for this. Am I not allowed to take a break from dancing? What does it mean that my intimacy level suddenly dropped by 40? Must I dance with you? Does not dancing make me your enemy? This is sheer madness. Yang Fan, uninterested in her antics, continued to chat happily while savoring Chun Siyu's tofu, causing the girl to blush profusely. Moments later, he caught a glimpse of a pair of canvas shoes and delicate legs approaching. Clearly someone was walking towards him. Both he and Chun Siyu turned their heads out of curiosity to see a short-haired beauty smiling at them. "I'm a bit tired from dancing. May I rest here with you?" Generally speaking, it is a positive sign when a beautiful woman approaches to strike up a conversation. However, Yang Fan was still grappling with the suspicion that she was indeed Chun Shui, who had just dramatically reduced their intimacy. What was she doing coming over to rest with them when they were clearly immersed in their own world? Was she trying to be a third wheel? He felt something was amiss and responded, "Sorry. As you can see, it's a bit inconvenient here. Chun Shui's intimacy level -10 damn. It really is her." With an apologetic smile, she replied, "I'm really sorry. It's my fault. I saw that it was just the two of you and thought it would be more lively with more people. My apologies." After speaking, she turned and walked away, returning to her previous spot to dance. Yang Fan couldn't shake the feeling that she occasionally glanced their way. Chun Siyu showed no reaction to Yang Fan's rejection. She clearly did not want any interruptions. Yang Fan internally grumbled. He had previously held a favorable view of her reserved demeanor, but now she seemed utterly unhinged. Avoiding her was wise. After a while, Yang Fan decided to visit the restroom, asking Chun Siyu to wait for him. Upon arriving near the restroom, he noticed several heavily made-up women milling about. and even saw a man and a woman entering a stall together. He had grown accustomed to such sights. Upon finishing, he stepped out and spotted a girl walking towards him. "Handsome, you." "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested," he interrupted before she could finish her sentence. But as he turned to leave, he heard her say, "Wait. I just wanted to warn you to be cautious of that short-haired girl." Yang Fan halted in his tracks, realizing she was referring to Shen Shui. This girl must have been part of the group dancing in front of his booth. Curiosity piqued. He turned to ask why. The girl stepped closer and whispered, "She's AT, and it seems she has her eyes on your female companion. The moment you leave, she'll try to flirt with her. Be careful not to let her sway your companion." What the hell? So that's what's going on. He had thought she was just a lunatic. The more he thought about it, the more he believed this girl was truthful. No wonder Shen Shui's intimacy level was so low. Perhaps she had been hurt by 2 men before. But someone like her wanting to steal my girl? This was absurdly outlandish. Not in a hurry, Yang Fan merely smiled and asked, "Why tell me this? If she genuinely dislikes her, she might get a kick out of seeing her fail. She will definitely approach her companion in a bid to get closer. Don't be fooled. I understand." After Yang Fan departed, the girl appeared quite pleased, a smile unconsciously gracing her face. Upon returning to his seat, he discovered Shen Shui was indeed chatting with Chen Siyu, sitting quite close. Upon spotting him, Shen Shui immediately raised her glass, stood up, and with a sweet smile, said, "Handsome, I saw your friend sitting alone, so I came to chat. I'm Shen Shui. Pleased to meet you both." Is this the principle of not striking a smiling face? If not for the low intimacy level and knowing she was AT, he might have fallen for her act. But now, I recall stating that I dislike interruptions, did I not? Upon hearing this, Shen Shui's smile faltered, realizing the slight rejection from him. How could this be? Am I not beautiful? The tactics that had always worked previously failed with this man. Calmly glancing at her drink, she remarked, "Then this drink will serve as my apology. I'll finish it and take my leave." With that, she downed the drink and walked away, her expression tinged with disappointment. Chen Siyu's intimacy level 5. Why did her intimacy level suddenly increase by 5 points? Yang Fan, curious, looked at Chen Siyu, who mysteriously whispered in his ear, "That girl clearly has an interest in you. You truly aren't swayed at all. She is quite pretty and has a great figure." What nonsense! Yang Fan was utterly bewildered. Looking at Shen Shui's intimacy level of -50, how could she possibly be interested in him? It was she who was interested in you, silly girl. But it seemed a beautiful misunderstanding had occurred. Chen Siyu must have thought he had successfully chased away Shen Shui twice to assert their relationship, thus propelling her intimacy level to surpass 60. Could this be considered an unexpected delight? With this realization, he decided to keep the truth to himself. Amused, he replied, "What heart? What did she say to you just now?" The girl chuckled softly. "Nothing much. She was just fishing for information, asking about our relationship." "And how did you respond?" "I want to tell you." Yang Fen instantly understood. Chen Siyu must have felt a sense of urgency after misinterpreting Shen Shui's intentions, declaring their relationship as a couple. Wasn't this a fortunate turn of events that led him to inadvertently secure a level 2 cashback card? After leaving the bar, Yang Fan wrapped his arm around Chen Siyu and said, "Why not stay the night?" Though slightly tipsy, the girl was still lucid and firmly refused, "No, I'm not ready yet. You promised to give me time." Yang Fan was not in a rush, with intimacy levels already reaching 60. He believed he could take his time to win her heart. "All right, then I'll see you home." Chen Siyu's intimacy level 1, after escorting her to her doorstep. He hailed a cab to return home. As he reflected on the evening's events, he couldn't help but think how such a stunning girl like Shen Shui could be AT. What a waste of resources. In a world where men outnumber women, and many still dream of forming female groups, while others like him, a playboy, are active. Isn't this a bit unfair? The scarcity of resources for male compatriots is truly challenging. Chapter 52. Winning a maiden's heart requires wealth. He promptly recalled the acquaintance he made during the day. Livy. Upon their first encounter, she had immediately reduced their intimacy by 50 points. She bore a striking resemblance to Shen Shui. Surely not. Could it be true? It would be a rare occurrence to meet a stunning beauty. Codenamed Zero. Please do not tell me she is also a tomboy. If that were indeed the case, wouldn't it be like starting from a difficult level? Li Wei certainly did not seem the type to be hurt by a man. Could it be an inherent trait? Yet, the power of wealth is formidable enough to normalize relationships, isn't it? Never mind. If I can't fathom it, I shall not dwell on it. I will simply shower her with money and see how things unfold. Upon returning home, Yang Fan utilized the secondary cashback card and opened his phone, preparing to transfer funds to his accomplices. First, he sent a message to Li Wei. "Send me your frequently used bank account number." While engrossed in a drama at home, Li Wei received Yang Fan's message. Initially, she considered muting notifications, but hesitated, realizing she would need to manipulate him into buying things for her later, so there was no need to be overly aloof. She casually replied, "What is up? Are you sending money? Send it over. Am I going to hack your account or something?" Li Wei scoffed at the message. "If you don't say it, I want to send it." "Exactly, I just want to deposit money. Is that acceptable?" "Cut it out." 622. "Fine, don't interrupt my show." After sending the message, Li Wei closed the chat window. She harbored doubts about whether he genuinely intended to transfer money, wondering why he didn't just use V to send it directly. Just as she resumed watching her show, a text message arrived. "Postal Bank, on June 2nd, 2023, at 23:14, your account ending in 635, receive an amount of 300,000 yuan, with a balance of 308,237, 34 yuan. Startled, her hand trembled as she stared incredulously at the notification. 300,000? What on earth is happening? She felt a mix of confusion and fear, hastily typing a response. However, her mind was in disarray, and it took her quite some time to articulate her thoughts. "Are you insane? Why are you transferring so much money to me? You need to clarify. I want to assist you in laundering money. I'm a law-abiding citizen." Yang Fan nearly laughed upon reading her message. Her imagination was quite vivid. She thought he intended to launder money. Launder? What nonsense! The money is for you to use. It's legitimate. Just spend it freely. Li Wei remained skeptical. How could a man she had only known for a day hand her nearly 100,000 yuan, let alone transfer such a significant sum? Surely, there must be a limit to how foolishly generous a wealthy man could be. "What do you truly want?" "I want." Li Wei paused, finally realizing. "What do you mean by that? If you don't clarify, I'll report you." "Go ahead." After all, the system's funds were clean. He had nothing to fear. But Li Wei was left speechless. "Are you really giving me this much money to use? Look at your Navi expression. It's just a few 100,000. To you, it's substantial, but to me, it's merely a drop in the ocean." It was infuriating, yet somehow, she felt a warmth in her heart. Li Wei's intimacy 5. Suddenly, Li Wei's mind raced with a mischievous idea. "Really? Then transfer me another amount to prove your capabilities." 1 minute later, Postal Bank, on June 2nd, 2023, at 23:14. Your account ending in 635, receive an amount of 300,000 yuan, with a balance of 608,237, 34 yuan. What the hell? You really did send it again? Initially intending to retort against his earlier comment about her naivety, she was utterly astonished when he actually transferred another 300,000. This was beyond extravagant. Li Wei's intimacy 10. Yang Fan grinned as Li Wei's intimacy increased, realizing that money could indeed sway her heart. Unbeknownst to him, the primary reason for her growing fondness was his willingness to spend so lavishly on her, which genuinely moved her. Some women believe that to gauge a man's affection, one need only observe whether he is willing to spend money on them. All those sweet nothings are merely empty words. Thus, even women who do not prioritize wealth can still be touched by it. A wealthy suitor can certainly navigate the path to their heart with fewer obstacles. Just like Xiaozhu and the richest man in Shihong City, who did not cherish money. Yet every time she felt moved, Wang Duyu had not hesitated to spend extravagantly. Ultimately, her heart was won when he was willing to forego an astronomical inheritance for her sake. Li Wei finally regained her senses, realizing that this man truly regarded money as inconsequential. It felt as if a character from a drama had stepped into her reality. "Take the money back. I was joking. Let me transfer it to you via WeChat once I withdraw it." For Yang Fan, this was no longer about sending money. It was rather intimidating. Li Wei admitted to feeling frightened by his actions, for such occurrences were truly bizarre. Look at you, weren't you just thrilled? Didn't you want me to transfer another amount to showcase my prowess? Yang Fan switched to teasing mode. Meanwhile, Li Wei's mind was still in turmoil. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I was wrong. You can take it back. I admit, I'm too scared to accept. Li Wei's Intimacy 3. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yang Fan paused slightly. Understanding her apprehension, he sent a considerate message. The 60,000 is a voluntary gift for you. There is no need for concern. Realizing his thoughtfulness, Li Wei felt some relief, contemplating that she could simply withdraw the money if anything went awry. It was a lie to say she didn't want it, as it was a substantial amount, but to guard against any unforeseen circumstances she might find unacceptable. She decided not to touch the funds for now, opting to observe the situation. With this in mind, she felt it was a prudent approach, her tension easing considerably, and she playfully remarked, You really invest a lot in courting women. I never imagined I'd suddenly become a wealthy woman. Haha, ambitious. Thank you, boss. Originally, Li Wei had intended to take advantage of him during their next meeting, but she soon discovered her feelings had shifted. Having previously harbored a faint aversion to men, she now found herself unconsciously less resistant to Yang Fan. After exchanging a few more messages, Li Wei joyfully returned to her show, while Yang Fan continued to distribute wealth among his other acquaintances. For instance, Gu Ruiji and Xiao Lu were elated to receive their transfers, expressing gratitude and extending invitations. However, the flight attendant Gong Jing was less composed. While resting at a hotel in Shanghai, Gong Jing discovered that Yang Fan had transferred another 300,000 to her, nearly driving her to the brink of ecstasy. After contemplating for a while, she, already dressed in revealing attire, began to take various selfies, selecting a few to send him. Chapter 53. The flight attendant's message after much contemplation. Gong Jing began to take various selfies, ultimately selecting a few to send to Yang Fan. Just as Yang Fan was about to transfer money to Chen Xiyu, he noticed a series of messages from Gong Jing and curiously opened them. Inside were her numerous selfies. Wow, this girl has an incredible figure. What a pity the numbers are a bit low, he mused. But that's to be expected. Girls with higher numbers probably wouldn't engage in such antics. As he admired the photos, a new message from her arrived. Don't let this leak out. Only you can see it. He soon realized that all the photos had been retracted. What the? He exclaimed. Don't rush me. I didn't save them. Is it my fault you're slow? Just send them again. Dream on. Wait for me to come back. Was she not just enticing him? Waiting was no issue. He then proceeded to transfer money to Chen Xiyu, but she did not respond, likely already asleep. Meanwhile, the live-streaming duo, Didi and Mao Mao, upon receiving the transfer notification, promptly bid farewell to their audience, leaving their viewers bewildered. The two sisters now faced each other, their phones in hand, exchanging glances. After a prolonged silence, Didi cautiously asked, Sister, why did Xiaoyao transfer us so much money again? You just sent us 100,000 yesterday. Mao Mao, equally perplexed, replied, If you ask me, who else could I ask? Sister, do you think Xiaoyao has taken a liking to us? Mao Mao was taken aback by this notion. The possibility seemed quite plausible. She was somewhat familiar with the live-streaming industry, having heard numerous stories about top-tier benefactors and female streamers. However, she had never entertained such thoughts herself, as she streamed solely for pocket money. After a moment of reflection, Mao Mao said, I think he's got his eyes on you. Little girl, he has always been quite protective of you. Didi was taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson as she nervously tugged at her clothing. Could it really be? What should I do? I'm not even 18 yet. Mao Mao rolled her eyes at her sister's bashfulness. What kind of thought process is this? Are you really contemplating whether or not to accept him? Have you even thought of a name for your future child? You speak as if you'll turn 18 before me. We share the same birthday. Oh, right. We're only 17, still so young. Xiaoyao wouldn't think like that, right? After all, it's illegal. Mao Mao suddenly felt clarity and quickly interjected. We must have misunderstood Xiaoyao. You must know our ages, right? Didi remained lost in thought, pondering how generous Xiaoyao had been, gifting her ample money for endless delicious food and beautiful clothes. If she were to decline him, wouldn't he be heartbroken? Moreover, with Xiaoyao's wealth, being his girlfriend must surely bring happiness, though she was uncertain of his looks. What on earth is this girl thinking? Mao Mao exclaimed, noticing her sister's distraction and shaking her awake. Didi snapped back to reality. Huh? I was just thinking, if Xiaoyao confesses to me, should I accept? Mao Mao burst into laughter. Huh? What are you laughing at, annoying girl? After a fit of giggles, Mao Mao playfully smacked Didi on the head. We misunderstood. I remember Xiaoyao asking for your age, right? Didi nodded, still dazed. He asked, but what did we misunderstand? Mao Mao shrugged. This is simple. Since we're under 18, we can't engage in that sort of relationship. We must have misinterpreted Xiaoyao's intentions. Is it really like that? Didi asked uncertainly. It must be. Upon hearing this, Didi sighed in relief, grateful she wouldn't have to deal with any complicated matters. Yet, a slight sense of regret lingered in her heart. The sisters then resolved to express their gratitude to Yang Fan and engage in conversation. However, in just a few exchanges, Didi inadvertently revealed her earlier thoughts to Mao Mao. Yang Fan, upon hearing this, found it amusing. Well, you'll be 18 next year, won't you? After concluding the chat, the tenfold cashback had fully arrived, doubling his initial investment to over 600,000. Yang Fan took a shower, leaned back on his bed, and opened Douyin. He noticed that familiar streamers like Shasha and Ollie had already ended their broadcasts, confirming that it was indeed late. He casually scrolled through videos, pausing whenever he encountered a female streamer, hoping to trigger the system. However, after a prolonged search, he found nothing that met the criteria. Just as he was about to give up and play a game before bed, the screen lit up with a notification. Valid consumer detected. A girl appearing to be in her early 20s graced the screen. She was stunning and exuded charm, engaged in conversation with her audience. Her Douyin username read, Unyielding Heart. Clad in a modest red and white striped t-shirt, her long black hair elegantly tucked behind her left ear, she appeared effortlessly composed. Her beauty was undeniable, though it was unclear how much was due to filters and enhancements. Since the system had indicated her suitability, it was evident that she scored at least 80 points. Most intriguingly, she was from the same city as him, instantly piquing his interest. The female streamer seemed to be recounting a story. My mother told me that Yang Xiaozi, who ran the shop downstairs, passed away. I felt quite sorrowful. He was only in his 40s, and I often bought things from him. A week later, while walking home after work, it was already dark due to overtime. Just as I was nearing home, a middle-aged man, limping towards me, came into view. When I recognized his face, I was utterly petrified, drenched in cold sweat. Wanted to run, but finding my legs weak. Indeed, this middle-aged man was Yang Xiaozi, who had been dead for a week. He carried a black leather suitcase and smiled at me. Chapter 54. The female streamer who tells ghost stories at first. Yang Fan assumed that this beautiful woman was merely a storyteller, lulling her audience to sleep. However, after listening for a while, he discovered that she was narrating eerie ghost tales of the midnight hour, which piqued his interest. After browsing for quite some time, he realized that this was the only stream that had captured his attention, prompting him to click in. To his surprise, the female streamer was engrossed in her story and completely oblivious to his presence. I was utterly terrified at the time. Upon returning home, I turned on all the lights and called my mother to ask her, "Didn't you say Yang the Lama died?" My mother replied, "Yes. He has been dead for several days now." At this point, the streamer seemed to have gotten dry throat, pausing to take a sip from her teacup. Although there were only a few dozen viewers in the live stream, the interaction was lively. And then, did the streamer truly encounter a ghost? You may find it hard to believe, but I have experienced some bizarre occurrences myself. Let me tell you, this world is far from simple. My father also fell under some strange influence. He often got up in the middle of the night to wander about. Once I even saw him at the mirror, combing his hair with a brush, despite being bald. Wow, your father isn't possessed. That sounds more like sleepwalking combined with severe hair loss. Perhaps your father was a long-haired woman in a past life who cherished her locks. I think I just saw Brother Xiaoyao enter. Indeed, he has arrived, and I thought I was the only one who noticed. YISNT the streamer, rushing to welcome him. The streamer's beauty is truly beyond words. No wonder she attracted Brother Xiaoyao, whose taste is undoubtedly reliable. Yes, Brother Xiaoyao. This LSP typically only pays attention to beautiful women. Half-Life Xiaoyao. Let us support the small streamer. Streamer, I advise you to be wise. Hurry up and flatter him. Brother Xiaoyao is quite the catch. Do you realize your luck today? You must seize this opportunity. After finishing her drink, the streamer glanced at the screen, slightly puzzled. It appeared that a big shot had entered the live stream. Although she didn't recognize him, it didn't hinder her from welcoming him enthusiastically. Welcome, Brother Xiaoyao, to the live stream. I didn't see you enter just now. I hope you can forgive my oversight. She felt that, as a new streamer, this was the best she could do, still unsure of how to flatter a big shot. Yang Fan had not anticipated that casually entering a live stream would mean so many viewers recognized him. It was likely that he had been recorded while sending gifts. Without hesitation, he charged in 300,000. Instantly, the screen erupted with carnival effects. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao, for the carnival. The streamer was instantly elated. Indeed, he was a big shot. Without uttering a single word, he had set off a celebration. Half-Life Xiaoyao sent out a Carnival X2. Half-Life Xiaoyao sent out a Carnival X5. As the carnival effects appeared successively, the streamer began to sense that this situation might not be as straightforward as she had imagined. This big shot was indeed sending gifts in rapid succession. Her voice trembled with excitement. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao. I am immensely grateful. Sending hearts. The streamer was perhaps too quick in her gratitude. Brother Xiaoyao typically opened his wallet with a flourish. I can attest to this. Brother Xiaoyao's lucky number. Brother Xiaoyao is incredible. So powerful. Such a situation is rarely seen in a small streamer's live stream. The streamer is indeed fortunate. However, today they were mistaken. Half-Life Xiaoyao sent out a Carnival X10. Half-Life Xiaoyao sent out a Carnival X18. Huh? Did he overspend? What is going on? Did Brother Xiaoyao's hand tremble? Tremble? You can't see he's still adding more. 23. 25. Oh, forget it. I'm not counting anymore. Is it possible the streamer is particularly unique? Brother Xiaoyao has actually changed his habits. At this moment, the female streamer had covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at the screen. Half-Life Xiaoyao sent out a Carnival X30. Half-Life Xiaoyao sent out a Carnival X100. Yang Fan had just spent the entire 300,000 he had recharged in one go, making quite a splash. Stop. Stop. Finally, it's over. 100 carnivals. Brother Xiaoyao is amazing. Brother Xiaoyao is amazing. This is just too powerful. No wonder everyone knows this wealthy patron. I feel so ignorant. You're not the only one feeling ignorant. I've just learned about him too. Just found out one. Indeed impressive, love it. The streamer was now in shock, beads of sweat forming on her brow, her mind a blank, mumbling incoherently. Due to her soft voice, no one could quite catch what she was saying. Li Xinran was a single mother, appearing to be in her early 20s. Yet she was actually 28, with time leaving little mark upon her visage. Her husband had been her college classmate. The trials of graduation had not torn them apart. She remained in her husband's city, marrying and having a child with him. However, their happiness was short-lived, as her husband tragically passed away in a car accident 2 years ago, leaving her alone with their 1-year-old daughter. Her husband had been a promising talent, a well-known handsome figure at school, but his family circumstances were less than favorable. Li Xinran had seen his potential and believed he would achieve greatness, thus investing her youth in him. Little did she know that his talents would remain unrealized, leaving them as a mother and daughter duo in hardship. Relying on her in-laws was out of the question. It was a blessing they weren't a burden. Thus, she returned to her parents' city, living nearby. Her parents could provide some assistance, but it barely covered their basic needs and childcare. After graduation, her path had been largely defined by marriage, pregnancy, childbirth, and child-rearing, marking her as a quintessential housewife. Her husband had been the sole breadwinner, and with no work experience, she felt utterly lost on how to earn a living. Now, job hunting was fiercely competitive. Most importantly, she wanted to ensure her daughter wouldn't fall behind from the very start. A regular job simply wouldn't suffice. Frequently hearing tales of how streamers earn substantial incomes, she believed she could hold her own against those so-called beautiful streamers. Hence, she set her sights on the streaming industry. While her talents were quite average, she attempted singing, chatting, and discussing astrology during her streams. Yet, nothing seemed to work. Hardly anyone tuned in to watch. Chapter 55. The emotional journey of a single mother. Despite her efforts, she struggled to gain an audience for her live broadcasts. And as a month passed, her earnings were meager. However, fortune smiled upon her today. As she neared the end of her stream that evening, she noticed her viewer count approaching 100, a significant milestone for her. Determined to capitalize on this unexpected success, she resolved to extend her broadcast hours. Though fatigue began to set in, she understood that such minor obstacles were trivial in the face of her budding career. As she engaged with her viewers, she began to recount ghost stories rather haphazardly, only to be pleasantly surprised by the positive response. Before she knew it, the clock struck midnight. Suddenly, a user named Half-Life Carefree entered her chat. Initially oblivious, she failed to welcome him immediately. Fortunately, he was magnanimous, not holding her oversight against her, and generously donated 100 carnival tokens, an astonishing sum of 300,000 RMB. Stunned and overwhelmed, she felt a surge of exhilaration and anxiety. She could hardly recall how many times she expressed her gratitude, yet it never felt sufficient. With this newfound wealth, she envisioned her daughter attending an esteemed kindergarten, enrolling in extracurricular classes, acquiring a piano, and dressing in beautiful clothes. So many possibilities lay before her. In that moment, she felt a deep conviction that pursuing a career in live streaming was indeed the right path, and she marveled at her extraordinary fortune. For her daughter's sake, she feared no hardship, only the thought of depriving her child of a fair start in life. Gratitude filled her heart for Yang Fan, yet she was also troubled by how to maintain his interest. Stepping back, she bowed deeply to the screen. "Carefree brother, I am truly grateful for your generosity." Though her words were brief, they conveyed a sense of sincerity that Yang Fan appreciated. He typed back, "No need to thank me. Keep sharing your story. Did something truly ghostly happen?" Yang Fan had always been a staunch skeptic, his motto proclaiming a life unbound by the supernatural. Yet, with the emergence of a legendary system in his life, he found himself grappling with newfound respect for the unknown. Seeing his curiosity, Li Xinran decided to answer candidly. "No, I did not encounter any ghosts. It said that Yang the Lame was declared dead only to return to life, but my family was unaware of this. However, for months later, he truly passed away." Yang Fan, bemused, found this explanation oddly comforting. "Is there more? Please continue." "Indeed, let me share a strange incident from my childhood." Her excitement was palpable as she began to weave her tale. "When I was less than 10, I returned to my remote hometown with my mother during winter break. One night, my cousin and I went fishing by the river. On our way home, she suddenly acted strangely, leading me astray to a graveyard. When I spoke to her, she ignored me and began knocking on a tombstone, insisting she was home and demanding to be let in. I was terrified and cried out. Eventually, villagers heard my cries and rescued us." Li Xinran recalled, "To this day, when I ask my cousin about that night, she insists she was knocking on her own door, lamenting that no one answered. Despite living in the village for 11 years, she couldn't fathom being mistaken. Yet, our mothers confirmed we were indeed taken home from the gravesite." The chat erupted with fervor. Is it truly a matter of mistaken identity? Even if she was confused, how could she mistake a grave for her home? Thank goodness the door didn't open. If it had, what would have happened to you two? How bizarre. I maintain that it's better to believe in the supernatural than dismiss it outright. Was your cousin normal afterward? Perhaps she was ill or delirious from a fever. Yang Fan shared similar sentiments, pondering whether the broadcaster's cousin had experienced some form of illness. After spending considerable time in the chat, he finally exited. He opened his private messages, added the beautiful broadcaster's contact, and, after sending a request, put his phone on charge before drifting off to sleep. The following day, upon awakening, Yang Fan instinctively reached for his phone, discovering numerous unread messages. Chun Siyu had enjoyed a night of revelry and, feeling fatigued, returned home to rest after a hasty shower. The next morning, she was startled to find her bank account had inexplicably increased by 300,000 RMB. Relieved to see the transfer was from Yang Fan, she noted 2 messages. "Are you asleep?" and "Use the money, do not return it." She decided not to reply immediately, fearing that if she returned the money, it might be confiscated by the system, potentially resulting in a loss. Thus, She felt it prudent to emphasize her intent not to return the funds. Upon reading her response, Yang Fan chuckled and sent a simple emoji before scrolling down. Li Shinran messaged, "Carefree brother, I've ended my stream. Carefree brother, are you asleep? Thank you sincerely for your generosity today. I never imagined receiving such a significant donation from someone. Words fail me, but my heartfelt gratitude is all I can convey. Good night, Carefree brother." Yang Fen Jaswali replied. "How many times have you thanked me? If you're not tired of it, then I certainly am. No more thanks. Let be known, this is not a mere water narrative. The word count of the main text remains intact." Chapter 56. Ambitions as high as the sky. Fate as fragile as paper. Yang Fan sent a message to Li Shinran, but to his surprise, she did not respond. He shrugged it off, thinking she might be busy. Little did he know that after her live stream ended yesterday, Li Shinran had found herself overwhelmed with excitement after receiving 100 carnival gifts. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep, her mind racing with thoughts and fantasies surrounding this event, which only invigorated her further. As dawn broke, it was sheer exhaustion that finally lulled her to sleep. Thus, when Yang Fan messaged her, it was not that she was ignoring him or occupied. She was simply in the embrace of slumber. Upon waking, Yang Fan was reluctant to move and decided to order takeout for a makeshift meal. He then logged into a game, as he had always refrained from pay-to-win games due to his previous financial struggles, opting instead for competitive or single-player games. 2 hours later, a notification chimed from his phone. He ignored it, completing his current match before checking. It was a message from Li Shinran. "Brother Xiaoyao, I'm sorry. I just woke up." He replied, "No worries." She continued, "Since you're not fond of the gratitude, I want to say much more. I noticed we're in the same city. If you're free this afternoon, shall we dine together?" Yang Fan contemplated the proposition. With no pressing matters, meeting this female streamer seemed agreeable. As long as the relationship remained innocent and the emotional connection could be easily nurtured, having her as a resource was advantageous. He had no qualms about accumulating such resources. After all, it was the means by which he earned his living. In just over 10 days, his initial capital of over 7,000 had surged to 601,000, a pace of profit he found exhilarating. The process of earning was in itself a source of joy. Having only acquired the system a little over 10 days prior, it was unrealistic to expect a complete transformation from a poor mindset. He felt like a mix of a struggling individual, a sudden wealthy person, and a fool, often reflecting that his recent actions resembled those of a naive fool. Yet, the system was inherently built for such folly, and he wondered what mischief might ensue if he distanced himself from that role. Regardless, since it cost him nothing, he embraced the foolishness as long as it brought him happiness. He replied simply, "Sure, that's wonderful. I will send you the location once I reserve a table." Li Shinran, having just awoken, felt a wave of happiness upon successfully inviting the esteemed brother. Before entering the live streaming industry, she had familiarized herself with its dynamics, understanding the significance of a benefactor to a streamer. She was aware of the complexities involved between female streamers and their top patrons. While many female streamers vehemently denied such implications, she found their claims hard to believe. If a benefactor did not gain something in return, why would they repeatedly shower gifts? Surely, it would be absurd unless they were affiliated with a guild or a business. After nearly a month of live streaming, she realized the industry was not as easy as she had initially imagined. Her previous assumptions had been overly simplistic. Now, having fortuitously encountered a wealthy patron, she was determined to seize the opportunity. What would transpire during their offline meeting seemed less significant to her now. Previously, she would have scorned such efforts to curry favor. In university, with her striking looks, she had attracted many suitors from affluent families, yet she ultimately chose her husband for his potential and character. This illustrated that she was not inherently vain. However, the belief in love had not yielded the reward she had hoped for. Raising her daughter while struggling to maintain a normal life had become a challenge, often relying on her parents for support, which was a bitter irony for someone who once held herself in high esteem. Her aspirations for her husband to achieve greatness painted a true picture of her lofty ambitions clashing with her fragile reality. Having endured the harshness of life, her mindset had shifted. With a 3-year-old daughter to nurture and aspirations for a better future, she felt the weight of responsibility heavily. Her parents were aging, and the prospect of their illnesses left her feeling helpless. Her daughter and parents were her utmost priority, which often left her in a state of anxiety. Were it not for the constant reminder of her obligations to provide and care for her family, she might have succumbed to despair under the pressure. Now, having encountered a benefactor like Yang Fan, who seemed indifferent to money, she was willing to lower her guard and actively seek his favor, disregarding his age or appearance. As long as he could ensure a better life for her parents and prevent her daughter from starting behind in life, she believed she could sacrifice everything for that cause. After receiving the 100 carnival gifts, she was convinced that this would not pose a significant issue for him. Her objective for the day was clear: to capture this rare golden opportunity with unwavering determination. She even hesitated to disclose her motherhood until she gauged his sentiments. Having resolved her thoughts, she made her way to the living room, where a woman in her 50s was playing with an adorable little girl. Upon seeing Li Xinran, the girl immediately dropped her toys, ran towards her with outstretched arms, and sweetly exclaimed, "Mama!" Li Xinran's face lit up with affection as she knelt to embrace her daughter. "What is our little candy playing?" "Mama, I'm playing Paw Patrol versus Ultraman with Grandma." "And who won?" The little girl replied with excitement. "Of course, my Paw Patrol won. They're so amazing." Li Xinran chuckled. "Indeed, our little candy is wonderful." She then stroked her daughter's head and turned to her mother, saying, "Mom, this afternoon, I'll need your help with little candy. I have something important to attend to." Her mother looked puzzled. "Aren't you streaming today? Just taking a day off. Go ahead. It's time for a break. I'll take care of Candy." After a playful exchange with her daughter, Li Xinran retreated to her room to select her outfit and apply makeup. After a thorough preparation, she checked herself carefully before heading out, well ahead of the agreed time. Yang Fan played games until the afternoon, during which he received a message from Su Shan, also inviting him for a meal. He simply replied, "I have plans today." Although she had flirted with him at the KTV, for reasons unbeknownst to him, their emotional connection had not significantly deepened. Their initial rapport had been promising, but despite several intimate encounters, it had stagnated until he transferred money to her using a cashback card, which only yielded a nominal increase of 3 points. Having already committed to Li Xinran, he declined her invitation. Having just emerged from the confines of the small dark room, his hopes were low. He sincerely wished not to meet his demise in this book. Chapter 57. Meeting with Li Xinran, Yang Fan tidied himself up and ventured out. 40 minutes later, he found himself at the entrance of a Chongqing hot pot restaurant. Detected a valid consumer. Would you like to view the information? View. Name, Li Xinran. Age, 28. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 88. 99 status, normal, has given birth. Affinity, 30. The numbers are quite impressive, and the initial affinity is high. However, Yang Fan was taken aback to discover that the other party was already 28 years old, and the status indicated she had given birth. Is she married? Married, and still meeting her top-tier admirer offline? Initially, seeing the numbers, he assumed she was a virtuous woman. Thinking of this, he lost a significant amount of interest. Currently, he found himself in a rather fortunate position, surrounded by women, and he did not wish to complicate someone else's family life by seeking a mere tool. Lacking love and not needing any assistance, he deemed it unnecessary to engage in such morally questionable actions. Even if the woman was willing, it was still unacceptable. He had already resolved to have a simple meal and then make his exit. It was evident that the striking beauty standing at the entrance was indeed Li Xinran. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with flowing brown waves and tempting crimson lips, clad in a black, form-fitting mini dress that accentuated her alluring figure. Her lower half was adorned with sheer black stockings and black high heels. Dressed entirely in black, she exuded a slightly mature yet mysteriously seductive aura, embodying the essence of an alluring woman. Undoubtedly, Li Xinran possessed great charm, yet Yang Fan was merely momentarily captivated, without further thoughts. He approached her promptly. "Shall he head in?" Li Xinran was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the young man before her. You are the carefree brother?" "Indeed, that is I." Li Xinran, affinity 5. Yang Fan was somewhat surprised to hear the affinity increase. This was the first time he had met a beautiful woman, and rather than diminishing, the affinity had risen. Unconsciously, he pondered whether he fit her aesthetic. He promptly shook his head. Regrettably, she was a married woman, and that diminished the allure. What he did not know was that prior to their meeting, Li Shinran had imagined many scenarios involving him, and had even prepared for the worst. However, upon encountering him, she found him to be a young man who appeared only slightly older than herself and reasonably attractive. She could not help but feel fortunate, and as a result, her fondness for him grew. Once inside, they began to order. The establishment was a typical Chongqing hot pot restaurant chosen by Li Shinran, where the cost was quite modest, and they ordered a few casual dishes. The young woman felt a tinge of curiosity. After placing the order, it seemed that her companion had no desire for conversation and was engrossed in his phone. This simply would not do. Did she not invite him out to nurture their relationship? Without interaction, how could they warm up to each other? Observing his behavior, she felt a sense of frustration. Was she really not appealing to him? That should not be the case. In reality, she did not differ much from her online persona. If he could appreciate her during live streams, surely he could appreciate her in person. For a moment, she was at a loss regarding where the issue lay. This was her first time meeting a top-tier admirer offline, and she had no idea how to initiate the conversation. Should she be more proactive or shy? Or perhaps adopt a half-hearted approach? Thus, she decided to attempt a casual exchange. Carefree brother, I feel somewhat guilty that you took time out of your busy schedule to meet me. Yang Fan glanced up at her. She maintained a smile. He recognized that she was subtly pointing out his phone usage, though she refrained from voicing it directly. After contemplating, he decided to embrace the situation. He would eat and then leave. Hence, he set his phone down and said, "No worries, I was just replying to a few messages." Li Shinran breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him put down his phone and continued to seek conversation. Before coming, I never imagined Carefree Brother would be so youthful and handsome. I thought. Yang Fan interjected with a grin. You thought I was some old codger? Not quite, just rather unexpected. Carefree Brother, being so young and accomplished, your wife must be incredibly beautiful and virtuous, right? Why are you inquiring about my family? Are you hoping to marry into it? Not only was she beautiful, but her aspiration seemed a bit excessive. Nonetheless, there was nothing to conceal. I'm not yet married. L'Ixan finit surprise. Is that so? Actually, marrying later can be quite advantageous. For someone as capable as you, it is indeed crucial to choose a partner wisely. Internally, she thought, as I suspected, regardless of whether he is married or not, he would likely claim he is not in such a setting, with intentions that are all too apparent. Men. Yet, none of that truly mattered. She was merely testing whether he harbored any feelings for her. If he did, then that would simplify matters. After deliberately complimenting him, she concluded with a period, hoping he would continue the dialogue. To her dismay, he simply responded with a brief mm. Li Shinran felt somewhat speechless. She had made the effort to flatter him, yet he responded in such a manner, making it easy to kill the conversation. But she had no other recourse. Since he was unwilling to initiate dialogue, she would have to press on. With a resigned sigh, she asked, Carefree brother, do you drink often? Occasionally. Her eyes lit up. Then, let us order some drinks. Do you prefer white spirits or beer? She planned to drink a bit, feigning intoxication to create a closer bond, hoping such actions might facilitate their relationship, even if she ended up being taken advantage of. That was the extent of her capabilities. The mere thought of actively seducing him made her feel quite embarrassed. To her surprise, Yang Fan shook his head. I want tea drink. I have some matters to attend to after dinner. Although he could not discern her specific intentions, he felt, why would I drink with a married woman? What if things went awry after drinking? Li Shinran, upon hearing this, found it somewhat incredulous. Was he intending to leave immediately after dinner? Shouldn't he be inviting her to a second or third venue? This script seemed rather off. Did that mean her little schemes were extinguished before they even began? If they parted ways like this, would today's meeting not feel somewhat futile? Was it possible he truly had no interest in her? She believed that since giving birth to her daughter, her figure had remained unchanged. Many even remarked that she looked youthful. At this moment, she found herself engulfed in self-doubt. However, since Yang Fan had said so, she could not voice any objections and could only regard this as a simple meeting. Well, It seems I can only take things slow. I will reach out to him more often and suggest meetings. Eventually, the relationship will naturally deepen. One could say that Yang Fan did not possess the lecherous nature one might expect from a top-tier admirer. Yet why had he been so generous with his affections? It was a mystery she could not unravel. Chapter 58. A quirky approach with remarkable results? Yang Fan found himself puzzled. Although Li Xinran was married, her purity rating was astonishingly high at 99 points. Why would she seek a clandestine meeting with the top-ranked brother? Moreover, her attitude seemed quite proactive. As he pondered, she approached him once more. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xinran expressed her discontent slowly. Xiao Ge, I've always wanted to travel, but I've lacked companionship. I wonder if you might be interested in exploring together? Having heard that the top-ranked brother often enjoyed the company of female streamers on trips, she boldly put forth her suggestion. Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback. He certainly understood her intentions, yet her assertiveness was unexpected. He did not believe for a moment that she had fallen for him at first sight. Thus, he replied nonchalantly, I'm sorry, I'm usually quite busy. Upon hearing this, Li Xinran's heart sank. She sensed that his response might not be a genuine lack of time, but rather an excuse. Anxiety began to creep in, and she struggled to pinpoint where she had gone wrong. After all, she had been so forthcoming, uttering such embarrassing words. It seemed implausible that he could still be oblivious to her feelings. Perhaps it simply meant he was not interested in her, and that would mean losing the opportunity to escape her previous struggles. The thought of such a chance slipping away from her grasp ignited her anxiety anew. Perhaps portraying vulnerability could yield unexpected results? With nothing to lose, she decided to take a bold risk. She had once heard that men were often soft-hearted. When confronted with a beautiful woman displaying a fragile side, it could evoke their protective instincts. Resolutely, she bit her lip, casting aside her embarrassment for the sake of attraction. As her memories flooded back, of losing her husband in a tragic accident, of raising her daughter alone, and of her aging parents still worrying about her, her eyes began to glisten with tears. Indeed, a woman's tears can flow effortlessly, as if they were made of water. Yang Fan, engrossed in his meal, inadvertently caught sight of a tear rolling down Li Xinran's face and landing on the table. What was happening? Had he said something wrong? All he had done was mention his busy schedule. His confusion deepened as he found himself lost in a sea of questions. What is wrong with you? He inquired, only to provoke an even stronger emotional response from her. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she sobbed and grabbed a tissue to wipe her eyes, shaking her head. I'm fine. Just got some sand in my eyes. Yang Fan raised an eyebrow at her flimsy excuse. Why are you crying out of the blue? After composing herself, Li Xinran looked at him with tear-streaked cheeks and said, I truly am okay. I'm just a bit emotional. You know how women can be. She then forced a smile, attempting to dispel the heavy atmosphere. Surprised by the depth of her emotional performance, Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively. You startle me with your sudden tears. If others saw, they might think I had upset you. Li Xinran remained silent, determined to maintain her fragile facade. A gamble in its own right. Xiao Ge, did you know that I am a widow? Yang Fan's surprise was palpable. The system had only indicated that she was a mother, leading him to believe she was merely married. He now realized she was a widow, an attractive one at that. Feigning ignorance, he replied, That's rather unexpected. You seem so young. I never would have guessed. Li Xinran felt a flicker of hope as she observed the glimmer in his eyes. This was no mere figment of her imagination. She had been keenly attuned to his micro-expressions. Could it be that Xiao Ge had a taste for such women? Was this an unexpected turn of events? Emboldened, she continued to share her story, revealing her heartache and struggles. By the end of her monologue, she worried, I hope I don't come across as too negative, Xiao Ge. Not at all. Sometimes, expressing your feelings is far healthier than bottling them up. Frankly, you are remarkably resilient. Speaking about it feels much better, doesn't it? Thank you for sharing your thoughts with me. Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words. He hadn't intended to listen. She had simply poured out her heart. Despite recognizing that she might be playing a subtle game, he felt no loss. In fact, learning she was a widow rekindled his interest. Do you ever consider remarrying? He asked. Li Xinran assumed he was testing her and replied earnestly, No, I don't. To be honest, My only desire is to find a wealthy man who can provide for my daughter and parents. I would be content, even as a lifelong mistress. Having laid her cards on the table, she was acutely aware that a successful and affluent young man like Yang Fan would hardly choose to marry a widow with a child. Thus, she cleverly positioned herself as a willing mistress. Yang Fan couldn't help but admire her forthrightness. So, your target is me? No wonder you've been so forward. Li Xinran, slightly embarrassed, nodded. Even if I seek a wealthy man, I naturally hope to find someone young, handsome, and generous. Isn't that reasonable? Indeed, you possess a discerning eye for attractiveness. Just that quality alone sets you apart from many others. Your honesty is quite refreshing. Yet, she remained unfazed. I believe being candid is best. Since I've been so straightforward, may I know your thoughts? Young Fen Figned Contemplation. Well, my answer is contingent upon your actions. Li Xinran's heart soared with joy. She had not anticipated that her unconventional approach would yield such positive results. It seemed her earlier despair had turned into a strategic advantage. Could it be that sincerity was indeed the ultimate weapon? Unbeknownst to her, what captivated Yang Fan was merely the fact that she was a widow, not a married woman, and it was far simpler than she had imagined. Chapter 59. How to Speak in Succession. Upon witnessing Yang Fan's abrupt change in demeanor, Li Xinran realized that her objective had been achieved. She did not take to heart his words about her performance. She believed that as long as she treated him as her everything, complying with him in silence, and being a devoted partner, her efforts would surely be sufficient. With this thought, she revealed a dazzling smile and gracefully moved to sit beside him. With a gentle breath, she whispered, "Do you know? My world was gradually descending into darkness, and your arrival was like a ray of light illuminating my existence. I assure you, my conduct will undoubtedly please you." In every conceivable way, Yang Fan, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance emanating from the mature woman, found amusement in her poetic expressions of affection. He mused inwardly, how eloquent she is with her sweet nothings. He hoped her words were not mere flattery. Li Xinran continued softly, "I long to nestle in your embrace. May I?" "Of course," Yang Fan responded, wrapping his arm around her as she leaned in closer, her body radiating warmth and softness, as delicate as a feather. She continued to pour her heart out in his embrace, perhaps relishing the rare feeling of relaxation and dependence. "You know," she confided, "I'm not as strong as I appear. I simply cannot show my vulnerabilities in front of my daughter or my parents. I understand that if I do not remain strong, I will only burden them further. Thus, I am compelled to be resilient. In truth, I am weary and fatigued. I have been experiencing frequent anxiety, and I desperately need a sanctuary to anchor myself." And then you appeared. As a beautiful woman rested in his arms, unguarded and revealing her fragile side, she whispered enchanting sentiments. Although Yang Fan found it difficult to articulate his feelings, he was deeply touched and instinctively felt a desire to protect her. "This woman is remarkable," he thought. "With just a few words, she has strummed the chords of my heart." After regaining his composure, he jested lightly. "Are you implying that I am heaven sent to assist you?" The woman nestled closer in his arms, shifting to a more comfortable position, and sweetly replied, "No, if you so desire, you are my heaven." Yang Fan remained silent, gently caressing her silky hair. She, too, ceased her words. They maintained this position for several minutes until Yang Fan sensed something amiss. Glancing down at the woman in his arms, he found it amusing to see her eyes closed, her breathing steady, and her brow slightly furrowed. She had fallen asleep in his embrace. When a woman can sleep soundly against a man without a hint of reservation, it signifies a profound trust, shedding all defenses. After a while, Yang Fan gently shook her awake, and she blinked her eyes open, looking somewhat dazed. "This is not an ideal place for slumber," he remarked. Li Xinran, embarrassed, shifted away from him and replied, "I didn't realize I had drifted off." "How rude of me." Yang Fan shook his head dismissively and, with a teasing smile, suggested, "For tired, perhaps we could find a more suitable place to rest?" Li Xinran immediately seized upon the key word. She understood his implication and felt a wave of relief wash over her. It indicated that he accepted her, regardless of her status as a single mother. She was mentally prepared for what might unfold next. A blush crept across her cheeks as she shyly replied, "I will follow your lead." In that moment, she confirmed her earlier suspicion that Yang Fan's remark about having matters to attend to after dinner was merely a jest. However, she kept this thought to herself, unwilling to appear foolish. Yang Fan embraced her once more, saying, "Then let us go." He stood up, and after settling the bill, they departed the hot pot restaurant. In the hotel suite, Li Xinran felt a wave of anxiety wash over her regarding her fate. As time passed, she grew somewhat numb in the infinite loop of her thoughts and cast a bittersweet glance at Yang Fan, who was gently massaging his forehead with his eyes closed. Taking deep breaths, seeing this, Li Xinran felt helpless, her anxiety mounting as she faced a seemingly endless path. She wished to converse with Yang Fan. It was evident that he was disinterested in engaging with her. Fortunately, before long, Yang Fan, who had noticed her unease, was considerate enough to pull her into his embrace. Olinalis intamasi 3, olinalis intamasi 2, olinalis intamasi 8 toying vane sarpras. While he was blissfully cleaning his ears, he noticed a significant increase in Li Xinran's intimacy score, which rose by 8 points before finally leveling off. The intimacy quickly reached 53 points, leaving Yang Fan pleasantly surprised and somewhat self-satisfied. Unbeknownst to him, this surge was due to Li Xinran placing considerable importance on their connection. Despite her desire to find a wealthy partner, she was adamant about not engaging in overtly transactional relationships, as that would diminish her self-worth. She still harbored a sense of pride, unwilling to become a woman she would despise. Now, she lay soundly asleep beside Yang Fan. Around 11 o'clock at night, Li Xinran's phone suddenly rang, startling her awake. She quickly reached for it, careful not to disturb Yang Fan. Upon seeing it was her mother calling, she silenced the phone and quietly got out of bed, distancing herself slightly before answering. "Hello, Mom. Are you not coming home this late?" Li Xinran glanced at the peacefully sleeping Yang Fan and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "I have something very important to attend to tonight, so I won't be returning." "Is Tangua asleep?" Her mother, recalling something, replied with delight, "Tangua is already asleep." "Have you finally opened your heart? Does he know about your situation? How does he treat you? Bring him home to meet your father and me sometime." In the 2 years since Li Xinran returned with her daughter, she had mostly spent her time caring for the child and managing household duties, occasionally venturing out for groceries, making her a well-known presence in the neighborhood. Many had inquired about her, and several suitable young men had expressed interest, but she found them lacking. She dismissed them for various reasons, primarily their insufficient income. Thus, her mother remained concerned about her daughter's romantic prospects. Now, seeing her daughter finally coming around, she felt a wave of joy. Chapter 60. The generous Yang Fan, upon hearing his words, Li Xinran revealed a smile and said, "Mom, rest assured. He understands my situation and treats me well." She dared not disclose to her parents that she was being someone else's lover. Such matters could only be gradually accepted in the future. That's good, that's good. You two enjoy yourselves. I won't disturb you. Don't worry about Tangua. I will take good care of her. Remember to bring her home for a meal when you have the chance. Beep, beep, beep. After saying this, Li's mother hung up the phone. Li Xinran could discern the joy in her mother's tone and thought to herself, "It seems my parents have been quite concerned about me. However, everything is improving now, and things are moving in a positive direction." With this thought, a radiant smile unconsciously graced her face. At that moment, a voice broke through her reverie. "What are you giggling about?" Startled, Li Xinran looked towards a man who had unknowingly sat up on the bed and, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "Did I wake you?" Yang Fan shook his head. "It's nothing. What has made you so cheerful? Come over and share it with me." Seeing him open his arms, her heart warmed, and obediently, she walked over and nestled into his embrace. The two lingered in each other's warmth, enveloped in a silence that stretched on. Finally, Yang Fan broke the stillness, softly asking, "Do you have any dreams? Aside from ensuring your daughter and parents live well." Li Xinran was momentarily taken aback. "Why exclude my daughter and parents? That is my greatest dream." Yang Fan playfully tapped her on the head. "Silly, you can already achieve that dream." Instantly, she comprehended his words, and her excitement became palpable, causing her body to tremble slightly as she tightened her embrace around him. "Thank you. Thank you. You're so wonderful. With Yang Fan's promise in hand, she was overjoyed, even taking action in her delight. Hey, what are you doing? Don't you care about your dignity? Only then did she pause her actions, gazing at him with flirtatious eyes. I was too excited earlier. Please punish me. Half an hour later, Yang Fan looked at Li Shinran in his arms and chuckled. Little enchantress, are you calm now? You still haven't answered my question. She lazily swatted him away. Umph. I'm just your exclusive little enchantress. After a pause, she continued. As for dreams, I can't quite articulate them right now. You know, I've been a housewife for the past few years. If I must mention a dream, it would be to earn a lot of money and never worry about finances again. Yang Fan nodded, considering this a reasonable aspiration for an adult, much more pragmatic than his childhood dream of becoming a scientist. Have you ever thought about starting your own business? Her eyes lit up instantly. Are you going to invest in me? Yang Fan shot her a disapproving glance. Of course. If I don't invest with your limited talents, how could you possibly start a business? Although she was teased, Li Shinran felt a wave of happiness wash over her face beaming with joy. Indeed, having someone to rely on is truly comforting. Yang Fan's financial support for her entrepreneurial dreams made it foolish for her to decline. He was evidently seeking to secure her future, allowing her to live as a pampered canary. This realization solidified her confidence in her choice of partner. Yet she soon felt a pang of anxiety. But I have no experience. I don't even know what I could do. Why don't you give me some advice? I'll do whatever you say. What did you major in at university? I attended a finance university, majoring in finance. Then it's settled. You should invest. Invest? With my limited skills? Upon hearing this, Li Shinran was momentarily dumbfounded, feeling as though he were telling her a ghost story. What are you surprised about? Isn't this a perfect match for your major? She couldn't help but chuckle. Darling, you know my grades were average. I initially planned to work as a bank teller, not someone skilled in investments. Yang Fan scrutinized her thoughtfully. I believe it's quite suitable. You must have confidence in yourself. You're confident in me, but I have my doubts. Although the prospect was enticing, she retained a sense of self-awareness. She didn't wish to incur losses. She aspired to build a successful career that would earn Yang Fan's admiration. Thus, she shook her head and replied, Darling, trust me, I truly can't do it. If you let me invest, I might end up bankrupting you. Don't worry. We aren't afraid of losses. If you lose, I'll invest more in you. The main focus is to gain experience. Just give me your bank account number. Yang Fan's reasoning was straightforward. He aimed to let his woman spend money on herself, allowing her to gain experience in her career. Eventually, he envisioned her entering various industries, establishing her own investment company, and engaging in other enterprises and online ventures. After all, he wasn't afraid of losses. He could always replenish her funds. As he was quite the generous benefactor, Li Shinran was at a loss for words, unsure whether to feel touched or speechless at his earnestness. Since you want me to revive my past knowledge and try my hand at investing, I will certainly heed your advice, but let me make it clear. If I incur losses, do not blame me. Subsequently, she provided him with her bank account number. Without hesitation, Yang Fan transferred $600,000. If you lose, it's not your fault. I will periodically transfer money to your account. Just focus on your endeavors. Upon seeing the notification of the $600,000 in her phone, her eyes nearly brimmed with tears of joy, of course. She never expected happiness to arrive so suddenly. In a situation devoid of guarantees, this man had directly entrusted her with $600,000, a testament to his trust that was utterly profound. Ding dong. Still in a state of emotional overwhelm, she suddenly received another bank notification. Another transfer of $600,000 had just arrived, raising her balance to over $1,200,000. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she turned to the man beside her. Why are your eyes so wide? I just remembered you need to enhance your parents' and daughter's quality of life. I figured $600,000 might not suffice. So consider this additional $600,000 to improve your family's living conditions. Li Shinran was deeply moved to discover how much he cared about her affairs. Chapter 61. The transformation of Li Wei. The following day, when Yang Fan awoke, he found Li Shinran beside him, already awake, leaning against the headboard while engrossed in her phone. Her bare-faced beauty radiated a charm that, though not as striking as fiery red lips, exuded a delicate grace akin to a lotus blooming in clear water, truly deserving of the System S endorsement. upon noticing Yang Fan's awakening. She greeted him with a gentle smile. "Darling, you're awake? Please take your time to gather your thoughts. I'll prepare breakfast for you shortly." With that, she began to lift the covers to get out of bed, only to be embraced tightly by Yang Fan. "Why go through all that trouble? Just call room service. It's not like you're at home," he remarked. However, she shook her head lightly. "No, I genuinely want to make you breakfast. I've already prepared the ingredients. If I had known how long you would sleep, I would have started earlier. Darling, please allow me to showcase my culinary skills," seeing the hopeful expression on her face. Yang Fan relented, saying, "Just whip up something simple. It doesn't have to be elaborate." She beamed sweetly. "Got it." Yang Fan watched as she donned fitted attire, slipping into her slippers and heading towards the kitchen, momentarily entranced. This woman exuded confidence in her figure, unabashedly inviting his gaze. In contrast to her previous shyness, she now displayed a boldness that was rather exhilarating. Unbeknownst to him, after their relationship had rapidly deepened the night before, Li Xinran had already acknowledged him in her heart. She possessed her own unique insights into what men found appealing. Had there been any special attire, she would have worn it to please Yang Fan. For a man, she was unreserved in revealing her finest qualities, making sure he knew her worth. Had she not felt bashful, she might have presented herself even more freely, perhaps to even greater effect. Yet, she remained unaware that the allure of subtlety could wield a more potent charm. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, initially intent on occupying himself with his phone while waiting for breakfast, now found his thoughts consumed by the image of Li Xinran. He chuckled to himself, realizing that this little enchantress had triumphed once more. Setting his phone aside, he rose and made his way to the kitchen. There, he discovered Li Xinran had donned an apron, which only enhanced her appeal. Approaching her from behind, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist. She did not react with discomfort. Instead, while cooking, she asked, "What brings you here? Are you hungry?" "Yes, I am." Suddenly realizing the innocence of her previous assumption, Li Xinran found it difficult to concentrate on her cooking. However, she refrained from expressing any annoyance or resistance, quietly turning off the heat and fully cooperating with him. In truth, she felt immense joy at his evident affection. As for which aspects of her he cherished, did it truly matter? After all, it was still her. After nearly an hour, they finally enjoyed their breakfast, both feeling quite content. Following the meal, Li Xini inquired, "Darling, do you have any plans for today?" Yang Fan shook his head. "No plans. Why do you ask?" "Nothing much. Since you have no pressing matters, I'll just stay here with you." Despite having set her intimacy level at 59 the previous night, it had not increased, and Yang Fan had hoped for a breakthrough this morning. He realized that opportunities for a second meeting were essential. He had observed that both Gu Ruijie and Chun Siu had deepened their connections after some time in a second encounter. Perhaps one of the conditions for progress was the other person harboring feelings of longing. He pondered this possibility, recalling the saying, "Absence makes the heart grow fonder." With a smile, he replied, "No need. You haven't been home for a day. Go see our daughter. Consider what she might be lacking and make sure she has everything she needs." "Our daughter?" Li Xinran's eyes instantly glistened, a hint of tears threatening to spill. "Oh no, don't. Are you made of water?" Tears come so easily without a word. She stepped forward and embraced him tightly. Yang Fan noticed her visibly moved expression, yet the intimacy level remained unchanged, reinforcing his belief in his earlier conclusion. He gently caressed her back. "Sweetheart, go back to accompany our daughter. We have plenty of time ahead. I will visit her as well. If her mother is this beautiful, she must be a lovely little angel." Li Xinran smiled through her tears, nodding slightly. "All right, I'll do as you say." Li Xinran returned home, and Yang Fan left the hotel, preparing to head back himself. Having enjoyed a fulfilling meal, he did not plan to meet with any women today, intending instead to rest and recuperate. He resolved to begin exercising the following day, as he feared he would struggle otherwise. Suddenly, he recalled that among the women he knew, both Chun Siu and Li Wei were quite fond of physical activity. It seemed appealing to have beautiful company while working out. Although his intimacy level with Chun Siu was significantly higher, naturally, since Li Wei's was negative, he felt a unique connection with Li Wei. After all, she was the only one among the women he could lavish money on who owned an original car. If he didn't make an effort to win her over, What would he do if they met again and her purity rating had risen to 99? Surely, many men would be vying for her attention. He couldn't let someone else beat him to it. Thus, he made his decision. He sent her a message. I've been wanting to exercise a bit lately. Do you have any good recommendations? Unaware of what she was doing, he received no immediate response. He was not in a hurry, taking a taxi home. However, by the time he arrived, her reply came belatedly. Oh, little rascal. Could it be that you've been enchanted by some girl? You really shouldn't be so careless. How infuriating careless. Why don't you come and try? Oomph. You're not much to look at, yet you seem to have quite the imagination. If you want to work out, just find a gym. It's best to hire a personal trainer. Don't just wing it. Since the last time he transferred money to her, she had changed her tone, speaking more casually and comfortably. While Yang Fan was unsure of the reason, it was clearly a positive development. Do you usually go to the gym? Just as Li Wei had finished a dance practice and was resting in a corner, she smirked at the message, displaying a playful expression. Oh, the wolf's tail is showing. Is it? If you want to invite me to work out together, just say so. No need for all this roundabout talk. What's wrong? Are you pretending to be shy? Chapter 62. The anxiously parents. Upon seeing Li Wei's message, Yang Fan could not help but smile. Stop being sarcastic. Just tell me whether you usually work out. If you don't have that habit, I'll find another place myself. At this moment, Li Wei was lost in thought. She indeed possessed a gym membership, but seldom utilized it, primarily practicing dance instead, which required considerable physical exertion and was not vastly different from fitness training. If it were any other man, she would have dismissed him outright, potentially not even responding to the message. However, Yang Fan was exceptionally generous, so much so that it took her by surprise. Consequently, he held a rather unique position in her heart, prompting her to consider interacting with him as friends first, leading her to make a decision. Of course I work out. There's a gym called Leap Fitness near where I practice dance. If you come over, I can save you the cost of a personal trainer. I can teach you whatever you wish to learn. You? What do you mean by that? I am a professional. Others often seek me out. How dare you doubt me? All right then. Are you free tomorrow? Take me to get a membership. Sure, but you have to treat me to lunch tomorrow. Okay. After ending the call, Yang Fan felt quite pleased. Although this girl currently regarded him with a certain distance, she was nevertheless willing to engage with him. It can only be said that having wealth is indeed advantageous. Truly, Li Wei was just as he imagined. Her interest in associating with him primarily stemmed from his financial prowess, a privilege he alone seemed to possess. In her mind, knowing someone like him could only yield benefits and no detriments. Thus, why not embrace the opportunity? Li Xinran had just returned home after grocery shopping when her mother's curiosity was instantly ignited. Sin es bak. Hurry, put down the groceries and come sit. Let us have a proper chat. Realizing her mother was undoubtedly eager to inquire about her relationship with Yang Fan, she felt a sense of inevitability. Her parents had always shown great interest in her romantic life, making it impossible to evade the topic. It was better to discuss it outright to ease their concerns. She set down the groceries and sat beside her mother, who wore an expression brimming with curiosity. At that moment, her little daughter, Tanghua, came running with outstretched arms. One thing a hoke. Mommy. As Li Xinran held her daughter, she pondered how to respond to her mother's impending questions. Her father sat nearby, watching television, though his attention was clearly directed towards their conversation, embodying a silent eagerness to glean any gossip. Shortly after, her mother smiled and asked, "Xin, tell me about that boy. Are you two officially together? How'd you meet?" Li's mother was puzzled. Her daughter rarely ventured out, focused solely on developing online ventures to earn money, spending her free time caring for her daughter, managing household chores, and grocery shopping. How could it be that a man had suddenly appeared in her life? Could it be that she met someone while shopping for groceries and developed an interest? Her mother's curiosity was aflame. Since Li Xinran had decided to speak, she saw no reason to conceal the truth. Yes, we are together now. We met online. Li's mother's eyes widened in shock. Online? Then, with a hint of concern, she inquired, "But can people online be trusted? You must be careful not to be deceived, my foolish child." Her father, no longer pretending to watch television, chimed in. "Yes, Xin, there are many scammers online, as the news often reports. Be vigilant with strangers on the internet. Just recently, there was a story about someone who was scammed out of a kidney. You must not trust them easily. Li Xinran found her parents' reactions both amusing and exasperating. Yet, thinking of Yang Fan, the so-called online acquaintance, and his recent actions, she couldn't help but smile. Dad, Mom, you're worrying too much. I'm not foolish. He is not the kind of person you're imagining. And he's certainly isn't a scammer. Besides, there is nothing about me that he would want to deceive me for. Upon hearing this, her mother immediately disagreed. Who says you're not worth anything? He may not be able to deceive your finances, but he could deceive you emotionally. Our xin has been beautiful since childhood. How could you not be worth scamming? Li Xinran was nearly speechless, retorting, Mom. What are you talking about? I meant he is young, capable, wealthy, and certainly not a scammer. Just yesterday, he gave me 600,000 to start a business and another 600,000 to improve your and Tangwa's lives. What? 600,000? He gave you money? Her parents exclaimed with incredulity, their faces displaying utter disbelief. Li Xinran nodded with a smile. Yes, but it's not just 600,000. It totals 2 million. Have you ever seen such a scammer? If so, please introduce me. I'd happily be deceived. Before her mother could fully recover from shock, she murmured, I would too. If this is true, why do I feel like you're the one being scammed instead? Li Xinran felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Mom, what are you saying? Her mother, realizing her daughter's discontent, offered an awkward smile before continuing her questioning. Did he really give you 2 million? In Dragon Country currency? Indeed, it's as genuine as pearls, and the money is currently resting in my account. Her father was left speechless in shock, while her mother incredulously asked, then, is he perhaps a fool? But wait, how could a fool have so much money? Goodness, is my daughter truly worth that much? Li Xinran began to question her own existence. Am I truly your biological child? How could you utter such heart-wrenching words? Before she could respond, her father interjected, turning to her mother with a reprimanding tone. What are you saying? Our xin is priceless. Indeed, in the world, only a father is truly good. Her father's perspective diverged from her mother's, as he earnestly addressed Li Xinran. Sin, Behonet, he hasn't asked you to do anything illegal, right? We must steer clear of such matters. Do you understand? The young woman replied, Sincerely, Dad. Rest assured, he has not asked me to do anything. He simply wants me to use the money to enhance our living conditions and explore entrepreneurship and investments. There is no agreement between us at all. Chapter 63. Is the young deer challenging Shasha? Upon hearing his daughter's words, Mr. Li felt a sense of relief. This young man is truly extraordinary. If that is indeed the case, you must treat him well. Do you understand? You are well aware of your own circumstances. If you miss this opportunity, you might as well search with a lantern in hand, for such remarkable individuals will be hard to find again. Mrs. Li nodded in agreement, echoing her husband's sentiments, and lamented, Indeed, he is quite a remarkable person. If what you say is true, then that 2 million yuan is akin to being given for free. Xin, your father speaks wisely. You should cherish this extraordinary individual. It will be prudent to marry him soon and bear him a robust son. Wait, is the term extraordinary person used positively or negatively in your discussions? Li Xinran realized she had yet to grasp the true implication. However, based on her understanding of her parents, she sensed that her mother's reference to the extraordinary individual carried a negative connotation, while her father's intent remained ambiguous. At that moment, the candy in her arms chimed in curiously, Mom, am I going to have a little brother? Li Xinran instantly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Yang Fan had initially intended to indulge in some gaming, but unknowingly dozed off, catching up on sleep until dinner time. Upon waking, he casually ordered takeout and then retrieved his phone to log onto Douyin. Before he could explore which streamers were live, an official notification popped up. Upon clicking, he found, Hello, Brother Xiaoyao. I am Xiao Xia, an official staff member from Douyin. To enhance your gaming experience, I will be your dedicated customer service representative. For any issues or reasonable suggestions you encounter on this platform, please feel free to reach out to me. Below is my personal contact information. I sincerely appreciate your support for our platform and wish you enjoyable gaming. It turned out to be the long-awaited dedicated customer service. Previously, Yang Fan had wondered why, after reaching level 54, He had yet to be assigned one, as it was said that dedicated representatives were provided for users above level 50. Was this considered late? Unbeknownst to him, the platform should have arranged for a dedicated representative days earlier. However, due to his remarkable spending ability, having invested millions in just over 10 days, he was treated with particular attention. Unlike typical guild accounts, he was a genuine high spender, which meant the platform had to give him due respect, as he was contributing significantly to their revenue. Thus, the customer service department devoted considerable attention to his case, opting not to assign him randomly, but to select from those who applied to be his representative. The number of applicants was quite substantial, leading to some deliberation. Ultimately, the department head decided to administer a test to evaluate the applicants, with the highest scores securing the position. Xiao Xia emerged victorious. After adding her as a friend, Yang Fan did not pursue further conversation. He felt no immediate concerns, aside from the prevalence of fake beauties on Douyin, a matter the customer service could not rectify. After all, it would be ludicrous to request the removal of filters and beauty enhancements from streamers, as this was a significant part of their appeal and earnings. Upon returning to Douyin, he noticed both Xia and the young deer were online. Without hesitation, he entered the young deer's live stream, as she was somewhat closer to him. Half a lifetime of carefree, sent out a carnival too. Half a lifetime of carefree, sent out a carnival 20. Wow. Brother Xiaoyao has arrived. Thank you for the carnivals. To think you come to see me right after I began my stream? I'm so thrilled. The young deer beamed with joy upon seeing his gifts and directly initiated a private chat. The viewers began to chime in. Why has Brother Xiaoyao changed his lucky number? Wasn't it 17? What do you know? The number 20 signifies something significant. Real individuals understand. Just submit to the streamer. Indeed, young deer, while you may not have someone to light up the exhibition hall each week, there is certainly someone here who far exceeds that standard. It was evident that Brother Xiaoyao held a special fondness for the young deer. Ha ha! Brother Xiaoyao suddenly appeared in the young deer's stream. ISNT Xia doomed? Yes. Xia and the young deer have a scheduled 4-person PK, so the young deer side is practically guaranteed to win, right? Not necessarily. If I recall correctly, Xia is also a streamer supported by Brother Xiaoyao. ISNT Xi? Which side will he support? Haha. I'm just as curious about which side Brother Xiaoyao will back during the showdown between the young deer and Xia. Is this a rivalry among the greats? If the streamer emerges victorious, she must be quite impressive. That is uncertain. What if Brother Xiaoyao has a preference for the younger one? After all, as the saying goes, how can the world be at peace if the bosom is not? Nonsense. To claim that Xia is the younger one suggests that you've never viewed her streams. I recommend you search for Xia's youthful charm. She possesses a standard youthful visage that is simply captivating. Not to downplay the young deer, but seriously, I'm off to search immediately. Youthful charm is my absolute favorite. I'm out. Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback by the viewer's comments and inquired, "Are you really going to challenge Xia?" The young deer, attentive to the screen, immediately noticed his message. In truth, she too was curious about whose side Yang Fan would support in the contest between her and Xia. After all, Xia was the first female streamer whom he had chosen to protect, and they had met during a PK match. Although she had briefly visited Xia's stream, her confidence wavered against someone like Xia. She was acutely aware that Brother Xiaoyao had only been a novice account just over 10 days ago. His journey of gifting had begun in Xia's live stream and had snowballed from there. Rumor had it that Brother Xiaoyao initially intended to casually explore Douyin, only to be captivated by Xia at first glance, leading him to unleash a torrent of financial support, effectively securing a wealthy patron for Douyin through Xia's influence. This had resulted in a rapid increase in viewership for Xia's stream, elevating her beyond the ranks of small streamer. The young deer couldn't help but feel envious. Thank you to Mo Shi Dash for the explosive update celebration. Many thanks for the various gifts from all supporters. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. If you find the story enjoyable, please extend your support. The author expresses heartfelt gratitude. Additionally, as this is a new book, it may not yet meet your reading needs. If you're experiencing a shortage of reading material, feel free to check out the author's previous works and see if they pique your interest. Thank you. Chapter 64. Yang Fan begins to operate, however. Little Deer dared not express her true feelings. For it would be akin to placing her elder brother in a position of choice, a venture she would not entertain. Indeed, Brother Xiaoyao, yesterday Xia arranged a 4-person PK with me, merely for entertainment. Please refrain from voting then. Otherwise, it would undermine my victory. Yang Fan pondered for a moment. Although Xia had transferred money to him on 2 occasions, she had yet to exhibit any inclination to parachute in herself. Over the past 10 days, he had consistently supported her, and she had undoubtedly grown accustomed to his generosity. Now, with the time ripe for reaping the rewards of his efforts, he thought it prudent to let her simmer, creating a stark contrast in her expectations, thus fulfilling his role as a mere tool. With Little Deer scheduled for a PK with her, it offered a perfect opportunity to initiate his plan. One could only wonder how Xia would react to the sudden withdrawal of his support, especially if he lavished his generosity upon Little Deer during the PK, neglecting her entirely. Would she remain indifferent? If he were to abstain from her live stream for an extended period, redirecting his support to other female streamers, Yang Fan had little doubt she would be unable to endure it. If Xia believed she could be satisfied with her earnings and remain indifferent to his future support, perhaps he could regard her with a modicum of respect. Yet, he understood well that those who have tasted great sweetness seldom cease their pursuit. It was highly likely that Xia would succumb to intense internal turmoil and make the choice he anticipated. Human desires are prone to expansion in response to circumstances. Mastering one's own desires is no simple feat, after all. Why do these streamers toil tirelessly each day? Ultimately, it is for monetary gain. They cannot possibly be doing it solely for the companionship of their families. Thus, Yang Fan playfully typed, "Are you instructing me on how to act? I have unfollowed." You know, Little Deer, upon seeing this, playfully stuck out her tongue and quickly retorted, "Oh, Brother Xiaoyao, do not wrong me. I would never dare. It was merely a small suggestion. Of course, if you wish to participate, do as you please. Unfollowing is not that serious." The audience began to tease. "Little Deer, your capitulation is far too swift. Just a moment ago. Ha ha ha. Brother Xiaoyao has grasped the essence of unfollowing. You understand it well. Brother Xiaoyao clearly intends to cast a vote. I wager he will support Xia. Little Deer daring to instruct Brother Xiaoyao? Not unfollowing is already commendable. And you expect him to vote for you? I bet Brother Xiaoyao will support Little Deer. He's been here more frequently than ever. There's a real possibility he may support both. But in the end, does it matter who wins? Both streamers will be well fed. The outcome is trivial. Could it be possible that Brother Xiaoyao supports all 4 streamers? That makes sense. All 4 are female streamers. It seems you understand, Brother Xiaoyao." In the midst of the audience's banter, the screen suddenly transformed, dividing into 4 small frames, each showcasing a female streamer. The 4 began greeting one another, clearly familiar, likely having collaborated frequently in recent times. Apart from Xia, the other 3 were relatively new to the streaming scene, managing to hold their own. Xia, with her commendable dance skills, easily attracted viewers, and with Yang Fan's financial backing, her popularity had surged, positioning her as the most prominent among the 4. The other 2 female streamers, while also attractive in their unique ways, failed to capture Yang Fan's interest due to the lack of activity from the system. Once the 4 had exchanged pleasantries, Xia smiled and said, "Brother Xiaoyao, I know you're over there. You wouldn't help Little Deer against me, would you? Without you, we lack the necessary conditions." Before Yang Fan could respond, Little Deer interjected, "Do not think you could deceive Brother Xiaoyao. Mute your mic and let's battle. Otherwise, I'll take you on." Xia ignored Little Deer, adopting a pitiful demeanor as she pleaded, "Brother Xiaoyao, if you wish to strike me, please go easy. I'm not resistant to pain." Though she yearned for Yang Fan to join her live stream and support her, she understood the delicacy of such a request. He was free to play as he pleased. At that moment, she merely sought to interact, subtly hinting that after he had dealt with her, he should remember to check her out. Of course, if he did, the considerable medical expenses would surely follow. She felt confident in this, as he had often visited her stream to watch her dance and generously showered her with gifts, a regular occurrence. The other 2 female streamers also took the initiative to greet Yang Fan, hoping to leave a favorable impression. They thought to themselves that he supported numerous female streamers, generously gifting. What if they were fortunate enough to catch his eye? Would they not frequently enjoy ample rewards? However, as they fell short of expectations, disappointment was inevitable. Not only would they miss out on the carnival, but they would receive no stars at all. Soon, the PK commenced. All four were striving to garner votes. Little Deer shouted, "Skinny old men, vote for me. Crush them." Yang Fan was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing Little Deer's rallying cry. To his surprise, the audience reacted with fervor, showering an array of gifts as if invigorated by a jolt of energy. Impressive. Yang Fan did not rush to vote, but instead observed the ticket growth rates of the four female streamers. As expected, Shasha surged ahead, leaving the other three far behind. It appeared that this young woman had been performing admirably in her recent streams. Come on, family. Let us not let her even steal second place. Bring out all your reserves and show them our strength. Though Little Deer's stream had initially gained momentum, it began to wane, and her second-place position was precariously teetering. At risk of slipping to third, Yang Fan casually invested 150,000 into the stream. Half a lifetime of leisure, sent out Carnival 2. Half a lifetime of leisure, sent out Carnival 50 instantly. Little Deer's health bar plummeted Shasha's to near depletion, effectively preempting the competition. The female streamer aligned with Little Deer appeared to have won effortlessly, gazing enviously at Little Deer's ticket count, her thoughts unknown. Wow, long live Brother Xiaoyao. I adore you. Ha ha ha. Family, did you see? This is what strength looks like. Our house is protected by an invincible elder brother. Crush them. Chapter 65. Sasha feels neglected upon witnessing Yang Fan's decisive actions. Little Deer was elated, having received an unprecedented 50 votes in a single sweep. A significant portion of her exhilaration stemmed from the notion that her standing in Yang Fan's heart might surpass that of Sasha. This was indeed a delightful revelation. She began to observe the ongoing PK match with a touch of anxiety, curious whether Yang Fan would extend his support to Sasha as well. Not only was she anxious, but Sasha too awaited Yang Fan's assistance, convinced of its high probability. After all, both of them were cherished by him. However, as time wore on, Yang Fan remained silent, showing no signs of engagement until the PK concluded. The results were bittersweet. While Little Deer basked in Yang Fan's affection and emerged victorious, it was clear she was the happiest among them, as if he were proclaiming her to be his most favored streamer. Her gratitude was vocalized, coupled with an unyielding smile that graced her face. In her heart, she began to strategize on how to seize another opportunity to connect with him, cherishing this hard-won affection. As for Yang Fan's reluctance to pursue marriage and preference for fleeting relationships, she had come to accept it. If exclusivity was unattainable, maintaining their current rapport centered on their careers seemed wise. After all, she was still young, with no intentions of romance or marriage, and could contemplate future desires when the time was right. With this newfound clarity, Little Deer's intimacy 10. Noticing that Yang Fan had not bestowed even a single star upon Sasha throughout the PK, Little Deer felt a sense of unexpected triumph in their offstage rivalry. Her heart swelled with satisfaction, allowing her to dissolve the emotional barriers that had built up over time, resulting in a notable increase in intimacy, now reaching 59 points. Just a step away from unlocking a secondary cashback card. Yang Fan, upon receiving the system notification, was equally astonished. Since Little's return, her intimacy had remained stagnant despite his frequent gift-giving. He had not anticipated that his intention to support Sasha would inadvertently clarify Little Deer's previous misunderstandings, leading to a delightful surprise. He never envisioned that Sasha's lack of preparation would create such a diversion, proving that this tactic of favoritism was indeed effective, creating an illusion of simultaneous engagement with two alluring streamers. At that moment, Sasha unmuted her microphone, feeling a twinge of disappointment, yet concealing it well. In a playful tone, she remarked, "Yang Fan, you've been rather harsh on me. Haven to you? I'm feeling a bit forlorn." She feigned a wounded demeanor. Yet after a prolonged wait, Yang Fan's presence was still absent. Confusion filled her mind. What could be the reason? Was it not customary for him to comfort her? Had she unwittingly offended him? Sasha delved into her thoughts, reflecting on recent events, firmly believing she had not transgressed in any way. Perhaps he was simply preoccupied and unaware of her plight. She consoled herself with this notion before inquiring of Little Deer. Is Yang Fan still in your stream? Yes, but he hasn't said a word. Little Deer replied, her own curiosity piqued, suspecting that Sasha might indeed have upset Yang Fan. This development pleased her, and she couldn't help but feel a tinge of schadenfreude. She outwardly refrained from engaging in such matters, even planning to subtly stir the pot. Remember the punishment you set for yourself, Sasha? You must comply. I'll take my leave now, Little Deer declared before abruptly disconnecting, leaving Sasha unable to finish her sentence. Wait, what are we waiting for? For you to appease Yang Fan? What nonsense, Sasha thought, feeling a mix of frustration and amusement at the situation. After the call ended, Little Deer felt a wave of delight wash over her, almost humming a cheerful tune, as she turned her attention back to chatting with Yang Fan and their viewers. Meanwhile, Sasha wrestled with a mix of melancholy and discomfort. She masked her feelings, aware of the numerous viewers in her live stream. Yet, the audience was quick to fan the flames of speculation. Sasha, why is Yang Fan helping others instead of you? Isn't he supposed to dote on you? Exactly. Didn't he even cover Sasha's medical expenses? Could it be that you and Yang Fan had a falling out, leading to your loss of favor? Laughter erupted at Sasha's expense. Sasha has fallen from grace, and Little Deer has taken her place. No way. Sasha and Yang Fan share a deep bond. It's not so easily broken. Don't worry, Sasha. Even if Yang Fan doesn't dote on you, we will. Exactly. It's not a big deal. We'll always be here for you. Sasha, witnessing the audience's banter, felt compelled to restore the narrative. Stop spreading rumors. Little Deer is also a streamer under Yang Fan's protection. It's only natural for him to support her. Perhaps he had promised her before. Little Deer is one of us. Don't mislead the conversation. While her words conveyed confidence, internally, she grappled with confusion. But now was not the time for such reflections. She resolved to continue her stream, hopeful that Yang Fan might grace her with his presence soon, at which point everything would be clarified. An hour later, while streaming and periodically checking her screen, Sasha observed that Yang Fan had been showering gifts upon various streamers, including the likes of the Days Sisters and a streamer named Pikachu. Surely, it was her turn to receive attention next. Yet, as another hour slipped by without Yang Fan's arrival, a sense of dread crept in. Could it be that she had inadvertently offended him? If his indifference during her PK with Little Deer was coincidental, why then had he neglected her while showering affection on others? Sasha ruminated over this puzzle, her focus wavering during the stream. Should she inquire with Yang Fan once the broadcast concluded? But how should she approach such a delicate subject? It would do to directly ask why he hadn't supported her today. After all, he owed her nothing. Thanks to Soy Sauce-kun for the master certification, the first of its kind for this book. I am immensely grateful. Thank you to all the generous readers for their gifts. I appreciate it greatly. For those who find the book enjoyable, I kindly request a 5-star rating. For those who are not satisfied, please spare me and simply overlook this work. Perhaps you might find enjoyment in my previous writings. Thank you. Chapter 66. A twist of fate. Sasha waited until the end of the broadcast for Yang Fan, but deep down, she knew he would not arrive. Sitting in her chair, she lost herself in thought. In the tranquility, her mind cleared significantly, leading her to contemplate various possibilities. Ultimately, she suspected that the issue might lie with Little Deer. It was evident that she had known brother Xiaoyao first, and he had begun to lavishly support her on Douyin for her sake. Yet, it seemed he had grown closer to Little Deer than to her, even helping Little Deer to undermine her. Had brother Xiaoyao been swayed by Little Deer? That shouldn't be the case. He had not only supported Little Deer today. Moreover, when it came to talent, physique, appearance, and age, she was undoubtedly superior to Little Deer. What merit did she possess to warrant such treatment? Initially, it wouldn't have fazed her if brother Xiaoyao supported Little Deer, as she was not a petty person. However, the fact that he had showered gifts upon all his cherished female streamers while neglecting her completely felt like a blatant slight. As for the reason behind this slight, Sasha could somewhat guess, attributing it to the complexities between the top supporter and the female streamers. With this realization, She understood why Yang Fan had been growing increasingly close to Little Deer. To her surprise, this seemingly reserved female streamer had displayed such cunning beneath her modest exterior. How quickly she had maneuvered to win him over. However, this was not the matter she needed to dissect right now. Now that she had grasped the unusual behavior of Yang Fan, her focus should shift to how to navigate this predicament. Should she emulate Little Deer? This was a thought she had not yet fully contemplated. After much internal conflict, she found herself unable to reach a decision. Perhaps she should observe a little longer? It was possible that she was overthinking it. What if Brother Xiaoyao returned to normal in a couple of days? Thus, Sasha resolved to wait a bit longer. Meanwhile, not long after finishing her broadcast, Ollie was preparing to remove her makeup when her personal phone rang. Seeing it was a call from the guild leader, she answered without hesitation. "Hello, Brother Zhao, what can I do for you?" A deep voice resonated from the other end. "I need to inform you about something. I received word that today, Brother Xiaoyao supported Little Deer at Sasha's expense, showering all his beloved streamers with gifts. But he did not visit Sasha's stream at all." Ollie was taken aback. "Are you implying that Brother Xiaoyao and Sasha are at odds? But doesn't that seem irrelevant to me? How can it be irrelevant? Have you considered that Brother Xiaoyao's gifts are never expected to return? He is neither an advertiser nor a merchant. All his support is freely given. Under such circumstances, what could cause him to be at odds with Sasha?" Upon hearing this, Ollie followed the leader's line of reasoning and quickly arrived at a conclusion. "You mean offline? Not too dull. The guild is now prepared to shift resources in your direction. I trust you understand why. I do not wish for you to follow in Sasha's footsteps. Do you grasp my meaning?" The leader's message was clear. He was advising Ollie to secure Brother Xiaoyao by any means necessary, at least to avoid the discord that Sasha had experienced. Those in the streaming profession understood that once a major supporter turned their back, they would cease to provide any support at all, even stepping into one's broadcast. Given the multitude of female streamers on Douyin, if one possessed wealth, why would they not seek their joy elsewhere? The leader subtly indicated to Ollie that if she failed to capture Brother Xiaoyao's attention, she could forget about the resources the guild was willing to allocate to her. After the leader's admonition, Ollie comprehended his intentions and sighed inwardly. Yet she replied, "Brother Zhao, I understand what you mean. That's good. Be proactive. You are not inferior to many first-tier female streamers. What you lack is a true major supporter. This is your opportunity. Remember, one must make sacrifices to attain their desires. The mid-year event on Douyin is approaching. I have conveyed all I needed. The rest is for you to ponder." After hanging up, Ollie, like Sasha, fell into deep contemplation. She recognized the leader's analysis was accurate. Brother Xiaoyao had initially shown much greater kindness to Sasha than to her and the others, with Sasha receiving the most gifts. It was well known that Sasha held a unique place in Brother Xiaoyao's heart. However, Ollie felt no need to be overly concerned, as competing might alienate the major supporter. Yet, she could not ignore the fact that Little Deer had unexpectedly risen to prominence, garnering increasing favor, while Sasha found herself neglected due to her discord with Brother Xiaoyao. Connecting this with the leader's mention of offline relations, it all made sense. Perhaps if she truly wished to excel in this field, she needed to take the initiative. She harbored no aversion to this notion. Having prepared herself mentally when choosing this profession, she had merely been waiting for the right opportunity. Her broadcast did not lack for ordinary supporters. She simply believed that if she were to engage, it should be at a fair price, which is why she had not pursued any offline interactions until now. This had even led to some displeasure among several ordinary supporters. Yet, Brother Xiaoyao was not an ordinary supporter. His spending capacity was astonishing. If she were to offend him as she had with others in the past, not only would she forfeit a sustainable income, but she would also miss out on the premium resources the guild could offer, and the upcoming mid-year event on Douyin would slip through her fingers as well. Previously, she had not encountered a suitable target, but Brother Xiaoyao was evidently a prime candidate. With this in mind, Ollie decided to gauge his interest. "Brother Xiaoyao, is the temperature pleasant on your side? Known as the summer resort, it must be quite comfortable there." Having just finished a gaming session, Yang Fan was somewhat surprised by Ollie's message. This message felt oddly familiar. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled that this was the very phrase Little Deer had used before her arrival. Was this girl also seeking refuge from the heat? Was she preparing to descend upon him? He mused that this type of message should have come from Sasha. What was Ali's intention? Regardless, it was a positive development. Though it is a bit warm, it is still much more pleasant than in many other places. I'm sweltering here and can hardly bear it. I wish to escape the heat. Indeed, the reasoning was strikingly similar to Little Dear's. The only difference was that she had not set up a video call beforehand. Was she preparing for a surprise visit? Since she had nearly made her intentions clear, how could he possibly misinterpret? Visiting the summer resort is indeed a splendid idea. When you plan to come? Now that he had made a decision, Ollie was no longer hesitant. She thought to herself that no matter what Brother Xiaoyao looked like, she would grit her teeth and go. After all, it was for his financial support. She could dismiss it as a fleeting dream, no more than a temporary inconvenience. He was affluent and generous, offering excellent value. This was a venture worth pursuing. Chapter 67. Fitness Plan. Meeting Li Wei again in the end, Ollie insisted on checking his schedule, claiming that it was no fun for one to be in an unfamiliar city alone and that he needed to recruit some help. This perfectly aligned with Yang Fan's intentions. However, at that moment, he was preparing to work on his fitness and pursue Li Wei, so he told Ollie to contact him after he finished his current tasks. Ollie had no valid reason to decline, as he had already made his stance clear. He wouldn't stumble in this regard. In other matters, he certainly wouldn't offend the other party. Everything seemed to be settled. Ideally, it would be best if the other party never reached out to him again. There would be no cost involved, and he could reap abundant rewards. After ending the conversation, Yang Fan shook his head and smiled. His initial intent was merely to nudge Sha, but unexpectedly, this action had set off a chain reaction, inadvertently resolving the heartache of the little deer while also prompting Ollie to take the initiative. Was this a fortunate misfire? He did not need to know why Ollie suddenly decided to come to him, as long as she was not lacking in all respects. She could serve as a competent tool for providing cashback cards. If her purity was too low or her overall attractiveness was merely passable, he could easily send her back. Indeed, after spending time engaging with the 4 beautiful women, Yang Fan had successfully overcome his hunger phase, and naturally, his mindset had shifted. In a situation where he was not particularly in need of tools, as there were several others he was currently pursuing, he found himself less interested in women with low overall attractiveness and purity. This was only natural. People tend to aspire for better. Even the flight attendant, Gong Jing, whom he was pursuing, he found lacking in purity and decided to let things unfold naturally, hoping to secure a second-tier cashback card. However, since he had already invested some effort into her, he could consider cultivating her into a different type of tool. That was to offer her benefits in exchange for her assistance in identifying high-quality and pure women within the flight attendant circle. Though it might not be easy, if he could find a flight attendant who was waiting for the right opportunity, perhaps he could indeed find someone satisfactory. After all, he stood to lose nothing. Why not give it a try? As Yang Fan pondered these thoughts, he inadvertently drifted off to sleep. The next day, upon waking, he glanced at the clock. It was 11 o'clock in the morning. Not too late. After a quick wash-up, he stepped out to get a haircut before messaging Li Wei. I'm heading out now, going directly to the building where you learn street dance. While walking, Yang Fan arranged for a ride. Shortly after, he received a message from a girl. Yes, it was time to send a message. Half an hour later, standing at the base of the building, Yang Fan saw Li Wei emerge through the entrance. The first thing he did was check her information. Name, Li Wei. Age, 21. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 86. 100 status, normal. Closeness, -27. Fortunately, the numbers were still 0. In truth, Yang Fan had overthought it. If Li Wei were so easily won over, she wouldn't still be at 0 at the age of 21. How could it be so simple to increase? He had to admit that every time he saw this girl, he felt a rush of excitement. Perhaps due to that code, named 0 at play. Today, she wore a black crop tank top and slightly loose gray casual pants paired with white sneakers, exuding a vibrant, youthful athletic energy. As Li Wei approached, she handed Yang Fan a black card and said, "Here, take it." Curiously, he accepted it and saw it was a fitness annual pass with today's date printed on it. "Did you get this for me?" "Yes. It's under your name, age, and phone number. Come on, let us go eat." "I'm starving. Didn't you have breakfast?" "I had a little, but dancing burns a lot of energy. Yang Fan chuckled at her response. What do you want to eat? The girl naturally replied, of course, a feast. Did you think the fitness card was free? Follow me. They hadn't walked far before they arrived at a tall building. Li Wei led him inside and took the elevator to the top floor. Upon exiting, he realized the rooftop housed an upscale restaurant with a stunning view. After handing the menu to the girl, she ordered some dishes while they dined and chatted. Li Wei spoke first. What aspects are you planning to train? Just physical fitness and stamina. Upon hearing this, she looked at him with a hint of skepticism before bursting into laughter. Ha ha, you're not really saying you're out of shape, are you, little weakling? Yang Fan rolled his eyes, relieved that she didn't imply he was lacking due to women. He provocatively retorted, you could try it yourself, but you wouldn't dare. Who asked the little weakling, really? Li Wei didn't engage with his jab. She merely smiled knowingly at him. If you're not out of shape, why train for fitness and stamina? Don't you want to build some chest or abdominal muscles to attract the ladies? Would that be so bad? Do you like men with muscles and abs? Li Wei's expression stiffened, and she nearly blurted out that she didn't like men. Fortunately, she caught herself in time. She feared that if she said such a thing, Yang Fan might misinterpret her as a lesbian. In reality, while she rejected men, she also had no interest in women. If it were someone else, she would have said it without a second thought and wouldn't care. But with Yang Fan, her generous benefactor, she wanted to leave a good impression, fearing that such disclosures would push him away, defeating the purpose entirely. Yang Fan remained oblivious to her internal struggles and noticed that after her initial eye, she fell silent. What? Li Wei shook her head, nothing. Wealthy people are indeed timid. Just enjoy your meal. Didn't your teacher teach you not to speak while eating? Yang Fan shot her an annoyed glance. You were the one who started this topic, weren't you? Li Wei's closeness won. This girl's closeness rating was undoubtedly the most perplexing Yang Fan had ever encountered. It gave him a rather serendipitous feeling, which was absurd. Subsequently, they both fell silent until they finished their meal and settled the bill before leaving. Once outside the restaurant, Yang Fan asked, Isn't it unsuitable to work out right after a meal? Li Wei looked at him, somewhat surprised by his remark. Seeing her expression, Yang Fan was taken aback. He then directly commented, What are you surprised about? Shouldn't I know this basic knowledge? Cough, cough. Li Wei awkwardly cleared her throat twice, her face lighting up with a brilliant smile. Misunderstanding. I just used the wrong expression without paying attention. I meant to convey, appreciation. Yes, appreciation. Yang Fan stared at her in disbelief. If you hadn't stammered through that sentence and emphasized it again, I might have believed you. Don't mind the details. Thanks to, please call me Du Sungama for the master certification. Heartfelt thanks to everyone for their generous gifts. Chapter 68. Yang Fan's contemplation. Yang Fan and Li Wei strolled leisurely, indulging in casual conversation. As they passed a dessert shop, the young woman halted in her tracks. The sweets here are exquisite. Allow me to treat you, she proposed. Yang Fan, perplexed, inquired, Is this your idea of indulging? You seem intent on consuming everything in sight. When will it end? Feeling slightly embarrassed, she retorted, Well, a little dessert can't possibly hinder digestion, can it? They truly are delightful. Are you certain? He questioned, to which she responded with an expression of certainty, Of course. I am quite knowledgeable about fitness. You wouldn't understand. She proceeded towards the dessert shop, but Yang Fan swiftly grasped her hand, pulling her back. What nonsense! What does this have to do with fitness? It is common sense that one cannot indulge while claiming to be digesting. Li Wei, caught off guard, reacted strongly, attempting to free herself from his grasp. Her voice raised in irritation. Let go. What are you doing? Yang Fan was taken aback by her reaction. It was rather intense. He realized she was quite averse to being touched, her response seemingly instinctive. After all, her intimacy level had decreased. This was particularly notable since she had willingly chosen to spend time with him. As onlookers cast curious glances their way, he sighed. Are you displeased that others might mistake me for a rogue? Once released, Li Wei composed herself, acknowledging that her earlier response was excessive, though she merely shot him a glare. Who told you to suddenly tug at me? If you don't want dessert, then simply don't have it. Yang Fan recalled a previous incident when he had taken her hand, and she had reacted similarly without a decrease in intimacy. Furthermore, when he had attempted to kiss her, Her expression had conveyed a readiness, even as her intimacy level had diminished. This led him to surmise that she harbored a strong aversion to physical contact with men. Could she be a tomboy? However, after he had kissed her, despite her fury and the fact that she had struck and bitten him quite forcefully, her intimacy level had unexpectedly increased by 5 points. In light of this, he pondered whether her apparent anger was merely a fade, a protective measure. The intimacy system seemed to provide him with insights into her true feelings. With a playful tone, he remarked, "We have shared kisses. Why such a strong reaction to a mere touch?" Libe coldly responded, "Budding. Are you still keen on your workout?" With a smile, young Fan leaned closer. "What if we held hands on the way to the gym? I'll consider it a kiss in exchange." Her expression darkened, and she looked as though she wanted to throw something at him. Ignoring him, she turned and walked away. Yang Fan quickly followed, whispering, "Understood my mistake. Clearly, that kiss must have felt rather nice. I suppose I won't insist on holding hands." Li Wei shot him a menacing look, warning, "If you continue with such remarks, I shall leave." He refrained from further comment, waiting a moment before realizing that the system had not indicated a decrease in intimacy, which brought him some amusement. It appeared that her displays of anger, frustration, and indifference were merely a protective veneer, masking her true sentiments. While others might retreat in the face of her demeanor, the intimacy feature acted as a secret aid, allowing Yang Fan to discern her genuine feelings. With a reminiscent expression, he muttered, "I actually missed those times." Li Wei exploded, "You scoundrel! Go work out by yourself. I shall not accompany you." Fuming, she marched ahead, and Yang Fan, noticing no decrease in intimacy, sprinted to intercept her. "Let me pass," she demanded, but he remained obstinately in her path, displaying an air of nonchalance. As she attempted to circumvent him, he anticipated her move, blocking her at every turn. In a fit of frustration, she pushed him away, exclaiming, "Get out of my way." Prepared for her resistance, he swiftly seized her hand, pulling her closer. "Ah!" she exclaimed, momentarily surprised as she found herself enveloped in his embrace. After a brief pause, she began to struggle, striking his back with her fists. When her efforts proved futile, she resorted to biting his shoulder. However, unlike before, Yang Fan did not push her away. Instead, he held her tightly, unabashedly relishing the moment. Passers-by watched with a mix of disbelief and amusement. After biting him for a while, Li Wei noticed his lack of resistance or protest, which struck her as odd. She released her grip and gazed up at him, puzzled. Upon realizing just how close their faces were, panic set in, prompting her to struggle once more. "You shameless fool. Release me." Yang Fan grinned. "You really bite hard." Li Wei retorted, "You deserve it. Let go. We are in public." Upon hearing the system's notification of an increase in intimacy, he felt elated. This young woman certainly possessed a peculiar way of expressing herself. In many ways, it aligned with his previous hypotheses, or perhaps represented a blend of several ideas. Occasionally, a firmer approach seemed effective, but it also required her to vent her frustrations. Yet, her inclination to bite when agitated was rather troublesome. For the time being, he had gleaned quite a bit, and it seemed that this direction held promise. Chapter 69. Li Wei's protective color confronted with the girl standing close by, her breath fragrant like orchids. Yang Fan smiled and said, "So, if we are not on the street, I can hug you?" Though he uttered those words, he still released her. The girl quickly stepped back 2 paces, feeling a wave of relief wash over her, yet her lips did not relent. "You scoundrel, continue dreaming your spring and autumn dreams." With that, she hastily moved forward, eager to distance herself from the situation. Anxiety surged within her, her mind consumed by the recent events. If it weren't for the prompt indicating an increase in intimacy, Yang Fan would have found it exceedingly difficult to discern that Li Wei was not truly angry. Given the advantage of this notification, he certainly would not let the girl slip away. He quickened his pace to catch up with her. After a considerable distance, she halted at the roadside, seemingly intending to hail a taxi. Upon noticing his approach, she coldly remarked, "What do you want now?" Yang Fan replied with a smile, "Of course, I'm waiting for you to teach me how to work out." The girl remained indifferent. "Can't you have some dignity? Stop following me. I'm going home." Yang Fan was not swayed by her demeanor. The intimacy level remained unaffected. Who exactly was she trying to intimidate? That won't do. You still owe me 2 kisses. At least repay one today. The girl could hardly believe her ears, offering a scornful laugh. Huh, you are quite the comedian. Yang Fan, however, was unfazed by her reaction, though he was uncertain why she oscillated between anger, apathy, and mockery to push him away. He had already seen through her facade and would not let her words wound him. Are you trying to renege on our agreement? Then I shall collect my debt right here. The girl was utterly taken aback by his shamelessness. As he moved to kiss her, she instinctively retreated, exclaiming, "You wish to." Her words were abruptly cut off by a shrill scream, as Yang Fan, quick on his feet, yanked her back just in time to avoid an oncoming car. The screech of tires and the furious shout of a middle-aged woman filled the air. Are you out of your minds? Is a road a playground? You nearly gave me a heart attack. It turned out that Yang Fan had noticed a vehicle speeding toward them while the girl was retreating toward the road, prompting his swift action to pull her back. With an apologetic expression, Yang Fan addressed the shaken driver. Ma'am, I sincerely apologize. We did not intend for this to happen. We are truly sorry. Acknowledging their error, he took responsibility. The driver, seeing his earnest demeanor, calmed down after a few expletives and drove off, still visibly rattled. At that moment, the girl realized why Yang Fan had suddenly grabbed her. His apology left her momentarily speechless. Yang Fan had intended to tease Li Wei a bit, but reconsidered, recognizing his own culpability. Moreover, the sudden surge in intimacy deterred him from speaking further. Instead, he let go of her hand and said, "Let's go to the gym." Oh, the girl, still mulling over the recent incident, unwittingly replied and followed him. After more than 10 minutes, they entered the gym, Leap Fitness. Yang Fan turned to the still silent Li Wei and chuckled. What are you thinking about? The girl, lost in her thoughts, glanced at him. What is up? Where do I start working out? Oh, first, head over there for some warm-up exercises to loosen your joints and get into the rhythm. All right. They walked toward a spacious area, attracting the attention of numerous gym-goers, particularly fixated on Li Wei. Detected eligible consumers. Check information. Yang Fan mentally noted to check. Name, Zheng Lina, age, 25, height, 161 weight, 51 overall attractiveness, 81, 95 status, normal intimacy, surname. Chunyate, 23 height, 164 weight, 53 overall attractiveness, 84, 96 status, normal intimacy, 0 after walking through the gym. He surprisingly encountered 2 eligible candidates, suggesting an abundance of beauties in this establishment. While their overall attractiveness ratings were not exceptionally high, scores of 5 and 4 were commendable, especially compared to the nightlife scene. However, Yang Fan felt little interest. With Li Wei present, he could not approach anyone, and he doubted they would even entertain his attempts. After all, he was merely an average-looking individual, unlikely to catch the eye of fitness enthusiasts. Furthermore, with numerous potential targets to pursue, unless faced with an exceptionally striking individual, he saw no need to be distracted. Li Wei observed Yang Fan's indifference toward the attractive women around them with some surprise. She had clearly noticed several appealing figures. Pondering internally, is this the same guy who approached women on the street just days ago? He must be pretending, unaware of her thoughts. Yang Fan inquired as they reached their destination. Is it enough to just move around? The girl glanced at him. You follow my lead. She then began performing a simple warm-up, with Yang Fan mimicking her. Surprisingly, he managed to keep up quite well. Across from them, a muscular man on a rowing machine, upon spotting Li Wei, seemed to gain an extra burst of energy, pulling the machine with renewed vigor. However, the girl remained entirely oblivious to his admiration. 10 minutes later, now stretch your body like this. She demonstrated by extending her left arm forward while her right forearm held on her left elbow, gracefully shifting to the right until her left arm was parallel to her shoulder. Yang Fan attempted the same, but found himself at a loss, realizing the move was far beyond his capabilities. Li Wei chuckled at the sight of him struggling to maintain the awkward position, teasing, "Oh, aren't you quite capable? Can't manage such a simple motion?" Recognizing her playful tone, Yang Fan shot her a glare and retorted, "Do you really expect my flexibility to rival yours?" With a steadfast grin, she replied, "Good that you know. Look at you. stiff as a board, hardly better than a zombie. Allow me to assist you. With that, she adjusted his posture and began to gently guide him through the stretch. Though Yang Fan tried to cooperate, he genuinely struggled to achieve the position. Relax, ease your body. Trust me, she murmured softly beside him. Chapter 70. The Rise of Intimacy. Yang Fan cast a skeptical glance at Li Wei and remarked, "Surely, this stretching exercise doesn't have to be executed so meticulously. It suffices to be somewhat adequate. My primary intention is merely to enhance my physical fitness." However, Li Wei patiently elucidated, "You fail to comprehend. Stretching exercises can render the coordination between ligaments, muscles, and joints more supple, thereby diminishing the likelihood of injury during subsequent physical activities. Moreover, stretching can be categorized into active and passive forms. Since you are unable to perform active stretching, I shall assist you with passive stretching." Yang Fan thought to himself, is it really that complicated? Yet, given the earnestness with which she spoke, and acknowledging her expertise in this domain, he endeavored to relax his body. "Let us begin. Slowly now." Ouch! Before he could finish his sentence, Li Wei suddenly exerted force, causing him to yelp in pain. Just as he was about to retort, she admonished him gently, "Please refrain from moving around. Your body is stiff. Experiencing discomfort at first is entirely normal. Maintain that position for a while, and the pain shall subside." Li Wei's Intimacy. 3. Li Wei spoke with such seriousness, devoid of any hint of amusement on her face. Had it not been for the sudden notification of a 3-point increase in intimacy, he might have genuinely believed her. After moving his arm slightly, he noticed that the pain had indeed diminished, making it rather bearable. Since he could both exercise and enhance his rapport with her, he decided to continue. He assumed the previous posture once more. Though still not perfect, it was an improvement. One could say that despite her teasing, her methods were effective. "Let us continue, but please be gentle." Li Wei felt elated internally, yet maintained a facade of tenderness as she replied, "Rest assured, I am a professional. Just don't move around anymore. Endure the discomfort, and it will soon pass." With that, she resumed manipulating his clasped hands. Yang Fan feigned a pained expression. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. How long must we hold this? Relax, relax, take a deep breath. The pain is normal. Do not tense your body. It will be over shortly." Li Wei's Intimacy. 2. Afterward, Li Wei helped Yang Fan switch positions and taught him various stretching techniques, including lunges and leg stretches. Although he did not execute them perfectly, she was not overly strict about conforming to the ideal form. For some movements, she utilized her own body to assist him, inevitably leading to moments of close contact, which rendered his experience a mixture of pain and pleasure. As he continued to vocalize his discomfort, her intimacy towards him shifted to a positive number. She no longer felt averse to him and was thoroughly absorbed in the enjoyment of guiding him. It seemed that as long as the appropriate methods were employed, transforming her initial aversion towards men into fondness was not as formidable a challenge as he had anticipated. The only question that remained was how quickly their intimacy would continue to grow. Once the stretching concluded, Yang Fan moved his body and felt a peculiar lightness despite the lingering pain, akin to the sensation following a thorough massage. At that moment, Li Wei said, "You should take a break. I will fetch 2 bottles of sports drinks." "All right." Just as she headed towards the refreshment area, a young man, standing over 180 centimeters tall, with an appealing physique and dressed in a black tank top that accentuated his muscles, approached her. "Excuse me, are you a personal trainer here? I would like to purchase some lessons." Li Wei glanced at him nonchalantly. "No." The young man, upon hearing her response, smiled politely. "Oh, I noticed you were assisting that gentleman with stretching. I assumed you were a trainer. Is he your boyfriend?" Li Wei paused momentarily before calmly responding, 50,000 for a follow. Cough, cough. A nearby female patron, who had been drinking water, sputtered at the unexpected remark, nearly choking in disbelief as she turned to look at them. The young man stood there, stupefied, staring at Li Wei. Is she out of her mind? 50,000 for a follow? With an expression of incredulity, he muttered, "My apologies for the interruption," before briskly walking away. It was evident he understood that her demand was merely a pretext for her refusal. He contemplated, That previous man must be a wealthy heir, otherwise. How could this stunning woman reject him so decisively? Sighing, he resolved to seek another target. Unfazed by the encounter, Li Wei proceeded to retrieve the drinks. Initially intending to quote a price of 500 for a follow, she inadvertently recalled Yang Fan's earlier proposition of 600,000, resulting in her impulsive declaration of 50,000. Li Wei's intimacy 3. Li Wei remained oblivious to the subtle shift in her mentality. Her previous aversion to men had dissipated, particularly towards Yang Fan. As Yang Fan rested on the floor, he was taken aback to notice a mysterious increase of 3 points in Li Wei's intimacy. What has happened? He wondered. Upon her return, however, she maintained an air of indifference, leaving him puzzled about the reason for the increase. He felt a tinge of regret, sensing he might have missed an opportunity to further enhance their rapport. Eventually, he commenced his formal workout, predominantly utilizing the treadmill and rowing machine. After a prolonged absence from rigorous exercise, he soon found himself drenched in sweat, glancing over at Li Wei, who was still jogging with remarkable stamina. Unable to sustain his exertion any longer, he took an extended break before resuming his workout. Thus, the cycle continued, exercising for 5 to 10 minutes, followed by half an hour of rest. 2 hours later, exhausted, Yang Fan decided to conclude his fitness journey for the day, feeling his limbs growing weak. Observing that he had persevered for such an extended period, Li Wei regarded him with newfound respect. It was evident that he genuinely wished to improve his fitness, albeit with a somewhat clumsy approach. Upon their departure, Li Wei suggested returning home, opting not to dine together. This time, Yang Fan did not protest. He felt a twinge of disappointment that, since the 3-point increase in intimacy, there had been no further progression. Looking at the mere 6 points of intimacy, he sighed in resignation, acknowledging that he would have to take it slow. After all, one cannot become overly ambitious in a single stride. As they were about to part ways, Yang Fan inquired, "Shall we continue tomorrow?" Li Wei hesitated briefly before shaking her head. "Another day. I have plans tomorrow and 1 TBable practice. You should follow the exercises I taught you. With persistence over the next few months, you will surely overcome your physical shortcomings." "What? You still haven't conquered that hurdle?" With a resigned expression, Yang Fan did not press her for details about her plans, simply nodding in agreement. After Li Wei departed, he contemplated finding a companion to indulge in a lavish meal, deliberately forgetting some of the nutritious food options she had previously suggested. How could he muster the energy for exercise without a hearty meal? He then retrieved his phone from his pocket, noticing several unread messages from various women. Chapter 71. Just putting on a show. It's not a big deal to us. Yang Fan retrieved his phone from his pocket, noticing several unread messages from young ladies. Guru Weijia. "Brother, you haven't contacted me for quite some time. You must be very busy. Please take good care of your health. Sushan, you rascal. I have no classes this afternoon. Shall we arrange dinner? Li Xian, darling. I bought so many things for my family today. Everyone is so happy. Thank you. When you finish your work and feel tired, don't forget that your exclusive little enchantress is always waiting for you." Upon reading the messages from the 3 ladies, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile. Just a few weeks ago, who would have thought he would find himself in such a situation? This feeling, rather delightful. If one were to ask which message brought him the most joy, it would undoubtedly be from the charming widow, Li Xinyan. Her message not only shared her daily happenings, but also conveyed her longing for him, alongside an unassuming demeanor. Su Shan's playful rascal was clearly a teasing invitation, hinting at what might follow their dinner. The most perplexing was Gu Weijia's message, which left him feeling somewhat bemused with its air of triviality. He pondered that since Li Xinyan had been busy purchasing items for her family all day, and they had only parted ways yesterday at noon, it would be wise to postpone their next meeting, allowing her feelings for him to accumulate, aiming for a significant breakthrough upon their next encounter. As for Guru Weijia and Su Shan, he resolved to choose Guru Weijia. Although her intimacy level was already high and thus difficult to increase, at least there was potential for growth, unlike Su Shan, whose intimacy seemed nearly stagnant. The only increase had occurred when he transferred money to her, a mere 5 points. The most baffling incident had been the KTV night when she had initiated contact, somehow boosting their intimacy by 20 points. Perhaps it was due to her recognition of his authentic Hermes attire. Given her evident materialistic inclinations, the ceiling for their intimacy might not be too high, as she seemed to discuss only wealth and not romance. He could gradually experiment with monetary gestures, perhaps enticing her for a change of pace later on. With this thought, he opened Guru Waijia's chat window and sent a simple message: "Let us go out for dinner," in a room within a residential complex. Guru Waijia had already messaged Yang Fan. Noticing his lack of response, she didn't dwell on it too much, as it had become a norm. As dinner time approached, she and her friend Su Shan prepared to head out for a meal. Just then, she suddenly saw Yang Fan had replied, her heart racing upon discovering that he had invited her to dinner. Although she had already made plans with her friend, she replied without hesitation, "Sure. Where are you? I'll come find you right away." Suppressing her excitement, she turned to Su Shan, wearing an apologetic expression after having just finished her elaborate makeup. "Shan, I have something very important to tell you." Su Shan, puzzled by her demeanor, inquired, "What's wrong? Our dinner plans might have to be canceled." Su Shan Bao said. Then a thought struck her. "Huh? What are you up to? It's not that your wealthy brother contacted you, is it?" Guru Waijia, blushing slightly, nodded in confirmation. "You know, he asked me out for dinner, and I can't refuse. I promise I'll treat you to a lavish meal when I return. I must hurry to change into my JK uniform. My brother prefers me in JK." With that, she dashed back to her room, leaving Su Shan in a state of disbelief and confusion. Soon after, she pulled out her phone and noticed Yang Fan had also messaged her. Upon opening it, she saw another time, Su Shan's intimacy level -2. Upon reading those two words, her expression fluctuated, and she felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Clearly, she held a far lesser place in his heart compared to her friend. Did he perhaps favor the more demure, seemingly obedient types? Hadn't Yuan told her that cuteness pales in comparison to allure? It seemed Yuan had led her astray. After contemplating for a while, Su Shan resolved, perhaps she ought to change her approach, merely pretending to be demure. How trivial. With her inherently deceptive, doll-like visage, feigning innocence would be a breeze. In that brief moment, she determined her future attitude towards Yang Fan. Meanwhile, on the roadside, Yang Fan was preparing to hail a cab when he noticed the intimacy decrease notification from Su Shan. He paused for a moment, but then shrugged it off with a smile, not finding it significant. He had merely suggested they reschedule, yet she had reduced their intimacy. If she enjoyed diminishing it, so be it. Once in the car, he headed to a high-end restaurant famed for its grilled Wagyu beef. As he arrived, Guru Waijia had yet to make her entrance, and with the heat outside being unbearable, he decided to step inside and wait. After informing the host that he would be waiting for someone before ordering, he began to browse his phone. 10 minutes later, he received a message. "Brother, I've arrived at the restaurant." Just as she was about to stand outside waiting for Yang Fan, she received his reply. "Come in, private room, auspicious beef." "What? Brother, you're already here?" "Yes." Seeing this, she hurried inside, guided by the host to the private room where Yang Fan was seated. She rushed to him, bending down to wrap her arms around his shoulders, planting a kiss on his cheek. Then, playfully, she whispered in his ear, "Brother, it's all my fault for being late." Yang Fan inhaled the faint scent of her perfume mingled with the freshness of youth, teasingly replying, "Let us sit and order. I'll punish you later tonight." Hearing this, she giggled, playfully rubbing her cheek against his face. "All right, I accept my punishment. You can decide how to discipline me, brother." The waiter, standing at the entrance with a menu in hand, found himself unexpectedly witnessing their affectionate exchange. Feeling overwhelmed by their display of love, he sighed inwardly, thinking, "Indeed, the companions of the wealthy are always exquisite. Will I ever have a chance in this lifetime?" Once Guru Waijia seated herself, Yang Fan noticed she was dressed in her JK uniform yet again, though the design and color varied each time, providing him with a refreshing experience every encounter. Today, she wore a black knee-length JK dress, her long hair adorned with a cute hairpin. While it may not have been as alluring as the previous short skirts, it exuded a purer charm. Each style had its own unique appeal. Understanding Yang Fan's aversion to ordering, Guru Waijia eagerly took the menu, confidently selecting various high-end dishes, embodying the spirit of someone who didn't need to check prices with her brother present. The restaurant's Wagyu beef, tuna sashimi, and other delicacies were exceptionally delightful, leading them to savor their meal for over an hour until they could eat no more. The bill totaled just over 10,000. After paying, Yang Fan wrapped an arm around Gu Ruijia and said, "Let us go for a walk to digest. Is there anywhere you'd like to explore?" Chapter 72. Caring sister Gu Ruijia intimately linked her arms with Yang Fan's. "Brother, shall we walk to the mall ahead to catch a movie?" Yang Fan pondered for a moment. The distance was not far, merely a 10-minute stroll, a perfect excuse for a post-meal walk. "Let us go." As they ambled down the street, passers-by often cast lingering glances in their direction. Most of the attention was directed at Gu Ruijia, while the few envious looks aimed at Yang Fan brimmed with jealousy, wishing they could claim his sister for themselves. Both were acutely aware of these gazes, but chose to feign indifference. After purchasing their movie tickets, Yang Fan reclined in a massage chair, preparing to wait for the showtime, while his sister mimicked him and sat down in the adjacent chair. They chatted for a while until Gu Ruijia excused herself to the restroom. Upon her return, she discovered Yang Fan had dozed off in the massage chair. She thought to herself, "It seems my brother is truly exhausted from his busy days." Having exerted himself at the gym earlier, Yang Fan found the chair's comfort too inviting, leading him to fall asleep unaware. Not long after, he felt someone gently shaking him awake. Blinking in confusion, he was met with the sight of a beautiful face. "Gu Ruijia, is the movie starting?" he asked, bewildered. She shook her head lightly. "No, I've changed my mind about the movie, brother. It's uncomfortable to sleep here. Let us go to the hotel instead." Yang Fan smiled at her words. "Really not watching anymore?" With a sweet grin, she replied, "Yes. I'm worried about you, brother. You look so tired. We can watch the movie another time." Yang Fan playfully pinched her cheek, feigning disdain. "Why does it sound like you've been sipping tea? Who taught you to speak like this? Be normal." "Ouch, that hurts." Gu Ruijia blushed slightly after he released her face. "Is it that obvious? I thought you would like it." Turns out those so-called relationship experts online are just deceivers. She candidly placed the blame on the online experts. In truth, she had known all along, but never had the need to apply such tactics, as she was often the one being pursued. Who would have guessed that her first attempt would be met with her brother's scorn? Yang Fan rolled his eyes, exasperated. "Why would you bother learning that nonsense? Do you think we guys don't see those quotes too?" Gu Ruijia widened her eyes in realization. "Oh, I see. I guess I need to learn more advanced techniques in the future." Yang Fan chuklet, failing somo hot drynet. He wrapped an arm around her. "I am tired. Let us find a place to rest." She readily agreed, and thus their movie plans were abandoned. A little over 10 minutes later, they located a pleasant hotel nearby. Inside the room, Yang Fan collapsed onto the bed, feeling the lingering fatigue in his muscles. He mused, "Even with 10 minutes of exercise followed by half an hour of rest, I still feel this way. It seems I must ease into my fitness routine." Seeing him in such a state, Gu Ruijia expressed her concern. "Brother, you're so worn out today. Let us retire early. I want you to hold me while we sleep." Wanted to sleep so early?" Yang Fan teased, his expression playfully skeptical. "That one do. I said I'd punish you, and I intend to. I'm too tired to move. It's all up to you now." With a pout, she shot him a flirtatious glare. Bad brother." Though she spoke playfully, her heart was not at all averse to the idea. In fact, she was quite earnest about it. It seemed her skills from their last playful challenge had indeed improved remarkably. The following morning, when Yang Fan awoke, the soreness had significantly diminished, though not entirely vanished. He resolved not to go to the gym today, and to take a more measured approach to his workouts in the future. Just then, a melodious voice, akin to that of a lark, reached his ears. "Brother, are you awake? What would you like to eat? I can order takeout for you." Turning around, he saw Gu Ruijia entering the room in her slippers. "Didn't you have class today?" he asked, puzzled. He had assumed she would leave early. With a matter-of-fact expression, she replied, "I had a classmate excuse me. Since you're not feeling well, I naturally wanted to stay and take care of you." Yang Fan chuklet. "Oh? I'm curious to know how you plan to take care of me. First, I'll order food, and after that, I'll give you a massage," she declared. "Is your massage legitimate? I find it hard to believe you can actually massage well," he teased. She playfully retorted, "Brother, you're so mean. I can massage. I just haven't learned it formally. I'm not that professional. When I was younger, I used to help Mom with her back and head. and she always praised my skills. Is that so? Then I shall put your talents to the test shortly. Absolutely. When the takeout arrived, Guru Wages settled beside him on the bed with a box of crab roe rice. Brother, don't move. Just lean against the headboard. I'll feed you. Today, I'm your personal little maid. Yang Fan's eyes lit up at her words, admiring her delicate features and elegant figure. You're being so good today, she pouted, feigning indignation. I've always been good. It's not just today. Guru Wages' affection level 1. Yang Fan laughed mischievously. However, I feel like your little maid title is missing something. Realizing his gaze was appraising her, Guru Wages quickly connected the dots. Are you talking about the outfit? If you like it, I could buy a few maid outfits. Next time, I'll wear one for you. Imagining the enchanting sight of this beauty in a maid outfit ignited a flame within him. He feigned a serious expression. Exactly. A little maid without a maid outfit has no soul. We can alternate between that and JK outfits in private. She nodded, unbothered by embarrassment, realizing it was merely for Yang Fan's eyes. Understood. Chapter 73. Guru Wages, who has never been to a foot massage parlor at this moment, Yang Fan, who had just enjoyed the delightful service of being fed by a beautiful woman, lay sprawled on the bed. Guru Wages was diligently pounding his back with her small fists. To be fair, his somewhat sore body felt considerably better. Regrettably, after merely 20 minutes, the young lady found herself exhausted. Brother, let me take a break. My hands are sore. I'll massage you again in a bit. Seeing her tenderly rubbing her wrists, Yang Fan chuckled and replied, No need for that. Let's go to a foot massage parlor and unwind. He felt quite pleased by her gentle ministrations, but alas, they were not vigorous enough, prompting the desire for a proper massage elsewhere. Guru Wages, taken aback by his suggestion, inquired, Me too? Yang Fan, somewhat puzzled, responded, Is there a problem? Oh, no, not really. I'm just surprised. Although she had never been to a foot massage parlor during her time as a part-time model, she had heard from her peers that such establishments were rather dubious, which was why many men frequented them. While she hoped Yang Fan would not visit such places, she couldn't voice any objections if he truly wanted to go. What surprised her was that he would take her along, which she found somewhat unexpected. It would be nice to go together. I wouldn't want my brother to be with other women. Noticing her expression, Yang Fan guessed her thoughts and asked with a smile, You've never been to a foot massage parlor? Guru Wages nodded honestly. No, I haven't. Isn't at a place for boys? Yang Fan gently patted her head. Who told you that? Many girls go there to relax as well. Really? She exclaimed, a little dumbfounded. Foot massage parlors aren't exactly what you think. In today's fast-paced society, many young people seek relaxation due to increasing pressures. If anything, foot massage parlors can be considered part of the wellness industry. Though her impression of the industry began to shift slightly after hearing this, Guru Wages still felt a bit skeptical. Oh, is that so? Then I'll join you, brother, to experience it for myself. Yang Fan nodded and rolled off the bed. Let us go. 20 minutes later, the two had left the hotel and entered a well-appointed foot massage parlor. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by an attractive young woman dressed in a cheapao, who bowed and said, Good afternoon, esteemed guests. How may I assist you? Yang Fan casually responded gladly. Two of us. The cheapao-clad lady, in high heels, led them to the front desk, where they each received a number tag. She then handed them a pair of slippers, instructing them to change before proceeding upstairs, where someone would be waiting to welcome them. While changing shoes, Guru Wages turned curiously to Yang Fan and asked, Brother, why do we change shoes on the first floor and then go upstairs? Is it to prevent people from running off without paying? Yang Fan chuckled at her naive reasoning. What a peculiar thought. But honestly, I'm not sure. Perhaps the person who designed this system had that in mind? With a nonchalant shrug, he replied, I don't know. Maybe you could ask one of the staff here? Guru Wages stuck out her tongue. But how could I possibly ask that? Upon reaching the second floor, another young woman in a cheapao approached them, bowed, and inquired, Esteemed guests, would you prefer a private room or two separate rooms? It was evident that many guests arriving together preferred individual rooms, but in the case of a man and a woman, most typically opted for a double room. Yang Fan understood this and stated, one double room, and let us have three skilled female therapists. The cheapao-clad lady was momentarily taken aback. 3? Do you have friends joining you? No, I want two to massage me at the same time. He considered requesting even more, but feared it might hinder the therapist's ability to work efficiently. After all, he was willing to splurge a little, embodying the spirit of a generous patron. Finally comprehending, the cheap Hal lady led them into a private room, informing them of complimentary drinks and fruits, and even lunch if they hadn't tea yet eaten. Yang Fan opted for a pot of tea, and the cheap Hal lady retrieved 2 sets of massage attire, placing them on the bed and instructing them to change and rest while waiting for the therapist to arrive. She then went to prepare the tea. Guru Weijia showed no signs of embarrassment as she changed in front of Yang Fan, and they quickly donned their outfits. Soon, a knock echoed through the room. "Esteemed guests, may I come in?" "Come in." The young lady, filled with anticipation, gazed at the door with her curious, beautiful eyes. When the door opened, a stunning young woman with long hair, dressed in a white uniform, entered, followed by 2 similarly attired women. Upon seeing the pair, the 3 women lined up at the foot of the bed and bowed collectively. "Hello, esteemed guests. We are therapists number 7, number 18, and number 23. We're pleased to serve you. What services would you like today?" Uncertain about what to request, Guru Weijia turned to Yang Fan for guidance. Observing the 3 therapists, Yang Fan noted that while they were attractive, they did not elicit any prompts from his system. He paid them little mind, as he was not there to seek romantic conquests. "Let us go for your most expensive service, please. I overexerted myself yesterday, and my body is sore. Please give me a thorough massage." The 3 therapists exchanged surprised glances, instinctively stealing a look at Guru Weijia beside him. They then exchanged looks again, and the lead therapist approached Yang Fan, saying, "Sir, I believe I should explain our offerings to you." It was evident that the most expensive service might not be suitable for the current setting. After a brief hint from the therapist, Yang Fan realized the implication, clearly articulating his preferences, and the therapists began their work. Time flew by. 3 hours later, having extended their session by an hour, Yang Fan finally felt a significant relief from his soreness, feeling remarkably rejuvenated. He thought to himself, this expenditure was worthwhile. After the therapists departed, Guru Weijia eagerly hopped off the bed and moved closer to him. Yang Fan smiled and asked the young lady beside him, "How do you feel?" "The beginning was a bit painful, but afterwards it was quite enjoyable," she replied honestly. Chapter 74. The unconventional thoughts of Guru Weijia. Beside her, Guru Weijia spoke candidly. "At first, it was a bit painful, but then it became quite pleasant." Yang Fan glanced at her with a look of skepticism. "Are you certain you're referring to a massage?" The girl playfully nudged against him. "You're so annoying, brother." Yang Fan opened his arms and embraced her, their faces drawing close together, her body soft and the fragrance of youth delightful. He found this position rather comforting and softly suggested, "Let us rest here for a moment before we depart." A smile spread across Guru Weijia's face. Okay. Guru Weijia's intimacy, unbeknownst to them, her intimacy level had subtly increased once again. It seemed that as their closeness grew, she began to relish these tranquil moments spent together. She felt as though she had genuinely developed feelings for her brother, though she couldn't quite articulate why. Initially, she had been drawn to his wealth, planning to employ some tactics to extract more money and luxury items from him. To her surprise, she had unwittingly become enamored. However, he treated her with kindness, and she certainly captivated him, evident in his wild moments. She clung tightly to the man beside her, thinking, this seems rather nice. Engrossed in their embrace, Yang Fan remained oblivious to her thoughts, but had he known, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "You're incredible, my lord." After resting for a while in the foot massage parlor, they finally decided to leave for dinner. On the way, the girl expressed her concern. "Brother, are you feeling better?" Yang Fan lifted his arm, gently stroking her head, and replied, "Much better. The soreness has diminished significantly." A smile lit up her eyes, clearly enjoying his affectionate gesture. "You must take care of your body during workouts from now on. Don't overexert yourself. What if you truly injure yourself?" This sentiment echoed Yang Fan's own thoughts, as he intended to ease into his fitness regimen, and he nodded in agreement. "All right." Her evident delight continued as she added, "Actually, I could accompany you for a jog every day. We don't necessarily have to go to the gym." Yang Fan immediately grasped her implication. "How could that work? If you're by my side every day, how will I earn money? How will I be a sea king?" How will I be a big fool? He replied with feigned exasperation. What's this? Do you want to lose weight? I warn you, your current figure is just perfect, and I really like it. Don't overdo it. If you end up too thin or develop muscular calves, don't blame me for sending you away. Surprised, she quickly responded, a 1T workout. I absolutely 1T. I only wanted to accompany you, and I promised to maintain my figure. You mustn't send me away. She looked at him with a pitiful expression, as if to say she'd cry if he disagreed. Yang Fan, witnessing her adorable demeanor, mused internally if I were to punch her in the nose. She would probably cry for a long time. Yet, he merely thought this, unable to act on it. With a more serious expression, he stated, as long as you listen to me, I certainly 1T abandon you. The girl nodded emphatically. Yes, I will definitely be obedient. Good. Your primary task now is to focus on your studies and acquire knowledge. Understood? If you have aspirations for a career in the future, I can assist you. Her eyes sparkled with surprise, and she exclaimed, Brother, are you serious? Gu Ruijia's intimacy won. Her excitement stemmed not just from Yang Fan's promise to help her with her career, but also from the underlying implications she discerned. It was evident he had plans for their future together, and she felt a profound sense of security. She couldn't understand why this confident girl suddenly felt somewhat insecure in Yang Fan's presence. Perhaps it was true that whoever developed feelings first would fear losing the other more intensely, thus naturally cultivating a sense of security. Noticing her joyful expression, Yang Fan playfully poked her nose with his finger. Do you not believe my words? She quickly shook her head. No. If I can't trust you, who can I trust? I was just a bit too excited. Then tell me, what do you wish to pursue in the future? Upon hearing this, she appeared conflicted. Brother, can I take a moment to think? Of course. After a brief silence, she quietly linked her arm with his, deep in thought, evidently contemplating her future aspirations. Yang Fan chose not to interrupt her. It was unclear whether she had never considered these matters before, or if there were simply too many options to choose from at once. Eventually, after they settled in a restaurant and ordered their meals, Gu Ruijia broke into an embarrassed smile. Brother, I know what I want to do now. Yang Fan smiled and asked, what is it? With a slight blush, she whispered, I want to be a landlord. What did she say? For a moment, Yang Fan thought he misheard her and asked, what did you just say you want to be? Feeling shy under his gaze, she hesitated but repeated, Brother, I want to be a landlord. I hope that is okay. This time, her voice was louder, and Yang Fan could hear her clearly, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. He couldn't help but marvel at her unconventional thought process. However, upon reflection, he had to admit that, in some respects, this aspiration could indeed be considered admirable. But is it truly appropriate for a 19-year-old to openly declare such lofty and impressive ambitions? Realizing that she had whimsically turned a life of ease into her life's goal, he nearly burst out in applause for this clever young woman. Seeing Yang Fan's bewildered expression, Gu Ruijia pouted playfully. Brother, if you mock me, I won't be friends with you anymore. Yang Fan finally collected himself, chuckling. I'm just taken aback by your grand aspiration. She, however, remained undeterred, defending her dream. I don't know anything else. I just think it would be wonderful to collect rent regularly and spend the rest of my time traveling the world with you. ISNT, that a happy prospect. So, you just want to do nothing and receive money regularly? You've contemplated this for quite some time? Chapter 75. Absurd Intimacy, Gu Ruijia pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Isn't it the dream of most people to earn a substantial income without lifting a finger? Yang Fan chuckled at this. If it weren't for the system he acquired, being a landlord would undoubtedly be his ideal life. All right, considering your plans to take me around the world, let us make a deal. If you can impress me with your future performance, I wouldn't mind acquiring some properties for you. Whether this comes to fruition depends entirely on you. As long as Gu Ruijia remained obedient and did not stir trouble due to his relationships with other women, accumulating enough wealth to buy her properties would not pose a significant challenge. Thus, he spoke these words with ease. While he remained composed, Gu Ruijia could hardly contain her excitement. She suddenly sprang up, her face alight with enthusiasm. Really? Her exuberant voice drew the attention of nearby diners. Realizing she was attracting stares, she shyly stuck out her tongue and returned to her seat. Feigning displeasure, Yang Fan remarked, What? Are you questioning the truth of my words? It seems you are not too keen on those properties. In a hurry, Guruwaja clarified, I didn't mean to doubt you, brother. I was just so thrilled that I couldn't help myself. Please forgive me. After saying this, she eagerly served him food, and feeling it wasn't enough, she even lifted a bowl to feed him, leaving him both amused and exasperated. All right, sit down and enjoy your meal. Upon hearing this, she beamed. Okay, thank you for forgiving me, brother. The diners at the adjacent table exchanged incredulous glances, thinking this behavior was rather excessive. After their meal, the two took a leisurely stroll before returning to the hotel. Suddenly, Guruwaja embraced him with a serious expression. Brother, you're amazing. This unexpected compliment left him bewildered. In what way? She leaned her head against his shoulder, then turned to plant a kiss on his cheek. In every way. Yang Fan rolled his eyes. I meant, why the sudden proclamation? With a soft giggle, she explained, I remembered when we first met, you said that your money would never run out, only increase. You're still so young, and I think you're really impressive. Yang Fan chuklet. Oh? You remember that? At the time, he had uttered those words casually, not caring whether she believed him. Of course, I'll never forget the moments we shared together. After saying this, she kissed him again, not one to back down. Yang Fan wrapped his arms around her. The next day, having informed Guruwaja the previous night not to take a leave of absence but to attend class, she obediently agreed. When he awoke, she had already left, leaving behind a message. Brother, I've gone to class. Remember to have breakfast after you wake up. Love you. Mwah. Yang Fan shook his head with a smile and replied with an emoji. He then sent a message to Li Wei. Shall we have a meal together and then hit the gym? She responded quickly. I can't make it today. You go without me. Okay. He did not pry into her reasons. Everyone had their own matters to attend to. At that moment, he noticed 2 unread messages from flight attendant Gong Jing. I'm back. Still sleeping? Contact me when you wake up. Yang Fan casually replied, just woke up. After freshening up, he checked his phone again to find a response from her. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Hurry out. I'll treat you to something delicious. Attached was a location to a restaurant. As he contemplated what to eat, Gong Jing arrived. Give me 20 minutes. He left the hotel, hailed a cab, and headed to the specified location. Upon arrival, he texted her. I'm here. She replied, I see you. Don't move, I'll come over. Yang Fan turned to scan the area and soon spotted a tall figure striding towards him. Name, Gong Jing. Age, 26. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 89. Status, normal. Intimacy level, 9. What the? While her code name was impressive, the amount he had transferred to her surely warranted a higher intimacy level. How could it only be single digits? This was absurd. Originally, Yang Fan intended to leverage her connections to secure a secondary cashback card and cultivate her into a resourceful ally. Now, it seemed he couldn't even do that. As he lamented this in his mind, Gong Jing approached with her long legs clad in black stockings, smiling as she linked her arm with his, enveloping his right arm in her soft embrace. Let us go. I've already ordered the dishes. She was still as warm and inviting as ever, immediately feeding him tofu without a trace of the haughtiness from their first encounter. Yet, the mere thought of her intimacy level being a mere 9 left him feeling frustrated. Regardless, he decided to remain unfazed, as he was prepared to cultivate her into a resourceful accomplice. The two made their way to the restaurant. In her high heels, Gong Jing towered over him, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Yang Fan had grown accustomed to this attention. It was a common occurrence no matter which woman accompanied him. Upon entering the restaurant, Gong Jing provided her surname to the host, who then led them to a private dining room, stating, Your dishes have been prepared as requested. Should you need anything else, please ring for service. Enjoy your meal. Thank you to Jacques Tian Bang, 6 nuclear bombs, for the generous flowers. I deeply appreciate all the gifts from everyone. A heartfelt thank you to all the readers who have passed by. Your support is invaluable. Chapter 76. The dinner appointment with Gong Jing. Once the waiter had departed, Gong Jing finally released Yang Fan's hand and remarked, The cuisine here in Summer City is truly delightful. After staying here for a while, I've grown somewhat accustomed to it, aside from the Southwest F4. I find other regional dishes a bit hard to digest. Do try some. However, Yang Fan, upon taking his seat, did not share her sentiments. Isn't it wonderful to sample the unique delicacies from across the nation? Gong Jing shook her head. It's merely a fleeting novelty. Once you've had enough, the excitement wanes. She then shifted the conversation with a teasing smile, inquiring, "What about your female anchor? The number one brother?" Yang Fan understood she was referring to Xiao Lu. Initially, Gong Jing had shown little interest in getting acquainted with him, and her decision to add him on social media was primarily due to her connection with Xiao Lu. "Why do you ask? Do you wish for her to accompany me?" The girl shot him a playful glare. "Don't all men prefer to have their cake and eat it too? As for others, I can't speak for them, but I certainly do enjoy the company of beautiful women." Gong Jing was taken aback by his candidness. Was he not attempting to win her over? A little pretense would have sufficed. "Oh dear, you seem rather greedy. This isn't good. I'm starting to regret inviting you out. Shall I take my leave then?" Yang Fan declared, placing his utensils down and preparing to stand, leaving Gong Jing momentarily perplexed. She quickly rose to obstruct him, exclaiming, "Wait. Don't be so petty. I was merely joking. Why would I want you to leave?" Confusion filled her mind. This wasn't the demeanor he exhibited when messaging her. How could he consider departing after they had the rare opportunity to dine together? However, recalling the female anchor in question, who was quite comparable to herself, coupled with Yang Fan's generous disposition towards beautiful women, she realized he would likely never be short of attractive companions. She couldn't allow him to leave. After all, who would provide her with substantial financial support in the future? The purpose of their meeting was to nurture their relationship, ensuring she could gain more from him. It would be a significant loss if her actions backfired. Her earlier comments were merely a test of his attitude towards her, to see if he would indulge her whims. Clearly, she had overthought the situation. A change in approach was now necessary. Having recently indulged with 4 enchanting women, Yang Fan harbored a slight disdain for the flight attendant's lack of innocence. Today, witnessing her dismally low intimacy score only confirmed his belief that she regarded him as a fool. Although he indeed fit that description, he preferred not to be treated as such. If she were to spend his money, at the very least, she could raise her intimacy level to grant him a secondary cashback card. Ordinary friends maintained an intimacy score of around 30. After conversing and transferring funds for several days, she presented him with a mere 9. His disappointment in her was palpable. Her remark about regretting their meeting only intensified his discomfort. As she held on to him, he impatiently muttered, "Don't tug at me." Undeterred, she embraced him tightly. "I truly didn't mean it that way. Please don't be upset." Feeling somewhat wronged herself, she thought, "I don't mind if you're a scoundrel, and here I am, making the first move to invite you out. What is with this attitude?" However, she concealed her feelings, knowing he was a walking fortune in her eyes, and who could resist that? Seeing Yang Fan remain unmoved, she steeled herself, pressing her body against him once more, attempting to feed him. Yang Fan, feeling quite a bit pressured by her advances, pinched her softly and commanded, "Let go." Unfazed by his playful gesture, she stubbornly whispered in his ear, "I won't let you go. I won't allow you to leave." With a bemused expression, Yang Fan replied, "Then hold on tight. After all, I'm not at a loss here." He then deliberately shifted his body. To his surprise, she seemed unfazed, even subtly moving to entice him further. I'm not at a loss either." Yang Fan decided to tease her. "If you keep this up, you'll have to handle the fire that ensues." Yet, Gong Jing was unfazed. "Let burn. What do I have to fear?" At that moment, she felt relieved. He clearly wasn't angry anymore, or else he wouldn't have made such a statement. Initially, she had planned to tease him a little more, but noticing his stinginess, she opted for a more straightforward approach. Yang Fan was taken aback by how forthright she was. Indeed, the intimacy level did not dictate such behavior. "Truly, you're something else. Your purity is not without reason." Though he had no intentions of genuinely pursuing her, he found no harm in indulging in her services. With no emotional ties at play, it was merely a game of mutual enjoyment, devoid of any psychological burden. "So, how do you plan on extinguishing this fire?" Gong Jing understood that her advances had sparked his interest. It seemed she held considerable allure for him. With this realization, she felt a surge of amusement, contemplating whether to push her luck further. Ultimately, she decided against it, fearing an unforeseen complication might arise. Feigning shyness, she suggested, "I live nearby. After dinner. Would you like to come over? I live alone. Yang Fan shook his head. I can't wait. The flames have already ignited. Gong Jing was left speechless. Was he really that eager? Did he not have time to enjoy his meal? She incredulously asked, You don't want to stay here, do you? With our hidden cameras. What would others think of us? Yang Fan pondered her words and realized she had a point. He initially intended to experience her culinary services, but decided to spare her for now, saving it for another time. With a hint of annoyance, he said, Then will you let go? Do you take me for Lu Xianghui? Gong Jing chuckled, but complied, releasing him. With a flirtatious gaze, she said, Don't be upset. Finish your meal, and I'll reward you. Faced with her temptation, Yang Fan opted to be virtuous. Next time, I prefer the aloof demeanor you had when we first met. Gong Jing was taken aback. He had rejected her advances? Just moments ago, he had claimed he was on fire and needed to cool down. What was going on? She found herself perplexed by this man. It did not appear to be a case of playing hard to get, especially since she had made the first move. Yet, she hesitated to inquire further, as it would be unseemly to push him after being turned down. That was something she could not bring herself to do. Chapter 77. More sincerity, less manipulation. As for Yang Fan's so-called aloof demeanor, it is contingent upon the individual. When confronted with someone who does not pique my interest, I often adopt an air of indifference. But can you expect the same from me with others? You are a living embodiment of the Dragon Country currency. With but a minor disagreement, you lavish me with transfers of 100,000 or 30,000. Am I truly in a position to remain aloof? Do I appear to be someone who despises wealth? As long as you continue to deposit funds into my account, I would gladly worship you, offering incense thrice daily, kneeling in reverence morning and night. However, since the other party expressed their stance, she decided to experiment with a cool demeanor in her interactions, perhaps enhancing her allure. Thus, her previously charming expression shifted to one of icy composure. Her gaze drifting coolly towards Yang Fan as she inquired, Is this how it is? The swiftness of this transformation left Yang Fan momentarily stunned, internally exclaiming, Impressive. He chuckled and nodded. Isn't this quite splendid? Noticing his reaction seemed genuine, the young woman pondered whether he favored this approach, since he did not appreciate her overt affections, and she had no desire to fawn over him. She concluded that as long as he remained pleased and occasionally showered her with financial gifts, everything else was trivial. She nodded in agreement, indicating it was time to eat, and gracefully began to serve herself. Yang Fan found her amusing. Her rapid shifts in personality were captivating. It seemed a pity not to embrace her theatricality. She was undoubtedly a promising prospect. After a few bites, a thought struck him, prompting him to set down his chopsticks and say, I have a question for you. She did not even glance in his direction, adhering to the adage of eating in silence. Yang Fan nearly burst into laughter at her reaction. This was a bit excessive. The young woman, visibly impatient, turned to him and asked, What is it? Are there any particularly innocent ones among the flight attendants? Upon hearing this, she slightly furrowed her brow. What do you mean? Yang Fan carefully chose his words. I would like you to scout for me, within your circle, for those who are available and pure. The more innocent, the better. If you find anyone, please introduce them to me. Gong Jing instantly felt a surge of anger. Bah, scoundrel, how could you say this in my presence? It's one thing to play around with female streamers behind my back, but now you want me to introduce you? Do you take me for a madam? Relationship with Gong Jing -3 scoundrel. This man is utterly despicable. The most detestable part is that he is so brazen about it. Yang Fan observed Gong Jing's unkind expression, noting that their already tenuous relationship had diminished by 3 points. With a look of exasperation, he replied, Gong Jing, can we refrain from adding unnecessary drama? What special relationship do we share at this moment? Am I your boyfriend or husband? Besides, how would introducing someone to me benefit you? Upon hearing this, she was taken aback, her expression filled with question marks. Indeed, it seemed they had no special relationship at all. She had merely jumped to conclusions, assuming he desired her and viewed her as a source of financial gain, which was why she had felt angered. Yet, they had never established any substantial connection, making her indignation appear somewhat hasty. Nevertheless, she would not concede, instead retorting, Why are you saying this to me? Are you uninterested? Your previous reaction did not suggest that. Yang Fan shrugged. Did I not just tell you that I enjoy having my cake and eating it too? There is no law prohibiting one from seeking multiple girlfriends. The young woman rolled her eyes at this. Goodness, a scoundrel like you, so candid, is indeed a breath of fresh air. Yet she remained undeterred. After all, she had considered gaining benefits from Yang Fan while simultaneously learning more about him. Perhaps discovering whether he hailed from a wealthy family. Who knows? She might ensnare him with her beauty and marry into affluence. Given her age, it was time to plan for her future. Thus, she inquired softly, "Have you never thought of finding a woman you love to marry?" Yang Fan immediately discerned the underlying implication. A woman in love? Surely, she could not be referring to herself. With a mere 6 points of intimacy, she dared to speak of love and marriage? Where was her dignity? He shook his head, a resolute demeanor manifesting. "No, I do not wish to marry. I merely want to provide a home for all the fortunate beauties I encounter." Gong Jing felt her worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. "I want to curse. So fortunate to encounter you, huh? Are the beauties expected to thank you for providing them with a home?" Yang Fan chuckled at her. "I advise you not to curse. It only breeds ill will. Consider my earlier proposal. The returns may exceed your expectations." Gong Jing had lost count of how many times she had been rendered speechless by him in such a short span. Unable to maintain her aloof facade any longer, she regarded him with a look that conveyed his lack of discernment. "Seeking pure beauties? Are you not in the presence of one right now? Why seek far and wide?" Since he had made it clear he intended to be a playboy, she deliberated for a moment before boldly offering herself as a candidate. After all, she was resolute in not letting this generous benefactor slip away. She would not resort to tactics of retreating or feigning anger, turning her back, or verbally assaulting him. Such actions were too risky. At that moment, Yang Fan regarded Gong Jing with a look of disbelief. "You? Upwooded beauty? Do you truly believe you fit that description?" She exploded at his expression. "What kind of look is that? I still possess my virginity. Am I not pure?" With that, she adopted a wounded demeanor, her expression pleading for sympathy. Seeing her reaction, Yang Fan could only facepalm. Could it be that even a girl with an 87 purity rating dared to claim her innocence? He retorted, "Surgical restorations do not count. If this is how you wish to converse, I believe we have little left to discuss. More sincerity, less manipulation, that would serve us both well." Gong Jing noticed his firm belief that she was lying, unsure whether he was attempting to deceive her. She promptly retracted her anger, her expression wavering between uncertainty and contemplation. What should she do now? Should she adamantly assert her innocence, maintaining that she was indeed the original, while feigning indignation? Or should she concede to the truth of her situation? If she were to claim her purity, Yang Fan's attitude towards her would surely improve, leading to greater benefits. This was undeniable. Yet this path seemed fraught with peril. After all, she had so readily agreed to assist him in extinguishing the flames of his misdeeds, an action that hardly suggested innocence. Thus, she resolved within herself. Indeed, as you said, more sincerity would be preferable. Chapter 78. The four beauties among flight attendants. Yang Fan, upon hearing the other party's acknowledgement, decided not to dwell on the matter any longer and continued with the previous topic. Gong Jing, equally unreserved, stated directly, "I understand your request. There is indeed a beauty in my circle who fits your description. However, she is currently not in the summer resort city. We have a good rapport, but you must be transparent with me for me to approach her, understood?" Yang Fan chuckled and nodded. "Understood. Completely understood. She is your beloved friend, your sister. Thus, I need to offer more, right?" The young woman immediately covered her forehead with her hand, appearing defeated. "That's not what I meant. I wanted to ask whether you are looking for a fleeting encounter or a long-term arrangement. I can help you persuade her. If you only seek a casual fling, I doubt she would agree. She desires stability and has high standards. Among those pursuing her, many have decent financial backgrounds, yet she does not find them appealing." Only then did Yang Fan comprehend her intention. "If your friend can meet my requirements and is indifferent to my other relationships, she may remain my woman indefinitely." Gong Jing smiled. "That makes it much easier for me to speak up. Now, let us discuss what conditions you plan to offer to attract her." Yang Fan looked at her incredulously. "I haven't even met her. What conditions can I propose?" The young woman pulled out her phone. I have a photo of her. You can take a look first. She stood up, preparing to show him. Yang Fan, exasperated, replied, please, as if photos can be trusted. She laughed. What? From your tone. It sounds like you've been deceived by photographs before. This one is unedited and quite authentic. Just take a look. By this time, she had already bent down, presenting the phone screen to his line of sight. He was suddenly enveloped by a delightful scent of perfume and instinctively pulled her closer. She exclaimed as she found herself seated on his lap. After casting him a flirtatious glance, she thought, I thought he had little interest in me. However, this intimacy was advantageous for her. As their relationship deepened, she could derive more from him. If he truly had no interest, she would be the one left troubled. As for labels, why worry about them now? First, one must acquire wealth. With sufficient funds comes a sense of security. With enough money, one could live a life devoid of marriage. Why seek out a man to cater to daily needs, manage familial disputes, and endure the pains of childbirth, only to end up as a weary matron? The potential for betrayal and the undesirable habits of a partner could lead to even greater distress. Why subject oneself to such risks? If she ever desired children, she could simply find a suitable partner to conceive with. She could afford it. In just a few seconds while seated on Yang Fan's lap, Gong Jing pondered many thoughts. Subsequently, she wrapped one arm around his neck while holding the phone with the other, displaying the image for him. Yang Fan gazed at the picture of two flight attendants in uniform. One of them was Gong Jing, whom he chose to disregard, focusing instead on the other. The second flight attendant was undeniably stunning, equally tall as Gong Jing, with a beauty that could rival her own. Yet, Yang Fan found himself more attracted to this other young woman, as her voluptuous figure and the way the uniform accentuated her curves exuded a mature allure, akin to a ripe peach awaiting harvest. Impressive. She's indeed a gem, he remarked. Gong Jing responded with a smile, of course. She is one of the renowned 4 beauties among the flight attendants at our company. Yang Fan, intrigued, asked for Beauties. You know 3 others of her caliber? I'm not well acquainted with the other 2, and they may not meet your standards either. Yang Fan noted fully. It was indeed rare to find a beauty of such caliber with a low profile. He casually inquired, then who is the last one? Aren't there 4? Gong Jing shot him a playful glance, expressing disbelief at his lack of perception. The last one is sitting right in your lap, isn't she? Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback before breaking into laughter. The young woman, somewhat dissatisfied, said, What? Do you think I'm not beautiful? Then why are you holding me? Yang Fan shook his head. I just didn't realize it at first. If you are indeed on par with her, I have no cause for concern regarding your looks. At least you know how to flatter. Gong Jing's impressive beauty score of 89 was formidable, only surpassed by Feng Yuding's 90 among all the women he knew. Unfortunately, her low profile and lack of intimacy were apparent. It was clear she was primarily motivated by financial gain. Although she didn't outright reject him, her feelings were lukewarm. Even though she willingly sat on his lap and was open to intimacy, it was evident her actions were transactional, each party seeking their own benefit. After finishing their meal, Yang Fan bid farewell to Gong Jing, reminding her to keep the introduction of the young woman in mind and to arrange a meeting once she had spoken to her. Throughout their conversation, Gong Jing never mentioned the compensation Yang Fan had previously suggested. She trusted that, given his generosity, if she handled the matter well, he would surely reward her accordingly. There was no need to discuss such matters openly. Then, Yang Fan departed for his workout, leaving her with an expression of disbelief. As she watched him drive away, she muttered to herself, You can't escape, and then smiled as she returned home. Lazily reclining on her leather sofa, she draped her long legs over the armrest, took out her phone, and tapped the screen a few times, dialing a contact saved as Lin Chen. Beep, beep. The call was swiftly answered by a melodic voice. Jing Jing, at this hour, you must have arrived in the summer resort city. What prompted you to call me? Chapter 79. Gong Jing schemed to entangle her best friend. Gong Jing chuckled softly into the phone. Of course it's something good. What good thing? The girl on the other end teased, displaying her familiarity with Gong Jing. Have you found a suitable match and are ready to wash your hands of the world? Enough of that. This so-called good thing is meant for you. Come on, thank your sister Jing first. What good thing could I possibly receive? Tell me. First, express your gratitude. Thank you, Sister Jing. Can I speak now? Seeing how obedient you are, I can't let my good fortune go to waste without thinking of you. The voice on the other end was a mix of laughter and exasperation. Stop keeping me in suspense. I've recently met a very generous, wealthy man, and I want to introduce him to you. He's quite young and not unattractive, much better than those old men. What do you think? Aren't I good to you? Are you joking with me? If he's so great, why would you want to introduce him to me? The girl clearly found Gong Jing's words hard to believe. After all, they had known each other long enough to understand one another. In the past, the men Gong Jing had set her sights on were always just stories she shared. The reality of meeting them was far-fetched. Would someone with her temperament really consider introducing a quality man to her friend? I'm not joking. I would love to keep him to myself. But this guy is indeed wealthy and generous. The downside is that he is a real player, wanting to be a sea king. I can't manage him. So instead of letting some outsider benefit, why not let my own sister have a chance? Me? Are we close enough to share men now? What's wrong with that? If it were any other man, I wouldn't be keen, but for him, I think it would be worth it. Haven't you always wanted to be with a wealthy man who treats you well? The girl on the other end responded with a hint of annoyance that is true, but I want a future with the person. What you're suggesting seems too unstable. I understand your thoughts. You just want to marry a wealthy man and live a life of luxury, right? You want to avoid the grind. I feel the same way. But have you considered that you can fulfill your desires without marriage? There was silence on the other end of the line. Gong Jing was not in a hurry. She believed her friend would eventually agree. Just as her friend understood her, Gong Jing was quite knowledgeable about her friend's motivations, merely waiting for the right price. After all, marrying someone was just a formality, and as long as the compensation was adequate, the security seemed less significant. Sure enough, the serious voice of her friend broke the silence. Are you talking about being a kept woman? Just how wealthy is he? Gong Jing smiled at the question. Let me put it this way. I've only known him for less than 10 days. When we first met, we merely exchanged contacts and barely spoke a few words. Yet, after a few conversations, he transferred $400,000 for me to spend. The girl on the other end was taken aback. Not due to the amount, but because of the sheer audacity of such generosity after such a short acquaintance. No wonder Gong Jing kept emphasizing his wealth and generosity. She had indeed never heard of anyone so liberal. Are you serious? I wouldn't deceive you. It's absolutely true. Did he mention how he would treat me? Gong Jing knew her friend was inquiring about the financial arrangements and the nature of the relationship. He said that if you don't mind him having other women, you could be with him for life. He didn't specify how much pocket money you'd receive. He wants to meet you first to see if you're suitable. By the way, he prefers someone pure, and among my acquaintances, you fit the bill perfectly. With his level of generosity, you need not worry about finances. Her friend chuckled lightly. He does sound quite the player, but if I could be with him long-term, it could be considered a form of security. Exactly, as long as the money is ample. Whether or not you marry is merely a formality. As for love, who cares about that? I don't believe in such nonsense. Her friend understood that Gong Jing had been hurt by past relationships and had since abandoned the notion of love, focusing solely on financial gain. You've convinced me about the idea of being kept. Now you want to talk to me about love? If she truly desired love, she wouldn't be so fixated on marrying a wealthy man. In that case, when you fly back to the summer city, I'll take you to meet him. Great. With that, Gong Jing successfully lured her friend into her scheme. After hanging up, she smiled, thinking, I've helped that wealthy man secure such a pure and alluring beauty. The benefits should be substantial. She then opened an app and began watching dramas. On the other side, Yang Fan completed his warm-up and stretching at the gym. After a brief 10-minute session on the treadmill and another 10 on the rowing machine, he decided to leave. He intended to gradually increase his workout intensity to avoid the muscle soreness he had experienced a couple of days prior. While there were attractive women at the gym who triggered system notifications, none caught his interest. Upon returning home to rest, he pulled out his phone and began scrolling through Douyin. Since it was still early, none of the familiar female streamers were online. However, that was of little concern as he aimlessly watched videos, occasionally commenting to express his thoughts regarding Douyin's frequent recommendations of beautiful streamers. He could only marvel at the power of big data. Yet, despite scrolling through over 20 female streamers, None had triggered a system alert, which was quite frustrating. The true beauties on Douyin seemed to be fewer than those on the streets. Just as he passed by one female streamer, a notification finally popped up. Detected a valid consumption target. Finally, the long-awaited prompt appeared. He focused on the screen, a look of surprise crossing his face before a smile broke through. On the screen was a blonde, blue-eyed foreign girl singing in Mandarin. Her skin appeared exceptionally fair, not in a sickly way, but rather complemented her features that aligned with Eastern beauty standards, making her quite stunning. With a high nose, thin lips, and golden shoulder-length hair cascading stylishly, she sat on a chair, wearing a black off-the-shoulder top and denim overalls that showcased her smooth, fair skin. Although her Mandarin pronunciation wasn't perfect, it was commendable, suggesting she had been in the country for some time, likely as an exchange student. Her voice was lovely, and her singing was delightful. Young Fen Muset, it seems that pursuing a foreign beauty might not be such a bad idea after all. Gratitude to Your Cat's Walk was picked up by me for the generous support. Thank you to all the readers for the various gifts. My heartfelt thanks. Chapter 80. The melodious foreign beauty. Young Fan glanced at the foreign beauty, whose Douyin name was Nina, and noted that she was from a country called Ula, which spared him the trouble of guessing her origins. He promptly clicked in. The young lady was deeply engrossed in her song, showing no sign of pausing for his arrival. He observed that the number of viewers in the live stream was quite substantial, exceeding 300. After silently enjoying her performance, he generously sent 5 carnival gifts. As soon as Nina finished her song, the screen erupted with carnival effects, and her face lit up with joy. Thank you. Thank you to the brother who sent the carnival gifts. Nina loves it so much. Thank you. The girl spoke fluently in dragon language, her pronunciation slightly flawed, but otherwise quite impressive. At this moment, the viewers began to jest. Oh no, Nina has caught the eye of a wealthy patron. Darn it, my goddess Nina has been showered with gifts. Hey, brother Half-Life, you're confused. Go support other Dragon Country streamers. Leave Nina for us. Nina, you must hold your ground. Just a few carnival gifts. Wait until I save up for a few months to shower you with gifts. Brother Half-Life, don't be foolish. Brother Half-Life, we're all friends here. Please don't cause harm. Let us make a deal. Go entertain someone else. Leave Nina for me. Come on. Just 5 carnival gifts, and you think you can win Nina's heart? How ridiculous. Brother Half-Life, you're all mistaken. Those 5 gifts are merely a token of appreciation. If he truly tries, I fear Nina won't be able to withstand it. Indeed, we should send him away. This LSP is quite troublesome. ISNT Brother Half-Life's usual greeting, 17 carnival gifts? Why only 5 now? Has he been brushing up? Is he well known? I've never heard of him. Yang Fan observed the viewers' banter, realizing that not many in the live stream recognized him. This was quite normal, with so many Douyin users. It was astonishing that even a few viewers recognized his account upon entering a random live stream. Nina noticed the comments urging her benefactor to leave and felt rather disheartened. It was rare for her to encounter someone willing to continuously send carnival gifts. Wasn't he this detrimental to her? She quickly shifted her focus and spoke up. Welcome, Brother Half-Life, to Nina's live stream. Nina is a singing streamer. Is there a song you would like to hear? You can request one. After a moment's thought, Yang Fan recalled that the young lady had just sung an old dragon song, so he decided to request one that he found delightful. He typed, "Could you sing Don't Worry About Who I Am?" Do you know it? Nina repeated the title and suddenly remembered the song. I know this song. It's beautiful. However, it carries deep emotional and experiential requirements, and I may not do it justice, but I will certainly try my best. That's all right. Just give it your all. Yang Fan replied. Though he was not particularly knowledgeable about music, he sensed a degree of professionalism in her words. Nina continued now. I will sing a lovely old song, Don't Worry About Who I Am, dedicated to Brother Half-Life and everyone. I hope you enjoy it. After adjusting her equipment, she began the song as soon as the prelude finished. I feel a bit weary. I think I lack comfort. My life is so mundane, like a wilting flower. As she sang, the viewers initially appreciated her melodious voice. However, as the song progressed, discussions erupted among them. This song is so beautiful. I can't believe I've never heard it before. I'll search for the original version later. I also find it quite moving. How could it lack fame? What do you mean it lacks fame? That's because you're too young to know this song. Indeed, it's a song from '93 composed by Li Zhongxing. Those familiar with it are likely to have a few more years under their belt. So Brother Half-Life's age is showing? Nina continued to sing. A woman, if unloved. How tragic. Even if someone listens to my song, tears may fall. As the song concluded, Nina, who had closed her eyes while singing, finally opened them and softly remarked, "This song intricately portrays a woman's emotions. Nina's experiences are still too limited, and my singing skills are insufficient to convey that feeling. If you enjoyed it, you might consider listening to the original version." The viewers began to shower Nina with compliments. At that moment, carnival effects filled the screen. Half-Life sent 3 carnival gifts. Half-Life sent 20 carnival gifts. Yang Fan unleashed a flurry of gifts, sending 20 carnival gifts in one go. Nina was instantly exhilarated. "Thank you, Brother Half-Life. So many carnival gifts. Thank you. Thank you, I love you." As soon as she finished speaking, the viewers erupted into a frenzy. I knew it. I knew Brother Half-Life wouldn't let Nina off easily. It's heartbreaking. You've protected several beautiful streamers. Leave some for us. Oh no. Nina has started showering affection. She even said she loves you. Didn't someone just say Brother Half-Life was brushing up? Were they now? Indeed, the age-old tale of female streamers and their top-tier patrons unfolds yet again. Even a foreign streamer is not exempt from this curse. Envy, jealousy, and resentment. Faced with the viewers' teasing, Nina feigned ignorance. She could not engage in such discussions. Yang Fan, too, chose to ignore the comments. He lingered in the live stream for some time, engaging in light conversation with Nina and enjoying her singing. After sending another 10 carnival gifts, he decided to leave. Upon checking his private messages, he found a message from Nina's SV account, as expected. He had been so engrossed in a live stream that he hadn't noticed when she had sent him a message. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. He promptly opened V and added her as a contact. As he did so, he was surprised to receive a message from Feng Yuding. Since the day he had bought cosmetics for her at Hunter International, fearing she would feel awkward accepting them, he had not been in touch with her. It was unexpected for her to reach out to him now, though her message was merely a gif of a mischievous rabbit knocking on a door. Chapter 81. An invitation from Feng Yuding. Though Feng Yuding had been going about her usual work routine these past few days, an inexplicable feeling weighed heavily on her heart. This unease stemmed from the fact that after Yang Fan had gifted her an array of luxurious cosmetics, he had not reached out to her since. She contemplated returning the items and refunding him through the original payment method. However, despite her resolute intentions before sleep, she found herself hesitating the next day when she brought the products to work. A sense of attachment tugged at her, causing her previously firm resolve to waver at the last moment. When their store manager noticed her bringing the unopened cosmetics to work, she immediately discerned Feng Yuding's intentions. Seizing the opportunity while Feng was still in doubt, the manager launched into an earnest and heartfelt persuasion, appealing to both emotions and reason. With a mere glance, other colleagues joined in, bombarding Feng Yuding with an overwhelming array of arguments. As a naturally indecisive and soft-spoken girl, Feng Yuding found it difficult to withstand the combined efforts of the seasoned manager and her supportive colleagues. Under such relentless bombardment, she became momentarily dazed, recognizing some merit in their words, and ultimately left work that day with the items in hand. The manager and her colleagues had showered her with compliments about Yang Fan, igniting a flicker of fondness within her. Perhaps he was indeed a decent person. The manager had pointed out that returning a first gift could be interpreted as a form of rejection. Coupled with her reluctance to part with the items, she resolved not to return them until she had fully considered her feelings. Initially, she assumed that Yang Fan's generous gift was a sign of his romantic interest, expecting him to reach out to her soon. She even mulled over her potential responses should he confess his feelings. However, the days passed, and he seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving her to question whether she had misinterpreted his intentions. A sense of anxiety crept in, leaving her feeling uncertain and apprehensive. In a moment of impulse before leaving work, she sought out the manager to discuss Yang Fan's silence since their last encounter, eager to hear her thoughts on the matter. To her surprise, the manager teased her, suggesting that she had unconsciously developed feelings for the young man. cautioning her against making a decision she might later regret. It wasn't until she felt overwhelmed by her attempts to articulate her confusion that the manager offered her perspective. With a gentle smile, she confidently remarked, "My dear, what is there to contemplate? That young man is likely playing a game of hard to get, waiting for you to reach out first to satisfy his competitive spirit and vanity. It's merely a little trick." With sincerity, Feng Yuding asked, "Oh, Najia. Should I contact him first then?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Najia replied, "If it were any other boy, I would advise you to ignore him. He would come to you on his own. However, this young man is different. I suggest you take the initiative to message him. Indulge his petty sense of competition. You have nothing to lose, and who knows? He might even see you as a thoughtful and understanding girl." "But why is Yang different?" Feng Yuding inquired, displaying her bewilderment. The manager rolled her eyes in exasperation, saying, "This type of boy has many admirers. He's far more popular than you realize. If you don't respond, someone else might sweep him away, and then you'll be the one regretting it." As Najia pondered, she couldn't help but think how fortunate Feng Yuding was to have such an opportunity. If only she had encountered such a charming young man in her youth, she would have certainly seized the moment, unlike this Navi girl, who, despite her good fortune, seemed to lack common sense. Was this what they referred to as fool's luck? Feng Yuding finally grasped the situation, her face marred by indecision as she murmured, "But I haven't made up my mind yet." Najia nearly burst into laughter at her Navet, gazing at her as if she were a simpleton. "All I'm suggesting is that you give him a little response, not that you become his girlfriend. What is there to consider? You can take your time getting to know him. There is plenty of opportunity for reflection. Just remember to keep in touch, so you don't lose your chance to someone else. Now, get ready. It's time to clock out." Thus, as Feng Yuding walked home, she pondered Najia's word for quite some time, feeling as though she were beginning to understand. Yet, when she picked up her phone, she found herself at a loss for words. After much hesitation, she settled on sending a playful meme of a mischievous rabbit kicking a door. "Yang Fen responded promptly. Stop kicking. The door's open. Who are you looking for, little sister?" Seeing his swift reply brought a smile to her face. "Looking for you. For a chat, press 1. For help shooing flies, press 2. For a date, press the pound key." Feng Yuding hesitated before replying. "Are you busy right now? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Does that mean I should press the pound key?" "Well, ordinarily I would be quite busy, but since it's your first time inviting me, I suppose I should give you a chance. Just let me know the time and place." "No need. If you're busy, just carry on. We can eat another day. The important matters come first." Meanwhile, Yang Fan, on the other side, stared at her message in disbelief. "What am I busy with? I'm just lying in bed, browsing Douyin." He anticipated that his light-hearted jest would be taken seriously. She seemed genuinely earnest. "Even when busy, one must eat." "What? Do you think you can skip meals while working?" "Of course not. As long as you have time, let us eat. What do you feel like?" "Anything works. I'm not picky. How about we go to Xilian for some siwawa? There's a great spot near my grandmother's house, and it's not far from yours." "Sounds good. I'm nearby. How long until you arrive?" "Just wait 20 minutes. I'm already on my way." This time, Yang Fan decided against treating her to an extravagant meal. She had invited him out, clearly as a gesture of gratitude. After a few exchanges of this nature, they would become more familiar with each other. In this scenario, if he insisted on paying, she would likely refuse. Her willingness to initiate contact was a promising start, and there was no need to jeopardize it. Leisurely, Yang Fan made his way to the restaurant she mentioned. Just a few minutes after his arrival, he spotted Feng Yuding briskly approaching from across the street, evidently coming from the bus station. He couldn't help but admire her thriftiness. Chapter 82. Down-to-earth Yang Fan name. Feng Yuding, age, 23, height, 165 centimeters weight, 50 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 90 status, normal affinity. 37 Feng Yuding donned a simple, yet striking outfit today, a patterned white t-shirt paired with denim trousers and complemented by a pair of white sneakers. This unpretentious ensemble exuded a fresh and pure aesthetic. As she spotted Yang Fan waiting at the entrance, she quickened her pace, trotting over with a warm smile. "Yang Ge, have you been waiting long?" Yang Fan found himself momentarily captivated by her smile, realizing she was the kind of girl who grew more enchanting the longer one looked at her. He nodded. "Indeed, I've been waiting for quite some time. How do you plan to make it up to me?" "Huh? She was taken aback by his response, momentarily lost for words. His amusement at her surprised expression made him chuckle. Just teasing you. I just arrived as well. Shall we head inside? By the way, why didn't you take a taxi? With a shy smile, she replied, the bus is quite nice. It has air conditioning, and there's no need to waste money. Yang Fan hesitated before asking, are you generally this frugal? Your salary isn't too low, is it? She shrugged nonchalantly. It's not really frugal. I save where I can and spend where necessary. It's good to save a little each month for unexpected needs, and it can also be used for travel. You enjoy traveling? The spark of longing lit up her face as she nodded enthusiastically. Of course. I hope to explore various places in the future if I have the chance. Yang Fan smiled at her enthusiasm. You will definitely have that opportunity. The two entered the restaurant. Si Lien found a vacant table and prepared to order. Though the place primarily served si Wawa, it also offered a variety of local delicacies, all reasonably priced and quite popular among the city's working class, particularly women. Feng Yuding handed the menu to Yang Fan, saying, Yang Ge, I've purchased a set meal on Mate 1. You can add anything you like. Yang Fan took the menu, setting it aside. I'm not sure what S included in your set. To avoid duplicates, let us wait until the meal arrives and see what's missing. Sounds good. After a bit of casual conversation, the dishes began to arrive one after another, offering a delightful spread ample enough for both of them. Observing the table laden with food, she smiled and asked, Yang Ge, you must rarely eat these, right? Try some. It's really delicious. Instead of responding, Yang Fan picked up a piece of the thin dough, skillfully filling it with an assortment of vegetables and expertly wrapping it up. With a playful smirk, he glanced at the surprised girl and teased, do I look like someone who rarely eats this? After drizzling chili sauce over his creation, he popped it into his mouth, chewing contentedly. Feng Yuding couldn't help but smile, finding him quite relatable and refreshingly genuine. After swallowing, Yang Fan grabbed a skewer of grilled meat and remarked, indeed, the first si Wawa is always the most delectable. Why are you staring? Eat. Okay, she replied, joining in the feast. As they ate, she commented, I think you wrap them better than I do. Who are you underestimating? I often indulge in these. Little did she know, just over a week prior, he had been scraping by, often opting for street food over dining in establishments like this. Unaware of his past, they continued to enjoy their meal, the atmosphere light and relaxed. She felt at ease with Yang Fan, contrary to her initial apprehensions about his eating habits. Seeing him relish the food eased her worries. Their meal concluded with Feng Yuding gaining 3 points of affinity, pushing her total to a commendable 40, far surpassing her previous acquaintance, Gong Jing. The prospect of obtaining a cashback card no longer seemed distant. After finishing their meal, they exited Si Lien, and Yang Fan suggested, shall we take a stroll? Feng Yuding hesitated, reflecting on the pleasant time they had just shared, and eventually nodded in agreement. Sure, it's a good way to digest and avoid gaining weight. Yang Fan chuckled. Then why didn't you hold back while eating? She laughed, I can't resist. But thankfully, I have a body that doesn't gain weight easily. Many girls would envy your metabolism. Isn't that the truth? My friends and colleagues are quite envious, thinking I have some secret. As they walked, they passed by a sizable shopping mall, the largest in the area. Yang Fan halted, intending to elevate their affinity further. Shall we go inside and browse? Feng Yuding inquired curiously. Yang Ge, are you planning to buy something? Not sure yet, just looking around. Who knows, I might find something appealing, he replied nonchalantly. All right then. Upon entering the mall, they encountered several cosmetic stores on the first floor. Yang Fan, intrigued, asked, is the Chanel here any different for what you have there? She shook her head. No difference. All products are shipped from headquarters, and the prices are basically the same. Yang Fan remained silent as he led her up the escalator. When they reached the third floor, which housed women's clothing, shoes, and accessories, she felt a twinge of suspicion and halted. Yang Ge, the men's section is upstairs. With a smile, he encouraged, let us explore here first. Realizing he might be considering buying her something, she recalled the last time he gifted her cosmetics and felt a mix of anticipation and apprehension. This is the women's section. Don't tell me you want to buy something for yourself? Seeing his expression, she felt her suspicion was confirmed and quickly exclaimed, you're not planning to buy me something, are you? I don't want it. You've already given me so many cosmetics. No, let us go. She stepped forward, attempting to push Yang Fan away. Chapter 83. Sasha seeks help from her best friend at this moment. Yang Fan conceded with a chuckle, suggesting, "Why not take a stroll? You might find something you like." The girl shook her head resolutely. "No, definitely not." After saying this, noticing his reluctance to leave, she devised a clever plan. She walked straight to the escalator, turning back with a playful wave. "I'm off now. You can explore on your own." Yang Fan felt helpless. The intimacy level remained unchanged. He couldn't discern whether she was genuinely too shy to accept his offerings or merely maintaining an faade. However, it mattered little. With more time spent together, her true character would become evident. Moreover, her intimacy was gradually increasing, so there was no need to rush. As he caught up to her, he noticed a look of deep contemplation on her face. Feng Yuding felt a certain pressure, unlike the relaxed atmosphere during their meal. She was now quite certain that he had romantic feelings for her, although she didn't mind and was even attempting to engage with him. The pressure stemmed from his overwhelming gestures, often attempting to gift her expensive items. She even feared that he might suddenly confess his feelings, and she was uncertain how to respond. Having already accepted his lavish cosmetics, she could not possibly continue receiving other gifts. Not only had they yet to establish a relationship, but even if they were dating, it would feel awkward to frequently accept his gifts. Thus, she chose to evade the situation. Seeing her preoccupied demeanor, Yang Fan realized she was likely reflecting on their earlier conversation. As for how she perceived his actions, given the lack of change in their intimacy, he found it unpredictable. So, he refrained from interrupting, curious to see if her realizations would affect their intimacy level. However, even after they exited the mall, nothing changed. At this point, she turned to him and said, "Yang Ge, it's getting late. I should head back. Let us arrange to meet another day." He noticed her evident distraction and understood that pressing her into further activities might backfire. He nodded in agreement. "All right, let us walk a bit together. I'm heading home too." "Okay." As they reached a fork in the road, she said, "Yang Ge, my grandmother's house is in that neighborhood. I'll head back now. You still have a ways to go, so please be careful." "All right, let us meet another day." After waving goodbye, she turned and left. Yang Fan continued walking, oblivious to the fact that not long after he departed, she glanced back, relieved to see him vanish from view. Her previous tension dissipating instantly. Relationship with Feng Yuding 3, Yang Fan, having walked some distance, was taken aback by the notification of increased intimacy. After pondering for a moment, he speculated that perhaps his earlier actions had burdened her. Now that they had parted ways, she felt relieved, hence the rise in intimacy. He surmised that this girl could not be won over by lavish gifts. While one or two might be acceptable, frequent offerings could lead to psychological discomfort or even fear, ultimately achieving the opposite effect. He shook his head with a smile and continued toward home. Once home, he took a shower and collapsed on his bed, pulling out his phone to access Douyin. At this time, his familiar female streamers were mostly online. He visited every live stream except Sasha S., spending a considerable amount of time in each, casually offering support. Just as he emerged from Ollie S. dance stream, he was surprised to discover that Sasha had ended her broadcast early today. Unbeknownst to him, his recent neglect had unsettled the young girl's mindset. Frustrated by his absence, she had chosen to log off prematurely in a certain apartment in Tianfu province. A sweet-looking girl with twin tails sat in a chair, furrowing her brow, appearing deeply troubled. After maintaining this expression for over 10 minutes, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Beep, beep. Once the call connected, she spoke eagerly. "Xianjia, Xiao Yaoge has been online for several hours today, yet he hasn't come to my stream." Her voice carried a hint of grievance. The voice on the other end replied, "Don't be upset just yet. He is still treating other female streamers the same way as before, right?" "Yes." "Then that is it. He isn't angry with you, nor is he trying to ignore you. He is definitely trying to get your attention. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so deliberate. But I've been trying hard to maintain my connection with Xiao Yaoge. Why is he ignoring me and not the other streamers?" The voice chuckled softly. "I see two possibilities. The first is that you're the first female streamer he has set his sights on, more unique than the others. Thus, he has the highest expectations for you. If your performance does not meet his expectations, he will prompt you to make a choice." After pondering this, Sasha reflected on her friend's words finding some truth in them. She then inquired, and the second possibility? The second is that the other streamers have already shown their intentions, and you are the only one left unacknowledged. If not you, then who? Sasha found herself entangled in indecision. She understood well what her friend meant by intentions. As a streamer, how could she not grasp this? However, her initial goal in choosing to stream was merely to earn some pocket money through her talent and good looks, never considering anything beyond that. Yet with Xiao Yao Ji's arrival, her plans have been disrupted. In just over 10 days, he had gifted her an amount far exceeding her expectations, causing her mindset to shift entirely. Now, she yearned to earn even more, striving to maintain his attention, hoping he would continue to support her as his devoted fan. Yet, while her aspirations were noble, reality often diverged from expectation. Given the current circumstances, it was clear that mere maintenance would not suffice to keep Xiao Yaogu interested. However, having always upheld her principles, she found it challenging to make the leap of faith to seek a guardian. Thus, she felt increasingly conflicted over the past few days. The situation was evident. If she did not take action, she would undoubtedly lose Xiao Yaogu, the affluent benefactor. Considering how much he had already contributed in such a short time, the potential for more support in the future was enticing. The thought of his generosity swelled her ambitions. Her friend's voice broke through her thoughts once more. This is your own matter. You must contemplate it thoroughly. I just want to say, you need to make a decision swiftly. Many men are quick to fall for someone, but even quicker to lose interest. If you delay too long and he loses interest, it may be irretrievable. Gratitude to Yi Fenghan for the grand health gift. Thanks to I Love Toast White Bread for the explosive update celebration. Heartfelt thanks to all the generous supporters for their gifts. I humbly ask the readers passing by for a little love to fuel the journey. Thank you. Chapter 84. Sasha's decision. Sasha could discern that her close friend leaned towards urging her to compromise, though it remained unspoken. After ending the call, she was enveloped in silence once more. Yet, as her increasingly restless heart and her friend's persuasion intertwined, the scales within her began to tip. After contemplating for an extended period, she released a deep sigh, feeling a considerable weight lift from her heart. The matter that had troubled her for several days had finally reached a conclusion. She took up her phone and sent a message to her friend, then smiled as she stepped out of her room. Approaching a beautiful, mature woman seated on the sofa watching television, she announced, "Mom, this Friday after school, I'll be going on a 2-day trip with Sister Xian, returning no later than Sunday." The stunning woman raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Where are you going?" Sasha, maintaining her composure, replied, "We've decided to visit cool Summer City for a couple of days. It's simply too hot in Tianfu. I can only hide at home with the air conditioning. We plan to have some fun and cool off." Sasha had always been quite sensible at home, which reassured her mother. Moreover, with the slightly older sister Xian accompanying her, a mere weekend outing was unlikely to pose any issues. Thus, she responded, "Go ahead. You've been occupied with classes and live streams. It's time for you to unwind. But do ensure your safety and call home every day to report your well-being." "Understood?" Sasha nodded with a smile. "Mom, you needn't worry." She then retreated to her room and lay on her bed, hugging a teddy bear in contemplation. She did not plan to contact Yang Fan in advance. Instead, she intended to book her flight directly and reach cool Summer City before getting in touch with him. This would provide a delightful surprise while demonstrating her sincerity. Sasha resolved that, having made up her mind, she would not merely act but strive to do her very best. As for whether Yang Fan would be there to greet her upon her arrival, she dismissed such thoughts, deciding that if necessary, she could simply entertain herself for a couple of days before flying back. Meanwhile, back in the living room, her mother called Sasha's friend, ostensibly to request that she look after her daughter, but in reality, she sought to uncover the truth of Sasha's plans. However, Sasha had already informed her friend in advance, and given her friend's astuteness, no hints of anything amiss were revealed, successfully passing her mother's scrutiny. As for Yang Fan, he remained blissfully unaware of Sasha's intentions to arrive unannounced. He had just been messaging Nina, a beautiful girl from Ula, learning that she was an exchange student in China, currently in her 3rd year. Their conversation had not lasted long before fatigue enveloped him, and he soon drifted into slumber. The following day, upon awakening, he discovered numerous unread messages on his phone. Sushan, I miss you, Gongjing. I've taken care of your matter. When the other party arrives in cool Summer City, I'll bring them to meet you. Gu Weijia. It's another day of thinking about my brother, but I'll be a good girl and attend class, moi. Nothing else of significance. Yet he sensed something peculiar in Su Shan's tone today, which seemed somewhat uncharacteristic. Previously, she had straightforwardly invited him to meals or karaoke, even affectionately calling him Dead Ghost. Today, however, she had made no such invitations, merely expressing that she missed him, which felt more like something Gu Weijia would say. Not dwelling on it too much, he refrained from replying and proceeded with his morning routine. After finishing, he planned to hit the gym and thought to grab lunch as well. So he sent a message to Li Wei. I'm heading to the gym. Are you at the dance studio? Want to grab lunch together? I'm not there. You go eat by yourself. Yang Fan sensed something amiss. This marked the third time he had attempted to invite Li Wei since their first gym session, yet she had not agreed to meet him again. Was this mere coincidence? Yet their rapport did not suggest any underlying issues. Confounded, he decided to observe the situation further. Meanwhile, in the dance studio, Li Wei, preparing to have lunch with her students, paused after responding to Yang Fan's message. After some contemplation, she opted for takeout to avoid a chance encounter with him. In truth, she had been deliberately avoiding Yang Fan these past few days. She could not quite articulate why, but ever since their last gym session, her inexplicable aversion towards him had vanished. This odd phenomenon left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Each time she received a message from him, she felt an urge to accept, only to be overtaken by an inexplicable anxiety. Fearing this strange sensation would persist, she forced herself to decline, uncertain of the cause, having never experienced anything similar before. She could only temporarily evade him, hoping the sense of unease would dissipate. Yet, she felt this approach was not a remedy, as she did not wish to lose Yang Fan as a friend, unsure whether it was due to financial reasons or something more profound. Reassuring herself to wait a while before addressing the situation, she thought perhaps clarity would come in time. Thus, Li Wei found herself in this peculiar predicament, having convinced herself to retreat. At that moment, a casually dressed young man approached her, inquiring, "What's wrong?" She glanced at him, responding nonchalantly, "What do you mean?" The young man, puzzled, asked, "Didn't we all agree to have lunch together? Why the sudden change? Are you feeling unwell?" "Not going. You go eat with them. Why concern yourself with me?" With that, Li Wei turned and walked away to sit quietly in a corner. The young man remained, awkwardly frozen in place. Upon her arrival at the dance studio, Li Wei had garnered attention due to her striking looks and excellent figure, drawing interest from several male students and instructors. In the beginning, many had attempted to win her favor, but her cold demeanor rendered her quite unapproachable, leaving no one able to draw near. She would occasionally chat with female students and instructors, even dining together, leading some to speculate about her orientation. Once such rumors began, she withdrew even from female interactions, further perplexing the dance studio's attendees. Each class, she would focus solely on her practice and return home alone afterward. Today, when a female student suggested a lunch outing, Li Wei had initially agreed, but abruptly changed her mind. Others had grown accustomed to her idiosyncratic behavior, hence no further comments were made. However, this particular young man, new to the studio, was immediately captivated by Li Wei and hoped that his sunny disposition and modest wealth might win her heart. Unfortunately, he had found it challenging to arrange a meeting, yet he cherished the few conversations they had shared, believing he had a chance. Chapter 85. Sushan forcibly fed me tea recently. Li Wei had exhibited a cold demeanor towards him, leaving him, filled with fervor, somewhat perplexed. Initially, upon noticing that everyone had gone to eat, only Li Wei remained in the classroom. He deliberately lingered, hoping to engage her in conversation, curious if her sudden change of heart was due to some troubling matter, intending to express concern to enhance their rapport. However, she seemed disinclined to acknowledge him, which left him at a loss for words. Understanding that pursuing a girl required audacity, attentiveness, and a thick skin, he did not take his leave, but instead approached Li Wei, who was seated in a corner. To his surprise, before he could utter a word, she shot him a frosty glance and coldly remarked, "Could you let me be?" Taken aback by her icy tone, the young man felt a twinge of retreat but mustered the courage to softly inquire, Is something the matter? Perhaps if you share. She promptly responded with growing impatience. You're quite amusing. What does my business have to do with you? Her words stirred a sense of displeasure within him. Yet witnessing her impending anger, he hastily replied, Please don't be upset. I'll leave, is that all right? With that, he turned and exited the dance studio in silence. At that moment, Li Wei found herself lost in thought, reflecting on her interactions with Yang Fan. She recalled how he remained undeterred by her anger or cold remarks, persistently clinging to her and acting playfully stubborn. She also remembered the incident where she nearly got hit by a car and he had apologized on her behalf, as well as the time she playfully teased him at the gym, where he complied with a pained expression. The once stern expression on her face softened into a faint smile. Li Wei's intimacy too, meanwhile, Yang Fan, who had just finished tidying up and was contemplating whom to invite for lunch, was puzzled to discover that Li Wei's intimacy had increased by 2 points. He murmured to himself, It seems I was overly concerned. The little beauty appears quite normal now, even taking the initiative to boost intimacy. He glanced at the 3 girls who had previously messaged him. Guru Weijia was in class, and he wasn't keen on inviting Gong Jing, as there was little chance of increasing intimacy with her. That left only Su Shan. Spending on her and transferring funds might still yield some intimacy. Plus, she had asked him out several times. Thinking of her adorable doll-like face paired with her long legs, as well as her bold and proactive nature, he decided it would be nice to switch things up a bit. Thus, he sent her a straightforward message, Let us go out for a meal. At that moment, Su Shan was pondering what to eat for lunch with her friend Guru Weijia when she suddenly noticed Yang Fan had replied to her message, filling her with excitement. She thought, It's not easy. It seems he truly likes the type of girl who is a bit demure, yet charmingly sweet. Realizing she had made some progress, she quickly responded, Sure, where shall we eat? I'll be there shortly. Yang Fan noted the distinct change in Su Shan's tone and found it somewhat peculiar. What is up with her today? But never mind. It doesn't affect my experience. He then sent her the location of a well-known restaurant. She replied that it would take her only 20 minutes to arrive. After finishing the chat, Su Shan assessed her outfit and deemed it suitable for class, not too extravagant yet appropriately demure. Besides, she had no time to go home and change. She couldn't keep the wealthy boy waiting, or it would be even harder to arrange another meeting. Grabbing her small bag, she intended to touch up her makeup on the way and hurried toward the school gate. Little did she know, Guru Weijia, who was on her way to find her for lunch, spotted her. Shan, where are you off to? Hearing her friend call out, Su Shan turned, feeling a flicker of guilt, as if she were a secret lover caught red-handed. Shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, she calmly replied, It's Rue. I'm stepping out for a bit and 1 TB attending afternoon classes. Guru Weijia eyed her suspiciously. But we have that dreadful teacher's class in the afternoon. Are you sure you want to skip? Su Shan was well aware of the afternoon lesson, but she was not about to miss out on Yang Fan's rare invitation. I'll say I'm feeling unwell and take a leave of absence. Don't worry about me. I'm off now. With that, she swiftly departed with her long strides. Guru Weijia said nothing more and resumed contemplating what to eat alone for lunch. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Yang Fan found Su Shan already waiting at the entrance. She wore a beige t-shirt paired with a blue skirt. Though only her legs were visible, combined with her adorable doll-like face, she remained captivating to onlookers. Name, Su Shan. Age, 19. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 85, 95. Status, normal. Intimacy, 23. The beauty spotted him and reminded herself to appear demure. Yes, with a hint of charm. She greeted him with a radiant smile and enveloped him in a warm embrace, whispering, I've missed you so much lately, but I understand you must be quite busy, so I really appreciate you taking the time to invite me to lunch. It makes me so happy. Yang Fan, taken aback by her sudden affection, was momentarily bewildered. What's going on? Her intimacy score remains unchanged at 23, yet she seems quite different. He quickly shook off his confusion and replied, Let us eat first. All right. Once they entered the restaurant and ordered their meals, Su Shan began to act playfully again, continuously serving Yang Fan dishes, her face lighting up as she said, If you were the ones serving me, it would taste so much better, wouldn't it? Yang Fan, perplexed, thought, what is wrong with her? Has she lost her mind? Or is she trying to adopt some trendy charm? But you can't just force tea upon me. Your tea flavor is hardly as natural as Guruwaji's. He quipped. Are you unwell? Su Shan, caught off guard, nearly faltered but managed to suppress her emotions, responding petulantly. How can you say that to me? So mean. Yang Fan rolled his eyes. Which green tea girl infected you? Is there any hope left? If so, please return to normal. Su Shan fell silent for a moment, realizing her attempts at charm had not quite hit the mark. I thought you liked girls like this. Who told you that? Are you pretending for my sake? Not at all. Do you think it's easy to speak like this? I actually preferred your previous sultry wildcat persona. This sudden change is a bit overwhelming. Gratitude to Seal Dash for the master certification. Thank you all for the various gifts. Much appreciated. Chapter 86. Su Shan with a proper attitude. Su Shan shot him a glare and said, You claim to appreciate my true self. So why do you always evade our meetings, you stubborn fool? Yang Fan shrugged his shoulders. Did you not just mention that I am quite busy? Can you not comprehend that? The young woman glared at him, exasperated. Busy with what? I suspect you are preoccupied with flirting with other enchanting maidens. She was aware that he had recently invited her close friend out, and the friend's absence for an entire night hinted at his activities. Yang Fan, unaware of the connection between Su Shan and Guruwaji, was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, this little girl has surprisingly hit the nail on the head. However, there was no way he would admit to such matters, so he teased, Oh, are you feeling jealous? Su Shan immediately rolled her eyes in disdain. I don't have the time to waste on jealousy. I don't care how many women you have. I will stand by your side. But you must not neglect me in the future. Her words genuinely astonished him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yet, was this not the outcome he desired? Although this girl was undeniably materialistic, it was equally undeniable that she possessed a thoughtful nature. Her attitude was quite commendable, deeply resonating with him, and could easily overshadow her other shortcomings. As for intimacy that could gradually increase, a little monetary investment here and there would surely elevate it. Regaining his composure, Yang Fen wore a sleek smile. Are you serious? The young woman nodded affirmatively. Of course. Just tell me if you are willing. Nonsense. Who would refuse to have such an enlightened beauty as their own? Yet, he playfully remarked, Well, that will depend on your performance. Su Shan, having noticed his delight in her decision, decided not to indulge his teasing. She huffed in response, getting benefits while pretending to be innocent. Men. Yang Fan paid no mind to her retort, chuckling, Let us eat. Afterward, I'll take you out for a stroll, to aid digestion. Su Shan's eyes lit up at the suggestion. I want to visit the mall. This posed no challenge for Yang Fan, who readily agreed. All right. Su Shan intimacy too. He found amusement in the increase of their intimacy points, not fearing her materialistic tendencies, but rather being concerned about her being like Gong Jing, who took advantage without acknowledgement. If she was willing to enhance their intimacy after gaining benefits, that was a manageable situation. The two soon finished their meal. Just a short distance away stood a grand shopping mall, Nanguahua. As they strolled down the street, they formed a striking scene. Su Shan linked her arm with his, walking shoulder to shoulder. Though she wore flat shoes, her height was hardly less than his. Coupled with her exquisite looks, they attracted numerous envious glances. Bam! Ouch! Watch where you're going, young man. An approaching middle-aged man, his gaze fixated on Su Shan, collided with a young man who intentionally turned to steal a glance, resulting in a comical mishap. Yang Fan chuckled softly to Su Shan. You have quite the allure. She shot him a look. I'm used to it. What good is charm if it can't ensnare a certain fool? Is that so? Then you must exert more effort. They continued their leisurely stroll until they entered Nanguahua. Upon entering, Su Shan eagerly pulled him upstairs. Yang Fan glanced at the first floor, filled with high-end cosmetic counters, and curiously inquired, Aren't you going to buy some cosmetics? Su Shan shook her head. I purchased quite a few the other day. Let us first look at clothes. Realizing she had some money to spare, Yang Fan chose not to press further and followed her directly to the clothing section. Upon entering a store with all English signage, Su Shan spent a considerable amount of time selecting items before presenting him with 2 sets of alluring silk outfits. Which one do you think looks better on me? Yang Fan grinned mischievously. I think you look best without anything at all, huh? Su Shan shot him a disapproving glance and lowered her voice. You fool. While I might look better without clothes, That is only for your eyes. Do you expect me to share that view with others? Or do you have a peculiar fetish for hats? I'll wear your hat. If you wish to stay by my side, you need to understand certain expectations, he retorted. Oomph. If you treat me poorly in the future, Sushan began, her tone prideful. But she abruptly noticed Yang Fan's expression shifting to something less agreeable. She quickly changed her tone. Rest assured, I am not that foolish. I was merely speaking off the cuff. Now that I have decided to be your woman, I will not involve myself with other men. After speaking, she silently resolved to elevate her boyfriend to ex-boyfriend status as soon as she returned home, severing all ties. She could not afford to jeopardize her upward trajectory due to a man she no longer liked. In truth, she had harbored this thought since parting ways with Yang Fan and had acted accordingly. During this period, she had been ignoring her soon-to-be ex-boyfriend, engaging in a cold war instead. She had hoped that he would eventually succumb to the pressure and initiate a breakup, which would serve her well. Yet surprisingly, her boyfriend had displayed remarkable patience, sending her messages of apology and gifts to win her back despite the bewildering cold treatment. Now that she was developing feelings for Yang Fan, she did not want to squander her progress for someone she no longer cared for. Thus, she deemed it essential to expedite the matter and firmly resolve to find an excuse to end things. Yang Fan's expression brightened upon hearing her words, and he replied calmly, "That's more like it. If you like them, buy them." Sushan's face lit up with delight, and she immediately instructed the sales clerk to wrap the two outfits. Sushan Intimacy 3. They then proceeded to another store where she purchased a pair of shoes and a handbag, concluding the shopping spree with great satisfaction. Sushan Intimacy 5. She found herself unable to carry everything and hesitated to ask Yang Fan for help, knowing she lived with Guru Wajia. Bringing him along would surely expose her intentions. After leaving them all, Sushan proactively suggested, "Aren't you going to the gym? Send me the gym's location, and I'll drop my things off at home before coming to find you." Yang Fan pondered for a moment before responding, "No need. Just rest at home after putting your things away. I'll message you once I finish my workout." Sushan had no objections to this, pleased as long as he did not accompany her to drop off her belongings. "All right, I'll wait for your message." Chapter 87. The daring little wildcat. After their shopping excursion, Yang Fan and Sushan each hailed a taxi to depart. Inside the vehicle, Sushan's gaze lingered on the luxurious bags piled beside her, and a smile graced her lips without faltering. Indeed, she had made the right choice. This was the life she had always desired. The affluent spent their money with such nonchalance, as if it were merely paper offerings for the afterlife. If she could captivate someone, she envisioned a future where she would drive a luxury car, reside in a grand mansion, and indulge in shopping sprees without restraint. An exquisite life, a swift ascent to the pinnacle of existence. The thought of such a comfortable lifestyle was intoxicating. Countless women would surely envy her. The sacrifices she made were minimal. After all, they were merely inexpensive men, which man wasn't a bargain. If she had the opportunity to choose, it was only prudent to select a man who could provide her with a beautiful life. Why settle for those who could only offer sweet words and feign poverty when it came to finances? While Sushan fantasized about her promising future, Yang Fan had already arrived at the gym. After surveying the premises and confirming the absence of any particularly striking women, he commenced his workout. This time, he extended his exercise duration slightly. Upon completing his second round, he took a break and pulled out his phone to contact Sushan. "I'm done." "Great. Tell me your location, and I'll come find you." Noticing the time, Yang Fan realized it was still early for dinner, and he wasn't hungry, so he replied, "It's still early. Let us catch a movie. Just head to the small cinema next to the brilliant Starlight. I'm not far from there." "All right, I'll head out now and wait for you." After sending the message, he didn't rush to leave, but instead grabbed a sports drink. At that moment, a well-built young man approached him with a drink in hand, casually remarking, "Hey bro, are you here to work on your abs?" Yang Fan vaguely recalled having seen this young man in the gym a few times. He must be a regular. He simply shook his head and replied, mainly focusing on endurance. The young man nodded. "I see. You must be a newcomer, right? I'm Wanjun, a frequent visitor here. If you have any questions about fitness, feel free to ask me." Yang Fan was taken aback. Was this guy trying to strike up a conversation with him? Surely, He wasn't he attempting to flirt? Sensing Yang Fan's confusion, Jun quickly clarified, "Don't get the wrong idea, bro. I'm completely normal in that regard and not trying to sell you anything. I simply enjoy making friends." In truth, Jun's motivation for approaching Yang Fan stemmed from having noticed him and Li Wei during their first visit. He was captivated by Li Wei's beauty and had attempted to engage her, only to be rebuffed when she demanded a substantial sum for her social media contact. At that moment, he deduced that any man accompanied by such a stunning woman as Li Wei must be of considerable means. He thought that mingling within the same circle as Yang Fan could only be advantageous. Having observed Yang Fan's frequent visits to the gym over the past few days, he felt compelled to initiate a conversation today, perceiving it as an opportune moment to establish familiarity. Once the conversation commenced, it would be entirely normal for him to greet Yang Fan on future visits. If he could learn about Yang Fan's preferences, perhaps he could subtly showcase his own capabilities and cultivate camaraderie over time. This was the little scheme Jun had devised. Yang Fan, oblivious to Jun's ulterior motives and unaware that he was the reason for Li Wei's increased fondness for him, nodded in response. Yang Fan, I have some matters to attend to today, so I'll be leaving now. You can continue your workout. All right, take care, and we'll meet again. Yang Fan dismissed the brief encounter and made his way out of the gym, clutching his drink. Ven Yun, contemplating Yang Fan's retreating figure, pondered whether he should find a woman to test Yang Fan's interest. Surely, all men must have an affinity for beauty, but it seemed Yang Fan showed little interest in the women at the gym. Perhaps it was a matter of standards? His thoughts drifted to Li Wei's stunning beauty. Unbeknownst to Yang Fan, someone was contemplating introducing him to women. He wandered leisurely towards the cinema, and upon arriving and purchasing his ticket, he found that Su Shan had yet to arrive. Thus, he reclined in a massage chair to relax. 20 minutes later, just as the film was about to commence, a tall and radiant figure finally graced the entrance of the cinema. She spotted Yang Fan in the massage chair and swiftly approached him. "Sorry for the delay. There was some traffic. Were you waiting long?" Yang Fan glanced at her, slightly displeased. "You really have a knack for timing. The movie has already started." The beauty chuckled. "Oh, come on. Don't be stingy. I'll make it up to you later." Yang Fan paused, momentarily taken aback. Make it up to me later? What did she mean? They were about to watch a film. Was her later during the movie? Yet, this aligned perfectly with Yang Fan's intentions, as he had heard whispers that this cinema allowed discreet business transactions without cameras. Thus, he and the young woman entered the screening room together. The theater was sparsely populated, with only a few couples scattered about. The young woman pointed to the empty seats in the back row, her meaning clear. Although Yang Fan had purchased tickets for the middle section, he paid little mind to such details at that moment. He led her to the back row, settling into a seat tucked away from prying eyes. The film had only just begun, and no one paid them any attention. 5 minutes later, Su Shan, wearing a short skirt, found herself nestled in Yang Fan's lap, her gaze fixed intently on the screen. Softly, she murmured, "I arrived late. Are you still upset?" Yang Fan replied, "It's perfectly fine. I'm accustomed to delays." Chapter 88. Joining the ranks of uncles, Yang Fan's emotions were in a state of turmoil. Fortunately, the pairs of young couples were preoccupied with their own affairs, oblivious to the potential social embarrassment unfolding around them. Susan Sui Yen Li, attempting to make it easier for Yang Fan to extract himself from the clutches of fate. However, the brief moment of tranquility was abruptly interrupted when fate was drenched by a sudden downpour. Sitting in Yang Fan's embrace, Su Shan let out a heavy sigh before leisurely adjusting her skirt. Under Yang Fan's exasperated gaze, she returned to her original seat and whispered in his ear, "Are you happy?" Yang Fan's heart ignited with fury at her words, and he retorted in a hushed tone, "Happy my foot. Aren't you a bit too bold?" Su Shan pouted dismissively and replied, "Stop pretending to be innocent. You invited me here for a reason, didn't you? I can't possibly be oblivious to that." This only served to heighten Yang Fan's irritation. "Who is benefiting here? You seem to be the one reaping the rewards. What about me? You don't care about me at all, do you?" Su Shan found his reaction somewhat amusing. With a seductive tone, she said, "How could I not care about you? Come on, let us change venues." Yang Fan had nothing more to say. His mind was far from the film. He stood up, taking Su Shan's hand. and silently led her out of the cinema toward a nearby hotel. 40 minutes later, seated on the edge of the bed, Yang Fan glanced at the time on his phone before turning to Su Shan, who was sprawled across the bed. "It's time for dinner." She shot him a glance and replied grumpily, "I don't want to move. Let the hotel bring the food here. We can eat in comfort." Yang Fan shrugged off her attitude, a bemused smile creeping across his face as he picked up the phone to call room service. Seeing his smile, Su Shan's displeasure flared again. She sprang up and challenged him. "What are you grinning about? If you're so confident, come over here. Let us continue." In a state reminiscent of a serene disciple, Yang Fan chose to ignore her provocation, chuckling instead, "So feisty." "Umph." Su Shan, resembling a peacock returning from victory, huffed and resumed her relaxed position. When Yang Fan returned with the food, he called out, "Dinner is served." Without budging, Su Shan replied, "I want you to feed me." Yang Fan's expression darkened. "Seriously? This is so lacking in romance." Su Shan retorted, "What s with the act? I've never seen you so upright before. What a hassle." She muttered under her breath, but complied nonetheless. After their meal, Yang Fan wheeled the cart to the hallway and returned to ask, "I'm going for a walk. Do you want to come?" Su Shan, just settling back onto the bed, asked nervously, "Will you come back?" Of course, he assured her. Relieved by his response, Su Shan said, "I'll wait for you here." "Hurry back." Yang Fan didn't insist on her joining and set off on his own. As he exited the elevator into the hotel lobby, he noticed a system prompt indicating the presence of a viable consumer. Ahead, there stood a woman with chestnut hair, clad in professional attire and black heels. Although he could only see her back, her alluring figure confirmed his suspicion that she was indeed the subject of the system's interest. He silently commanded the system to reveal her information. Name, Han1H, 26, height, 166 centimeters weight, 53 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 81 status, normal closeness, 0. Upon reviewing the data, his interest waned considerably. Although her score was decent, her overall attractiveness was somewhat lacking. Women like her no longer held the allure needed to coax him into initiating a conversation, especially given his shifting mindset. Coincidentally, as he stepped out of the hotel, he spotted her again, this time engaging in a seemingly intimate conversation with a middle-aged man, likely her benefactor. Yang Fan chose to ignore them and walked away. As he had no comments to make on the matter, he and the older gentleman were practically of the same ilk. Wandering aimlessly, he eventually spotted a young girl selling flowers at a street stall. Judging by her appearance, she looked to be in middle school, dressed neatly, suggesting her family was not struggling, but rather allowing her to experience life early on. He couldn't help but admire her parents' approach to education, as she was already out honing her skills at such a tender age. Noticing his gaze, the little girl beamed and called out, "Uncle, buy a bouquet. I handpicked and wrapped each one myself." "Uncle?" Yang Fan nearly faltered at the title. Embarrassed, he rubbed his nose, realizing he had unwittingly joined the ranks of uncles. Time truly flew by. Memories from his own middle school days felt refreshingly recent, as if they had just transpired. He even occasionally dreamed of being in class at night. Suppressing his discomfort, he approached the girl's stall with a smile and said, "That one tea do. Let me teach you a trick. To sell flowers more easily, call men brother and women sister. Only the elderly should be addressed as uncle or auntie. Understand?" The little girl nodded blankly, not quite grasping his advice, and continued, "I understand. So, uncle, will you buy a bouquet?" Yang Fan chuckled, "Call me brother." The girl hesitated, her face flushing with embarrassment as she shyly uttered, "Brother. That is more like it. Now, I want the biggest bouquet you have." Her face lit up with a smile. "Thank you, brother. This bouquet is 80 yuan. The girl was refreshingly honest, offering her flowers at a reasonable price. In a shop, such a bouquet would easily cost double. Yang Fan promptly paid via mobile payment, picking up the bouquet with a grin. "See? That makes it much easier to sell. Remember this." The little girl flashed a sweet smile and nodded. "I'll remember, brother." Chapter 89. The Master of Kings. Soon after, Yang Fan returned to the hotel, cradling a bouquet of flowers that captured the attention of many along the way. As he unlocked the door and stepped inside, he was met with the astonished gaze of Su Shan, who was seated on the bed, engrossed in her mobile game. She stared blankly at the man at the door, holding the flowers. At that moment, Su Shan's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. It was not that she had never received flowers before. In fact, she had received them numerous times. Yet, she had never experienced the same sentiment as today. When other men presented her with flowers, she felt little to no excitement, and sometimes even a sense of aversion. But today, inexplicably, there was a glimmer of happiness. Perhaps it was because, deep down, she never imagined Yang Fan to be the type of man who would present her with flowers. After all, she was acutely aware that she was merely one of his women, and certainly not the favored one. Yang Fan was equally surprised that such a small gesture could elevate Su Shan's affection for him. It was worth noting that aside from the inexplicable initial gain of 20 points, her affection had only increased through money transfers and lavish purchases. In all other circumstances, there had been no movement in their intimacy. Su Shan remained motionless on the bed, showing no inclination to rise and accept the flowers. With a teasing expression, she remarked, "Oh, you actually learned to give flowers like others? What era are we in? So outdated." Yang Fan found her reaction amusing. If she was so disdainful, then why should her affection rise? He casually quipped, "Forget it. I'll just have the waiter throw them away." At this, Su Shan slowly descended from the bed, mumbling, "TCH, no sincerity. But since it's your first time giving flowers, I'll let it slide." After saying this, she took the bouquet, inhaled its fragrance, and her previously aloof expression transformed into a radiant smile. She then calmly placed the flowers on the table and returned to her game. Yang Fan approached her and glanced at her phone screen, which displayed characters from one piece position on either side, indicating it was a classic card drawing game. "One piece?" he inquired. Without diverting her gaze from the screen, Su Shan replied, "Just something to pass the time." "Doesn't seem like it, given your amount of in-game currency. You must have spent quite a bit, no?" Not that much." Her tone hinted at a significant expenditure, but Yang Fan was indifferent. The money was hers to spend as she pleased, as long as it didn't diminish their intimacy. Then, Yang Fan took out his phone, and as soon as he entered a game, Su Shan, noticing, curiously asked, "You play competitive games?" Yang Fan, slightly puzzled, retorted, "Is that a problem?" "Not at all. But playing competitive games would squander your exceptional talent." "What exceptional talent?" Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend what she meant. Seeing his confusion, Su Shan continued, "Exasperated, you should play the kind of games I do. It suits you much better. Spend a bit more money, and you could easily become a top player, dominating the leaderboards." Yang Fan finally grasped her implication. Her notion of exceptional talent was merely a reference to his financial prowess. Annoyed, he replied, "What nonsense. Just play your own game." Su Shan, undeterred, insisted, "I'm serious. Just give it a try." Ignoring her, Yang Fan started a match. Perhaps due to bad luck, his opponent proved to be quite skilled, dominating him throughout the match. When he was first killed, he heard Su Shan's laughter beside him. "Ha ha, I told you, this game really isn't for you." Yang Fan shot her an irritated glance, but Su Shan remained unabashed, seriously insisting, "Trust me." He retorted, "Trust your legs. Are you brave enough for a match?" Her smile widened. "Bring it on. Who's afraid? I must commend your courage. With your skills, you dare challenge me?" Seeing her confidence, Yang Fan felt a flicker of doubt. Could she truly be a master? Nevertheless, he wouldn't back down. He would only know her skill level by competing against her. "Wait until I finish this match," he said. "All right." She agreed readily, but then added mischievously, "However, it would be rather dull to play without stakes. How about we wager something?" Yang Fan chuckled. "What do you have in mind?" With a playful grin, she extended a finger. 10,000 a match. "So confident, huh?" "Absolutely. Just wondering if you dare." Her tone conveyed absolute certainty that Yang Fan would not be her match. But 10,000 per game was no burden for him. Thus, he readily agreed, deal. As anticipated, Yang Fan was no match for Su Shan. Losing several games and shattering his morale, seeing no glimmer of hope for victory. With 5,000 in winnings, Su Shan cheerfully asked, "Shall we continue? I've played several rounds now, and my performance is on the decline. What a perfect opportunity." Yang Fan internally scoffed. She had said the same thing during the previous rounds. Regardless of whether her performance genuinely dipped, his morale had been shattered entirely. He chose to ignore her and, accepting defeat, transferred the wager to Sushan. As time passed, he held the slightly languid Sushan close, gazing at her adorable doll-like face, feeling an immense sense of joy. The two exchanged sweet whispers for quite some time, and as fatigue set in, they unknowingly drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 90, invitingly Shinran the following day. When Yang Fan arose, the young woman had already departed, leaving behind a message. I can't continue to take leave today. I have class to attend. Don't miss me too much. You rascal. He chose to disregard the message, stretched after completing his morning routine, and felt that he had indulged too much while in the company of this little wildcat. A day of proper rest seemed in order. Nevertheless, he truly felt joyous, for tastes differ, and Sushan was quite bold, which made for an enjoyable experience. After a bowl of noodles, he strolled aimlessly before hailing a cab to the gym. Today, he refrained from contacting Li Wei again, although she was a rare beauty. Having attempted to meet her 3 times without success rendered further attempts unnecessary. He would take his time. After all, with the system at his disposal, he could always find another beauty coded as 0, though it might require additional time. Half an hour later, he found himself in the gym, just beginning his warm-up when a fellow named Jun approached him with a broad smile. Yang, you're here. Have you had lunch? This fellow, upon learning Yang Fan's name, had taken to calling him brother. Graciously acknowledging the friendliness, Yang Fan nodded. I have. You arrived quite early. Hey, I'm accustomed to it. Working out has become a hobby. Some enjoy fishing, others playing football. I simply revel in fitness. This was no exaggeration. Initially, he had exercised merely to attract beautiful women, but it had gradually morphed into a habit. Yang Fan nodded in understanding, pondering what his own hobby might be. Presently, it seemed to revolve around making money, pursuing beauty, and savoring life. That appeared to be the gist of it. Other pursuits held little interest for him at the moment. Even his commitment to fitness stemmed from the necessity of maintaining a healthy body to truly enjoy life. Noticing Yang Fan's apparent disinterest in conversing, Jun tactfully remarked, Then you go ahead and work out. I've rested long enough to tackle another set. All right, catch you later. Jun turned to leave, his spirits high. Upon reaching another area, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, he said, Darling, do you remember what I mentioned yesterday? A female voice responded, Of course I remember. I spoke to her today, but she might not believe me and didn't agree. She even teased me a bit. What? You haven't secured it? What shall we do? The person I want to befriend is already at the gym. She outright refused. What can I do? Try talking to her again. It's merely an invitation to come to the gym and have some fun. If you successfully befriend her, it would be mutually beneficial. If I had better options, I wouldn't have considered her. Fine, I'll give another shot. After ending the call, Jun commenced his workout. Time passed slowly. At this point, Yang Fan had completed 2 rounds of exercise and was resting. Jun approached with 2 bottles of energy drinks, offering one to him. Yang here. Yang Fan eyed him suspiciously, wondering why this fellow was so keen to be near him, yet he accepted the drink. Thanks. Jun graciously replied, No need for thanks, and engaged in casual conversation before departing at just the right moment. Yang Fan paid little mind to him and, having rested sufficiently, left the gym and took a cab home to recharge. Lying in bed, he played video games for several hours to hone his skills. Reflecting on yesterday's loss in the game, he felt a twinge of regret for not achieving his desires. The next day, upon waking, he noticed several messages from various women, one of which was from the alluring widow Li Shinran. Darling, are you awake? Checking the time, he saw it was sent an hour ago. Curious about her intentions, he replied, I am. Are you available for a video call? Upon reading her message, Yang Fan's initial impression was that this beauty must have missed him during their brief separation. Based on previous experiences, if he were to invite her out now, their intimacy would likely surpass 60 with great certainty. Though this was merely his speculation, it felt quite plausible. Thus, he responded, What? Do you miss me? Yes. Darling, I miss you. Seeing her overt affection, he promptly initiated an invitation. Then let's go out for lunch. At that moment, Li Shinran, who was at home cuddling her daughter while texting, felt a surge of joy upon reading his message. However, a moment of hesitation flickered across her face as she seemed to recall something. Her daughter, nestled in her arms, curiously inquired, Mommy, did the uncle agree to video chat with me? It turned out that Li Xinran's inquiry about Yang Fan's availability for a video call stemmed from her daughter. Over the past few days, Li Xinran had purchased numerous new clothes and toys for her daughter, frequently informing her that they were gifts from a mysterious uncle. The young girl, still innocent, perceived this enigmatic uncle as exceptionally kind, having often heard her mother mention him, thus nurturing a desire to meet him. However, her mother had indicated that the uncle was quite busy, leading to the idea of a video call. In truth, Li Xinran also wished for Yang Fan to meet her daughter. If he could take a liking to her, it would be nothing short of perfect. Despite knowing that he accepted her status as a widow, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Thus, she had sent the earlier message. Now, upon receiving Yang Fan's reply, she felt uncertain about how to respond. After much contemplation, she finally typed, "Darling, I promised little Candy that I would take her to the park today. Hey, isn't that the perfect opportunity for me to meet our daughter? Let us have lunch first, and afterward, we can all go to the park together." At this moment, the smile on the beautiful woman's face was uncontrollable, radiating a captivating charm. "You are truly wonderful, darling." They proceeded to finalize the time and location, and Li Xinran cheerfully informed her daughter, little Candy, "No need for a video call anymore. The uncle will join us in the park." Her daughter excitedly asked, "Really? Mommy, is the uncle not busy today?" "Yes, truly." "Yay. That's great." Witnessing her daughter's delight, Li Xinran couldn't help but smile knowingly. She set her daughter down and checked her reflection in the mirror, finding no need for touch-ups, as she had already prepared her makeup for their outing. After informing her mother, she took her daughter and set out. In the car, her daughter curiously asked, "Mommy, do you think the uncle will like me?" Chapter 91. The doll-like little Candy. Li Xinran smiled and said, "Little Candy is so well-behaved. Of course, uncle will like her. Besides, hasn't uncle bought so many new clothes and toys for her?" Upon hearing this, her daughter laughed, her eyes narrowing with delight. Nodding enthusiastically, "Yes, yes, uncle bought me so many things." 20 minutes later, Yang Fan, who had arrived early, didn't wait long before he spotted a stunning beauty with fiery red lips, cradling an adorable little girl who looked like a doll, walking towards him. Name, Li Xinran, age 28, height 162 centimeters, weight 50 kilograms, overall attractiveness 88, 98 status, normal, has given birth, closeness 59. Upon noticing them, Yang Fan approached. The moment Li Xinran saw the man approaching, a smile instantly illuminated her face as she gently addressed her daughter. "Candy, look, uncle is going to pick you up." Upon hearing this, her daughter's eyes widened with excitement as she scanned the surroundings, quickly spotting Yang Fan and joyfully exclaiming, "I see him. I see uncle." Yang Fan, now close enough, heard the sweet voice of the doll-like little girl. Having communicated with Li Xinran earlier, he was not surprised that Candy was aware of him. He grinned and said, "Wow, this adorable little angel must be our little Candy, right? She will certainly grow up to be even more beautiful than her mother." Before Li Xinran could respond, little Candy, still nestled in her mother's arms, stretched out her hands towards Yang Fan, calling out in her innocent voice, "Uncle, hug." Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected the little girl to be so fearless, wanting to embrace him upon their first meeting. He had been pondering how to interact with children, but it appeared that concern was unnecessary. Just as he was about to lift the little girl, Li Xinran feigned displeasure and said to her daughter, "Candy, how can you ask uncle for a hug right away? Isn't there any decorum? Get down and walk by yourself." Once placed on the ground, the little girl wore a pitiful expression, her large, watery eyes gazing longingly at Yang Fan. Yang Fan, observing the scene, reproached Li Xinran, "What are you teaching her? Look how upset our little girl is. She likes me and wants to get close. Isn't that a good thing?" With that, he quickly reached out to lift little Candy into his arms. The little girl, still looking forlorn, wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her head against his shoulder. Yang Fan gently patted her back, saying, "Candy, don't mind mommy. Cool me. Tell uncle what you want to eat." Upon hearing this, the little girl glanced at Li Xinran and, noticing her mother didn't seem genuinely angry, whispered, "Mommy says picky eaters aren't good children." Yang Fan chuckled and exchanged a knowing smile with Li Xinran, appreciating her approach to educating their daughter. At that moment, Li Shinran added, just give her some dishes without chili. Oh, she loves fluffy eggs. Yang Fan, with a playful grin, asked little Candy, is that what Mommy said? The little girl nodded eagerly. Yes. Upon receiving confirmation, he raised her high in the air, declaring, then let us go. Off to eat fluffy eggs. The little girl, unafraid of being lifted, laughed joyfully, her laughter ringing out like music. Lixinran, watch in surprise. This child wasn't usually like this. She had never been so attached to anyone else, and even when her grandfather held her, she often wanted to escape. Could this be fate? Seeing Yang Fan so fond of her daughter, Li Shinran felt a wave of relief wash over her. Li Shinran closeness 1. Li Shinran, already pursued. Favorability has reached 60. Reward. Level 2 cashback card, 1, which grants 10 uses for level 2 cashback. As Yang Fan carried the child ahead, he noticed the notification and halted his steps. Turning to Li Shinran, he saw the beautiful woman gazing at him and her daughter with a look of pure happiness. Instantly, he understood the reason behind the breakthrough. What are you daydreaming about? Let us go. You may not be hungry, but our little angel surely is. All right. Li Shinran quickly caught up to them, noticing that Yang Fan was entertaining her daughter the entire time, filling her with joy. During the meal, she observed that the majority of the dishes on the table were light, clearly indicating Yang Fan's affection for her daughter. After mixing some dishes with fluffy eggs for her daughter, she approached the two, who were making funny faces at each other, and said, Candy, eat your food before you play. Yang Fan, smiling, replied, let me take care of that. With that, he reached for the bowl in Li Shinran's hands. She had intended to voice her thoughts, but seeing his beaming smile, she simply acquiesced. Watching Yang Fan feed her daughter, Li Shinran felt a warm sensation of comfort swelling within her, her smile growing even more radiant. This scene truly resembled that of a family of 3. Li Shinran closeness 1. After the meal, the trio took a taxi to the park, with Yang Fan carrying Candy the entire way. Fortunately, the little girl was light, otherwise, he might have been embarrassed. Upon reaching the zoo, Candy excitedly pointed in a direction, exclaiming, Uncle, look, it's the giant panda. Yang Fan responded enthusiastically, whoa, it's a giant panda. Do you know little Candy? This is one of our nation's most precious animals. The little girl clapped her hands in excitement, saying, I know. The giant panda is a national treasure. They eat bamboo. Yang Fan turned to Li Shinran, puzzled. Could it be that this lovely lady had never taken her daughter to the zoo before? The little girl's excitement was evident, suggesting this might be her first visit. Li Shinran, noticing Yang Fan's curious glance, asked, Dear, what's wrong? Yang Fan shook his head, realizing that this single mother had faced challenges. Perhaps she had been too focused on making a living. He then took little Candy to see all the animals, her laughter never fading. While they were on a boat, enjoying the lake, the little girl, perhaps feeling sleepy, soon dozed off in his arms. Li Shinran softly said to Yang Fan, Dear, thank you. Yang Fan, understanding her gratitude, found himself at a loss for words. Thank you for what? I genuinely enjoy spending time with our little girl. Li Shinran looked lovingly at the sleeping Candy, speaking softly. This child has grown up without a father. She was only 1 year old then and didn't even understand what a father represents. This is her first time being so close to a man. There were unspoken thoughts lingering in her heart, especially as she realized that next year, Candy would start kindergarten. Perhaps then she would hear from other children that every child has a father. If she were to ask her about it, how would Li Shinran respond? Chapter 92. The system warns again upon hearing the words. Yang Fan chuckled softly as he gently stroked the sleeping little Candy in his arms. This is my first time playing with a child, too. Li Shinran, choosing not to dwell on her daughter starting kindergarten, shifted the conversation. Darling, I've given considerable thought to the money you gave me last time. I wish to invest it in a small guild. What do you think? Yang Fan said, a look of confusion crossing his face. A guild? You mean the kind that operates streamers? The girl nodded in affirmation. Yes. We are in an era where traffic reigns supreme. Many people are clamoring to enter the online industry, including some stars from the entertainment circle who wish to share in the live streaming profits, whether by collaborating or directly selling products through their streams. I have great faith in the future of this industry. After listening to her, He nodded in agreement. Although he was not well-versed in investment, he valued her perspective. After all, she was his woman. The cashback card was quite a trap if he wanted to continue making money. It was only a matter of time before his women became wealthy. However, that did not concern him. With the system's intimacy function backing him, he was not afraid of encountering ungrateful individuals. If his women became affluent, it would not harm him. After all, wouldn't they express their affection by buying him gifts? A house or a car would surely be in order, right? All things considered, money would still circulate within his household. Thus, he generously stated, "I've mentioned before, the money I give you is yours to use as you wish. If you believe in it, then pursue it without hesitation. Furthermore, that amount might only allow for small-scale endeavors. I'll transfer more to you so you can play big. Do not feel burdened. Remember, we are not afraid of losses." Hearing that he was going to transfer her more money, Lishinran quickly interjected, "No need to give me more. Trust me, it's settled." Yet, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. Noticing his serious expression, she refrained from continuing and softly replied, "Okay, I'll follow your lead." Lishinran's intimacy, too. Suddenly, the girl felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Since meeting Yang Fan, her life had undergone a remarkable transformation. Observing the rapid increase in their intimacy, which had now reached 65 points, Yang Fan mused that this charming widow was likely to surpass him and become the second to break the 70-point mark. This would yield a substantial income for him, all while he had contributed little and merely enjoyed life. With a smile, he said to her, "Perhaps once you invest in the guild, I could lend you a hand." He envisioned assisting her by gifting to streamers under her guild to boost their popularity and organizing events to create a couple of prominent streamers. Thus, it seemed that Lishinran's choice to invest in a guild was devoid of any loss, unless she failed to recruit even a single streamer with a score above 80. However, such a scenario was unlikely. Even if she struggled, he could help her find someone suitable. The girl did not grasp his intention, but did not press for clarification, instead opting to joke. "Are you suggesting you want to be a top streamer in my guild?" Yang Fan chuckled at the thought. "Me? A streamer? A top streamer? Oh, wait. If I were to stream and earn money, wouldn't that bolster my funds?" Although his capital had rapidly increased after winning over beautiful women with cashback cards, one could never have too much money. As for whether he could earn money through streaming, that was beyond doubt. He would surely profit immensely. Even if he casually streamed his daily life or gifted to female streamers, there would be an audience. Not to mention, he could enhance his streams by showering gifts on female streamers, making it entirely natural for others to reciprocate when he went live. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. He felt as though he had stumbled upon another lucrative path. However, before he could fully revel in this prospect, an unexpected voice from the system doused his excitement. Second warning. As a foolish host, you must refrain from beggar-like behavior. If you insist on engaging in such disgraceful conduct, the system will abandon you. You must disable the gifting function to go live. Yang Fan's expression turned perplexed upon hearing the voice. The system, which usually remained unresponsive to his calls, suddenly threatened him as soon as he entertained the idea of making money, emphasizing that it was a second warning. After receiving multiple warnings, would there be any penalties? He was not afraid of punishments. What truly terrified him was the thought of the system suddenly packing up and moving on to some fortunate reader, leaving him with no place to lament. Streaming was hardly akin to begging, was it? It could only be considered a form of performance at most. Clearly, the system was adamantly opposed to him engaging in any undignified activities for money. While performing was not inherently shameful, it would indeed be rather embarrassing for a host, known as a wealthy figure online, to resort to it for income. Never mind. This avenue of profit was now entirely closed off. He had no intention of testing the limits of the system. However, since it stated that disabling the gifting function would permit him to stream, he could occasionally engage in it for amusement. At that moment, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. Would his viewers become unsettled seeing the beautiful women around him frequently change? Lishinran, noticing him lost in thought, curiously remarked, "I was just joking." He then snapped back to reality. "I know, let us go. We are nearing the shore." All right. As the boat gradually approached the dock, Yang Fan cradled the sleepy little Candy and walked alongside the stunningly Shinran toward the park entrance. After spending the afternoon together, both felt somewhat fatigued. Along the way, he occasionally heard comments like, "Wow, look at that little girl. She is so adorable. I'd love to have one just like her." At that moment, they had grown largely immune to the gazes of passers-by and felt little concern. Upon leaving the park, Li Shinran glanced at her sleeping daughter and softly said to Yang Fan, "Little Candy woke up early today. She must be tired from playing. I'll take her home and come back to find you." Yang Fan hesitated for a moment. Although he had intended for this beautiful woman to accompany him for the evening, he realized that if the little girl woke up to find both her uncle and mother missing, she would surely be heartbroken. After a brief afternoon together, he had already grown fond of this little angel who clung to him. Though she was not his child, she felt like a part of him, and he cherished her greatly. He and Li Shinran had ample opportunities ahead. There was no rush. Thus, he conveyed his thoughts to the girl. Chapter 93. The visit of Li Shinran. Upon hearing Yang Fan's thoughts about his daughter so quickly, Li Shinran was deeply moved. However, she did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she softly remarked, "Darling, there is no need to go to such lengths." Her grandmother, Yang Fan, interrupted her with a wave of his hand. "All right, I understand what you wish to convey. Here's the deal. Once you have lulled your daughter to sleep, come find me. But since she is currently asleep, will she be able to sleep through the night?" The young woman smiled and nodded. "Yes, she won't sleep for long. Little children tend to doze off frequently, but for brief periods. Then let us proceed." The two then took a taxi to a nearby hotel where they booked a room. After Yang Fan entrusted the sleeping child to her mother, he lay down on the bed to play games. Upon returning home, Li Shinran was greeted warmly by her mother, who quietly inquired, "Is she asleep?" The young woman nodded. "She has been sleeping for over an hour now." "Has it been that long? You must be exhausted as well. Come, let me carry her to the bedroom." At her mother's words, Li Shinran chuckled and shook her head. "No need, Mom. It was her uncle who held her all day. I have just taken over." Her mother paused, perplexed, and asked, "Uncle, are you referring to Xiaoyang?" He was holding Tanghua. "She didn't fuss?" "Fuss? Not at all. This little one adores her uncle. She clung to him all afternoon, even dismissing me." Li Shinran spoke with a radiant expression, devoid of any jealousy. Recognizing her daughter's genuine happiness, her mother nodded with approval. "That's wonderful. By the way, why haven't you invited Xiaoyang over for a visit? Dinner time is approaching. Next time, I haven't mentioned it to him yet. Mom, I'm going out tonight. Tanghua will sleep with you." Her mother cast a suspicious glance at her daughter. "Going to be with Xiaoyang?" Li Shinran candidly nodded. "Yes. Once Tanghua wakes, I will play with her before heading out." Her mother sighed in relief. "That's fine then, but I must tell you, Xiaoyang is quite a unique character. You must be cautious." Given that her daughter had just parted ways with Yang Fan and was now planning to stay out overnight, she couldn't help but worry. Li Shinran, feeling displeased, retorted, "Mom, what are you implying? Is your daughter that kind of person?" With that, she carried Tanghua towards the bedroom. Just as she placed her daughter on the bed, the little one awakened, letting out a small sound. "Uncle," she mumbled, only to realize something was amiss. Seeing only her mother, she rubbed her eyes and sat up, searching for Yang Fan, but found no trace of him. She looked at Li Shinran with confusion. "Mommy, where's Uncle?" Li Shinran gently patted Tanghua's little head, saying, "Uncle is tired and has gone home to sleep. He told me to let you know that he will come to see you again next time." Upon hearing this, Tanghua pouted in disappointment. "Uncle, why didn't he say goodbye to me before leaving?" Li Shinran replied tenderly, "Because you were fast asleep. Uncle didn't want to wake you. But I didn't even get to say goodbye to Uncle. I shouldn't have been sleeping." Noticing her daughter's slight frustration, Li Shinran smiled and asked, "Does Tanghua really like Uncle?" The little girl nodded emphatically. "Yes, Tanghua likes Uncle. Then shall I check if Uncle is still awake? If he has not fallen asleep, you can talk to him yourself." The previously glum child instantly brightened. "That's wonderful. Mommy, please ask Uncle." Li Shinran had no choice but to send a message. At that moment, Yang Fan had just concluded a game when he received her message. Opening it, he read, "Dear, are you asleep?" "Not yet. What is up?" "Tanghua has woken, and her first thought was to find you. She felt quite sad upon learning you had left." Yang Fan smiled upon reading this. "Is she beside you?" "Yes." He promptly initiated a video call, and as soon as it connected, he saw the familiar and adorable little angel, her voice accompanying her image. "Uncle, it's me, Tangwa." Yang Fan couldn't help but smile at the sight of her. "I see. When did our little angel wake up?" Upon hearing his voice, Tangwa burst into delighted laughter. "Hee, I just woke up, and Uncle disappeared. Can you come play with me?" "But Uncle is a bit tired. He also wants to sleep. What should we do?" The little girl tilted her head and thought. "Then I'll wait for Uncle to wake up. Okay? You are such a good girl. But after Uncle wakes up, he still has to work. He can only play with you in a few days. Will Tangwa be upset with Uncle?" Without hesitation, the little one replied, "Not at all. Tangwa loves Uncle the most." After saying this, her expression shifted to one of curiosity. "When you say a few days, which day is that? Is it tomorrow or the day after?" Yang Fan realized that children might not grasp the concept of a few days, but seeing her eager expression, he offered a reassuring response. "Let us say the day after tomorrow. How about you ask Mommy to bring you to play with Uncle then?" "Yay, that's wonderful." They continued to chat about various childish topics until, with Tangwa's reluctant expression, they ended the video call. Time flew by. Soon it was evening. Yang Fan had already fallen asleep when he was suddenly awakened by the sound of his phone ringing. Upon checking, he saw it was Li Xinran calling, indicating she was ready to come over. After answering, he said, "Hello, are you on your way?" From the other end, he heard her voice. "I'm already at your room door." Surprised, Yang Fan quickly hung up and got up to open the door. As soon as he did, he was greeted by a bright sight. A city beauty in professional attire and high heels stood smiling at the entrance. With her fiery red lips and exquisite makeup, she radiated a different charm than before. Noticing his gaze, Li Xinran felt a surge of joy within, thinking to herself, "My efforts in dressing up were not in vain." Clearly, she had achieved the effect she desired. Softly, she said, "Darling, I see you haven't had dinner yet. I brought you a few freshly made dishes and a bottle of Maotai. How about I join you for a drink?" It was then that Yang Fan noticed the bag she was carrying. Chapter 94. The endearingly Xinran Yang Fan smiled and inquired, "White wine, are you up for it?" He then stepped aside to let her enter. As Li Xinran walked in, she softly replied, "I can manage a little." Approaching the table, she began to place the dishes from the box onto it, saying, "These are all home-cooked meals I just prepared. They're still warm. Do try them." She then opened a small box of Maotai, retrieved 2 small cups, washed them at the sink, and filled them with wine. Having not eaten dinner yet, Yang Fan felt a pang of hunger and found the dishes Li Xinran had made remarkably delicious, causing him to eat rather quickly. The extent of her domestic prowess was in stark contrast to her alluring appearance, as it was rare to find a truly beautiful woman who could cook so well. Not only was she adept in the kitchen, but she was also proficient in various household chores and childcare. Contemplating this, Yang Fan cast a glance at her enticing attire. He mused that she was indeed a paragon of a woman who could grace the dining hall and excel in domesticity. Noticing Yang Fan's gaze lingering on her white blouse and black stockings, Li Xinran felt a surge of delight and softly asked, "Do I look good in this? I bought it specifically. I have a nurse's outfit at home as well, if you'd like to see me in that next time." Yang Fan felt an inexplicable thrill at her words. Of course he liked it. Who wouldn't he? This girl was quite perceptive, but as they were still dining, he managed to suppress his excitement and teased, "A nurse's outfit? I might have to trouble you then." Li Xinran eagerly engaged in this playful banter without a hint of shyness, providing him with a distinctly refreshing experience. Under her encouragement, he consumed some food to settle his stomach, and they began sipping the wine. After finishing a small cup, she gently traced her alluring lips with her fingers, revealing a captivating smile, and promptly refilled their glasses. As they continued to drink, the bottle quickly emptied, and soon a charming flush graced her cheeks, her gaze becoming increasingly hazy as she looked at Yang Fan. Gradually, she stood and gracefully sat upon his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, seductively whispering, "Darling, I feel a bit tipsy. You mustn't bully me. If you wish to do something, I won't be able to resist." Faced with her implicit invitation, what more was there to discuss? Yang Fan, feeling a surge of pent-up emotions, rose and lifted Li Xinran, heading in a determined direction. 10 minutes later, Yang Fan, gazing at the now open-hearted Li Xinran, felt a growing sense of negativity within him. especially as the calmness was interrupted by the weight of fate. With the two sisters tightly embracing their brother's destiny, bouncing with joy. Noticing Yang Fan's troubled demeanor, Li Xinran tenderly nestled into his embrace, urging him to move forward, though she herself began to feel anxious. The following day, as Yang Fan slept, he sensed movement beside him. Upon opening his eyes, he saw a graceful figure attempting to stealthily rise from the bed. "Where are you going?" he inquired. Startled, Li Xinran turned to face him. But her sudden movement caused her discomfort, prompting a wince of pain. "Ouch!" Yang Fan, noticing her expression, immediately concerned, asked, "Does it still hurt?" Li Xinran, feeling his care, gently shook her head and replied softly, "It's much better now. It's all right. You rest a bit. I'll make you breakfast." Seeing the beautiful woman endure her pain to prepare a meal for him filled Yang Fan with warmth. He rose, embraced her, and said, "Don't bother. I noticed there's no food in the fridge of this apartment hotel. Let us order some takeout. You should rest well. I'll order whatever you fancy." Feeling his concern, she smiled and nestled closer, softly saying, "All right, I'm fine with anything. Just order what you like." At that moment, Yang Fan dismissed any thoughts of cashback from ordering, realizing it was just a meal and wouldn't cost much. He picked up the phone by the bedside and called the front desk. As they settled in together, Yang Fan tenderly stroked her hair. "About last night," he began, but before he could finish, she suddenly turned and pressed her lips against his, silencing his words. 30 seconds later, she softly murmured, "Darling, don't worry about that. As long as you're happy, I'm happy." Hearing this, Yang Fan decided not to continue with any sentimental dialogues. Tightening his embrace around her, she sensed his affection, narrowed her eyes, and snuggled closer, relishing the serene moment. After their meal, they spent several hours together, engaged in spirited conversation, reveling in the joy of each other's company. Time drifted into the afternoon, and Li Xinran, now largely recovered, moved freely without pain. Yet, Yang Fan remained cautious about her engaging in any strenuous activity. She then asked, "Darling, am I truly bringing candy to see you tomorrow? Will it be a bother?" The little one. Yang Fan chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek. "What? Do I seem untrustworthy? Since I've made a promise to our daughter. You must bring her out tomorrow." "All right, I understand." Just as they were engrossed in conversation, Yang Fan's phone rang unexpectedly. Confused, he looked at the screen and saw it was a call from Sasha. Chapter 95. Sasha arrives in Summer City. Yang Fan furrowed his brow in surprise upon receiving an unexpected call from Sasha. After leaving her in silence for several days, he had presumed she was indifferent to him as her older brother. Initially, he had intended to sever their connection entirely. Yet this young girl had taken the initiative to reach out, suggesting she likely had something important to convey. Despite having become a rather foolish figure in this affair, he was not lacking in the company of beautiful women during this time, which led him to not dwell excessively on Sasha. As the female streamer he had supported the most, her silence had prompted him to cease his financial contributions, a perfectly reasonable course of action, he believed. He held a favorable impression of her, as she was the only streamer who had ever proactively transferred money to him. He had planned to protect her should she express her intentions clearly. However, he maintained a boundary. While he might be somewhat naive, he did not appreciate being treated as a fool by any woman. He did not necessarily wish to engage in anything serious with her, but he hoped for a definitive stance from her side. If she were to make her feelings known, he would find joy in continuing his support. Nevertheless, he would never impose upon anyone. If the girls were unwilling, he would consider his previous contributions as mere gifts, never seeking repayment or reprimanding them. Yet, he questioned whether it was excessive to expect continued support under such circumstances. Ultimately, he believed his role was to cast the bait and allow the fish to decide whether to bite. If they did, he would continue. If not, he would refrain. It was a simple matter of mutual consent. As his phone rang incessantly, he hesitated but ultimately answered. A clear, vibrant voice soon resonated through the line. "Hello, is this Xiaoyaoge? This is Sasha." Upon hearing her familiar voice, Yang Fan feigned ignorance and asked, "I see you've called. Is there something you need?" I've arrived in Summer City, and I'm at the airport. I'm unfamiliar with the area. Could you come to pick me up?" Sasha had come to Summer City? Yang Fan was astonished, finding it hard to believe. The girl had arrived without any prior notice. You just decided to come? Why didn't you give me a heads up? Hee hee. I wanted to surprise you. I knew you wouldn't leave me stranded at the airport, so I came directly. You can't imagine how hot it is in Tianfu. The temperature here is so pleasant. Sasha chattered on, cleverly sidestepping any mention of his recent neglect. You really should have considered that I might be busy or not even in Summer City. Of course, I thought about that. But that would just mean I had bad luck, and I'd have to wait until next weekend to find a way to come. However, from your tone, it seems my luck isn't too shabby, right? Yang Fan hesitated, glancing at Li Ran, who was nestled in his arms. They had just been discussing dinner. Yet this unexpected situation had arisen. Li Ran could faintly hear Sasha's voice, but felt no pang of jealousy. Having chosen to be Yang Fan's lover, she had mentally prepared herself for this and remained composed, unwilling to compete or contest. As long as he needed her, she would remain his only woman. Thus, regardless of how many other women he had, she believed she would not lose him. With a gentle smile, she shook her head at Yang Fan, silently assuring him that she was unfazed. Understanding her unspoken message, Yang Fan offered her an apologetic glance before speaking into the phone. Find a place to sit and have a drink. I'll be there shortly. Okay, I'll wait for you, she replied, and Yang Fan ended the call, turning to Li Ran. I might need to step out for a bit. With a soft hand, Li Ran covered his mouth and smiled tenderly. Dear, you don't need to explain. I understand. As long as you don't send me away, whatever happens in the future, I will always be yours. Besides, we agreed to meet tomorrow, didn't we? Listening to the endearing girl express her heartfelt sentiments, Yang Fan instinctively held her tighter. Although her declaration echoed the sentiments of the earlier fiery Su Shan, it felt all the more poignant when spoken by her. If Su Shan were aware of Yang Fan's current thoughts, she would undoubtedly scoff, questioning why her words had been perceived differently. Yang Fan pressed a gentle kiss on her cheek, asserting, such things are simply impossible. Li Ran pulled away from him. Go on, I'll check on Candy. He nodded. All right, I'll be off then. You'll manage dinner on your own. Want tea? Rest assured, I'll be fine. They both exited the hotel, each hailing a taxi in separate directions. Half an hour later, Yang Fan arrived at the airport in his taxi. Unable to drive directly in, he disembarked and walked a short distance to where Sasha was waiting. Upon reaching her designated exit, he called her. Inside the airport, at a milk tea shop named Nayuki, a youthful girl with twin ponytails sat quietly, holding her drink, lost in thought. Her mere presence drew the attention of those nearby. At a neighboring table, a boy began boasting to his friend, attempting to capture the attention of the enchanting girl. Honestly, money isn't as hard to come by as you might think. For instance, I make about 1,000 to 2,000 a day. It's hardly even enough to spend. His friend chimed in. How could I compare to you? Our circles are completely different. In mine, most people earn less than 10,000 a month. Your income must surpass that of over 90% of the population, right? Well, I don't know how many people I surpass, but since I'm not married, I don't spend much. I manage to save quite a bit each month. The two continued their banter, oblivious to the girl who chose to ignore them, her mind elsewhere. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang, the screen displaying the name Xiao Yao Ge. Chapter 96: The appearance of the second beauty codename Zero upon receiving a call from Yang Fan. Sasha snapped out of her daze and promptly pressed the answer button, bringing the phone to her ear. Xiao Yao Ge, have you arrived? Yes, I'm at the entrance. Please come out. All right, just a moment. After ending the call, she tidied her outfit, grabbed her adorable bag adorned with cartoon characters, and exited the milk tea shop. A boy sitting nearby discreetly alerted his friend, Lao San, that pretty girl is leaving. At that moment, the third brother ceased his shouting and simply addressed his friend as Lao San, prompting an eye roll from the boy bearing that name. I can see that. He hesitated, contemplating whether to pursue her for contact information. His earlier boastful chatter about income was intended to catch Sasha's attention, laying the groundwork for obtaining her number later. From the moment she entered the shop, he felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart, reminiscent of a first love, permeating the air. He had even prepared a persona of a wealthy heir, but hadn't yet had the chance to flaunt it before the charming girl departed. Why the rush? He had envisioned pretending to be a rich heir after getting to know her, inviting her to a 5-star hotel for coffee. A friend of his worked as a waiter in the hotel CAF, ensuring it wouldn't cost him much. His friend would deliberately elevate his status in front of the girl, calling him by a grand title. He imagined gathering his friends to feign a card game for entertainment, where they would make large transfers of money in front of her, only for the winners to discreetly return the loser's money afterward. Such elaborate schemes were usually successful with younger beauties seeking fleeting encounters. Now that the girl had left, however, his plans seemed dashed. How could that be allowed? Thus, he stood up and declared, "Let us go. We must follow her and seize the opportunity to ask for her WeChat." He motioned for his friend to rise and leave with him. Yang Fan waited at the entrance for a while, suddenly spotting a lovely girl with twin ponytails, clad in a blue dress paired with white stockings, stepping out. Given that the offline Sasha bore a striking resemblance to her online persona, he recognized her at once. Detected valid consumer object. Do you wish to view information? Upon seeing the blend of innocence and allure in the girl, Yang Fan silently commanded, "View. Name, Wu Sasha, age, 18, height, 167 centimeters, weight, 53 kilograms, overall attractiveness, 87, 100 status, normal intimacy level, 39, codename 0. The data on this charming girl left Yang Fan utterly astonished. She was undoubtedly the most impressive beauty he had encountered thus far. Her height and overall attractiveness were commendable, but more importantly, she was the second to bear the codename 0, even surpassing Li Wei in excellence. Moreover, her intimacy level with him was surprisingly high. He had been intentionally flirting with her recently, and yet she managed to accumulate 39 points of intimacy. In comparison, the other female streamer, Xiao Lu, had completely failed in this regard. This revelation caught Yang Fan off guard. His fondness for Sasha surged, and he unconsciously smiled, preparing to approach her. Just then, two boys beat him to it, with one of them whispering something to Sasha. She merely shot him an annoyed glance, ignoring him as she scanned her surroundings. "Sasha," a man's voice called out, causing her to turn and see Yang Fan waving at her from a distance. She disregarded the boy who had been flirting with her and quickly jogged over to Yang Fan, smiling as she asked, "Xiao Yao Ge?" Yang Fan nodded. "It's me. Let's go." He turned to leave, prompting a sudden notification. Wu Sasha's intimacy level 3. The unexpected alert made him pause momentarily, glancing back at Sasha with curiosity. He had braced himself for a decrease in intimacy, as that had become the norm. Yet, to his surprise, this lovely girl seemed to possess remarkable discernment. Much like Li Shinran, he pondered, could it be that he had suddenly become more handsome? That shouldn't be the case. He hadn't noticed any change when looking in the mirror earlier. Nevertheless, it was ultimately a positive development. Unbeknownst to him, while Sasha chose to meet him through a blind box approach, she also harbored her own apprehensions. Upon meeting him, she felt a wave of relief, realizing that his appearance exceeded her expectations and he still retained a youthful charm. Thus, her intimacy level naturally increased by 3 points. Seeing him gaze at her with a puzzled expression, she inquired, "Xiao Yao Ge, is there something on my face?" Yang Fan shook his head slightly. "No, it's just that you seem even more beautiful offline than you do in the live stream." Sasha burst into laughter. "Ha ha. As expected, Xiao Yao Ge has a keen eye. To be honest, I feel the same way." Meanwhile, the third brother and his friends, witnessing the delectable beauty accompany a man, wore expressions of disbelief. One friend quietly asked, "Lao San, should we follow them?" Lao San shot him an irritated glance and replied, "Follow them where? Are we looking for fight? We have our dignity. Fighting is for street thugs, not for us. Those tiles can't possibly compare to our porcelain." At this moment, Yang Fan walked alongside Sasha towards the airport exit when his phone rang. Seeing it was a call from Gong Jing, he answered casually. "Hey, our esteemed young boss is quite busy. Running to the airport to pick up a beauty?" His first thought was that Gong Jing was nearby. He looked around but saw no sign of her, prompting him to ask, "Where are you? Quick on the uptake, I see. I just brushed past you without you noticing." How disheartening. Brushed past? Yang Fan could guarantee that there were hardly any people around, and he was certain Gong Jing had not been one of them. My eyesight isn't that poor. Let us not dwell on this. I'm hanging up. Wait. Beeps interrupted the conversation as Sasha, walking beside him, observed curiously but refrained from asking. Instead, she remarked, "No wonder it's called the Summer City. It doesn't feel overly hot outside. Quite pleasant, really. I wish I could stay a few more days." Yang Fan smiled at her words. "Aren't you still in school? Did you come over for the weekend?" Sasha, stretching her arms wide as if embracing the sunshine, replied, "Yes. I'm already in my first year." Chapter 97. A serendipitous encounter with Gong Jing. The first meeting of two young women upon encountering the beautiful young lady. Yang Fan was momentarily captivated by the pure smile that adorned her face, leaving his thoughts in disarray. Just then, a small car came to a halt beside them. As the window slid down, a striking visage emerged, and its owner directed a playful reproach towards Yang Fan. "You heartless one, how could you hang up on me?" Recognizing the familiar voice, Yang Fan glanced towards the window, where the driver was none other than Gong Jing, the very person who had just called him, clad in the uniform of a flight attendant from Nanchang Airlines. She regarded him with evident displeasure. Nonchalantly, he rubbed his nose and replied, "What a coincidence." Gong Jing shot him an exasperated look. "Coincidence, my foot. I deliberately circled back for you." Realization dawned upon Yang Fan. The phrase passing by from her earlier call now made sense. She had driven past him, turned around, and returned to find him. At that moment, his interest in Gong Jing waned, especially after seeing the data regarding Sasha. He could only think that indeed, comparisons often lead to despair. The more one compares, the more one feels inadequate. Just be a competent HR tool, he thought, casually inquiring. "Is there something you need?" Seeing his lack of enthusiasm and glancing at the beautiful girl beside him, Gong Jing couldn't help but lament. This guy may be a scoundrel, but his taste is impeccable. It seemed yet another swan was about to fall into his clutches. How disheartening. Perhaps she surmised he was dismissing her due to the presence of this enchanting beauty. Deciding to let him off the hook, she asked, "Shall I give you a lift?" As Yang Fan pondered this, he realized that if Gong Jing had a car, perhaps it was time for him to consider purchasing one as well. He couldn't rely on taxis indefinitely, but the question of how to buy a car lingered. After all, he had no intention of spending his own money on such a purchase. Perhaps it would be more prudent to buy a car for his partner and use it himself. After all, the car wouldn't be registered in his name. With this thought, he found the plan quite feasible. Once he utilized the cashback card he possessed, his principal could exceed $2 million, allowing for the acquisition of a decent vehicle. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Gong Jing interrupted his musings. He shook his head and replied, "Nothing. Are you off work?" "Yes. I just flew back from Tianfu and can rest for 2 days." "Such a coincidence?" He chuckled, glancing at Sasha. "Was she on your flight?" Sasha had been observing Gong Jing since their encounter, noting her attractive figure and striking beauty, exuding a certain mature charm. Even as a campus beauty herself, she felt a tinge of inferiority in comparison. However, she was still young, and she believed that in a few years, she too would possess such mature allure. When she heard Yang Fan's question, she shyly replied, "I didn't pay much attention, but this sister is indeed very beautiful." Gong Jing beamed at the compliment. "You're the pretty one, little sister. I'm even envious. Did you come from Tianfu?" "Yes." "Then we must have been on the same flight." "What a coincidence. Hop in." Sasha turned to Yang Fan, seeking his approval. Without hesitation, he opened the back door and urged her, "You go first." Pleased by his invitation, Sasha climbed in, and as the two settled into the car, Gong Jing pressed the accelerator and drove off. On the way, Gong Jing inquired, "Where are you two planning to go?" "Recommend a good restaurant. We haven't had dinner yet." "Perfect. I'm also hungry. Do you mind if I tag along?" Faced with Gong Jing's audacity, Yang Fan had little choice but to relent. It wouldn't be polite to drop her off after transporting them. "Very well, let's go together." 20 minutes later, guided by Gong Jing, they arrived at a picturesque mountain resort. The establishment boasted exquisite decor and scenic views, albeit with relatively high prices. According to Gong Jing, she had dined here once before and found the cuisine delightful, hence her strong recommendation. Yang Fan had no objections, and as they were seated at a table for 4, Gong Jing confidently approached him, intending to sit beside him. He turned and glared at her, saying, "Sit opposite." Then he gestured to Sasha, "Come over here." Gong Jing's previously bright demeanor faltered, and inwardly she scoffed. "Could you be any more biased? When I sought your contact details, you called me sweetheart. And now that you have a new flame, you want me to sit across from you? Men, your name is fickle. What struck her as most absurd was that nothing had even transpired between them, and he was already losing interest. How peculiar. Yet, despite her internal complaints, she complied with his directive and moved to the opposite side. Sasha, feeling pleased that Yang Fan had chosen her to sit beside him, sensed a certain warmth in his attentiveness. Although she was unaware of the intricacies of their relationship, it was evident that Gong Jing had been subtly vying for Yang Fan's attention throughout their journey. Yet, Yang Fan seemed more inclined to engage with her, often walking and sitting together. This indicated that she held a unique place in his heart. After all, it was for her that he had begun spending money on Douyin, and he treated her with remarkable affection. As soon as Sasha settled beside Yang Fan, he handed her the menu, encouraging her to order freely without reserve. She smiled sweetly and nodded, appreciating his kindness. Noticing Gong Jing across the table rolling her eyes, Sasha thought it amusing. Gong Jing, feeling somewhat exasperated with the fickle man, sought out the waiter to request another menu, determined to order lavishly as if that would soothe her spirit. Before long, the waiter brought out an array of sumptuous dishes. Observing Yang Fan and Sasha sharing food and enjoying each other as company, Gong Jing felt invisible. Had she known this would be the outcome, she wouldn't have bothered to intrude. Though she thought this, she made an effort to enliven the atmosphere, engaging both of them in conversation. Her social skills shone through, and soon they were all immersed in lively discussion, with Gong Jing tactfully avoiding any mention of Yang Fan's romantic escapades. She even took the opportunity to praise him in front of Sasha. Chapter 98. The beautiful young lady, upon witnessing the subtle flattery from Gong Jing toward Sasha, Yang Fan found himself amused, as if she were attempting to assist him in courting her. Although he chuckled inwardly, he could not deny that her maneuver had indeed garnered his favor. Recognizing that she could not confine Yang Fan, Gong Jing boldly embraced her role as an accomplice. She had transformed remarkably from her previously aloof persona into a thoughtful young woman, adaptable to varying circumstances. While engaged in conversation with Sasha, she caught a glimpse of the satisfaction on Yang Fan's face, which pleased her immensely. She thought to herself, "Do you really believe I want to do this? I quite cherish my cool demeanor, you know. I can only blame you for being so generous." From the moment she agreed to introduce Yang Fan, she had relinquished any hope of monopolizing his attention. Therefore, her focus shifted to financial gain. Aligning with her interests, she would unconditionally support his desires. This mindset undoubtedly resonated with Yang Fan, although her lack of intimacy remained a singular disappointment. As their meal concluded, Gong Jing cheerfully inquired, "Where are you headed next? Once I see you off, I shall no longer be a third wheel." Clearly, she understood that with the presence of that enchanting young lady, an opportunity for solitude with Yang Fan was unattainable. Thus she planned to depart swiftly after escorting them. Yang Fan turned to Sasha and remarked, "It's getting late. Let us find you a hotel to rest in. Tomorrow, I shall take you to explore the sights." Upon hearing this, Sasha instinctively trembled, contemplating, "Is it time?" Although she had prepared herself mentally for this trip, the reality of the situation left her feeling anxious. She managed a timid nod and softly uttered, "Okay." Subsequently, Gong Jing guided them to a luxurious 5-star hotel, even taking the initiative to secure a room for them. With a wave and a simple, "I will contact you in a few days," she turned and drove away. Yang Fan entered the presidential suite with the somewhat silent Sasha, who appeared visibly uneasy, fiddling with the hem of her clothing. He retrieved 2 bottles of water from the refrigerator, sat beside her, and gently offered one, saying, "You seem quite tense. Perhaps some water will help." She responded softly, "Thank you," accepting the bottle, but not yet opening it. The hotel's unique ambience contributed to her timidity. She kept her gaze lowered, avoiding eye contact with Yang Fan, a stark contrast to her lively demeanor at the airport. Sasha was not merely anxious. She also felt apprehensive about what was to come. If not for the extravagant gifts he had lavished upon her, she might have considered fleeing. Yang Fan, perceptive to her state, chose not to apply undue pressure. Instead, he spoke kindly, "There is no need to be so tense. If you're unwilling, I won't compel you. I thought you were prepared for this." As a benevolent soul, He had no intention of forcing any young lady into a situation against her will. Sha hesitated, having initially believed herself ready, yet fear had suddenly overtaken her. Gathering her courage, she finally looked up at the man beside her and stammered, I am ready. With that, she tightly shut her eyes, adopting a posture of reluctant sacrifice. Wait, what are you doing? Young Fen exclaimed, realizing her diminishing intimacy, rating and quickly intervening by giving her a gentle tap on the head. Ouch, that hurt, she exclaimed, blinking in confusion at Yang Fan, her bewilderment evident. Why did you tap my head? If I don't intervene, your intimacy will plummet further. This is my livelihood. He chuckled softly. Do you think I can't see through your readiness? Let us not rush. Let us engage in conversation to alleviate your nerves. Feeling somewhat relieved, Sha nodded. All right, what would you like to discuss? After a moment's contemplation, Yang Fan asked, I can see you are a good girl. Could you share with me why you chose to seek me out? Hearing him commend her, she felt a surge of warmth within. Yet the subsequent inquiry prompted her to internally critique. Do you not realize why I came? You've treated me coldly. I must advocate for myself. Though she refrained from voicing her thoughts, she earnestly replied, Perhaps it is because you have been so generous. Yang Fan chuckled at her candidness. If someone else were to offer even more, would you consider them? Absolutely not. The sharpness of his question elicited an immediate response from her. But upon seeing his amused expression, she faltered, lowering her gaze. At least with you, I wouldn't. She was not foolish. She understood the implications of her words. While she professed not to be swayed, Yang Fan recognized that this beautiful young lady could easily be lured by another's riches. If he failed to secure her affection, someone wealthier would undoubtedly seize the opportunity, rather than allowing her to fall into the arms of another. He preferred to ensure that he could meet her material desires. Understanding that she had no intention of surrendering her first experience to love, he felt little psychological burden himself. He chose not to press further, shifting the conversation. What are your current concerns? In response, Sha shook her head and whispered, I have no concerns. I'm simply a bit frightened. My family is quite strict, and I have always maintained my integrity, so I have never had a boyfriend. I am still innocent. Chapter 99. The system's reward regarding Sasha's assertion of her cleanliness. Yang Fan was well aware of the truth. This enchanting young lady was undoubtedly one of the cleanest adult women he had encountered thus far. He nodded earnestly, affirming, I wholeheartedly believe that. Sasha, taken aback by his sincere tone, raised her gaze to him once more and inquired, But since I took the initiative to approach you, shouldn't you harbor some doubts? Yang Fan felt a sense of bewilderment at her thought process. Having declared his trust, why would she question whether he should doubt her? He chuckled softly, shaking his head. There is no reason for doubt. Wu Sasha's intimacy, too. Little did she know that he possessed a system that granted him an advantage. She simply believed he had immense faith in her. After all, in this era, many feigned innocence, and her unexpected approach could be deemed questionable. The very reason she made that statement was to assure Yang Fan that despite her bold actions, she remained utterly pure. She intended to entrust him with her most cherished possession, seeking better treatment in return. The fact that he chose to trust her without the slightest suspicion felt quite gratifying to her. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Yang Fan's voice reached her ears once more. Now that you have made your choice, I will do my utmost to fulfill your material needs. However, in return, I must clarify that I will not marry, and I am not without other women. Do you still wish to proceed? Upon hearing this, Sasha did not falter. Her intentions in approaching him were never rooted in romance, or else she wouldn't have engaged in such a gamble. The notion of marriage felt distant and irrelevant to her, and the existence of other women in his life hardly mattered, since he had promised to meet her material desires. Her objectives were met. She simply nodded in affirmation, responding with a soft, "Mem." Following their recent conversation, she appeared significantly more relaxed, her previous trepidation dissipating. Observing her acceptance, Yang Fan felt there was nothing more to discuss. He gently wrapped his arms around her, sensing a slight tremble from her body. Yet she did not shy away from his approaching face. Sasha's cheeks flushed, and she glanced shyly at him, her gaze wavering and evasive. He embraced her, leaning close to whisper in her ear, Are you still afraid? She shook her head, remaining silent, merely closing her eyes and clinging to him without further action. Yang Fan softly reassured her, it's all right. Wu Sasha's intimacy -20. In a moment of distraction, Yang Fan noticed a significant drop in Sasha's intimacy level, leaving him utterly perplexed. His emotions were akin to a silent cry, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of loss. Before he could fully process this turn of events, another system notification jolted him from his thoughts, leaving him astounded. Reward: 1 bottle of S-grade treasure? Such fortuitous news was indeed a delight. Truly, the system was worthy of admiration. A saying frequently circulated in online literature is that what the system produces is invariably of exceptional quality. He had no reason to believe it would cause him harm. This was undoubtedly a valuable item. Yet, the motives behind the system's generous rewards were conspicuously suspect. Despite this, he found himself drawn to it. Accompanied by a commitment to physical fitness, a bright future beckoned him. The unexpected additional reward from Code Zero was beyond his expectations. A smile unconsciously spread across his face, and he chose to dismiss the decline in Sasha's intimacy for the moment, planning to regain it in due time. Perhaps cultivating her into a significant presence in his life and continually enhancing her intimacy would prove to be a splendid strategy. There might be other delightful surprises in store. With her eyes tightly shut, Sasha hesitantly opened them, casting a bewildered glance in his direction. Upon seeing his beaming face, she hurriedly closed her eyes again. Nervously inquiring, "Is it done?" Yang Fan felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, the kind that leaves one utterly stunned. Is it done? However, his heart swelled with affection, and he refrained from voicing any complaints. To all the readers who pass by, I kindly request your support. Thank you. Chapter 100, Delicious Delicacies. 40 minutes later, he whispered softly to Sasha, embracing her. It's all right now. Sasha nestled against his shoulder, murmuring, "Is it better now?" Yang Fan nodded with satisfaction. Yes, it's better. Wu Sasha's intimacy 5. Upon realizing her dream had come to an end, the girl felt an immense relief, and her intimacy score increased slightly as well. Yang Fan, noticing her adorable demeanor, revealed a hint of affection on his face. What would you like for dinner? I can have the hotel prepare it. I don't know. I feel so anxious right now. In response, Yang Fan gently caressed the girl's back and reassured her, don't be afraid. I'm here. He took his time, continuing to comfort her rather than hastily ordering food. After a while, she finally managed to regain her composure and softly called out, "Xiao Yao Go." Yes, I am hungry. Hearing this, Yang Fan smiled. All right, I'll order something right away. With that, he picked up the phone to call the front desk. Sasha opened her eyes and gazed at his silhouette, her expression revealing a mix of emotions. Although her mind was somewhat cluttered, she felt considerably better after his comforting words. She was uncertain whether her choice was correct, but now that she had made it, she wished not to regret it. She hoped he would treat her kindly, remembering the promise he had made when she entrusted her purity to him. When Yang Fan hung up the phone, she quickly closed her eyes. As Yang Fan turned around, he caught sight of her pulling the covers over herself, which brought a smile to his face. He walked over, leaned against the bed, and playfully tousled her twin ponytails. "Isn't it a bit late for a nap?" Sasha, hearing this, exclaimed, "So annoying," and promptly pulled the covers over her head. Yang Fan chuckled and wrapped his arms around her. "You look nothing like the Sasha who used to boast in a live stream, claiming Xiao Yao Go is generous. He could marry 1,000 wives." At his words, Sasha, eyes closed, extended a hand to playfully swat at him. Annoying, annoying, annoying. There is definitely a difference between live streaming and real life. Seeing her like this, Yang Fan realized she had mostly returned to normal, no longer feeling as frightened or helpless as before. He continued to chat with her, teasing her from time to time. Soon, the meal he had ordered arrived. As he wheeled in the dining cart, Sasha prepared to sit up but suddenly halted, pain registering on her face as she furrowed her brow. Noticing this, Yang Fan quickly set down the cart and rushed over, chiding her gently. "I told you not to move around. Why didn't you listen?" He sat at the edge of the bed and embraced her tenderly. I feel a bit embarrassed. Just sit still and eat in bed. Okay." Yang Fan then filled a bowl with rice and assorted dishes, placing it before her. "Shall I feed you?" Sasha shyly replied. "No, I can eat by myself." He said nothing further and handed her the bowl and chopsticks. "Thank you. No need for thanks." He filled another bowl for himself and joined her for the meal. After dining, the two cuddled together. Seeing Yang Fan stay by her side brought Sasha a great sense of comfort. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly received a text message. Curiously, she opened it and was taken aback. The message revealed that 60,000 yuan had suddenly been deposited into her bank account. "Wow," she gasped, instinctively glancing at Yang Fan, who was nearby and engrossed in his phone. "Xiao Yao Ge, did you transfer the money?" Yang Fan smiled and shrugged. Who else would? Indeed, he had recently used the secondary cashback card he obtained from Li Xinran and had transferred 60,000 yuan to this girl beside him. Why could he transfer such a substantial amount when the Industrial and Commercial Bank's regular card had a single transaction limit of 50,000 yuan? This was thanks to the system. He had been pondering how to upgrade to a higher-tier bank card when the system unexpectedly notified him. The Host S bank card is classified as a Big Fool card, with no transfer limits, absolutely secure funding sources, and no one will investigate. Use it with confidence. He then realized that his bank card had already been modified by the system. Thus, he no longer needed to worry about upgrading. So he directly utilized the secondary cashback card to transfer 60,000 yuan to Wu Sasha. Without any issues, the transfer was successful. However, Sasha was now in a state of turmoil. Although Yang Fan frequently showered her with gifts during her live streams, the amount she actually received had only been in the tens of thousands. Now, a sudden transfer of 60,000 yuan was no trivial matter. Yet, a disquieting thought crossed her mind. Why would Xiao Yao Ge transfer so much money to her? Was he planning to buy her out all at once? That was not what she desired. While this sum was substantial, she hadn't exerted herself for this 60,000. Her aim was for a steady flow of support in the future. He had promised to meet her material needs. But now did it seem he was about to go back on his word? As she contemplated the implications of this transfer, Sasha felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Wu Sasha's intimacy -8. Yang Fan, who had been smiling, found his expression frozen upon noticing Sasha's intimacy suddenly dropped by 8 points. Confused, he wondered what had just happened. What is going on? I give away 60,000 and lose intimacy? Seeing her lost in thought, he quickly interrupted. Hey, what are you thinking about?